In the harsh struggle for survival during the apocalypse, Lucini was betrayed by her most trusted teammates, her closest friend, and her boyfriend, ultimately meeting a tragic end amidst a horde of zombies. Upon her sudden rebirth 7 days prior to the apocalypse, she found herself at the very moment of confessing her feelings to the scoundrel. Confession? First, let the scoundrel pay her for the co-branded pants he had received. If he refused, she would simply remove the pants. As for her friend, she would unmask her deceitful facade and assist in matching the scoundrel with someone else. Upon returning home, she would expel her father and stepmother along with their family from the house, leaving them to wander the streets. Unexpectedly binding to a system, she acquired a vast space that not only allowed for storage, but also for farming and raising livestock. Lucini seized the opportunity to accumulate wealth and stockpile goods, awaiting the onset of the apocalypse to simply relax. Thus, while others battled with zombies, she enjoyed leisurely days in a safe house, sipping milk tea and savoring hot pot, tending to chickens and nurturing fish. However, how did her safe haven inadvertently evolve into the most secure and formidable base of the apocalypse? Lucini, I truly had no intention of becoming a sovereign. Chapter 1. Reborn in the days leading up to the apocalypse, the frantic cries echoed. Hurry. Run. The zombie tide is approaching. Get inside. Quickly shut the door. Close the door. Hurry. But Lucini hasn't arrived yet. Disregarding the blood seeping from her right leg, Lucini ran with all her might, striving to reach the door before the horde of zombies caught up to her. Yet, don't worry about her. The zombies will catch her soon. She won't survive. Exactly. What if we wait for her and lead the zombies to us? Will the rest of us perish alongside her? We are all Cinny's teammates. I believe she would want us to survive. She is so kind-hearted. She would surely sacrifice herself for our safety, so close the door. Lucini stared in shock at her teammates ahead, unable to believe these words came from the very individuals with whom she had shared life and death. She had regarded them as her steadfast support, her trusted allies. Yet now, she found herself ruthlessly abandoned. If only they had been willing to assist her, they all could have made it inside and survived. Qian. Lucini turned to Ning Qian, the last to speak, her eyes pleading, please don't close the door. But she saw a glimmer of coldness flash in Ning Qian's eyes, a cruel expression that seemed to wish for her immediate demise. Cinny, the zombies are about to catch up. We can't risk everyone's lives. We must say goodbye to you. Ning Qian feigned a pained expression, sorrowfully turning to the man beside her. Tianxiu, give the order to close the door. I don't want to witness Cinny being devoured by zombies. Lucini quickly turned to the handsome, tall young man, her boyfriend, Zhuo Tianxiu. Yet now, all she saw in his gaze was indifference. Witnessing him tenderly embrace Ning Qian, soothingly patting her shoulder, he callously commanded, close the door. No, don't. Despairing, Lucini watched as the door shut with alarming speed, fearing she would lead the horde inside. The sounds of approaching footsteps grew louder, the rancid stench of decay assailing her senses. She felt utterly drained, standing frozen in place. These people were her trusted companions for 3 years, her friends, her boyfriend. All had forsaken her. All had betrayed her. 3 years into the apocalypse, she should have comprehended that this world held no loyalty. Everyone was selfish. To survive, what were teammates? What were friends and lovers? Roar. Lucini turned to face the advancing horde. In that moment, she found the grotesque, bloodied faces of the zombies more appealing than the apathetic expressions of those behind the door. Having abandoned her, she would not allow them to witness her pitiful resignation. If given another chance at life, she would never again trust anyone easily. If she could relive her life, she would only live for herself. Lucini gripped the iron rod tightly and charged headlong into the densely packed horde. Cinny, weren't you going to confess to Tianxiu? Hurry. Tianxiu is waiting for you. Confess. Confess. The clamor around her jolted Lucini, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Her consciousness seemed to snap back at that instant, and she gazed around, recognizing a dozen familiar faces, her university classmates, vibrant lives. Cinny, what's wrong? Quickly give the flowers to Tianxiu and confess. A familiar voice rang in her ears, and she turned abruptly to see Ning Qian smiling brightly, filled with anticipation. She then looked ahead to find Zhuo Tianxiu, clad in a white shirt, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The setting around them was a dazzlingly illuminated karaoke room, the table strewn with numerous opened and unopened bottles. This was the day she had planned to confess to Zhuo Tianxiu. Her heart raced, and she hastily pulled out her phone. Earth calendar, year 223, May 24th. 7 days remained until the apocalypse. Had she been reborn into the past? 2 days prior, a colossal meteor had collided with the millennium-old glaciers of Antarctica. The following day, a torrential downpour had swept across the globe, lasting an entire day. Yet, no one knew that this deluge had unleashed ancient viruses hidden beneath the glaciers, spreading them to every corner of the world. After the rain, an outbreak of influenza occurred, and in 7 days, those infected would mutate into zombies under the virus's onslaught. Her trembling hand clutched the phone as she struggled to comprehend her expression. To her astonishment, she had truly been granted a second chance at life. And this time, she would not repeat the mistakes of her past. Cindy? Ning Qian, noticing her prolonged silence, placed a hand on her shoulder and gently nudged her. What are you hesitating for? With a swift motion, Lu Cindy forcefully brushed her hand away, her gaze icy as she shot back. Remove your hand. Don't touch me. Cindy. Ning Qian covered her reddened hand in shock, staring at her in disbelief. The others looked on with expressions of confusion. Cindy. Ning Qian feigned innocence, her voice tinged with a whimper. If you don't want to confess to Tianxiu, we can go back. Why must you resort to violence against me? Confess? Does he even deserve it? Lu Cindy glanced at the vibrant red roses in her hand, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she tossed them into the nearby trash bin. Zhuo Tianxiu's expression darkened, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. Had Ning Qian told him that Lu Cindy would confess today? He had even orchestrated this gathering, inviting so many classmates to witness the moment of her confession. After all, Lu Cindy was the campus belle of their university. To receive a public confession from her would be a point of pride. But what was happening now? Was she playing with him for amusement? Ning Qian, taken aback by Lu Cindy's reaction, quickly interjected, Cindy, haven't you always liked Tianxiu? You muster the courage to confess today. Why are you backing out now? Are you a mind reader? How do you know whom I like? Lu Cindy retorted without hesitation. What confession? Wasn't it you who urged me to do this? You claimed that Zhuo Tianxiu liked me but was too shy to confess, so I should take the initiative. Didn't you say that? What are you stammering for? It seems that the one who likes Zhuo Tianxiu is you. You believe yourself unworthy of her, so you incite me to pursue him. In this way, you can approach him under my name, am I right? In the 3 years of the apocalypse, she was well aware of Ning Qian's feelings for Zhuo Tianxiu and understood the ambiguity between them. However, during the end times, her primary concern was merely to survive. As for Zhuo Tianxiu, her nominal boyfriend, she regarded him more as a comrade in arms. Little did she expect that her tolerance toward them would be met with their betrayal. Having been granted a second chance at life, she vowed never to show them mercy again. Chapter 2. Binding the system. Lu Cindy, what exactly do you mean? Zhuo Tianxiu could no longer contain himself, accusing her, are you toying with me for amusement? If you don't like me, then stop sending me gifts and appearing before me, sending me mixed signals. Oh right, the gifts. Lu Cindy cast a glance at the dark brown pants he was wearing. Those pants were bought by me, right? How much did they cost? For her, who had returned from 3 years hence, the memory of purchasing pants felt quite distant, and she pondered for a long while before recalling. Was it around 1999? Let's round it up to 2000. Cash or bank transfer. Zhuo Tianxiu, bewildered, instinctively replied, those pants were a gift from Ning Qian. What does that have to do with you? A gift from Ning Qian? Lu Cindy's teasing gaze shifted from Zhuo Tianxiu to Ning Qian. This was something she had genuinely not known. Reflecting back, the reason she bought those pants was that Ning Qian had incessantly whispered in her ear, claiming they were Zhuo Tianxiu's favorite style, a collaboration between his usual clothing brand and a popular game. Although Lu Cindy could not discern what was particularly special about those pants. With Zhuo Tianxiu's birthday approaching, Ning Qian suggested she purchase the pants as a gift. After being persuaded by Ning Qian, she finally bought them, only for Ning Qian to concoct an excuse to have her pass the gift along to Zhuo Tianxiu. Little did she know, Ning Qian would later claim the pants were a gift from herself to Zhuo Tianxiu. Ning Qian never anticipated that the truth would be so abruptly revealed. Her face turned pale as she hurriedly explained, Cindy, it's not as you think. Let me explain. I did say it was a gift from you. Perhaps Tianxiu misheard, leading to this misunderstanding. Lu Cindy, uninterested in her excuses, promptly retrieved her phone, opened the WeChat payment code, and presented it in front of Ning Qian. 2000, scan it. Cindy, Ning Qian was nearly in tears. How could she possibly produce 2,000 all at once? Her family was of modest means, and her monthly living expenses barely exceeded 2,000, leaving her with no way to repay Lu Xini. Moreover, the pants were worn by Zhuo Tianxiu. Why should she be responsible for the cost? But those pants were a gift from you to Tianxiu, right? Does that mean you expect Zhuo Tianxiu to pay? Lu Xini nodded, extending the payment code toward Zhuo Tianxiu. Scan it. Zhuo Tianxiu stood frozen. Lu Xini, growing impatient, said, "Did you not hear me ask you to scan it? If you don't want to pay, then take off the pants. Even if I throw them away, they won't be for nothing." As soon as she finished speaking, someone nearby couldn't help but chuckle. This only darkened Zhuo Tianxiu's expression further. Suppressing his anger, he pulled out his phone and paid 2,000 to Lu Xini. "I suppose you still possess some semblance of masculinity," Lu Xini remarked, once again presenting the payment code to Zhuo Tianxiu. "In addition to those pants, the other gifts I've given you should total around 10,000. Pay me for those as well." At that moment, Lu Xini could only feel her past self was utterly foolish. How could she have been persuaded by Ning Qian to buy Zhuo Tianxiu so many expensive gifts? She had no idea how many of those items were actually given to Zhuo Tianxiu in Ning Qian's name. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Now she would have Zhuo Tianxiu pay her back, as she intended to use that money to stock up on supplies. "Lu Xini, are you out of your mind? Those items were gifts you willingly gave me," Zhuo Tianxiu retorted angrily. Lu Xini seized a bottle of wine from the table and smashed it against the edge. Shards of glass scattered everywhere, causing the onlookers to flinch. "Lu Xini, you pay up!" Lu Xini brandished the broken bottle, pointing it threateningly at Zhuo Tianxiu's throat. Ning Qian interjected, "Xini, please don't act impulsively." Lu Xini turned to glare at her. "Do you wish to help him pay?" Ning Qian immediately fell silent. With a scornful laugh, Lu Xini looked back at Zhuo Tianxiu. "I'll count to 3. If you don't pay, don't blame me for what happens next." "Lu Xini, are you not afraid I'll call the police?" Zhuo Tianxiu threatened. "Go ahead and report me." With the apocalypse merely 7 days away, what did she have to fear? If not for wanting them to experience a taste of the terror and despair of the impending doom, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them right then. But to kill them now would be too merciful. They had abandoned her to face the tide of corpses alone. Naturally, she would ensure they felt the horror of the undead. 3, 2. As the sharp glass bottle drew nearer, Zhuo Tianxiu finally panicked. "I'll pay." Watching him scan and transfer 10,000 to her, Lu Xini casually tossed the bottle to the ground. "You two scoundrels had better never appear before me again," Lu Xini coldly declared, pointing at Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian as she emphasized scoundrels and shameless girl. With that, she turned to leave, having more pressing matters to attend to, lacking the time to waste with them. Just as Lu Xini turned around, Zhuo Tianxiu maneuvered around the table, reaching for her arm. How could he allow her to leave after having embarrassed him in front of everyone and having spent over 10,000? Who gave her the right to depart? However, before Zhuo Tianxiu could touch Lu Xini, he felt his feet leave the ground, and in a whirlwind, she executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the floor. With her knee pressed against his neck and her hands gripping his arms, Lu Xini coldly warned, "If you dare to touch me with your filthy hands again, I will chop them off." Zhuo Tianxiu seethed with rage, but the pressure on his throat rendered him speechless, leaving him only able to glare at Lu Xini in fury. Lu Xini released his hands, rising gracefully, and walked away with a light-hearted step, leaving a crowd of astonished faces behind. After exiting the private room, Lu Xini hurriedly entered a stall in the restroom. Just moments ago, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion echoed in her mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the rebirth system. This system will wholeheartedly serve you, granting you a beautiful future." Rebirth system? What is that? With the apocalypse looming, what beautiful future could there possibly be? Before she could comprehend, Lu Xini felt herself spinning, and when she regained her senses, she found herself no longer in the restroom stall but in a spacious and tidy living room. Where is this place? This is the system space. The host may enter or exit at will. However, to encourage the host to actively embrace their future, the host can stay in this space for a maximum of 5 hours. After 5 hours, the host will be forcibly removed from the space. Lu Xini was astonished. She had not expected that upon being reborn, she would bind to this so-called rebirth system and gain access to a space she could freely enter and exit. Though her stay was limited to 5 hours, in the apocalyptic era, this was an immense advantage. Chapter 3. It is you who should leave. Lu Xinyi quickly surveyed the entire space. The area comprised a two-story villa, with the first floor featuring a living room, kitchen, dining room, entertainment room, restroom, storage room, and garage, along with a small backyard of approximately 10 square meters. The second floor contained several bedrooms and a study. The villa was fully equipped, complete with a sofa, beds, kitchen utensils, air conditioning, and even a washing machine, perfectly ready for immediate occupancy. After a brief inspection of the villa, Lu Xinyi exited the space. Upon emerging from the restroom and passing through the TV lounge, she caught sight of the clock hanging on the wall and was momentarily taken aback. Had only 6 minutes elapsed since she entered the space? Hadn't she felt as though she had been there for nearly half an hour? Suddenly enlightened, her eyes sparkled with realization. After leaving the TV area, Lu Xinyi returned home. As she opened the door, an angry roar erupted. Lu Xinyi, so you finally decided to come back? Abandoning the housework and cooking during the weekend, only to gallivant around? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and wash the dishes in the kitchen. Following the voice, she saw a middle-aged man in his 40s seated on the living room sofa. He was a stout man with a beer belly that seemed to defy gravity, his thinning hair giving him a rather greasy appearance. It was her father, Lu Jinpeng. Ignoring him, Lu Xinyi stepped toward her room. Lu Xinyi, are you deaf? I'm talking to you, stop right there. Feeling no inclination to engage, she entered her room, attempting to close the door. However, Lu Jinpeng sprang up, stumbling toward her, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. It was unclear how much he had drunk at noon. You insolent girl, how dare you ignore me? He shouted, raising his hand to strike her. Without a moment's thought, Lu Xinyi kicked him forcefully in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the floor. Oh my, are you alright, dear? Zhao Chuyun, returning home with her son Lu Qingkai, found Lu Jinpeng lying on the ground like a flipped turtle, groaning in distress. She rushed to assist him. Honey, what is wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Lu Jinpeng brushed her away and, clutching his chest, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi, have you grown wings? How dare you lay hands on me? I swear I will teach you a lesson today. Standing at the threshold of her room, Lu Xinyi regarded him with an impassive expression. Her so-called father was hardly a commendable figure, a man who thrived on her mother's earnings. He had cheated on Zhao Chuyun shortly after her mother became pregnant with her sister, even fathering an illegitimate child only half a year younger than her sister. He had juggled both women, unwilling to relinquish the security of her mother while indulging in the affection of his mistress. It was only 6 years ago that her mother discovered his infidelity and resolutely divorced him. Initially, her mother intended to take Lu Xinyi and her sister with her. But ultimately, Lu Xinyi was awarded to Lu Jinpeng's custody. After the divorce, Lu Jinpeng seemed to have shed the weight of a burden, revealing his true nature. Not only was he lazy, but his blatant chauvinism made her life unbearable. He treated her like a housekeeper. After the apocalypse began, he repeatedly forced her to venture out into danger to gather food and toys for his precious son, even putting her life at risk on one occasion. Fortunately, fate intervened, and 6 months later, he, along with Zhao Chuyun and Lu Qingkai, perished at the hands of zombies. Given a second chance at life, she vowed not to indulge them again, or allow them to exploit her. With a physique as flabby as yours, who do you think you can intimidate? Lu Xinyi retorted. You only dare to flaunt your authority at home. Once you step outside, you are nothing. You, Lu Jinpeng was rendered speechless with rage. Zhao Chuyun attempted to soothe him. Turning to Lu Xinyi, Xinyi, how can you speak to your father like that? Look at how upset you've made him. Hurry and apologize. What are you even worth? Lu Xinyi scoffed. Who are you pretending to be? The virtuous wife. You, a mistress who destroyed another family, have no right to lecture me. Zhao Chuyun's face paled, biting her lip in indignation. Lu Jinpeng, now devoid of the strength from alcohol, pointed a shaking finger at her and scolded. How dare you speak to your mother that way? Lu Jinpeng was seething, never anticipating that his daughter would muster the audacity to stand against him. Get out of my house. Never come back. Lu Xinyi laughed incredulously. Have you lost your mind from drinking? This house is mine. The property deed bears my name. Lu Xinyi, what right do you have to tell me to leave? The residence they inhabited was purchased by her mother before marriage, classifying it as her premarital property. After Lu Jinpeng married her mother, they lived in this house. Following their divorce 6 years prior, the property was transferred to Lu Xinyi's name. Shortly after their divorce, Lu Jinpeng registered his marriage with Zhao Chuyun, brazenly moving her and Lu Qingkai into the home. At that time, she was merely 14, lacking the strength to resist. But now, things were different. She would not allow them to continue residing in her home. You have lived rent-free in my house for 6 years. And you still expect me to leave? It is you who should go, Lu Xinyi declared coldly. You have 1 hour to pack your things. Or I will call the authorities on you for trespassing. Both Lu Jinpeng and Zhao Qiyun were taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. Had Lu Xinyi truly lost her senses? Not only was she acting like a walking time bomb, but she also demanded they vacate her home? It was utterly outrageous. Lu Xinyi, you are actually trying to kick your father out of the house. Lu Jinpeng bellowed, lunging forward to strike her. Lu Xinyi deftly seized his swinging right hand, maneuvering behind him to twist his arm while delivering a kick to his back. Lu Jinpeng fell to the ground with a thud, his nose hitting the floor hard, blood immediately streaming down. Stop this nonsense, and pack your things to leave. Lu Jinpeng, clutching his bleeding nose, glared furiously at Lu Xinyi. Suddenly, he dashed to the door, flinging it open and shouting loudly outside, "This is outrageous. A disobedient daughter assaults her own father and wants to expel him from his home." Chapter 4. The beginner's gift. Lu Jinpeng's voice was booming, prompting the other residents on the floor to open their doors, curious to witness the commotion. Seeing this, Lu Jinpeng unceremoniously sat down at the doorway, pounding his thighs and wailing dramatically. I painstakingly raised this ungrateful daughter, only to be driven out of my own home by her. Why must my fate be so bitter? The neighbors, witnessing the scene, began to murmur among themselves, with some even daring to cast blame upon Lu Xinyi. Ignoring the chatter outside, Lu Xinyi cast a cold glance at the writhing Lu Jinpeng before rising to enter the kitchen. When she emerged, she wielded a sharp kitchen knife. Approaching the door, she struck the doorframe with the knife, leaving a deep gash. Lu Jinpeng, will you leave or not? Her voice was as icy as a blade, her gaze sharper still. The sight of the knife rendered Lu Jinpeng speechless, while the neighbors were equally taken aback, their intentions to intervene quickly silenced. It was best to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others. Seeing Lu Jinpeng's silence, Lu Xinyi turned her attention to Zhao Qiyun. You, go pack your bags and leave my home at once. Zhao Qiyun looked at Lu Jinpeng in confusion. Don't listen to her. Are you going or not? Lu Xinyi interrupted Lu Jinpeng, the knife brushing perilously close to his head once more as it struck the doorframe, her fierce gaze fixed on Zhao Qiyun. Go, go. I'll do it right now. Zhao Qiyun, frightened by Lu Xinyi's ferocity, turned pale and hurriedly pulled Lu Qingkai back to their room to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, Lu Jinpeng remained frozen in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead. She's gone mad. If that knife had been a fraction lower, it would have struck my head. With remarkable speed, Zhao Qiyun packed their luggage, dragging several large suitcases towards the door. Dear, perhaps we should leave, she whispered. Lu Jinpeng sat unmoving, his gaze filled with resentment directed at Lu Xinyi. He truly did not wish to depart. If he left this home, where would he go? Renting a place would cost a fortune. Lu Xinyi met his gaze with a cold smile. Lu Jinpeng, will you leave or not? If not, this knife won't hesitate. Dear, we should go. Zhao Qiyun, unusually assertive, stepped forward to pull Lu Jinpeng away. Did he not realize that Lu Xinyi was resolute in her intent to expel them? Continuing this commotion could lead to dire consequences. It would be better to leave and contemplate their next steps later. As they made their way toward the elevator, Lu Jinpeng couldn't help but turn back to curse Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi, you heartless, unfilial daughter, you will face retribution. Lu Xinyi disdainfully glanced at his trembling legs before slamming the door shut, effectively isolating his curses and the neighbors' scornful gazes outside. Once she grasped the implications of her newfound space, she planned to seek someone to change the locks to prevent Lu Jinpeng from returning. With this thought in mind, she shifted her focus and entered the space. Upon entering, Lu Xinyi headed straight for the storage room, eager to assess its capacity for stocking supplies. As she opened the door to the storage room, she heard a chime. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have discovered the storage space. A new beginner task has been activated. The initial volume of the storage room is 50 cubic meters. Fill the storage room within 1 hour to receive a task reward. Lu Xinyi paused, then quickly inquired. Is that 1 hour in the outside world or within the space? The flow of time within the space is 5 times faster than that of the outside world. If it were 1 hour inside, that would equate to just 12 minutes outside. How could she possibly fill a storage room that quickly? 1 hour in the outside world. Hearing this, Lucini breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped into the storage room, taking a cursory glance. It was a cubic structure with a volume of 50 cubic meters, approximately 369 meters on each side. Emerging from the space, she pondered how to complete the task efficiently. There would be no time to shop. As her gaze fell upon the sofa in the living room, an idea sparked in her mind. Approaching the sofa, she placed her hand on it, silently commanding it to vanish. The large piece of furniture disappeared in an instant. Concurrently, the structure of the storage room materialized in her mind, revealing the sofa neatly placed in the corner. So, it truly works this way. Lucini chuckled softly, quickly collecting all movable items in the house, even the pots and pans from the kitchen. Before long, the once spacious 100 square meter home appeared utterly vacant, while the 50 cubic meter storage room brimmed with items. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the beginner task. Task rewards are now being distributed. The reward expanded the storage room's volume to 50,000 cubic meters, and the time flow within the storage room was halted. Additionally, the land function was activated, allowing for a 500-fold folding mode, enabling the host to plan the land's use as desired. A storage room of 50,000 cubic meters. And the halted time flow meant she would not need to worry about food spoiling. Could it be that her 10 square meter plot of land now equated to 5,000 square meters? Lucini couldn't help but laugh out loud. The rewards from this system were exceedingly generous. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner task half an hour ahead of schedule. A beginner gift pack is now being distributed. A beginner gift pack? Lucini was instantly filled with anticipation. The host may randomly select 3 rewards. As soon as the system finished speaking, a large circular disc appeared before her, evenly adorned with 24 long strips of paper. With 3 pointers adjustable at will, Lucini adjusted the pointers, dividing the disc into 3 equal parts. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the disc and spun it vigorously. The disc whirled rapidly, gradually slowing down until it came to a complete stop. Lucini moved forward to unveil the paper strips indicated by the pointers. Congratulations, host. You have received a fully fortified off-road vehicle. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fully durable meow knife. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 skill points. The character attributes panel is now accessible. Before Lucini could examine the off-road vehicle and meow knife, a transparent screen glimmering with green light appeared before her, displaying the words character attributes at the top. Character attributes. Name, Lucini. Age, 20 years. Points, 0. Basic attributes. Strength, 10. Agility, 10.
Constitution, 10.
Spirit, 10. Skills, none. Teammates, none. Gazing at this reminiscent of a game character's attributes panel, Lucini fell into contemplation, a dubious thought creeping into her mind. Chapter 5. Loans to create a safe haven. Am I a game character? Certainly not. The host is a real person. The display of the attributes panel is merely to provide the host with a clearer understanding of their status. It's good to know it's not the case. Lucini dismissed her fleeting thoughts and contemplated how to allocate the 3 skill points from the gift pack. Currently, she had no skills, so her options were limited to the 4 categories of basic attributes. Ultimately, she decided to add 1 skill point each to strength, agility, and constitution. In an instant, she felt a noticeable difference in her physical condition, as if her body was brimming with strength, almost compelling her to throw a few punches. Afterward, she examined the other 2 items from the gift pack. The black off-road vehicle was imposing, with a chassis taller and bulkier than typical off-road vehicles on the market, reinforced with a robust bumper that radiated a rugged wildness, akin to a beast lurking in the shadows. The meow knife measured approximately 12 meters in length, its blade gleaming coldly at about 0.9 meters, with a black handle adorned with cloud patterns approximately 0.3 meters long, slender like a seedling, hence its name. In a post-apocalyptic world, cold weapons were often more suitable for dealing with zombies than firearms, especially in a country where acquiring firearms was no easy feat. The beginner gift pack she received was perfectly aligned with her needs. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, hunting zombies yields points, recruiting allies also grants points, alongside various random bonuses. Recruit allies? Lucini's gaze turned icy. In her previous life, she had been betrayed and abandoned by a teammate she had trusted for 3 years. Given a second chance, she resolved to forgo companionship and trust no one easily. Shifting the conversation away from allies, Lu Cini inquired, can land sustain livestock such as chickens, ducks, or fish? The system replied affirmatively. Satisfied, she nodded and began to strategize her tasks for the next 7 days after retrieving her belongings from storage. Her priorities were clear. First, to amass wealth. Second, to stockpile supplies. And finally, to transform her grandparents' self-built house in the countryside into a sturdy safe haven. Her grandparents had once been professors at H University, retiring to a plot of land where they built a 2-story house with front and backyards, intending to enjoy their twilight years. Regrettably, they passed away before they could relish their retirement, leaving only her mother as their sole child. Consequently, the house had remained vacant. Lu Cini resolved to put the property to use. However, executing her plans required funds. Upon checking her bank account, she discovered nearly 50,000 yuan accumulated from her childhood gifts, scholarships from her 2 years at university, part-time work earnings, and her mother's allowance. Adding the 12,000 yuan she had reclaimed from Zhuo Tianxiu, she possessed a total of 62,000 yuan. Yet, this sum was far from sufficient. Surveying the home she had inhabited for 20 years, she ultimately took the property deed and ventured out. Her intention was not to sell the house. 7 days did not permit time for that. Instead, she headed to a loan shark. The loan shark, notorious for their ruthless practices, offered her 1 million yuan, demanding an exorbitant 60% interest. In essence, borrowing 1 million would require her to repay 160,000. Furthermore, the repayment was due within a month, with the house as collateral. Listening to the loan shark's terms, Lu Cini could not suppress a cold laugh. It was evident they desired her property. However, this posed no threat to her. I can agree to use the house as collateral and assure you of repayment within a month, but you must increase the loan amount. She sat down confidently before the loan shark's desk, her gaze sharp. I wish to borrow 5 million. The loan shark scoffed. Such audacity. You, a mere university student, with a house that hardly holds that value. I can also place myself as collateral, Lu Cini replied calmly. If I fail to repay within a month, you may take the house, and I shall belong to you. Do with me as you wish. The loan shark regarded her with intrigue. The young woman was undeniably attractive. Her lively, clear eyes sparkled with mischief, reminiscent of a beguiling fox spirit from folklore. With a petite, flawless face and skin that glowed with health, she possessed an alluring physique. If she truly pledged herself to him, he could reap significant benefits. After deliberation, the loan shark conceded. 5 million is out of the question. How about 4 million? Lu Cini quickly assessed her options and feigned a conflicted expression. 4 million it is, but I need the funds immediately. Agreed. After confirming the transfer of 4 million, she signed the contract and, with the deed in hand, departed with a light step. The loan shark believed he had outsmarted her. But the true victor remained uncertain. With the funds secured, Lu Cini proceeded to the most renowned security company in Harbin, intending to hire professionals to construct her safe house, allowing her to focus on other matters. This company catered to affluent clients and major corporations, specializing in security systems. Upon arrival, she articulated her intentions clearly. To transform the house into a secure refuge, the first step was to erect a robust, collision-resistant, and explosion-proof high wall around the property. She chose the thickest alloy steel plates, envisioning a 10-meter-high wall encircling the house like a fortress. Next, she outlined the internal renovations, including bulletproof glass, soundproofing, surveillance cameras, ventilation systems, fire safety measures, and electrical provisions. With the impending apocalypse, utilities would gradually falter. Water was not a concern, as a well was located in the backyard, and her spatial villa could supply water as needed. Thus, ensuring electricity was her primary focus. She opted for a large diesel generator, planning to procure diesel in bulk once the crisis commenced. Lastly, she detailed modifications to both the exterior and interior of the high wall, requiring an electrified fence, multiple cameras, alarm systems, and ground traps. Inside the wall, a watchtower would allow her to survey the surroundings comprehensively. These are my requirements. Additionally, the renovations must be completed within 5 days, Lu Cini stated firmly. Upon hearing her demands, the security personnel were momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her as if to ascertain whether she was serious. However, noting her resolute expression and the underlying authority in her gaze, they refrained from further judgment. Miss Lu, we can accommodate your requests, but is 5 days not a bit rushed? It must be 5 days. I can provide a larger deposit, she insisted. With 7 days remaining until the apocalypse, she could not afford delays. After a moment of hesitation, the staff agreed to her terms. Ultimately, Lucini and the security company signed a contract stipulating a total project cost of 6 million yuan, with a 40% deposit due within 5 days, and the balance payable within a month after completion. Without hesitation, she paid a deposit of 240,000 yuan and left the company with the contract in hand. Securing a professionally crafted safe house for only 240,000 was a substantial gain for her. As for the remaining balance, she regretted that fate would prevent her from paying it. Following this, she rented a large cargo van from a rental agency, spending 5,000 yuan on the rental and deposit. To date, she retained approximately 166,000 yuan. While this sum appeared considerable, her goal of stockpiling necessitated even greater funds. Therefore, she turned to various online lending platforms, securing an additional sum of 700,000 yuan. Afterward, she did not forget to check her several credit cards, along with a certain platform's credit line, which together amounted to an available credit limit of approximately 150,000. She intended to exhaust it all while stockpiling supplies. While reviewing her credit cards, she discovered that a certain bank offered a lightning loan service, with funds almost instantly deposited. Thus, she took advantage of this platform to acquire an additional 150,000. Once all this was accomplished, night had fallen. Lucini flung herself onto her soft bed and picked up her phone to call her mother. In her previous life, when the apocalypse descended, she had tried to reach out to her mother but received no response. Now that she had been reborn, it was imperative that she warned her mother. However, when she alerted her mother about the impending apocalypse, hoping her mother and sister would return to be with her, her mother dismissed her concerns, believing she had merely been overwhelmed by nonsensical information online. Left with no choice, Lucini settled for advising her mother to stock up on food at home. That was all she could do. The next day, as dawn broke, Lucini suddenly awoke, instinctively reaching for her weapon only to encounter the soft bedding. After a moment of realization, she understood that the apocalypse had yet to arrive. She remained in a time of peace, with just 6 days remaining before the world would change. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Lucini changed into simple, casual attire, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and stepped outside. She needed to gather supplies and fill her storage room as much as possible. She did not wish to endure the desperate days of fighting over a mere loaf of bread again. Her first priority was food. Lucini drove a large truck to the countryside, intending to purchase rice directly from the farmers who cultivated it. While supermarket rice was priced at 3 to 4 yuan per jean, she could obtain it for just 2 yuan per jean from rural households. Over the course of 2 days, she visited several villages. After leaving each village, she would find a secluded spot to store the goods at her space before moving on to the next location. In addition to rice, she also visited a local oil mill to acquire a batch of freshly pressed rapeseed oil, which was far more fragrant and delicious than the processed oil sold in supermarkets. Furthermore, she procured sweet potatoes, corn, and rice, intending to use the corn and rice to feed chickens and ducks. Ultimately, she amassed 50 tons of rice, 10 tons of rapeseed oil, 5 tons of potatoes, 5 tons of sweet potatoes, 5 tons of corn, and 5 tons of rice, spending over 400,000 in total. Additionally, she ordered 30 live pigs from a pig farm, requesting the owner to send them to the slaughterhouse for processing, which she would collect the next day. This way, she would not only acquire pork, ribs, and trotters but also ears, head meat, lard, liver, and kidneys, all at a more reasonable price than purchasing pre-slaughtered meat from the market. The following day, Lucini drove her truck to a large wholesale market. Having activated her land function, she bought a variety of seeds, including spinach, radishes, cucumbers, tomatoes, broccoli, peppers, and pumpkins, as well as saplings of fruit trees like pears, apples, grapes, lychees, and mangoes. She also purchased 2,000 gene of beef, 1,000 gene of lamb, and a total of 2,000 gene of whole chickens, ducks, and rabbits, alongside 500 gene of chicken wings, feet, and legs. She acquired 500 boxes of beef and lamb rolls, essential for hot pot, as well as 500 gene of tripe and duck intestines. For aquatic products, she only bought 200 gene, planning to dig a fish pond in her land to raise them. Additionally, she purchased 30 chicks, 30 ducklings, and 4 breeding rabbits, intending to keep them on her land. In folded mode, her land required minimal effort, as she only needed to cultivate and raise on the original 10 square meters. To engage in planting and raising animals, professional tools were necessary. Thus, she also procured a batch of hoes, shovels, fishing nets, and other equipment. Subsequently, she ventured into the processed food section for a substantial shopping spree. Seasonings included salt, soy sauce, vinegar, white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, chili powder, MSG, Sichuan pepper, dried chilies, starch, and hot pot base. For grains, she gathered millet, corn grits, black rice, glutinous rice, green beans, soybeans, and red beans. In terms of flour and noodles, she acquired buckwheat flour, dragon beard noodles, egg noodles, knife-cut noodles, wheat flour, and glutinous rice flour. For instant foods, she purchased instant noodles, snail noodles, spicy noodles, self-heating pots. Canned ate treasure porridge, ham sausages, frozen dumplings, and soup balls. Dried goods included vermicelli, dried mushrooms, dried seaweed, nori, silver fungus, dried tofu, and dragon mouth vermicelli. Snacks comprised bread, potato chips, spicy strips, cookies, dried fruits, jelly, nuts, chocolate, ice cream, and various flavored candies. Beverages included mineral water, milk, yogurt, cola, and orange juice. Additionally, she bought a stock of skim milk powder, whole milk powder, oatmeal, soy milk powder, and black sesame paste. After leaving the wholesale market, she found a secluded location to store all her supplies in her space, then drove her truck to the slaughterhouse to collect her order. Once the pork was secured in her space, Lucinny parked her truck in a quiet alley not far from her residential complex before walking home. Having lived in the community for 20 years, she was familiar with her neighbors, and she feared that driving a large truck would arouse suspicion. Before the apocalypse arrived, she merely wished to quietly stockpile supplies. However, the usually deserted alley was filled with the sounds of a scuffle that day. Chapter 7. Continuing the stockpile, turning left and walking about 30 meters, Lucinny spotted 6 or 7 men clad in black leather jackets, mercilessly beating a single individual on the ground. After delivering a series of brutal kicks, they paused, allowing Lucinny to clearly see the victim's appearance. A young boy, seemingly around 17 or 18, lay on the ground, his messy black hair partially obscuring his furious eyes. His pallid skin bore a sickly hue, reminiscent of a vampire who had never seen sunlight. Even while lying down, his tall stature was evident, though he appeared emaciated, lacking even a modicum of flesh. It was no surprise that he was unable to resist against the 6 or 7 burly men who had left him bleeding from the corner of his mouth. It seemed the boy sensed her gaze, casting a glance her way, his fierce eyes resembling those of a lion poised to roar. Lucinny was about to look away when the group of men noticed her. "What are you staring at?" One of them snarled, his demeanor threatening. "Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Another one, equally menacing, coldly warned, "This is none of your business. Scram." At their words, Lucinny's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Did you build this road? Just because you tell me to leave, I must?" Initially, she had no intention of getting involved, but their attitude irked her. Furthermore, she was eager to test the enhancements her body had received from the system. "What kind of skill is it to bully a student? You big men?" she remarked, glancing at the boy, thinking he must be a high school student at his age. The first man to speak spat on the ground and took a few steps toward her, threateningly stating, "What? Are you planning to meddle? With your skinny arms and legs? I'd be afraid of accidentally breaking you. However," he added, "if you call me Big Brother nicely, I might just let you go." Lucinny was repulsed by his greasy expression and words. "Big Brother? You think you deserve that title?" Saying this, she clenched her fist and swung it toward his face. The other burly men, momentarily stunned, quickly charged at Lucinny. "You filthy woman! How dare you strike my brother?" Lucinny, uninterested in wasting words with them, made her stance clear with a direct punch. These individuals appear to have undergone training, distinguishing them from mere street thugs, prompting Lucinny to refrain from underestimating them. However, her physique had been augmented by the system, significantly enhancing her physical capabilities. With a swift strike, she landed a punch on a burly man's left cheek, instantly dislodging 3 of his teeth. In quick succession, she pivoted and seized the fist of another muscular man, twisting it forcefully, eliciting an immediate cry of pain from him. The group of burly men was evidently taken aback. The seemingly harmless and attractive young girl demonstrated unexpected ferocity. All 6 or 7 of them proved no match for her, suffering injuries at her hands. "You wretched girl, let's not cross paths again, or we shall ensure you regret it," they threatened, feigning bravado as they helped one another. Yet their eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Lucini glared at them fiercely and commanded, "Enough with the nonsense, get lost." They promptly fled in disarray. With a dismissive snort, Lucini turned and approached the young boy lying on the ground, casting her gaze down upon him. "Are you all right?" The boy remained sprawled on the ground, staring at her in a daze. The fading sunlight poured down from behind her, enveloping her in a golden aura that rendered her fair and beautiful visage somewhat ethereal. The boy parted his cracked lips, intending to speak, but his stomach growled audibly instead. Lucini feigned rummaging through her backpack, discreetly retrieving a piece of bread from her spatial storage and offering it to the boy. He did not take it, still gazing at her intently. "Aren't you hungry? Take it," she urged, shaking the bread in her hand. Growing impatient at his inaction, she tossed the bread onto him and turned her back, departing the alley. Having endured 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world and faced betrayal from her most trusted allies, Lucini was not one to easily trust anyone. Nonetheless, she resolved to retain a semblance of kindness, refusing to become a merciless machine devoid of humanity. Of course, should anyone dare to threaten her, she would show no mercy. Upon returning home, Lucini entered her spatial realm with a hoe in hand. She meticulously divided a 10-square-meter plot of land into 10 sections, ensuring that the separated areas would not interfere with one another. Furthermore, the land would only activate its folding mode while in use, allowing her to freely engage in planting and raising livestock on this space. The following day, Lucini awoke and began ordering takeout: fried chicken, pizza, milk tea, skewers, coffee, cakes, bread, and various delicacies, requesting 10 of each and scheduling a delivery time. After placing her order, she sought out restaurants with positive online reviews that did not offer delivery, calling each one to reserve 100 portions of their signature dishes, coordinating pickup times accordingly. Having finalized her meal orders, Lucini ventured out, focusing her stockpiling efforts on daily necessities, medications, tools, and clothing. Daily essentials included towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, toilet paper, and sanitary napkins. Medications focused on cold remedies, gastrointestinal treatments, hemostatics, antipyretics, antibiotics, vitamins, alcohol, bandages, iodine solution, and gauze. Tools comprised lighters, flashlights, batteries, tents, ropes, multifunctional knives, waterproof backpacks, power banks, and radios. Her clothing collection included underwear, short-sleeved and long-sleeved shirts, windbreakers, scarves, hats, socks, and slip-resistant, durable shoes. She particularly stocked up on winter coats, thermal clothing, and sweaters, anticipating a period of extreme cold lasting 2 weeks, followed by a month of intense heat. After amassing her supplies, Lucini retrieved her takeout as it arrived, waving her hand to store all of it in her space. In the blink of an eye, only 2 days remained before the apocalypse. Chapter 8. The arrival of the apocalypse the previous day. Lucini received a call from the security company informing her that her home renovations had been completed and she could come for an inspection at her convenience. She arranged to visit the security house for an inspection that morning, intending to stay there until the end of the world. At 8:30 in the morning, she shouldered her backpack and stepped outside. Exiting the community, Lucini hurried to the alley where her delivery truck was parked, preparing to drive out of the city. The return time she had agreed upon when renting the vehicle coincided perfectly with the afternoon 2 days later. When the apocalypse would have already commenced, who would be concerned with returning a vehicle then? Thus, she resolved not to return the truck. Since she had no intention of returning it, she figured it would be better to drive off with it, gaining an additional vehicle in the process. However, less than 10 minutes after departing, she found herself ensnared in traffic. Sitting upright, she peered ahead, observing the wide road choked with vehicles, arranged in a serpentine formation with no end in sight. Glancing to the left across the median, she noted that the opposite lane was equally gridlocked. A sense of unease began to creep into her mind as she quickly surveyed her surroundings. Approximately 100 meters ahead, a gas station appeared, with only a handful of vehicles trickling into queue for fuel. Both the vehicles in front and behind her blared their horns incessantly, indicating the driver's growing anxiety. Through the rearview mirror, Lucini caught sight of a lengthy line of cars behind her when suddenly, she noticed several people frantically exiting their vehicles, dashing forward in a panic. Curious drivers leaned out to catch a glimpse, only to be violently collided with by the rushing crowd. Others attempted to exit their cars to assess the situation, only to have their doors flung open by speeding electric bikes, sending them tumbling several meters away. Some drivers, disregarding the lengthy queue ahead, pressed the accelerator, recklessly plowing through several vehicles, ultimately creating an impassable blockade. Lucy's heart raced with alarming intensity as a sense of foreboding washed over her. Retrieving her gaze forward, she discovered that chaos had also erupted ahead. In her line of sight, countless individuals spilled from their cars, screaming in terror as they stumbled backward, while pedestrians began to flee in all directions, their panic rendering them indiscriminate. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, Lucy discerned a sound akin to a beastly howl. In the next moment, she witnessed a man with sunken eyes, veins bulging grotesquely, and a fierce demeanor, violently seize a woman by the shoulder before ruthlessly biting into her face. The woman shrieked in agony, yet the man remained undeterred, tearing away a bloody chunk of flesh. Shortly after, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. However, mere seconds later, the woman, once motionless, suddenly began to writhe, her limbs twisting into contorted positions, performing movements beyond human capability. Then, she sprang up from the ground with ferocity, lunging at a passerby with wild abandon. At this moment, her eyes had turned a grisly gray, and the wound on her face oozed dark blood. Yet she seemed utterly oblivious, fixated solely on tearing into the panicked crowd. The zombie outbreak has commenced, heralding the apocalypse 2 days earlier than anticipated. Lucy hastily started her vehicle, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she prepared to veer onto the adjacent bus lane. Fortunately, the bus lane was not yet completely obstructed, and her truck's larger size might allow her to carve a path through. However, just as the front of her truck edged towards the bus lane, a passenger-laden bus barreled towards her from behind, hurtling forward at breakneck speed and colliding heavily with the passenger side of her truck. The bus continued its serpentine advance, ultimately crashing into the gas station ahead. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted from the gas station, illuminating the night sky. The intense shockwave shattered the windows of nearby buildings and vehicles, sending shards of glass flying in all directions. The searing blaze ignited several cars outside the gas station, leading to a series of explosions. In an instant, the road was engulfed in flames and billowing smoke, consuming a horde of zombies and numerous survivors alike. Lucy was momentarily stunned by the explosion, her ears ringing and her mind buzzing. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her machete from her space and decisively abandoned her truck. No sooner had she stepped out of the vehicle than a source zombie, transformed by the virus, lunged towards her, arms outstretched. With a steely glare, Lucy swung her machete without hesitation, delivering a fierce blow to the zombie's head. In an instant, the blade cleaved a deep gash into the creature's skull, dark blood splattering across the nearby car window, causing a young woman clad in white to shriek in terror.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully hunted a zombie and earned 1 point, unlocking the points mall. Please continue to strive and accumulate more points. Lucy scoffed internally. Just 1 point for a single zombie? How miserly. But there was no time for such thoughts. She swung her machete again, aiming for the head of another zombie driver inside a nearby vehicle. Only then did she glance at the young woman in white, her piercing gaze silencing the girl, who could only ponder in her heart how this youthful beauty could be so ruthless in battle, striking down monsters without a flicker of an eye. And that long knife she wielded, was it truly a real weapon, not merely a prop? As Lucy prepared to leave, the young woman boldly rallied her companion and hurriedly exited the vehicle, closely following behind Lucy. Ignoring them, Lucy strode purposefully towards the nearby sidewalk. The entire city was engulfed in chaos, with panicked survivors fleeing and zombies in relentless pursuit, while vehicles lay strewn across the road, hinting that this was not the opportune moment to escape the city. The only course of action was to return home and seek an opportunity to venture to a safe house in the outskirts. Upon reaching the sidewalk, 2 zombies lunged at Lucy. Swiftly maneuvering behind them, she swung her machete, severing their heads with precision. After dispatching the 2, she casually kicked their lifeless bodies aside and continued onward.
Ah!
Be careful. Don't you see us behind you? The companion of the girl in white shouted in alarm. At the sound, Lucy turned, casting a cold glance at them, her voice icy as she warned. Do you wish to die? Her sharp gaze, akin to a blade, chilled the young woman, who shivered involuntarily, finding Lucy more fearsome than the ravenous zombies. Chapter 9. Escape. The girl in white quickly tugged at her companion, apologizing. I'm sorry, my friend is just frightened. She didn't mean to target you. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror as she pointed ahead, exclaiming, Watch out. Zombies are coming. As she spoke, Lucy, seemingly with eyes in the back of her head, swiftly dispatched the approaching zombie with a decisive strike. Continuing her march forward, the cries for help echoed around her. Help! Somebody save me!
Ah!
Who stepped on my hand? Don't step on me! Please, don't come near! Monsters, stay away! The chorus of wails and pleas was ultimately drowned out by the primal howls of the zombies. Lucini surveyed the hellish scene with indifference, her expression unchanging as she pressed onward. In her past life, when the apocalypse first erupted, she too had experienced the overwhelming panic and desperation for assistance that these people felt, but she would not allow herself to falter now. The streets were teeming with zombies. Slowing down would only place her in peril. Help! Help! The voice of the girl in white pierced through the chaos. Lucini turned to see several zombies blocking the path of the two young women. The girl in white waved a branch, scavenged from the ground, at the approaching zombies, but it proved utterly ineffective, splintering upon contact. What do we do? What do we do? Her companion cried, panic evident in her voice. Clutching the broken branch, the girl in white attempted to maintain her composure, assuring her friend, I will protect you. Nothing will happen to you. The zombies' guttural sounds intensified, their hands reaching out to grasp the two girls, further heightening their fear. In a sudden act of betrayal, the companion shoved the girl in white towards the zombies, seizing the opportunity to sprint away. As she passed by Lucini, the latter, seemingly by chance, extended her foot, tripping the girl.
Ah!
The girl fell, a pained cry escaping her lips. Yet before she could rise, two zombies lunged at her. Fear gripped her, and she screamed, Save me! Please help! I have so much money. I could give you a lot. Yet all she saw was Lucini's indifferent back, as the menacing zombies closed in. The girl in white turned back to witness her friend being torn apart, the zombies biting into her neck and abdomen, exposing her bloodied entrails. Stunned, she stood frozen, disbelief flooding her mind. She had never imagined her closest friend would sacrifice her to save herself, nor that such a fate would unfold before her eyes. The roar of a zombie jolted her back to reality. She quickly turned to find one mere inches away from her, its jaws poised to strike. With swift precision, Lucini's machete cleaved through the zombie's skull, dark blood spraying forth and staining the girl's white clothing. Looking up, she saw Lucini standing beside her, cold and resolute, her blade slick with blood. To the girl, Lucini seemed a fierce avenger, a savior in the midst of chaos. If Lucini were aware of her thoughts, she would have coldly declared, I am no savior, nor do I wish to be one. What are you waiting for?
Run!
Lucini's sharp words snapped the girl back to the moment. Yet before she could express her gratitude, Lucini had already turned and dashed away, leaving the girl to hurriedly follow in her wake. As she passed her once familiar companion, now a grotesque zombie covered in blood and flesh, the girl felt an indescribable sensation within her. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily averting her gaze, summoning all her strength to sprint fervently behind Lucini. It was only after they veered off the main road into a less zombie-infested street that Lucini finally halted, glancing back at the girl in white who had steadfastly followed her. You need not follow me any longer. Thank you so much for earlier. Had it not been for you, I might have become one of those monsters. The girl expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply to Lucini, her appreciation palpable. Do you know those are zombies? Lucini inquired, to which the girl, trembling slightly, replied, I have seen zombie films. This must be akin to a zombie outbreak. The apocalypse has arrived, hasn't it? Lucini, observing the approaching horde of zombies, replied gravely, You should find a safe place to hide, gather food and water, and wait for rescue. Will there be a rescue? The girl gazed at her with hopeful eyes. There will be, Lucini assured her, recalling the previous apocalypse when the nation actively organized rescue teams to aid survivors. Unfortunately, she had been less fortunate, missing the rescue and ultimately forced to stay with the Lu family, encountering Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian, forming a team that eventually betrayed her. It was precisely for this reason that she had intervened to save the girl in white when witnessing her betrayal. With that said, Lucini turned and walked away, skillfully evading the panicked pedestrians and the shrieking zombies, making her way back to the community as swiftly as possible. At that moment, during peak commuting hours, most of the young residents had already left, leaving only the elderly and school-aged children behind. As Lucini passed by the security booth, the door suddenly swung open. Instantly alert, she tightened her grip on the machete in her hand. I'm human, the security guard exclaimed hastily. You're Lucini, right? From Building 3, Apartment 602? Lu Xinyi remained silent, her vigilance unwavering. The guard, noticing the bloodied machete in her grasp, was taken aback. How could such a delicate-looking girl wield such a fearsome weapon? Shifting his gaze, the guard asked, "What on earth is happening outside? Why is everyone acting like they're insane, attacking one another?" "Unclear," Lu Xinyi replied sternly. "But I advise you not to wander about and lock the community gates tightly to prevent those zombies from getting in." Upon hearing the word zombies, the guard's demeanor shifted to panic. Okay. You should hurry inside. I'll secure the gate." Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of frantic cries erupted. "Help! Help!
Daddy! Mommy, I am scared."
It's Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi, what are you waiting for? Hurry and help us drive these monsters away." Following the sound, Lu Xinyi spotted the Lu family rushing toward her in a state of sheer panic, trailed by 7 or 8 zombies. What bad luck. Why are they here? She thought, pretending not to notice as she swiftly entered the community gate, calling to the guard, "Zombies are coming. Close the door." Upon hearing her, the guard wasted no time in shutting the door. "Don't close it. We're not inside yet," Lu Jinpeng shouted, racing towards the gate without a care for whether Zhao Qiuyun and Lu Qingkai were following. He pushed the guard aside and entered the gate. Wait for us," Zhao Qiuyun urged, dragging Lu Qingkai as they sprinted forward, barely making it before the zombies caught up. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Casting a fearful glance at the zombies now trapped outside the gate before turning to Lu Jinpeng with a displeased expression. Feeling guilty under her gaze, Lu Jinpeng averted his eyes, only to spot Lu Xinyi's departing figure, which ignited his frustration. "Lu Xinyi, you heartless daughter. How could you stand by while your father is left to die?" he yelled, rushing toward her and seizing her arm to pull her back. "You were the one who told the guard to close the door, weren't you? You wanted to leave your father outside to be devoured by those monsters?" Lu Xinyi met his gaze coldly, replying, "Yes, I instructed the guard to close the door. And what of it? You. I'll kill you." Lu Jinpeng raised his hand, but before he could strike, Lu Xinyi raised her machete, pressing it against his neck.
"Strike me?"
"I would relish seeing whether your hand moves faster than my blade." The machete, stained with blood of unknown origin, sent a chill down Lu Jinpeng's spine. When Zhao Qiuyun and Lu Qingkai arrived, they too were horrified by the scene. "Xinyi, please don't act rashly. He is your father." "Yes, I'm your dad. You can't kill me." Lu Xinyi regarded them coolly, about to speak when a thunderous roar echoed from above. She quickly looked up to see a massive passenger airplane, its tail engulfed in smoke, plummeting from the sky, aimed directly at their community. If the aircraft were to crash, it would undoubtedly cause a catastrophic explosion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinyi abandoned her confrontation with Lu Jinpeng and turned to flee from the community. She had considered entering her space, but she knew that wherever she entered, she would emerge in the same place. If that place became rubble, she would be crushed beneath it. Thus, her only choice was to escape. Lu Jinpeng and the others were momentarily bewildered by her sudden action, but soon their attention was drawn to the rapidly descending plane overhead. "Oh my god, it's crashing!" Lu Jinpeng screamed, sprinting toward the community exit. Zhao Qiuyun, seeing this, hurriedly pulled Lu Qingkai along, following closely behind. The security guard was also terrified, quickly overtaking Zhao Qiuyun and Lu Qingkai, trailing after Lu Jinpeng. As Lu Xinyi dashed outside, the zombies failed to catch even a glimpse of her clothing, remaining clustered at the community entrance. Seeing Lu Jinpeng and the others emerge, they immediately turned to pursue. "Get away! You monsters, clear off!" Lu Jinpeng kicked a zombie, toppling it, but another lunged at him. "Husband, save us!" Zhao Qiuyun clutched Lu Qingkai tightly, terrified as they dodged the zombies, narrowly escaping their grasp multiple times. Lu Jinpeng glanced back at the mother and son, then, after pushing another zombie aside, rushed to their side, grabbing Lu Qingkai's hand to flee. However, more zombies were closing in, and the airplane was moments away from crashing. They had to act quickly. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Jinpeng's eyes. He seized the guard by the shoulders, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother, I'm sorry," and ruthlessly pushed him toward the oncoming zombies. Ignoring the horrified expressions of Zhao Qiuyun and Lu Qingkai, he urged, "Run." The mother and son, snapping back to reality, could only ignore the guard's heart-wrenching cries and hurriedly followed Lu Jinpeng. Having already put considerable distance between herself and the chaos, Lu Xinyi did not miss the unfolding drama. When she saw Lu Jinpeng sacrifice the guard, she felt no shock. This was simply who he was, a selfish individual who cared little for the lives of others as long as he survived. The deafening roar drew closer, prompting Lu Xinyi to accelerate her pace, running at full speed while casting a glance over her shoulder. That fleeting glance sent her heart racing to her throat. The colossal passenger aircraft plummeted swiftly, its wings slicing through the 20-story buildings like a knife through tofu, causing the concrete structures to collapse with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a cloud of dust surged high into the air, while debris scattered in all directions. Then, with a deafening crash, the aircraft struck the ground, the explosive sound echoing across the sky, engulfing the area in thick smoke and roaring flames. Coughing violently, Lu Xinyi gradually regained consciousness, unable to suppress her fit of coughing, which resulted in a mouthful of blood. Moments before, when the plane crashed and exploded, she had been knocked unconscious by the powerful shockwave that trembled the ground beneath her, leaving her unaware of the position in which she fell. Now, she felt a sharp pain in her knees and elbows, her palms grazed by the rough ground, and her face bore slight abrasions, damp with what seemed to be a trickle of blood. The air was thick with dust, rendering the sky a hazy gray, and her mouth and nasal passages felt as though coated in a viscous substance, provoking a wave of nausea. After spitting several times, she managed to alleviate the discomfort in her mouth. Struggling to rise on her knees, she glanced back at the site of the crash, where the aircraft was now a mangled wreck, flames still licking the sky, surrounded by scattered remnants of the plane. Behind the wreckage, the once towering buildings had been reduced to a chaotic ruin. The low growls of zombies echoed ominously, accompanied by the mechanical thuds of countless undead approaching from all directions, drawn in by the explosive sounds of the crash. Chapter 11. Emptying the hot pot restaurant. The cacophony of footsteps hinted at the presence of several hundred zombies. Lu Xinyi lacked the strength to confront such a horde and knew that her only option was to find a place to hide. Ignoring her injuries, she seized a machete and swiftly made her way to the right. 200 meters ahead lay a subway station, from which a continuous stream of zombies surged forth, accompanied by the panicked screams of survivors. Behind her was the crash site. To the left lay a dead end, leaving her no choice but to sprint to the right. To her right was a dining street approximately 500 meters long, and at this early hour, the crowd was sparse, resulting in fewer zombies. However, as she fought her way through the undead, nearing the halfway mark, a mass of zombies surged toward her from the end of the street, undoubtedly attracted by the sound of the explosion. Instantly, she halted, glanced around, and darted into a nearby hot pot restaurant, hastily shutting the heavy wooden door behind her. The restaurant had 2 floors and was closed for business, with only a few scattered staff members present. Unfortunately, all of them had turned into zombies. Upon hearing the commotion, the undead employees lurched toward Lu Xinyi. Without hesitation, she swung her machete, decapitating a female zombie with a swift, precise strike. Blood spraying as the head rolled to the front desk. The remaining zombies met a similar fate at her hands. Having dealt with the immediate threat, she quickly ascended to the second floor. It was eerily quiet there, and she tread lightly to the window, crouching behind the wall to observe the situation below. The horde of zombies stumbled outside the hot pot restaurant, their grotesque features visible in the street below. Soon, they reached the spot where she had fallen, merging with a throng of zombies emerging from the subway station, significantly swelling their numbers. To her dismay, she noted that even more zombies were converging on the area. From her vantage point at another window, she recognized the danger of remaining in the restaurant, as the nearby zombies were too numerous. She needed to leave swiftly in search of a more secure refuge. However, exiting through the front door was not an option. Thus, she resolved to risk passing through the back door to the residential area behind the restaurant. Before acting, she retrieved a drone from her supplies and skillfully piloted it out the window, surveying the surroundings of the back entrance. The drone soared high, evading the grasp of any zombies that might notice it. After assessing the situation, she guided the drone back, relieved to have found a potential escape route. Having secured her way out, she took a moment to quench her thirst with some bottled water before stowing it in her backpack. Approaching the front window once more, she observed that the number of zombies below had decreased slightly. With careful steps, she descended the stairs, moving swiftly into the kitchen. This was a hot pot restaurant, and she could not simply leave without claiming her share. The kitchen was stocked with fresh ingredients prepared for the day: spicy beef, pork belly, and various delicacies, all of which she stored in her supplies. She also collected the restaurant's unique hot pot base, beverages like beer, liquor, cola, and even essentials such as napkins and pots for cooking. Having gathered provisions like a bird plucking feathers, Lucini finally opened the back door of the hot pot restaurant and entered the residential area. Based on her earlier reconnaissance with the drone, she deduced that the southeast exit was less populated by zombies, so she aimed to make her escape that way. However, as she cautiously navigated past a residential building, she heard voices calling from above. "Hey, beautiful." A young couple stood at a third-floor window, the man in a black t-shirt beckoning her. "What's the situation outside? Could you bring us some food? We're running low." The woman chimed in, "Sister, could you pick up some ice cream from the supermarket at the entrance?" "I love ice cream." The man added, "Oh, and grab me some cigarettes too. I'm almost out." Lucini regarded the audacity of these two individuals, her expression unchanged as she turned to walk away. Their loud voices attracted several nearby zombies. Although these zombies were not particularly formidable, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. As she attempted to leave, the couple grew more insistent. "Hey, we're talking to you. Why are you leaving? We're not offering you nothing. Why the attitude?" "Yeah, just because you have a knife doesn't make you special. Once the government deals with these monsters, you'll wish you had helped us." The noise continued to draw more zombies, blocking Lucini's path. Reluctantly, she drew her machete, swiftly dispatching the undead in her way. To her surprise, her display of prowess only excited the couple further. "Since you're so capable, bringing us some food should be a piece of cake for you. I'm afraid you might find my request too burdensome, but how can you be so heartless? Indeed, you are just standing by while others suffer. You possess the ability to assist, so why do you not extend your hand to help more people? Your selfishness is astounding." Lucini found herself amused by the shameless remarks of the two individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, there will always be those who incessantly complain, failing to recognize their own realities. The two upstairs continued to yell at her, but when they suddenly noticed her absence, confusion washed over them. Not long after, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside their door. The two exchanged worried glances, their eyes darting towards the closed door. Moments later, a man called out, "Who is it?" A clear and melodious female voice replied, "Open the door, I bring warmth." Upon hearing the female voice, the two inside felt a slight sense of relief. They approached the door, and the man peered outside, where he saw a tall, striking young woman standing there. "It's the person from downstairs," he whispered to his girlfriend. "Should we open the door?"
Why not?
"She might be bringing us food." The man nodded and cautiously opened the door. However, as soon as the door creaked open, a zombie, missing an eye and oozing dark blood from its hollow socket, lunged at him with its mouth agape, causing him to stumble back in fright and fall to the ground. The woman screamed in terror, her face pale as she attempted to flee. But her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her completely immobile. "Are you really that easily frightened?" A voice filled with derision came from behind the zombie. Then, they saw a slender figure appear behind it. "Are you trying to kill us?" the man exclaimed, still seated on the floor, his legs trembling uncontrollably, directing an angry glare at Lucini. "A mere one-armed zombie has you this terrified?" Lucini remarked with a cold smile, holding the rope that bound the zombie's neck, securing it in front of her. Only then did the couple notice that the zombie's arms had been severed by a sharp blade, and thick, dark blood continued to seep from the wounds. Had it not been for this, the man would have surely fallen victim to the zombie-ass bite at the moment he opened the door. "What is it that you truly want?" As the threat of the zombie dissipated, the man hurriedly got to his feet, glaring at Lucini with anger. "Didn't you ask me to bring you food? Here you go, no need to thank me," she replied, kicking the zombie into the room and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. She then turned away, disregarding the panicked screams within, and made her way downstairs. If the couple managed to eliminate the zombie, it would be a sign that their lives were meant to continue. If they were bitten, it would only reflect their incompetence in handling a one-armed zombie. Reaching the entrance of the community, Lucini surveyed the situation outside. Most of the zombies nearby had been lured away by the sounds of the explosions, significantly reducing their numbers on this street. Nevertheless, she remained cautious. Carefully avoiding the zombies on the street, she arrived at the supermarket mentioned by the couple. The supermarket was modest in size, its inventory paled in comparison to larger stores. Yet Lucini still stepped inside. No sooner had she entered than a zombie lunged at her. This male zombie was still clad in a cashier's uniform, its veins bulging, eyes dull and protruding, yet its skin bore no wounds, only a residue of sticky blood on its mouth. This was an original infected zombie. Lucini swiftly kicked the zombie away and drew her knife. As the zombie charged at her again, she plunged the knife into its forehead. Given the recent outbreak of the zombie virus, neither the zombies nor the survivors had evolved, so she did not bother to search the zombie's brain for a crystal core. Lucini continued deeper into the store, and as she circled around a shelf lined with boxed milk, she spotted a female zombie, also in a cashier's uniform. Lying on the floor, her abdomen bore a large bloody hole, intestines and organs spilling onto the ground, creating a pool of glaring red blood. Yet, she had not succumbed to death. Instead, she had transformed into a zombie, incessantly emitting guttural sounds. Spotting Lucini, she immediately flailed her arms, attempting to grasp her. With an expressionless face, Lucini delivered a swift strike, silencing the zombie. After thoroughly inspecting the supermarket, she found no other zombies aside from the two she had encountered. Nor did she see a single survivor. Finally, she glanced at the surveillance cameras installed in the supermarket. Though the world had descended into chaos, it was unlikely many would think to check the footage. However, just in case, she dismantled the cameras. Subsequently, Lucini located the supermarket's storage room. While small, it was well stocked with rice, flour, oil, various convenience foods, snacks, beverages, toiletries, and daily necessities. Lucini collected everything from the storage room without hesitation. She chose not to take the items from the shelves outside, as the community was just behind the supermarket, and there would undoubtedly be other survivors. Once the initial chaos subsided, those survivors would surely emerge to search for food. Her space was already filled with ample supplies, and she had the ability to cultivate her own food, so there was no need to be ruthless and sever the lifelines of others. As she exited the supermarket, she caught sight of a figure rushing toward her, wielding a fire axe, with a throng of zombies trailing behind. Simultaneously, the individual spotted her and began waving their arms excitedly, shouting, "It's you! How wonderful! You're still alive! Who is this person?" Lucini thought to herself, perplexed, as the individual rapidly approached. "I've seen you again, this is fantastic." Lucini raised her eyes to scrutinize the newcomer. The person was a teenager, around 17 or 18, remarkably tall, making her 172 centimeters height barely reach his ear. His skin was exceptionally fair, as though it had never been kissed by sunlight, and his face bore the youthful innocence characteristic of his age. His dark brown eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at her, and his thin lips curved into a broad smile. He seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him before. But before Lucini could recall who he was, he seized her wrist and pulled her forward at a frantic pace. Is this person unhinged? Lucini pondered, attempting to break free, but he held onto her tightly, as if fearing she might vanish. There are too many of these monsters, and they can bite. It's terrifying. But don't worry, I run fast. They won't catch us. You know, when I saw you just now, I was so happy. The boy chattered on as they ran, his face illuminated by a joyful smile. Seemingly oblivious to the approaching zombies, Lucini felt exasperated, forcefully shaking off his grip and snapping, "Who are you? Let go of me." The boy immediately halted, turning to her with a downcast expression, urgently exclaiming, "You don't remember me? That day you helped me chase off those bullies and even gave me food. I've never forgotten that." Oh, now she remembered. Lucini recalled the encounter but retorted coldly, "So what? I don't know you. Stop following me." As she finished speaking, she took a step to leave, only to be halted by the boy clutching the hem of her clothing. "May I accompany you?" His eyes, pure and bright, gazed intently at her, brimming with anticipation and anxiety. At that moment, a chime sounded, detected a member wishing to join the host's team. "Do you agree?" Chapter 13. Is the host really going to refuse? The system's voice left Lucini momentarily stunned. This boy wanted to team up with her, and the system had detected it? Refuse, Lucini thought resolutely. She had no need for allies, especially not after being betrayed and abandoned by teammates before. Rest assured, any teammate registered in the system will have their soul bound to the host, and will never betray them. Never betray? Lucini scoffed inwardly. That statement was nothing more than a jest. Even if she were inclined to recruit allies, she must first ascertain their worthiness to join her ranks. This boy, tall and handsome, appeared quite obedient, much like a golden retriever. However, he was still unworthy of being her comrade. In this apocalyptic era, she would never recruit a teammate who would hold her back. Noticing Lucini's prolonged silence, The boy's hopeful gaze turned anxious. He withdrew his hand, gripping his own clothing tightly, and nervously asked, "Is it possible?" Meeting his pleading eyes, Lu Cini coldly inquired, "You wish to accompany me? Are you willing to sell your soul to me?" The boy paused, seemingly not comprehending her words. Yet, a mere second later, he nodded without hesitation, "I am willing. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do." His demeanor suggested he feared that a delayed response would cause her to retract her offer. No sooner had he spoken than both he and Lu Cini's expressions darkened as they turned to face the approaching zombies. In unison, they swung their weapons, a machete and an axe, striking down the zombies that charged toward them. Lu Cini swiftly dispatched several zombies, only to see that the boy's axe had become lodged in a zombie's head and was momentarily stuck. How could this boy manage to slay zombies with one blow, yet have been so brutally beaten by a few individuals earlier? However, she did not dwell on it, quickly shifting her gaze to continue her escape. She did not even know his name or background. How could she allow him to join her team so easily? Yet, after walking a short distance, she realized the boy had followed her closely, matching her pace. Lu Cini halted, turning sharply to declare, "Do not follow me. If you continue to trail me, do not blame me for being unfriendly." The boy looked at her with pitiful eyes. "But there are monsters everywhere. I do not know where to go alone. I need to find a place to hide and wait for rescue." Lu Cini's tone remained firm. "In any case, do not follow me. You can trust me. I will not hold you back." The boy earnestly pleaded, "You saw, I can kill those monsters. I may not be as strong as you, but I will strive to become as formidable as you. Can I please accompany you?"
Ding.
The system's voice chimed again, detected a member wishing to join the host's team. "Do you agree?" Lu Cini was about to refuse without a second thought when the system interjected, "Recruiting a teammate could earn you between 1,000 and 3,000 points. Are you truly not considering it? Host, you see, you have only earned 86 points for killing so many zombies. By recruiting a teammate, you would gain a minimum of 1,000 points. Are you really going to refuse?" The system's voice resonated like a siren's call, enticing Lu Cini. It was impossible not to feel tempted. She would have to slay 1,000 zombies to earn the minimum points the system offered. However, having endured betrayal and abandonment by teammates in her past life, she would never casually accept a stranger as her ally. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Cini addressed the boy, "If you can kill 50 zombies without being bitten, I will allow you to accompany me." Although the boy had indeed slain zombies moments ago, as an ordinary person, accomplishing the feat of killing 50 zombies without sustaining a bite would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Surely, this challenge would deter him. The boy's excitement was palpable as he eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I will go kill 50 zombies right now. I will definitely succeed." With that, he donned a joyful smile. Gripping his fire axe tightly, and without hesitation, charged toward the approaching zombies. Lu Cini observed his swift and precise strikes, narrowing her eyes slightly. This boy, appearing harmless, was surprisingly fierce in battle. After shaking off this inexplicable boy, Lu Cini continued down the street, simultaneously slaying zombies and seeking out resources to gather. The streets near the residential area were teeming with various dining establishments. She could spare some supplies from the supermarket for survivors, but the perishables from the restaurants were of no use, as they would spoil quickly. Thus, she ransacked every restaurant she passed, collecting vegetables, fruits, noodles, assorted meats, frozen foods, and beverages, taking everything that remained unspoiled into her space. Fortunately, there were few survivors on the street, likely hiding away, so Lu Cini was not concerned about being discovered. Having looted 4 or 5 restaurants, Lu Cini passed by a gold shop and on a whim, turned to enter. While others might think it imprudent to seek gold in a world where even eating was a struggle, Lu Cini possessed an expansive space capable of accommodating even the entire shop's worth of gold without taking up much room. Consequently, after dispatching a few zombies inside, she promptly stored all the gold jewelry and bars in her space. Upon exiting the gold shop, she was met by the boy, who had sprinted to her side with remarkable speed, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "I have killed 50 zombies," he proclaimed proudly, his clear eyes shimmering with joy. Given that the zombie virus had just erupted, many lacked the courage to confront zombies. That he could achieve such a feat so quickly astonished Lu Cini. She scrutinized him closely. His short-sleeved shirt was now saturated with blood, obscuring its original color, and his hands and arms bore numerous bloodstains, while the blade of his fire axe was chipped and damaged. This clearly indicated that the battle to slay those 50 zombies had been intense. "You weren't bitten?" Lucini inquired, raising her gaze to meet his. Perhaps due to the recent fierce combat, his previously pale face now bore a faint flush, with a few blood splatters on his right cheek.
No.
He replied succinctly, as if he were a diligent student awaiting praise for completing his homework. Since you are so skilled, able to kill 50 zombies with such ease, why were you so brutally beaten by those individuals that day? Lucini could not help but voice her curiosity. The boy's gaze fell shyly, and he murmured, I was too hungry that day. Once I am hungry, I become weak all over. Lucini found herself at a loss for words. The boy raised his eyes, looking at her with nervous anticipation, and cautiously asked, I have killed 50 zombies. Now, can I accompany you? Chapter 14. Do not open the door as soon as the boy finished speaking. Lucini heard the system's request to join again. Without hesitation, she chose to refuse, silently observing the tall yet slender boy before her. She was unaware of his true nature or background, and could not fathom why he was so insistent on teaming up with her. Nevertheless, she had to concede that he was indeed proficient at slaying zombies. Allowing him to follow her would certainly alleviate some of her burdens, particularly in terms of zombie extermination, as she would not need to act alone at all times. However, to simply accept him as a teammate was out of the question. A teammate signifies trust, and he had yet to earn hers. Perhaps she could allow him to accompany her temporarily. Should he harbor any ill intentions or slow her down, she would not hesitate to abandon him. Do you wish to walk with me? The young man nodded vigorously. Lucini coldly declared, To accompany me means that all matters must adhere to my will. You shall not hinder my progress, nor defy my commands. The young man nodded repeatedly, resolutely stating, Rest assured, I will heed your every word, and will never impede you. Remember your words. If you fail to uphold them, then you might as well leave at once. I will certainly manage. Observing the young man's determined and solemn demeanor, Lucini merely nodded faintly. Promises spoken are of little value. Actual capability must be demonstrated through action. Should he falter, she would sever ties without a second thought. Then let us proceed. Upon Lucini's agreement, the young man immediately beamed with a bright smile. Nearly bursting with joy, he quietly edged closer to her, hoping to bridge the distance. However, the sharp blade of a long knife was quickly directed at him, compelling him to halt. Do not come near. You are filthy. The young man glanced down at his soiled clothing and, feeling disheartened, lamented, Am I truly that dirty? Lucini, her expression unyielding, replied, Isn't dirty? The young man lowered his head, silent and dejected. Ignoring his pitiful appearance, Lucini sternly commanded, Maintain at least 2 meters distance. The young man raised his gaze, looking at her with pleading eyes, but, remembering his earlier promise, he obediently nodded and softly murmured, I understand. He then shuffled a few steps away from her. Only then did Lucini allow her gaze to wander. Her disdain for the bloodstains of the undead was one reason. More importantly, she knew nothing of him and could not afford to lower her guard. The two continued along the street. Whenever a zombie appeared, the young man would spring into action, swiftly and decisively dispatching them, requiring no assistance from Lucini. As they passed a dining establishment, Lucini instructed the young man to handle any approaching zombies outside while she stealthily entered to gather supplies, careful to avoid his line of sight. After raiding several shops, they reached the intersection at the end of the street. Just as they arrived, Lucini heard a piercing screech of brakes from the left. Moments later, a black Audi sped through the street, crashing into various vehicles before slamming into a streetlight with a resounding thud. The towering streetlight was snapped in two, hurtling directly towards Lucini and the young man.
Dodge!
Lucini shouted, leaping nimbly to evade the falling light. She glanced back at the young man, relieved to see him safe before redirecting her focus to the Audi. Inside, a family of 3 sat, a mother clutching her daughter in the passenger seat, while the back was filled with luggage, indicating their intent to escape the city. Tragically, this family met their demise in the crash. The screeching brakes and the impact had instantly attracted the attention of all nearby zombies. A horde of zombies approached from the direction of the Audi, their numbers easily exceeding 100. Additionally, zombies from the other 2 directions of the intersection began to converge. At this moment, Lucini and her companion had no choice but to confront the zombies or retreat back the way they came. Unfortunately, the remaining zombies from their initial path were also drawn to the commotion. In an instant, they found themselves encircled by a throng of the undead at the intersection. Lucini quickly surveyed the four directions, her mind racing. Straight ahead, over 600 meters away, stood a large supermarket. If they could shake off the zombies, they could seek refuge within and stock up on supplies. Resolute, Lucini turned to the young man and declared, "Run." With that command, she surged forward like the wind, sprinting at full speed. The young man, seeing this, hurried to follow her. The approaching horde of zombies, upon spotting the two, surged towards them with excitement, arms flailing and eager to seize them. Lucini tightened her grip on the knife, slicing through the zombies that blocked her path as she ran. The sharp blade effortlessly cleaved through their skulls, blood spraying as the undead collapsed. In the short span of 200 meters, Lucini had dispatched over a dozen zombies. She glanced back at the young man trailing behind, noting his serious expression as he wielded a fire axe to take down the zombies that charged at him. Though he had not slain as many as she, he had nonetheless eliminated several. As long as he did not hinder her, that sufficed. Lucini returned her gaze to the relentless onslaught of zombies, once again swinging her knife. After a furious dash, the two finally reached the supermarket. However, upon arriving at the entrance, Lucini discovered that the sliding doors had been tightly bound with fabric from the inside. Inside, over 20 men and women were anxiously watching the two, glancing nervously at the approaching zombies.
Quick.
"Open the door and let them in," urged a short-haired girl, but was immediately met with opposition. "We cannot open the door. Look at that man. He is covered in blood. Who knows if he has been bitten? There are so many zombies behind them. We absolutely cannot open the door. Yes, we cannot let them in. Otherwise, we will all perish. But if we do not let them in, they will die out there," the short-haired girl insisted. "The zombies are not close yet. We can still open the door." Yet, her words were met with resolute dissent. Lucini stood outside, her gaze cold as she regarded the people within. The scene evoked memories of her past life, when she was mercilessly shut out by her own teammates. Shaking off her thoughts, Lucini turned to the horde of zombies, now roughly 100 meters away, and stepped forward, thrusting her knife through the gap in the sliding doors. Chapter 15. Entering the supermarket, what do you think you are doing? The people inside panicked at the sight, shouting sternly. Before anyone could intervene, Lucini's sharp knife easily severed the fabric binding the door. As she pushed the door open, she called to the young man, "Keep up." Then she swiftly slipped inside. "You cannot do this. We've worked hard to secure the door. If you break it open, you are inviting the zombies in." One of the men rushed forward, reaching out to poke Lucini's shoulder. She seized his wrist, twisting it painfully before stuffing the binding fabric into his mouth before he could cry out in pain. "If you wish to hasten the arrival of those zombies outside, feel free to shout." After coldly stating this, Lucini, concealed by her backpack, retrieved 5 stainless steel chains from her space. She had scavenged these from a hardware store earlier, not expecting to put them to use so soon. The supermarket had 2 sliding doors, and the other door was likewise secured with fabric by the group. Lucini handed 3 chains to the young man, instructing him to lock the door before taking the remaining 2 to secure the other door. Completing this task, she noted that the horde of zombies was now only 30 to 40 meters away. Without pausing, she urged the young man to follow as she dashed deeper inside. The 20 or so individuals were taken aback by her organized actions, clearly not expecting her to be equipped with so many chains. As they saw the 2 of them run away, the group snapped back to reality and quickly moved away from the entrance, striving to remain undetected by the zombies. The first floor does not encompass the supermarket's operational scope. Instead, it comprises clothing stores, dining establishments, tea shops, and jewelry stores. The actual supermarket resides on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Exiting the supermarket's entrance, Lucini began her inspection of the first floor. Noticing several lifeless zombies sprawled across the ground, uncertain if they had been dispatched by the earlier group of people. After confirming that the first floor posed no danger and that the other exit was securely locked, Lucini entered a sports apparel store. She retrieved a black backpack from the shelves and handed it to the boy, saying, "If you desire anything to eat later, pack it in this bag. How much you choose to take is your own affair. I shall neither interfere nor support you." As she spoke, she surveyed the various styles of sportswear in the store and added, "Moreover, change out of those filthy clothes you are wearing." The boy, clutching the backpack, nodded obediently. "I understand." He wandered through the array of shelves, yet his brow furrowed in indecision. Approaching Lucini, he cautiously inquired, "Which outfit do you think looks good on me?" Lucini cast him a curious glance and replied nonchalantly, "Wear whatever you wish." Although the boy felt a twinge of disappointment, he complied and began selecting clothing. Ignoring him, Lucini took the opportunity to step into the store's storage room, where numerous unopened garments, shoes, and socks were stored. After a quick glance around the storage room and confirming the absence of cameras, she waved her hand, collecting all the stock into her space. Upon exiting the storage room, she found the boy standing in front of the fitting mirror, having changed into a black short-sleeved shirt and black pants, his shoes also black. She overheard him muttering, "Now, even if I get blood on it, it shouldn't show too much." Lucini pretended not to hear him and selected a dark sports outfit to change into herself. Although she was still in jeans, which did not hinder her from slaying zombies, they were far less convenient than sportswear. When both had emerged from the store in their new attire, Lucini noticed the previous group of people watching them warily from a distance. Disregarding them, she proceeded to ascend to the second floor, only to hear one of the group call out, "Please, wait a moment." Shortly after, a refined man in his mid-30s, wearing glasses, approached them with a friendly smile. "The outside is chaotic. It is fate that we can gather in this supermarket. Why not join us in our endeavors? There is strength in numbers, and we can look out for each other, don't you think?" Lucini remained silent, casting him a cold glance before surveying the group behind him. She clearly recalled that nearly half of them had refused to open the door for her and the boy earlier. Now they were inviting them to join? She wondered what his intentions truly were. "No, thank you," Lucini replied curtly, proceeding upstairs. The boy turned back, a chilling glint now reflected in his once clear eyes. After casting a deep gaze at the group, he quickly followed Lucini. "I told you they wouldn't join us, yet you insisted on recruiting them." One person scoffed as they approached the bespectacled man. "Now they've gone upstairs. What are we waiting for? We should hurry." Others echoed, "Yes. Those two are carrying bags. They must be here to collect supplies. We need to follow them and keep an eye on what they take. We cannot let them get too much." "Indeed. We arrived first. If anyone should take supplies, it should be us." The voices belonged almost entirely to those who had just denied Lucini and the boy entry. Without waiting for the bespectacled man to respond, the group rushed into the clothing store, each grabbing a bag before swiftly making their way to the second floor. The rest, fearing they would miss out on the supplies, hurriedly followed suit. Soon, only the bespectacled man and the short-haired girl, who had initially suggested opening the door, remained. "Uncle, what should we do now?" the girl asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. The bespectacled man sighed. "Let us also take a bag and head upstairs to gather supplies." The second floor contained mostly clothing, daily necessities, toiletries, kitchen items, and appliances, while food was primarily on the third floor. Lucini pressed on without pause, dispatching any obstructive zombies before continuing her ascent to the third floor. The number of zombies on the third floor was noticeably greater. While only a dozen roamed the second floor, dozens awaited on the third. The early-stage zombies of the apocalypse had not yet mutated. They moved sluggishly and rigidly, capable only of ascending but not descending. Thus, even if the zombies on the second and third floors heard commotion from below, they could not descend. "You go that way, and I'll go this way." After eliminating a few zombies in front of her, Lucini gestured toward the right side of the convenience food area, directing the boy, while she herself ventured into the left side's deli section. Destroying the supermarket's cameras, she avoided the boy's gaze and quickly stored the deli foods into her space. Just as she exited the deli, the earlier group arrived on the third floor.
"Ah, zombies."
A panicked scream pierced the air, instantly drawing all the zombies on the third floor toward them. "Hurry! The zombies are coming!"
"Kill them." "Ah."
"Don't come near. You monsters, stay away."
"Help me."
"Please. I don't want to die." The scene erupted into chaos. The 20 or so individuals scattered like leaves in the wind, quickly overwhelmed by the zombies. A woman in her 50s stumbled and fell, and before she could rise, a zombie seized her right calf and sank its teeth into her leg, tearing flesh and muscle away. The woman screamed in agony, kicking at the zombie's head, but her movements gradually slowed, her eyes dulling as her body twisted grotesquely.
Meanwhile,
others fared no better, with 2 more people bitten by zombies. The scent of blood excited the zombies, prompting them to launch ferocious attacks on all the remaining survivors. Among the crowd, young men and women desperately sought weapons to fend off the advancing zombies. However, facing dozens of them proved to be a formidable challenge. The short-haired girl struck a zombie with a 3-kilogram bottle of laundry detergent, killing it, but as she stood, another zombie grasped her shoulder, pushing her against a nearby shelf. Bottles of laundry detergent tumbled from the shelf, striking both the zombie and the girl on the head. Dazed, she glanced toward the bespectacled man, signaling for help. "Uncle, save me." The bespectacled man was equally caught up in his own struggles, his heart racing at the sight of the short-haired girl in peril. Yet he was entangled with two zombies. Meow meow. As the girl faced imminent danger, the man's eyes widened in terror, brimming with sorrow and anger. Just then, a flash of cold light appeared, and the zombie lunging at the girl was suddenly decapitated, its head rolling several meters away, only to be stepped on by another zombie. The short-haired girl felt warm, dark blood splatter across her, and the once hideous zombie collapsed lifelessly before her. The abrupt turn of events left her momentarily stunned until a fair and delicate face appeared before her, calmly inquiring, "Are you all right?" The girl with short hair suddenly came to her senses, quickly shaking her head and saying, "I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Lucinda merely responded with a faint acknowledgement before turning to confront other zombies. It was this short-haired girl who first spoke up at the supermarket entrance, urging them to let them in. She had always remembered that. Furthermore, observing how she dealt with the zombies earlier, despite her evident fear, she was still striving to overcome it, striking fiercely and using laundry detergent to smash the zombies' heads into a pulp. At the very least, she had contributed her share. With the addition of Lucinda and the young man, they swiftly dispatched the zombies with precision and efficiency. The group was now slumped on the ground, appearing as if they had narrowly escaped death, though they had still lost several members. Lucinda cast a cool glance at them, somewhat doubting whether the zombies on the first floor were truly vanquished by them. The classmates, the short-haired girl and the bespectacled man, approached Lucinda and bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives." "No need to thank me," Lucinda replied coolly. "If all of you had been bitten, it would have meant I had to kill over 20 zombies, which would be quite troublesome." The short-haired girl insisted. "Regardless, my life was saved by you. You are my savior." She introduced herself earnestly. "I am Zhou Miao. You can call me Meow Meow. By the way, this is my uncle." Zhou Miao pointed to the bespectacled man beside her. The bespectacled man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing a friendly smile as he said, "Hello, I'm Zhou Yan, a high school Chinese teacher. Thank you for saving Meow Meow. If you hadn't acted in time, she would have been bitten by a zombie." Lucinda, wishing to avoid further entanglements with them, nodded lightly and attempted to walk away. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a man covered in zombie blood strode over, blocking her path. "Step aside," Lucinda said coldly. This man was the one who had vehemently opposed their entry into the supermarket, and was the same person she had gagged with a cloth. Thus she had no intention of treating him kindly. "I want to let you," the man retorted angrily. "You clearly have the ability to deal with those zombies. Why didn't you act sooner? Did you have to wait until we lost several people before you decided to intervene? I say you're young, but your heart is so cruel and malicious." As he spoke, he reached out to poke Lucinda's shoulder. But before his hand could touch her, the young man stepped forward, grabbing his finger and twisting it back with force. The man's finger snapped with a sickening crack, nearly bending at a 180-degree angle, pressed against the back of his hand. "Ah!" The man screamed in pain, glaring at the young man with rage. "You little brat! How dare you lay a hand on me?" He attempted to strike the young man. A sharp, blood-stained machete suddenly appeared at his throat, halting him in his tracks. "Where was your prowess when dealing with zombies just now?" Lucinda scoffed. "You people have no connection to me, so why should I help you? When you refused to let us enter the supermarket, did you not consider how cruel and malicious you were?" The man fearfully glanced at the machete at his throat and stammered, "We were just afraid of the zombies coming in. There are over 20 of us, and only 2 of you. Naturally, we had to prioritize the greater good." "Is that so?" Lucinda smirked coldly, delivering a kick to his knee. As he collapsed to the ground, she followed with another kick to his temple, sending him sprawling. She had wanted to do this since they were on the first floor. "You!" The man looked up in fury, hatefully staring at Lucinda, but upon meeting her piercing gaze, a chill ran through him. This girl appeared to be around 20, yet her aura was terrifying. Ignoring the man, Lucinda surveyed the crowd and spoke icily. "The zombies in the supermarket have been dealt with. It is best that we maintain our distance from each other. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Chapter 17. Do you not feel ashamed? As Lucinda and the young man moved to the other side of the supermarket, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Someone approached Zhou Yan, reproaching him. Teacher Zhou, why didn't you speak up for us earlier? Clearly, that girl stood by and watched us die. How could you let her attack our people? Others chimed in. Exactly, Teacher Zhou. You're a teacher. You should judge this matter. Isn't it that girl's fault? Everyone here is older than her. Has she forgotten the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? When the zombies attacked us, she merely watched coldly. What kind of teacher raises such a student? I suspect she would be delighted if we were all bitten by zombies, so she could monopolize this supermarket. Yes, they must be planning that. The earlier man, now nursing his injured temple, approached Zhou Yan, expressing his discontent. Teacher Zhou, we all look to you as our leader. You suggested we recruit those two, but just look at what they've done. Let me make it clear, if you still want to recruit them, it's either them or me in this team. You decide. His words were met with agreement from many. I think Zhang Yanwei is right. Those two are too cruel and cold-blooded. I certainly don't want to be in the same team as them. Zhou Yan, typically gentle and amiable, now bore a hint of anger on his face. These people had lived in the same community for years, yet their true natures were now revealed. How could they forget who had slain the dozens of zombies? If it weren't for those two children, they likely would have all perished in the zombies' jaws. Do you not feel ashamed for saying such things? Zhou Miao could no longer bear it, speaking out in frustration. It was you who refused to open the door for them on the first floor, forcing them to open it themselves. You. She pointed at Zhang Yanwei, continuing, you even dared to blame them, thinking you were so clever, only to find out they had prepared a chain lock, far more thoroughly than you did. And you. She pointed at the others present. What right do you have to accuse them of standing by while we perish? Who says they must save you? And about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, it seems you only know how to respect the old, but have forgotten about the young. Moreover, most of those zombies were killed by the two of them. How many did you kill in total? And now you dare to blame them for not saving you. If they truly wished to stand by and watch you die, you would all be dead by now, and wouldn't he have this opportunity to accuse them? Her words left the crowd speechless. Even Zhang Yanwei, who had been opposing her, found himself at a loss for a retort. Zhou Miao glared at the group in anger. Pulling Zhou Yan away, Uncle, let us go somewhere else. I don't want to be with them. Seeing his niece articulate what he had been thinking, Zhou Yan silently nodded, and the pair moved to a cleaner spot.
Meanwhile,
Lu Xinyi on the other side of the supermarket had not missed the commotion and had heard Zhou Miao's words. Thankfully, that girl was perceptive. As for this group, she paid them little mind. She had no intention of staying in this supermarket for long. As long as they did not provoke her, she could treat them as if they did not exist. Noticing the young man's gaze, Lu Xinyi collected her thoughts, glanced at him, and asked, "What are you looking at?" The young man quickly averted his gaze, somewhat shyly shaking his head and murmuring, "It's nothing." Lu Xinyi, disinterested in him, reached into her backpack and retrieved a marinated chicken leg and a box of self-heating rice, intending to satiate her hunger first. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had been constantly on the move, gathering supplies and slaying zombies. Even though her body had been enhanced by the system, she still felt somewhat fatigued and a bit hungry. Noticing the boy staring at her again, Lu Xinyi glanced at him once more and said in a low voice, "Did I not suggest you fetch something you like to eat? I won't share mine." The boy hurriedly shook his head, explaining, "I don't want her food. I have my own." He then pulled out his bulging backpack, unzipped it, and showed her its contents. Lu Xinyi took a quick glance and saw it was quite well stocked with bread, biscuits, sausages, bottled water, and marinated eggs, among other things. "I like this," the boy said, handing her a bag of Oreo biscuits. "Here, take it. Keep it for yourself. There's plenty on the shelf." "I can get some any time I want," she replied. The boy's eyes immediately fell, concealing the flicker of desolation within, and he softly murmured, retracting his hand and stuffing the biscuits back into his backpack. Lu Xinyi ignored his pitiful demeanor and asked sternly, "Why are you so insistent on following me? We hardly know each other. You helped me that day, so I wish to accompany you." The boy answered earnestly, his gaze intensely focused. "You are the only person who has ever helped me. To me, you are the most significant." Lu Xinyi replied, "What is this nonsense? You must have had a miserable life if no one has assisted you in all these years." The boy lowered his head at her words, and Lu Xinyi did not notice the fleeting coldness in his eyes, only sensing a sudden shift in his mood. Observing his reaction, she pondered whether to offer some comforting words. At that moment, Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao approached, stopping a few meters away from the two. May we sit here? Lu Xini glanced at them and replied indifferently, suit yourself. Thank you, Zhou Yan said politely, smiling as he sat cross-legged on the ground, taking out a piece of bread and taking a few bites before cautiously asking, may I ask how you two are addressed? Lu Xini, she replied. Xini, a type of traditional Chinese medicine. It seems your parents are quite knowledgeable. Lu Xini only smiled in silence. Her mother was indeed well-educated, but as for Lu Jinpeng, he was merely a good-for-nothing man who lived off others. Nevertheless, both her and her sister's names were given by their mother and had little to do with Lu Jinpeng. Zhou Yan then turned his gaze to the boy, inquiring, and you, young brother, what is your name? Lu Xini also turned to face him, realizing she did not know his name. Meeting their curious gazes, the boy simply shook his head and said, I have no name. Chapter 18. Perhaps we should act together? No name? Zhou Yan looked at the boy in surprise, then turned to Lu Xini with a questioning glance. What are you looking at her for? She doesn't know his name either, Lu Xini retorted. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Zhou Yan smiled and said, it's all right if you don't wish to share your name. I merely thought we should get to know each other since we've crossed paths. He then shifted the topic back to Lu Xini, asking Lu, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Xini lightly shook her head, no plans, just taking it one step at a time. Her immediate intention was to gather more supplies in the city before heading to her safe house. But she certainly could not divulge this to them. Zhou Yan did not press further, understanding that in the wake of disaster, everyone was preoccupied with survival and unlikely to contemplate future plans. Lu, if you don't mind, why don't we team up? Zhou Yan suggested again. Don't be deceived by my seemingly gentle appearance. I have the strength to fight zombies, and Meow Meow can as well, as you just witnessed. We slow you down. He noticed that Lu Xini was quite guarded and aloof, yet she was undeniably capable. She and the boy had dispatched dozens of zombies with ease. However, someone as skilled and indifferent as she was most afraid of being held back. If they wished to partner with her, they had to ensure they wouldn't be a burden. No need, Lu Xini declined his proposal. I prefer not to travel in a group. You should find other companions. Zhou Yan felt a twinge of disappointment at her response but did not insist further, saying, that's all right. While we may not travel together, we still wish to be friends. If we have the chance to meet again, I hope we can sit together and talk like this. Lu Xini replied vaguely. In the post-apocalyptic era, the most unrealistic notion was to ponder about the future, for no one could tell whether death or tomorrow would come first. However, one must always harbor hope, so she refrained from discouraging them. Then we won't disturb you any longer, Zhou Yan said, standing up and beckoning Zhou Miao to move elsewhere. Zhou Miao looked back at Lu Xini repeatedly until Zhou Yan turned her head back, prompting her to reluctantly withdraw her gaze. Uncle, shouldn't we try harder? Zhou Miao asked. This girl, Lu Xini, though younger than you, seems quite determined. Zhou Yan lowered his voice, replying, people like her are usually resolute in their decisions, making it hard to change their minds. Moreover, with the apocalypse upon us, it is natural for them to remain vigilant and guarded towards strangers. He then turned to Zhou Miao, seriously advising Meow Meow, remember that the world has changed dramatically. While it's good to be kind-hearted, you must not be overly naive or trust others easily, understand? Zhou Miao nodded earnestly, saying, Uncle, I understand everything you said. I just feel a bit regretful about not being able to be companions with her. I really like her. Casting a glance in Lu Xini's direction, Zhou Yan sighed. I hope we have another opportunity to see them again. Perhaps then, we can strive to become companions. After the Zhou uncle and niece departed, Lu Xini glanced at Zhang Yanwei and his group, noting their distance, but also their watchful eyes on her, both parties wary of each other. She slowly withdrew her gaze and turned to the boy beside her, casually asking, do you really have no name? The boy, with his head slightly lowered, replied softly no. She had no intention of prying into others' pasts or privacy, but the boy's admission of having no name piqued her curiosity. What about your family? Didn't they give you a name? I have been without family since I was young. Lu Xini was momentarily at a loss for words. Was he an orphan abandoned by his family? Could you give me a name? The boy looked up, his dark brown, clear eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Lu Xini.
Me?
Lu Xini chuckled lightly. I'm not your parent. Why should I name you? You are the most important person to me, so I want you to name me, he insisted with utmost sincerity in his gaze. Lu Xini rolled her eyes, exasperated. I merely helped you once. I never expected anything in return. You needn't regard me as so vital. But you saved my life. To me, you are the most important. The boy was eager to prove his sincerity, his tone growing urgent. Yes, yes, you say I'm the most important, so I'm the most important, Lu Cini replied, uninterested in arguing. As long as he did not impede her or become a burden, if he deemed her the most important, so be it. Then can you please give me a name? His eyes sparkled with hope as he watched her intently. Lu Cini shot him a look. But without a name. It's indeed inconvenient. I can't just keep calling you Hey.
Can you?
The boy asked cautiously once more. Why the rush? Don't I need to think? Her and her sister's names are both Chinese medicine names, and she couldn't think of any names for a while. So she decided to give him a Chinese medicine name as well. Large leaf gentian. The young man whispered a few words, then looked at Lu Cini with a bright smile and happily said, My name is Qin Dian. I finally have a name. After speaking, he suddenly stood up and ran towards Zhou Yan's uncle and nephew. Lu Cini looked puzzled. Seeing him walk up to Zhou Yan, he proudly said, I have a name. My name is Qin Dian, which Cini gave me. Zhou Yan was a little confused for a moment. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he showed a gentle and friendly smile and sincerely said, Qin Dian, congratulations on having a name. Qin Dian nodded in a reserved manner, then quickly ran back to sit cross-legged next to Lu Cini, unable to conceal the joyful smile on her face while eating cookies. It can be seen that he is really happy about having a name for himself. Lu Cini gave him a helpless glance. This young man exuded a sense of naivety that was unfamiliar with the world, but when he killed zombies, he was so fierce that his naivety disappeared at that moment. The whole person is like a contradictory entity, innocent yet ruthless. Lu Cini couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is his background? At this moment, she suddenly heard the sound of the system. It wasn't a task or a team application prompt, but rather a chat between the system and her host. Did the host really not consider making Qin Qian your teammate? Chapter 19. Lu Cini pulled the corners of her mouth in silence and said irritably in her heart, Why do you always make me recruit teammates? System. This system is dedicated to creating a beautiful future for the host. The host did not meet a good teammate in their past life, which is why they were betrayed by their teammates. In this life, this system naturally needs to change the host's past of being betrayed by teammates and help the host recruit teammates who are absolutely trustworthy and will never betray the host. Is that so? Lu Cini has doubts. How many times have you asked me to recruit Qin Dian as a teammate? I really doubt if you have any undisclosed secrets with him. System. Absolutely not. This system only serves one host. How could there be any undisclosed secrets with others? Really? System. All of our systems have undergone professional training and will never lie to the host. Please do not doubt this system. Lu Cini silently glanced at the nearby Qin Huai and saw that he was still immersed in the joy of his own name, so she calmly withdrew her gaze. You said that teammates who are entered into the system will never betray me? System. Exactly so. With this system in place, hosts can confidently recruit teammates. Although the sound of the system was a cold electronic mechanical sound, at this moment, Lu Cini could hear a hint of expectation from its voice. Do you have task indicators? I didn't recruit teammates, and if your task targets are not met, you'll be punished? This time, she heard a slightly tearful voice from the system. So the host really isn't considering recruiting teammates? Lu Cini subtly hooked her lips, revealing a mischievous smile, and said lightly, Let's talk about it. This time, the system really cried. Lu Cini ignored the system and calmly looked at Qin Gao again. There is a system to ensure that she believes her teammates will never betray her. But if you want to recruit teammates, you still have to choose carefully. At least, both character and strength need to pass the standard. At present, she recognizes the strength of Qin Dian, but as for his character, it still needs to be observed a little more. After having some free time, Lu Cini took out her phone and went online to check the news. At present, electricity and communication have not been damaged, and mobile phones can also access the internet normally. There has been a lot of discussion online about zombies and the apocalypse. Some people expressed despair that their families had all turned into zombies, leaving only themselves and not wanting to live anymore. Some people, based on their own experience of watching many zombie movies, call on everyone to store more food and drinking water and try to stay at home and not go out. Some people also asked if the authorities would organize rescue teams to assist everyone and if there were any safe places for everyone to take refuge. Some people even posted videos of themselves running away, showing terrifying zombies chasing after them from behind, almost biting the photographer several times. The photographer was also lucky enough to not be bitten by the zombies' pursuit and even captured this video. There are also many people leaving comments in the comment section, saying that he is brave, lucky, and lucky. The photographers replied one by one, their words filled with disdain for zombies. And they also said that they would go out to live stream and kill zombies later, urging everyone to watch his live stream on time. Lucini had just skimmed through the photographer's response to netizens when she noticed that he had posted another update, which was a broadcast notification. This photographer really went out live to kill zombies. In the picture, this young man in his 20s showed his equipment to the audience. He was wearing long-sleeved pants, black leather gloves on both hands, thick paper shells tied to his small arms with transparent tape, a red helmet on his head, and even a bulletproof vest on his body. He is live streaming with his phone in his left hand and a sharp bone-chopping knife in his right hand. The photographer showed the audience the bone-chopping knife and introduced, "This knife was specially bought by my mother to chop pig bones. Even pig trotters can be easily chopped. Killing zombies is not something that can be easily done. It's as easy as pie. Old ties, please watch. Let's see how I can use this bone-chopping knife to kill all the zombies in our community." At this moment, hundreds or thousands of people had already flooded into the live broadcast room, and Lucini didn't know with what mentality these people had opened the live broadcast. Anyway, she wanted to see how the photographer acted in various ways. On the screen, the comment section in the bottom left corner keeps refreshing comments. "Kill these despicable zombies. They killed my dad. The anchor must kill more zombies to help me vent my anger. This morning, before I even woke up, I heard the commotion outside. When I woke up, I saw that the zombies were besieging the city. I won't go out to watch it myself if the anchor takes more pictures of zombies eating people. The anchor is really pretending to be dead. He's not staying at home at this moment and actually ran out to confront the zombies head-on. Anchor, I admire you for being a man. Why are you still wearing a bulletproof vest? A real man should be a zombie with bare hands." The photographer was inspired by the comments. He strode out of the house with great strides, only to see a zombie rushing towards him as soon as he opened the door, which scared him for a moment. But he quickly realized that the bone chopper was desperately chopping towards the zombie. Thick black blood splattered out, but the zombies continued to approach him, lifting their left arm, which had been cut to only a layer of skin, in an attempt to catch the photographer. The photographer once again slashed and completely severed the left arm of the zombie, but the zombie still did not die. The intact right arm tightly grasped the photographer's left hand holding the phone and lowered its head to bite the photographer's arm. The photographer couldn't help but feel a little uneasy and immediately raised the bone-chopping knife to chop off the left hand of the zombie. Just as he slashed the zombie's left arm, the zombie bit his unprotected right upper arm, causing blood to spill out instantly and the photographer to exhale in pain. The phone rang to the ground, and in the scene, the audience only saw a sharp bone-chopping knife on the left arm of the zombie. However, it seemed to feel no pain and grabbed the photographer, biting him several times in a row. The bloody and glaring scene is presented in front of all the audience. The comment section suddenly fell silent. Everyone was shocked by this cruel and terrifying scene. Lucini apathetically observed the unfolding scene, witnessing the transformation of the filmmaker into a zombie. With a casual gesture, she exited the live stream. As the zombie virus had just erupted, there were always individuals who disregarded the calamity, believing themselves superior to the undead, thus engaging in various reckless behaviors. This filmmaker was not the only one courting death. In her previous life, Lucini had encountered numerous individuals who indulged in such folly. Having been reborn, the number of such people would likely increase rather than decrease. However, it mattered little. As long as these reckless souls did not impede her, she would merely regard it as entertainment. Before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings. After a simple dinner, Zhang Yanwei and his companions sequentially retired for the night. Shortly thereafter, the Zhou family uncle and nephew succumbed to fatigue and slumbered together. Suddenly, Lucini, feigning sleep on the ground, flipped over and sat up, shouldering her backpack and seizing her machete, preparing to depart silently. Chapter 20. Why is there nothing? A hand gently grasped her pant leg, and immediately, Lucini heard Qin Jiao's deliberately hushed voice. "Cinny, where are you going?" Lucini crouched down, pressing her hand upon his shoulder to prevent him from rising, and whispered, "Keep an eye on those people. Do not let them realize I am gone. I shall return shortly." Qin Jiao looked at her anxiously. "Will you really come back?" "Of course," Lucini replied casually, glancing at the others. Once she confirmed that everyone was asleep, she felt reassured and reiterated, "Remember what I said." Qin Jiao released her pant leg and obediently nodded. Surveying her surroundings and confirming her direction, Lucini quietly made her way to the emergency exit. With utmost care, she opened the heavy door and swiftly slipped through, disappearing behind it. Her destination was the supermarket's warehouse, the true objective of her mission. The warehouse lay at the back entrance of the first floor of the supermarket. She quickly descended the stairs to the ground level. The zombies inside the supermarket had been cleared out during the day, relieving her of any concern about encountering one unexpectedly in the darkness. Upon reaching the back door, she observed the exterior under the glow of the streetlights. Noting the absence of wandering zombies, with swift precision, she unlatched the chain lock and slipped outside. Upon exiting, she deftly secured the chain lock around the door handle to prevent any zombies from inadvertently entering the supermarket. Turning right and walking a short distance of about 20 meters, she arrived at the warehouse's entrance. However, she discovered the door was firmly locked. To gain entry, she needed to devise a way to unlock it. Although she had learned lockpicking skills during the apocalyptic era of her previous life, this particular lock appeared quite complex. Even if she could manage to open it, it would consume considerable time. Thus, she directly accessed the system's point shop to see if a one-click unlocking tool was available. After searching, she indeed found a universal key capable of opening any shape or type of lock. Cost of redemption, 100 points. Her current total points, 151. Having worked hard all day to accumulate those points, she felt a pang of pain at the thought of spending 2/3 of it. Nevertheless, for the sake of the supplies within the warehouse, she reluctantly redeemed the universal key. Upon successful redemption, an unremarkable key materialized in her hand, its shape distinctly different from that of the lock. She tentatively inserted the universal key into the lock. To her surprise, it fit perfectly. With a soft click, the lock sprang open. Filled with delight, Lucini quickly stowed the key away and pushed against the heavy iron door. With a loud clang, the door echoed in response to her efforts, prompting her to halt and warily scan her surroundings. In the dimly lit warehouse, a sudden sound of dragging footsteps accompanied by faint raspy breaths pierced the silence. Almost immediately, a grotesquely disfigured zombie lunged towards her. With a swift pivot, Lucini executed a powerful kick that sent the creature sprawling. In a flash, she drew the machete from her back, its gleaming blade reflecting her cold, piercing gaze. The streetlights outside illuminated the space, allowing her to assess the situation within the warehouse. Amidst the towering shelves, a dozen zombies were advancing towards her in unison. The zombie she had kicked was already struggling to rise and charge at her once more. As Lucini sidestepped, her machete thrust forward, the blade piercing through the zombie's temple. Just as she withdrew the weapon, a gust of wind rushed from behind, prompting her to bend forward and deliver a powerful kick to the bloodied chin of the approaching zombie, forcing it to stagger back. Stabilizing herself, she swiftly turned and thrust the machete forward, penetrating the creature's left eye. Meanwhile, the other zombies had closed in and Lucini, undeterred, began to wield her machete with fervor, the sharp blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Soon, all the zombies lay lifeless at her feet, victims of her blade. Lucini retrieved a cup of water from her spatial villa, cleansing the dark blood from her machete. She then dried the blade with a towel before sheathing it once more. Casting a dispassionate glance over the fallen zombies, she noted their identical uniforms, indicating they were likely employees of the supermarket warehouse. When the disaster struck, they hadn't the chance to escape and had either mutated or been bitten, ultimately transforming into the undead. As for the warehouse's main door, it was possible that an escaping employee had secured it upon leaving. Retracting her gaze, Lucini began to survey the entire warehouse. The stock was plentiful. Food, daily necessities, clothing, kitchenware, and electrical appliances were meticulously organized across various sections. Additionally, there was a cold storage room. Lucini gathered all the food, daily essentials, and clothing into her space, then selectively collected an array of kitchen appliances including rice cookers, frying pans, bowls, chopsticks, pressure cookers, and air fryers. For electrical appliances, she gathered fans, air conditioners, heaters, and refrigerators. Having found nothing else of value, she approached the cold storage room and used the universal key to unlock its door. Upon opening, a rush of cold air greeted her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Quickly, she retrieved a down jacket from her space and donned it before stepping into the cold storage. As she entered, her eyes fell upon two bodies frozen in place, their blood-stained forms suggesting they had also succumbed to the zombie plague. Clenching her fists, she delivered a powerful blow to each of their heads, severing them from their bodies. This way, even if the power to the warehouse were to fail, they would have no chance of thawing and reviving. The cold storage was stocked with an abundance of goods: ice cream, frozen dumplings, chicken legs, chicken breasts, frozen fish, and shrimp. Lucinny collected them all without hesitation. Upon exiting the cold storage and removing her jacket, she was about to head towards the warehouse door when a loud clatter echoed from the entrance, as if the iron door had been forcefully pushed open. Quickly, she concealed herself behind a refrigerator, cautiously peering out to see a group of a dozen burly men entering the warehouse. Each man wielded weapons, knives, axes, or baseball bats, all stained with grime and blood, suggesting they had been on a killing spree against zombies. What's going on? Where's the food? Why is there nothing here? The man at the front, sporting a scruffy beard, exclaimed in fury, surveying the warehouse. Lucinny understood. These individuals were also here in search of supplies. Chapter 21. Aiming to seize the supermarket.
Boss.
Look at all these dead zombies on the ground. Someone must have arrived before us and emptied the warehouse. One of the men spoke up. The man with the scruffy beard surveyed the warehouse, discovering only a handful of useless televisions and refrigerators. Anger surged within him as he kicked a zombie lying on the ground. Damn it! After traveling so far and slaying so many zombies, I came here to gather supplies, only to find that someone else had gotten here first. I better not find out who stole my resources. If I do, I shall make them pay dearly. Hidden in the shadows, Lucinny mused, he would never learn who had emptied the supermarket of its supplies. She remained quietly concealed, observing the movements of the dozen or so individuals. The bearded man, after cursing vehemently, started to stride towards the cold storage. Let's check if there's any food left in the cold storage. Many people have yet to begin their scavenging. We must act before others do. Otherwise, when they start hoarding supplies, our chances of securing anything will diminish. The others chimed in. The boss is right. Lucinny cast a discerning glance at the bearded man. She had to admit, he possessed a certain foresight. The disaster had only just begun, and many might still be in denial, thinking it would soon pass, thus failing to recognize the importance of food storage. When everyone eventually began to worry about food, the pursuit of resources would become an inevitable path for every survivor. However, Lucinny did not dwell on these thoughts for long, as the group was drawing closer to her hiding spot. She swiftly retreated into her space, silently observing the situation outside. Upon reaching the cold storage, the group found the large door ajar, revealing an equally empty interior. Not only was the bearded man stunned, but so too were the others. Who could possibly have taken all the food from the warehouse? How was it even accomplished? To evacuate all the supplies would require several large trucks. Clearly, the ones responsible must be a well-trained group. Could they be from the authorities?
No.
They must be too occupied with establishing shelters and rescuing people. Besides, they have their own food reserves and wouldn't raid a supermarket so soon after the disaster. I believe it was the supermarket staff who cleared it out. I think you're right. The group debated, while the bearded man nearly twisted his mouth in frustration. His own household had been stripped bare of rice, prompting him to risk venturing out at night for supplies. Who could have anticipated that the place he had set his sights on had already been ravaged by others? It felt like a futile journey.
Boss.
There are no supplies left in the warehouse. Should we check the supermarket upstairs? Perhaps there are still resources within, one suggested. Yes, boss. Those who cleared the warehouse likely have no interest in the supermarket's goods. Besides, there are several restaurants on the first floor where we might find something to eat. Upon hearing this, the bearded man turned on his heel and strode decisively towards the exit. Let us go upstairs to the supermarket.
Soon.
The group of over 10 departed the warehouse in haste, neglecting to close the door behind them. Once they had left, Lucinny emerged from her hiding place, her expression grave as she gazed in the direction they had gone. Zhang Yanwei's group, along with the Zhou uncle and nephew, and Qin Jiao were on the third floor of the supermarket. The individuals heading upstairs would inevitably cross paths with them. Observing the fierce demeanor of this new group, Lucinny feared that an encounter would not bode well. She was indifferent to Zhang Yanwei's fate, but she held a favorable impression of the Zhou duo, and Qin Jiao was a potential teammate she was evaluating. After a quick deliberation, Lucinny decided to follow them to assess the situation before making her decision. Upon reaching the back door of the supermarket, she found the bearded man and his group had already entered and locked the door from the inside with the chain she had left behind. Fortunately, She possessed a master key, and the chain was not secured too tightly. She pushed against the glass doors with force, creating a gap wide enough to insert a slim knife to hook the dangling lock. With a click, the chain lock yielded to the master key's touch. After a few swift movements, she pushed open the glass doors, entering while ensuring to lock it behind her. The first floor was quiet. The group had likely ascended to the upper levels. Lucini treaded lightly up the stairs to the third floor. As she neared the safety corridor door, she heard a commotion within.
Who are you?
By what right do you drive us away? We arrived here first. Exactly. Do you not understand the rules of first come, first served? If anyone should leave, it should be you. Lucini cracked the safety corridor door open slightly, peering inside. From her vantage point, she could see Zhang Yanwei's group embroiled in a dispute with the bearded man and his crew. However, she did not spot Qin Jiao or the Zhou duo, leaving her uncertain of their whereabouts. The bearded man's group dismissed Zhang Yanwei's protests without a second thought. If you wish to live, then get out of the supermarket, he growled, brandishing his bloodied machete threateningly at Zhang Yanwei and his companions. The sight of his menacing demeanor caused Zhang Yanwei's group to shrink back, intimidated. Yet, the prospect of vacating this resource-filled supermarket was equally unappealing. With the terrifying zombies lurking outside, where would they find refuge at night? For a moment, all eyes turned to Zhang Yanwei, awaiting him to take the lead. Though dissatisfaction swelled within him, he mustered the courage to step forward, awkwardly smiling at the bearded man. Brother, could we negotiate? You take 60% of the supplies, leave us 40, and we'll each find our own places to stay. We can coexist without conflict. How does that sound? The bearded man scoffed derisively. Do you really believe you have the standing to negotiate with us? No sooner had he finished speaking than the members behind him brandished their weapons, glaring viciously at Zhang Yanwei's group. Terrified, they huddled together, trembling. Suddenly, Zhang Yanwei pointed urgently towards where Lucini had been before leaving the supermarket. Brother, let me be frank, this supermarket has already been claimed by someone else. We are merely their captives. Your threats hold no weight. If you wish to take over the supermarket, you must confront that individual. That young woman is formidable. Dozens of zombies are no match for her. I imagine dealing with your group would be equally effortless for her. Chapter 22. We have no allies. The bearded man followed Zhang Yanwei's finger, scanning the area. Yet, aside from the shelves piled high with merchandise, he saw no sign of life. Are there others in this supermarket besides you? Zhang Yanwei nodded fervently. Yes, for more. They are part of the same group. They declared that each of us is only allowed to take 1 backpack's worth of food. The rest belongs to them. If we attempt to take more, they will end our lives. So, brother, your threats are futile. You need to find those 4 individuals. They're the current rulers of this supermarket. The bearded man scrutinized Zhang Yanwei for a long moment, noting his unwavering expression before instructing a few of his men to thoroughly search the supermarket. Immediately, 6 individuals split into 2 teams and headed off in opposite directions. The remaining members stayed with the bearded man, continuing to keep a close watch on Zhang Yanwei and his companions. Zhang Yanwei's heart raced with anxiety, uncertain whether the young woman had overheard his words. He was keenly aware that if she had, she would undoubtedly seek retribution after dealing with this group. Yet, he felt he had no choice. He could not allow himself to be forced out by the bearded man and his crew. The optimal course of action would be for that girl and this group to engage in a fierce struggle, resulting in mutual destruction, allowing him to swoop in like a cunning fox and drive them all out of the supermarket. With this thought lingering in his mind, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the 6 individuals. However, he was puzzled by the absence of both the girl and the boy, as well as the 2 members of the Zhou family. Surely, the amiable Zhou teacher would not stand idly by while they faced danger. In the shadows, the uncle and nephew of the Zhou family were hiding in a staff room, quietly observing the unfolding events. Little uncle, they're looking for us and Lucini, Zhou Yan whispered. Nodding, Zhou Yan replied, we are no match for them. It's best to remain hidden. I went to find Lucini, but only spotted Qin Jiao. Not Lucini. Lucini is not here? Zhou Miao inquired, surprised. Where could she possibly be at this late hour? Perhaps she went to the restroom. Zhou Yan suggested casually. I asked Qin Jiao to hide with us, but he refused, insisting on waiting for Lucini. Zhou Miao cast a curious glance, whispering, Qin Jiao truly is Lucini's loyal companion. At a time like this, you still have the energy to discuss such matters. Zhou Yan shot her a look. Hurry and hide. They're coming. As three individuals approached their hiding spot, the uncle and nephew quickly squeezed into a cupboard. Unfortunately, the space was rather cramped, making it quite a challenge for two adults to fit comfortably. Zhou Yan pushed Zhou Miao inside and attempted to close the door behind him, but it refused to shut, causing a loud clatter. What was that noise? One of the individuals outside the staff room detected the sound and immediately alerted his companions, pointing towards the staff room. Let us go investigate. The three approached the door, and as they turned on the light, they discovered the Zhou duo curled up inside the cupboard, the door ajar and unable to close. For a moment, both parties exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Finally, one of the intruders demanded, "You two, come out immediately." Reluctantly, the Zhou family members emerged from the cupboard. "Little uncle, you really should lose some weight," Zhou Miao quietly chided, "otherwise, we wouldn't have had such trouble fitting in." Zhou Yan shot her a disapproving look, using his gaze to reprimand her frivolity. "Quickly, let us go." One of the intruders roughly shoved Zhou Yan. Ultimately, they were brought before Zhang Yanwei and his group. "Teacher Zhou, how did you get captured as well?"
Zhang Yuanwei feigned surprise.
Worry etched on his face as he glanced at Zhou Yan. "Didn't you say there were others in the supermarket?" Before Zhou Yan could respond, Zhou Miao shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yanwei, exclaiming, "You betrayed us and still have the audacity to ask how we were caught." "It seems you were right. There are indeed others in this supermarket," remarked a scruffy man, directing his attention to Zhou Yan and his companion. "Where are your accomplices? If they are wise, they should come out immediately. If my men find them, they want to be treated kindly." "We have no accomplices," Zhou Yan replied steadily, meeting the scruffy man's fierce gaze. "I don't know what he told you, but it's just the two of us, no so-called accomplices." Zhang Yanwei grew anxious at Zhou Yan's words, fearing the scruffy man might think he was lying. "Brother, I assure you, there are indeed two other individuals in the supermarket besides us. Just ask them." He gestured towards the group behind him. The group, already frightened by the scruffy man and his companions, eagerly nodded in agreement at Zhang Yanwei's assertion. "Yes, that is correct. There are indeed two other individuals. One is a strikingly beautiful girl in her 20s, and the other appears to be a high school student around 17 or 18. They are the ones who have taken over the supermarket. If you don't believe us, go find them. They must still be here." The scruffy man scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the group. "A girl and a high school student can dominate an entire supermarket? You 20 or so individuals can't even handle a girl and a high school student. How utterly useless you all are." Zhang Yanwei and the others found themselves at a loss for words, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they averted their gazes. "Brother, you misunderstand," Zhang Yanwei argued, maintaining his bravado. "Don't be fooled by their youth. They're quite formidable. Almost all the zombies in the supermarket were dispatched by them." "Is that so?" The scruffy man's interest piqued. "Are they truly that capable?" "Indeed." Zhang Yanwei nodded vigorously. The scruffy man smirked, "Then doesn't he that reflect poorly on you? Unable to even kill a single zombie?" Just then, one of the three individuals sent to patrol suddenly let out a loud cry of pain, followed by a crash as objects toppled to the ground. A flurry of curses erupted. "You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you lay a hand on us? No need for words. Seize him. I'll make sure to chop off one of his hands for daring to defy me." The crowd turned to see a neatly stacked pile of boxed milk that had been knocked over, milk spilling everywhere. Subsequently, two more individuals were thrown out, landing perfectly atop the first. A tall, slender figure approached slowly, casting a chilling gaze upon the three intruders, his youthful face now hardened with an icy resolve. "This is Sinny's territory. No outsiders are permitted." Chapter 23. Who Dares to Strike? The commotion attracted the attention of the scruffy man and his group, who all turned to see Qin Jiao's unexpectedly fierce demeanor, leaving them momentarily stunned. "Is that really Qin Jiao?" Zhou Miao whispered to Zhou Yan.
The boy,
Radiating an aura of coldness, resembled a vengeful spirit rather than the obedient golden retriever he had been in Lu Xinyi's presence. Zhou Yan remained silent, equally astonished by Qin Jiao's ruthlessness against the living, treating them with the same merciless efficiency as he would zombies. He had not anticipated that in Lu Xinyi's absence, Qin Jiao would transform into an emotionless, cold automaton. "Is this the high school student you mentioned?" The scruffy man pointed at Qin Jiao, addressing Zhang Yanwei, his tone laced with skepticism. Zhang Yanwei swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes, that is him. Are high school students this ruthless nowadays?" The scruffy man muttered under his breath as he stepped toward Qin Jiao. Young man, he stood before Qin Jiao, his large machete resting on his shoulder. Sizing up the boy. You're quite bold, taking on 3 of us by yourself. Qin Jiao did not even glance his way. His focus solely on the 3 he had just dispatched, his icy gaze causing them to shudder involuntarily. This was Cindy's domain, and he had to ensure no one encroached upon it before her return. Younger brother, the scruffy man persisted, undeterred by Qin Jiao's silence. Where is that girl you were with? Why is she not here? Is she too scared to show herself? Only then did Qin Jiao slightly raise his eyes, casting a cold glance at him, but remaining silent. Before the scruffy man could speak again, one of his companions could not contain himself. Our boss is talking to you. What else with that attitude? Do you wish to be thrown out of the supermarket right now? Qin Jiao remained expressionless, his lips parting ever so slightly. His voice cold and deliberate. This is Cindy's territory. You all must leave.
Cindy?
What's Cindy? The man scoffed. Oh, you mean that girl you were with? At your young age, hasn't your teacher warned you against premature romance? As soon as he finished speaking, his companions erupted into laughter. The man grew bolder, stepping closer to Qin Jiao, roughly pushing his shoulder. You, a mere kid, dare to tell us to leave? I'll have you know, this supermarket belongs to us. You and your little girl should scram. As he spoke, he nudged Qin Jiao twice more, audaciously taking 2 steps forward. Observing that the man had already intruded upon his territory, Qin Jiao suddenly struck, seizing his right hand and, before anyone could react, dislocating the man's arm. Before the man could utter a sound, Qin Jiao swiftly maneuvered behind him, gripping the top of his head with one hand and his neck with the other, forcefully twisting. A crack echoed as the man's neck abruptly snapped, rendering him lifeless and crumpling to the ground. This sudden and ruthless display of skill left Luo Saihu and the others, including Zhou Yan and Zhang Yanwei's group, utterly stunned by Qin Jiao's swift and unflinching lethality. Even Lu Xinyi, who had been lurking in the shadows observing the situation, was taken aback by Qin Jiao's decisive action. Before her, he always appeared to be a naive and innocent soul, yet in her absence, he revealed a chilling ruthlessness. However, in the apocalyptic era, one must be merciless, or they would inevitably suffer. She continued to watch as Luo Saihu regained his composure and attempted to instruct his subordinates to teach Qin Jiao a lesson, prompting her to emerge from her hiding place and stride to Qin Jiao's side. Who dares to make a move? A cold, crisp voice rang out. A glinting knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at Luo Saihu's heart. Lu Xinyi's sudden appearance left Luo Saihu and his companions momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanwei's group collectively exhaled in relief. With this young woman present, Luo Saihu's group would undoubtedly face consequences, ensuring they wouldn't be expelled from the supermarket. Among them, Qin Jiao was the most delighted. Cindy, you're back. He transformed from his earlier cold demeanor into a beaming visage, exuding warmth and brightness, making it impossible for anyone to associate him with the ruthless killer from moments before. The onlookers were taken aback, especially Luo Saihu and his crew, momentarily at a loss. Is this lad truly not a master of disguise? Lu Xinyi cast a glance at Qin Jiao and replied coolly, I said I would return. I did not inform others of your departure, nor did I allow them to encroach upon your territory. Qin Jiao, seeking to take credit, remarked, I did well, didn't I? Indeed. You performed admirably, Lu Xinyi acknowledged, prompting an immediate and joyous smile from Qin Jiao. She chose not to engage further, directing her icy gaze at Luo Saihu as she intoned, Do you intend to seize this territory? That's precisely our intent, Luo Saihu retorted brazenly, raising his chin defiantly. We have our eyes set on this supermarket. If you wish to live, you should vacate immediately. No way, boss. This brat can't simply walk away. One of the subordinates interjected, furious. He killed one of our brothers. We must avenge him. Luo Saihu's gaze turned vicious as he locked eyes with Qin Jiao, affirming, That's right. This brat must pay with his life. Pay with his life. Lu Xinyi scoffed, If you wish to meet the same fate as your brother, by all means, seek retribution from him. So, you intend to protect him? Luo Saihu's voice turned colder, his glare fixed on Lu Xinyi. And if I do? She replied. Based on her observations, Qin Jiao seemed to listen to her, possessed considerable strength, and was neither naive nor weak-hearted. In fact, he could prove to be a valuable ally. As he was a potential teammate, she could not simply stand by and watch him face retaliation from this group. It appears you are determined to oppose us despite the warnings. I have never been fond of drinking, Luo Saihu was momentarily caught off guard by her words, a surge of anger rising within him. He had initially aimed to expel everyone from the supermarket, but was taken aback that this young man dared to kill his brother, while the newly appeared young woman showed no regard for him. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his strength. Brothers, teach them a lesson, and make them remember this. With a command, the 10 or so men behind him brandished their weapons and charged at Lu Xini and Qin Jiao. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 24. Bind them up. Though the attacks of these 10 or so men lacked finesse, their brute strength was formidable, compelling Lu Xini to remain vigilant. She bent backward to dodge a machete swung by Luo Saihu, swiftly rising as she drove the 30-centimeter handle of her knife forcefully into his temple. Luo Saihu felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his head, and as dizziness overcame him, Lu Xini delivered a heavy kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, she rained down several kicks to his abdomen, leaving him curled up like a shrimp in agony. Just as he reached out to grab her foot, she shifted her target, landing a kick squarely on his jaw. The force of the blow shattered his senses, causing him to be momentarily disoriented. Lu Xini paid him no mind and turned to strike another subordinate with the back of her knife, causing him to collapse and clutch his neck in pain. Approaching him, she raised her foot and stomped on his abdomen, using his body to propel herself forward, her knees expertly colliding with another subordinate's face, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Her movements were as nimble as a fish in water. The group could only endure the punishment, unable to graze even the hem of her clothing. In less than 10 minutes, the majority of the assailants lay scattered on the ground, nursing their wounds, while the remaining few were thoroughly beaten down by Qin Jiao, whimpering in defeat. Everyone stood in stunned silence, wholly unprepared for the remarkable prowess displayed by these two seemingly youthful individuals, especially the young woman. Despite her delicate appearance, she fought with a speed and ferocity that rendered her opponents powerless. Incredible. Zhou Miao gazed at Lu Xini in admiration. I declare, from this day forth, Lu Xini shall be my idol. Zhou Yan cast her an exasperated glance, yet could not deny that Lu Xini's capabilities were indeed impressive. In the wake of disaster, many could scarcely face a zombie, let alone kill one, but Lu Xini displayed a calm demeanor, effortlessly dispatching an undead foe. Now, facing living adversaries, she could also assert her strength, demonstrating both courage and keen insight. Teacher Zhou, please bind them up. Lu Xini's clear voice snapped Zhou Yan from his thoughts. He saw her handing him a bundle of ropes, pointing at the writhing Luo Saihu and his companions. Without hesitation, Zhou Yan accepted the ropes and enlisted Zhou Miao as assistants, swiftly securing the group. Lu Xini merely glanced to ensure the bindings were tight before shifting her steely gaze to Zhang Yanwei. Meeting her serious and piercing look caused Zhang Yanwei's heart to race, instinctively avoiding her gaze. She was undoubtedly here to settle the score. Yet, he had no regrets about his decision. Bind him as well, Lu Xini instructed, pointing at Zhang Yanwei. Zhou Yan hesitated for a moment, but quickly complied, striding toward Zhang Yanwei and, disregarding his struggles, swiftly tying him up. What are you doing? Let me go. Zhang Yanwei shouted angrily. Zhou Yan, don't forget we are neighbors in the same community. We are on the same side. Why are you joining forces with outsiders against me? Zhou Yan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied nonchalantly, You do remember we are neighbors, don't you? When you divulged my association with Miao Miao to this group, did you ever consider that we are neighbors? Zhang Yanwei was momentarily taken aback, but defiantly retorted. I had no choice. You all have seen what kind of people they are. If I do not expose you, they will drive us all out of the supermarket. He then turned to his companions behind him, urgently asking, Tell me, am I wrong for doing this? I did it for all of us. His companions immediately rallied to his defense. Indeed, Teacher Zhou, Zhang Yanwei had his reasons. Why must you press this matter? Another chimed in, Teacher Zhou. It would be wise to release Zhang Yanwei. We see each other daily. There's no need for such humiliation. When Zhang Yanwei stood up for us, where were you? Zhou Yan? What right do you have to criticize him? I truly misjudged you. I never expected you to be so selfish. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, either defending Zhang Yanwei or vehemently admonishing Zhou Yan. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed through the air as an empty soda struck the ground near Zhang Yanwei's feet, bouncing up and narrowly missing his nose before crashing down again. The unexpected noise captured everyone's attention, and they turned toward the source. There stood Lu Xinyi, casually leaning against a shelf with a machete in hand, her expression indifferent and detached. Yet, her shimmering eyes were filled with impatience and coldness. Under her disapproving gaze, the crowd instinctively fell silent, each person wary of provoking her ire. It was I who instructed Teacher Zhou to bind Zhang Yanwei. If you have any objections, direct them toward me. Lu Xinyi spoke slowly, her piercing gaze sweeping across the faces of the onlookers. They collectively averted their eyes, unwilling to meet her gaze. Zhang Yanwei felt a surge of frustration and disdain for their cowardice. This group only dared to confront Zhou Yan, but before Lu Xinyi, they shrank back like frightened quails. What a useless bunch. By what right do you bind me? Zhang Yanwei glared at Lu Xinyi, defending himself. Is it because I exposed you? I have already stated that I did this to protect everyone, sacrificing myself for the greater good. Does that warrant condemnation? Besides, you subdued this group in the end. You suffered no losses. Lu Xinyi's delicate brows furrowed in annoyance, her fair and charming face etched with impatience. Seal his mouth. He talks too much. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Jiao swiftly tore off a large yellow label from the shelf, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Zhang Yanwei's mouth. With Zhang Yanwei finally silenced, Lu Xinyi continued coldly, I do not care about your motives. If you obstruct me, you stand against me. After uttering these words, she instructed Qin Jiao to take Zhang Yanwei to join the bearded group. The others, witnessing this, dared not voice any dissent, fearing they might share Zhang Yanwei's fate. After all, the one with the most authority in this supermarket was undoubtedly Lu Xinyi, who wielded absolute power. Chapter 25. Leaving the supermarket, a night passed without incident. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhou Yan was still lost in sleep when he felt someone gently shaking him. He immediately responded, jolting awake to see a strikingly beautiful face before him. Lu Xinyi. Recognizing her, he relaxed, adjusted his glasses that lay on the floor, and inquired, so early? What brings you here? We're leaving. Zhou Yan was taken aback by her words, instinctively sitting up to glance at Lu Xinyi and then at Qin Jiao, who was closely following her. You're leaving? Why not stay here? There's food and no zombies. It's quite safe. I have my own plans. Lu Xinyi offered no further explanation but instructed, as for the bearded group and Zhang Yanwei, I leave their handling to you. Teacher Zhou. Do as you see fit. But I recommend you do not release them. I understand. Zhou Yan nodded. If he were to let these people go, they would surely turn against him and Miao Miao. He could not gamble with their lives. Furthermore, these individuals had been defeated with great effort by Lu Xinyi and Qin Jiao, and letting them go would be rather ungrateful. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yan asked, where do you intend to go next? He anticipated that Lu Xinyi would not respond, yet she replied, to another location for supplies. Aware of her strong will, Zhou Yan refrained from further inquiries and merely cautioned, please ensure your safety. Take care. Yes, you too. She softly replied, casting one last glance at Zhou Yan and then at the still sleeping Zhou Miao Miao before quietly departing the supermarket with Qin Jiao. Watching them leave, Zhou Yan sighed. He wished to say goodbye, but in this apocalyptic world, where everyone lived in fear and uncertainty, he could not be sure they would meet again. Upon reaching the supermarket's first floor, Lu Xinyi instructed Qin Jiao to wait by the entrance while she headed to the underground parking lot. She needed to find a legitimate reason to retrieve her SUV from her storage space. Fortunately, Qin Jiao was compliant, reluctantly nodding but still casting glances back as he walked toward the entrance. Lu Xinyi, observing his reluctant demeanor, sighed and strode down the stairs to the parking lot. The stairwell door was locked tight. She used her master key to unlock it. Once inside the parking area, she locked the door behind her to prevent any zombies from entering the supermarket through the stairwell. The early morning light had yet to illuminate the parking lot, leaving it dim. Lu Xinyi stealthily made her way toward the exit, planning to retrieve her SUV just before reaching it. After walking for about 10 meters, she keenly heard the sound of stiff footsteps nearby. Quickly, she ducked behind a pillar, skillfully drew her machete, and warily observed the direction of the noise. Enhanced by the system, her senses were sharper than the average person's. Thus, even in the darkness, she could discern her surroundings. She spotted a zombie clad in a gray suit with a striped tie, its white shirt collar stained crimson with blood, shambling forward while awkwardly twisting its neck to survey the area. Lu Xinyi refrained from recklessly attacking the zombie and instead scanned the surroundings. discovering that several other zombies were also wandering slowly nearby. They all obstructed her path to the exit. To escape the parking lot, she would have to deal with them. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her SUV. When the massive vehicle landed, the sound was not loud, but in the stillness of the parking lot, it resonated sharply. Instantly, the nearby zombies turned their attention toward her. Lucinda ignored them and climbed into the driver's seat. As the engine roared to life, the sound reverberated through the parking lot, drawing every zombie toward her. The zombies emitted beastly growls, shuffling toward Lucinda with stiff, lumbering steps. Seeing this, Lucinda switched on the headlights and even honked the horn, the loud sound further riling the zombies, causing them to quicken their pace. Soon, dozens of zombies congregated in front of her vehicle. A sly smile crept across Lucinda's lips, and then, with a sudden roar, the SUV surged forward at breakneck speed. The zombies, lacking the instinct to evade, were either flung aside by the vehicle's bumper or crushed beneath its wheels, reducing them to a gruesome mess. Her off-road vehicle was fully equipped for defense, leaving her with no concerns about potential damage. This vehicle was larger than those typically found on the market, swiftly barreling into the zombies, who were left with no choice but to await their demise. As she crushed through the horde, spotting a few stragglers, Lucinda executed a graceful drift, turning the car around to charge at the remaining zombies. It wasn't until all the zombies had been reduced to unrecognizable mush that she departed the parking lot. Upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, she observed Qin Jiao still wielding his fire axe, desperately dispatching the undead. Scattered around him lay several fallen zombies. Lucinda parked by the roadside, quietly watching as she noticed his movements becoming increasingly sluggish, each strike against the zombies growing more laborious. He narrowly escaped being scratched on the shoulder by one of the zombies. Wasn't he supposed to be quite formidable? What was happening now? Suddenly, she recalled Qin Jiao mentioning that he would feel weak when hungry. Could it be that he was starving? Seeing him nearly toppled by a zombie, Lucinda quickly drove forward, colliding with a zombie in front of Qin Jiao. Get in the car, she instructed sternly before he could utter a word. Qin Jiao hastily opened the door and took his seat in the passenger side. The off-road vehicle surged forward like the wind. Glancing at his increasingly pale complexion, Lucinda inquired, "Are you hungry?" Qin Jiao lowered his head in embarrassment, responding softly, "Yes. Didn't you pack some food in your backpack?" she remarked, eyeing the bag he held. "Eat first and fill your stomach. I don't want to save you again later." Qin Jiao, his head bowed low, murmured an apology. As they knocked a lone zombie off the road, Lucinda retorted, "If you feel sorry for me, then hurry and eat. I've told you before, if you want to stay with me, you can't be a burden." Instantly, Qin Jiao unzipped his backpack, grabbed the topmost bread, tore open the packaging, and began to eat voraciously. With his mouth stuffed, he earnestly pleaded, "I'll eat my fill and want to be a burden. Please don't chase me away." Chapter 26. Attempting to steal her vehicle. As Qin Jiao finally satisfied his hunger, the off-road vehicle came to a halt outside a bookstore. Although Lucinda had purchased several phones and downloaded offline maps before the apocalypse, she still intended to find a paper map. She also aimed to gather books on planting and farming. The zombie virus had erupted in the morning, and aside from a few staff members, the bookstore was nearly deserted. Inside, there were only 2 wandering zombies. Lucinda entered the bookstore, swiftly dispatching the 2 zombies before discovering that the basement level housed a beverage shop. She sent Qin Jiao to gather supplies while she began her search for the desired books. As usual, she disabled the store's cameras, located the agricultural bookshelves, and instead of sifting through them one by one, she simply collected the entire shelf into her space. After a thorough inspection of the store, she gathered all the books that piqued her interest or that she deemed potentially useful in the future. Once she had finished collecting the books, Qin Jiao returned from the basement, his backpack stuffed to the brim and a plastic bag filled with supplies in hand. "Have you gathered everything?" she asked. Qin Jiao nodded, handing her the plastic bag. "This is for you." Lucinda accepted it without hesitation. "Could you carry it to the car?" "Sure, let us go," Qin Jiao replied, following Lucinda outside, his gaze sweeping over the noticeably diminished number of books in the store. Yet, Lucinda only had a slightly bulging backpack and held onto her machete. Qin Jiao asked no questions, maintaining a composed demeanor, as though he had no curiosity about the missing books. Just as they reached the bookstore entrance, Lucinda raised her hand, signaling for him to halt, then swiftly concealed herself behind a bookshelf, cautiously peering outside. Qin Jiao quickly joined her, following her gaze. They soon spotted 4 men and 2 women gathered around their off-road vehicle, evidently intrigued by it. One tall, slender man attempted to strike the driver's side window with a heavy object, only to find the glass as impenetrable as steel. What material is this vehicle's glass made of? Could it be bulletproof? The tall man greedily touched the window, his desire intensifying. The ponytailed girl beside him chimed in, if we can drive this car away. We won't have to fear the zombies in the city. Whether we're looking for supplies or seeking refuge outside the city, we won't have anything to worry about. Exactly. Another man echoed, this vehicle is clearly modified, and look, the tires are covered in blood. It's obviously run over zombies. What are we waiting for? We need to get this car. The 6 of them resumed their frantic efforts. Yet, regardless of their methods, they could not unlock the doors. Helplessly watching the formidable off-road vehicle as they grew increasingly anxious. The commotion caught the attention of nearby zombies, who staggered toward the group. The zombies are coming. If we don't get the car out of here, we'll be surrounded, exclaimed a shorter girl with curly hair, her anxiety palpable. Calm down. Can't you see we're busy? The tall man retorted. If you can't help, go kill zombies. The girl immediately bristled. But they're zombies. They're terrifying. Don't want to help? Then be quiet. The ponytail girl snapped, rolling her eyes. What are you thinking, acting like a celebrity at a time like this? I am a celebrity. You should be addressing me as senior. The curly-haired girl protested. A senior? Please. Enough. Let us all keep our voices down. Interrupted a tall, handsome man, who then charged forward, swinging his baseball bat to strike a zombie's head. The ponytail girl followed suit, thrusting her makeshift spear into a zombie's eye. The other 2 men joined the fray, while the tall man continued struggling with the vehicle. The curly-haired girl leaned against the front of the car, urging the tall man to hurry up. This group consisted of strong, young individuals, and they were well aware that the zombies' weakness lay in their heads, directing all their attacks accordingly. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, they finally eliminated the surrounding zombies, albeit in a rather disheveled state. You're covered in dirt. Stay away from me, the curly-haired girl complained, pointing at one of the men. He opened his mouth to respond but ultimately moved to the side in silence. The ponytail girl, unable to bear it any longer, was about to retort when the handsome man grasped her arm, saying, Sumo, you know what Jishan is like. Why bother arguing with her? If it were any other time, it would be one thing, but look at the situation. The city is teeming with zombies, and if she keeps acting like this, we'll all be dragged down. In response, Li Jishan voiced her dissatisfaction. Sumo, aren't you just jealous of my good relationship with Yunja? Jealous that he speaks for me? Look at yourself, dressed like a tomboy. No man would find you appealing. Sumo was about to retort when the tall man let out a frustrated exclamation. All eyes turned to him. This car is just too difficult to deal with. The tall and lean individual, filled with rage, kicked the off-road vehicle, only to find that the vehicle remained unscathed while his foot throbbed with pain, intensifying his frustration. I am genuinely curious about the masterful hands that modified this vehicle. Despite my various attempts, I've been unable to open the door. Ji Yunja approached the hood of the off-road vehicle, surveyed the surroundings, and spoke in a low voice. This vehicle is impeccably adapted for the current environment. If the catastrophe had not just occurred, I would suspect that the owner had specifically modified it for this disaster. Is the owner nearby? Given that the vehicle is parked here? Sumo suggested, perhaps we should refrain from making any plans regarding this vehicle. It would be troublesome if the owner were to discover us. Li Zishan dismissed her concern, saying, what if they find out? Are we afraid of one person when there are 6 of us? Besides, didn't you just say that if we could drive this vehicle away, we wouldn't have anything to worry about? Are you frightened now? With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Sumo, asserting that they should locate the owner and compel them to surrender the vehicle to them. Just as Li Zishan finished speaking, a terrified scream escaped her lips as she glanced towards the bookstore at the street corner. Chapter 27. Stay away from my car. What's the matter?
Yumsha inquired urgently.
There are people over there. Li Zishan pointed towards the bookstore, a hint of fear in her voice. She had turned her head only to see a man and a woman standing expressionless behind the glass door of the bookstore, startling her into thinking they were zombies. Ji Yunja and the others quickly turned their gaze towards the bookstore, and upon recognizing Lu Xini and Qin Jiao, they were taken aback. Once they confirmed that the 2 were indeed alive, a sigh of relief washed over them. As long as they were not zombies, that was sufficient. Could this vehicle possibly belong to them?
Sumo whispered.
The tall and lean individual chimed in, noting that the vehicle was parked right outside the bookstore, suggesting it might indeed be theirs. Li Zishan turned and glared at the two, questioning, "Are you certain this vehicle is theirs? Those two look quite young. How could they possibly have the means to drive such a fine vehicle?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, a crisp yet displeased voice rang out, "Stay away from my car." In that instant, Li Zishan felt as though she had been slapped hard across the face, a fiery sting coursing through her. To reclaim her dignity, she took a couple of steps forward, looking down at Lu Xinyi with a scrutinizing gaze. The girl appeared youthful, resembling a college student, yet her beauty was striking. Even having seen countless beautiful stars in the entertainment industry, she had to concede that Lu Xinyi's looks placed her among the upper echelon of beauty. The realization that this girl was not only more attractive than herself, but also the owner of this vehicle left Li Zishan feeling unbalanced. "You claim this car is yours. But who can prove it?" Lu Xinyi chose to ignore her, striding towards the driver's seat. Having observed their antics in the bookstore, she recognized that this actress, Li Zishan, was a drama queen. Such individuals, who failed to comprehend the situation and create unnecessary trouble, she preferred to avoid to prevent any complications for herself.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Seeing that Lu Xinyi ignored her, Li Zishan, irritated, stepped forward to block her path. Qin Jiao swiftly moved in front of Lu Xinyi, carefully shielding her and pushing Li Zishan aside in discontent. Li Zishan stumbled back a couple of steps, glaring furiously at Qin Jiao. "How dare you push me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Even if this boy standing before her was undeniably handsome, with a porcelain-like fragility that made him appear even more attractive than the industry's recognized heartthrob, Ji Yunjia, it did not absolve him of his transgression. Qin Jiao disregarded her, turning back with concern towards Lu Xinyi and softly asking, "Xinyi, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let us get in the car." Lu Xinyi replied in a low voice, moving to depart. Li Zishan, however, quickly spread her arms to block their way. "You're not leaving here until you apologize to me." Lu Xinyi frowned in annoyance, her gaze icy as she regarded her. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Yunjia hurriedly approached and pulled Li Zishan aside, apologetically addressing Lu Xinyi. "I'm sorry, Zishan can be quite blunt. I hope you won't take offense." Lu Xinyi cast a fleeting glance at him before turning her piercing gaze back to Li Zishan, coldly stating, "Being blunt is not an excuse for being uncouth and ill-mannered." "Who are you calling uncouth and ill-mannered?" Li Zishan retorted angrily, shaking off Ji Yunjia's hand and stepping towards Lu Xinyi, pointing an impeccably manicured finger at her nose. Lu Xinyi remained silent, slowly raising the machete in her hand. With a push of her thumb, the blade glimmered ominously. It dawned on everyone that she was wielding a weapon, a long knife that appeared exceedingly sharp. Ji Yunjia once more grasped Li Zishan, apologizing to Lu Xinyi. "Miss, if we have offended you in any way, we sincerely apologize. We hope you can be magnanimous and forgive our indiscretions." At this point, Su Mo also approached, her tone filled with regret. "Miss, we did not realize this vehicle was yours. We assumed it was an abandoned car. Therefore, we intended to drive it away. But we did not damage your property, so we hope you can overlook our intrusion." Lu Xinyi sheathed her machete and spoke in a chillier tone. "Do not obstruct my path." Ji Yunjia and Su Mo instinctively stepped back, allowing her passage. As Lu Xinyi was about to enter the vehicle, Ji Yunjia hurriedly called out to her and took a few steps forward, displaying his signature smile. His fans adored the smile, and even passers-by remarked on his amiable demeanor. However, when he noticed that Lu Xinyi remained unfazed by his smile, his expression stiffened slightly. Nonetheless, he maintained his smile and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Miss, considering the current city is teeming with zombies, it is not wise to venture alone. Why not collaborate with us? Rest assured, we will not take advantage of our numbers. Any supplies we find will be evenly split. How about that?" Upon hearing his proposal, Li Zishan was about to voice her opposition when Su Mo swiftly covered her mouth. Just because the drama queen failed to grasp the situation did not mean they did not understand. The mere fact that these two possessed such a highly fortified off-road vehicle indicated they were not ordinary individuals. If they could recruit these two into their group, it would undeniably be more beneficial than detrimental. "Miss, what do you think?" Ji Yunjia asked again, cautiously. "I refuse." With that, Lu Xinyi opened the car door and took her seat in the driver's seat, slamming the door shut before Ji Yunjia could utter another word. If she truly desired collaboration, she would have chosen to team up with the two unproblematic individuals at the supermarket. After Qin Jiao also entered the vehicle. Lu Xini started the engine, and with a swift press of the gas pedal, the off-road vehicle sped away. TSK, that vehicle is really impressive. The tall and lean individual remarked enviously as he watched the vehicle recede into the distance. Let us quickly find 2 cars and follow them, Ji Yunjia stated, beginning his search for operable vehicles along the street. The others joined the hunt without further questions, except for Li Zishan, who complained, "Why should we follow those 2 annoying people? And Ji Yunjia, why did you suggest collaborating with them? I refuse to work with such rude individuals." Yet, no one paid her any heed. Even Ji Yunjia, who usually exhibited great patience with her, was too preoccupied with searching for vehicles to respond. Ignored by the group. Li Zishan stomped her foot in frustration. How infuriating! The group quickly found 2 vehicles, and once everyone was inside, they immediately set off in pursuit of the direction the off-road vehicle had taken. Even if they could not collaborate with those 2, it would still be advantageous to benefit from their presence. Chapter 28. Gathering supplies at the gas station, the off-road vehicle sped swiftly, crushing zombies in its path, until it arrived at the nearest gas station. The number of zombies at the gas station was considerable. Lu Xini estimated there were around 50 or 60. Exiting the vehicle, she declared they needed to eliminate these zombies. Without further ado, she swiftly got out, wielding her machete before the zombies could close in. Qin Jiao followed closely behind, bringing down a zombie with his fire axe, its blade already chipped from previous encounters. The 2 of them descended upon the zombies like avenging spirits, dispatching any that dared approach, leaving them as mere puddles of mush on the ground. Soon, only a dozen zombies remained. With her machete plunged into the gaping mouth of a zombie, Lu Xini turned to Qin Jiao and said, "You handle the rest of these. I'm going to find some fuel barrels." Qin Jiao nodded, swinging his fire axe to sever another zombie's neck. Lu Xini then spun around and headed for the storeroom of the gas station. Along the way, she encountered a lone zombie, swiftly dispatching it with a decisive strike. Using a master key, she unlocked the storeroom door and scanned the interior, quickly spotting 6 empty 30L fuel barrels and 4 large 300L barrels. She stored the 4 large barrels and 4 smaller ones into her space, taking only 2 small barrels with her as she exited the storeroom. Hurrying to the fuel pump, she inserted the nozzle into one of the small barrels, transferring the fuel into her storage containers while simultaneously filling the barrels. After filling 2 large and 2 small barrels with gasoline, she ensured the small barrel was also filled before repeating the process with the remaining empty barrels, this time with diesel. Once she completed this task, she filled the off-road vehicle with fuel as well. As she placed the 2 small barrels filled with diesel and gasoline into the vehicle, she noticed Qin Jiao squatting before a zombie, seemingly searching for something. "What are you looking for?" she inquired. Qin Jiao looked back at her, then stood and approached her excitedly, presenting a dazzling diamond necklace. The pendant a lifelike butterfly poised to take flight. "This is for you." Lu Xini did not accept it, frowning slightly. "Did you take this from a zombie?" "Yes." "I don't want it. It feels unlucky." She had plenty of gold necklaces in her space. If she truly desired jewelry, she could have collected an array of ornaments from jewelry stores along the way. Qin Jiao's eyes dimmed momentarily, a look of disappointment crossing his face. But he quickly regained his composure and declared, "Then I'll find you a more beautiful necklace from a store next time." Lu Xini was uninterested, responding nonchalantly, "Do as you wish." With that, she turned and headed toward the gas station's small supermarket. Since she was already there, she might as well gather some supplies before leaving. However, upon entering the small supermarket, she was surprised to discover several individuals hiding within. They were so well concealed that she hadn't noticed them until she stepped inside. Fortunately, the storeroom was a fair distance from the supermarket, and as the barrels were tucked away in a corner, no one witnessed her storing them. Moreover, while she was refueling, the pump provided enough cover that her actions remained hidden from view. Otherwise, she could have risked exposing her storage space. This experience taught her a valuable lesson. She needed to be more vigilant in the future. Among the group were men and women of various ages. Judging by their attire, 2 were employees of the gas station, while the others appeared to be customers who had sought refuge there when disaster struck. They had witnessed the ferocity with which Lu Xini and Qin Jiao had dispatched the zombies, and now, upon seeing the 2 enter the supermarket, they regarded them with wary eyes. One burly man in a black short-sleeved shirt, adorned with tattoos on his right arm, stepped forward and inquired, "What do you want?" Lu Xini felt his question was rather redundant. What else would they do in a supermarket? "We're here to gather supplies," she replied coolly. signaling for Qin Jiao to start collecting provisions. However, this place is already under our control, the tattooed man interjected. If you wish to take supplies, you must first obtain our permission. Lu Xini regarded him silently. He was imposing in appearance, with a robust build and intimidating tattoos. Yet she noticed the slight tremor in his voice, revealing a lack of courage. He was merely a blusterous bully. Nonetheless, she had no desire to provoke these individuals. Very well, we'd like to take some food, may we? The tattooed man exchanged glances with his companions, and upon seeing them nod, he replied, we agree. But you cannot take too much. This supermarket is small, and with so many of us, if you take too much, we may not last long. That's acceptable. Lu Xini was not in dire need of supplies. She simply didn't want to leave empty-handed. Moreover, she could tell that while this group was cautious, they bore no hostility. So she had no intention of provoking them unnecessarily. In the end, Lu Xini filled her backpack, while Qin Jiao took a plastic bag containing a few supplies. As they pushed open the glass door of the supermarket to leave, they were startled to find Ji Yunjia and his 6 companions had also arrived in their vehicle. Unbeknownst to Lu Xini, these 6 had been trailing them all along. Although they had been some distance behind, they had managed to follow the tracks left by the off-road vehicle. What a coincidence, we meet again. Ji Yunjia greeted with his signature smile, approaching Lu Xini. She regarded him skeptically, doubting this was merely a chance encounter. As a celebrity, Ji Yunjia was adept at managing his expressions, and even under Lu Xini's scrutinizing gaze, he maintained his composure. Are you here to gather supplies? He asked, glancing at the plastic bag in Qin Jiao's hand. Perfect timing. We were also planning to look for supplies. Why don't we join forces? It would be safer that way. Seeing his persistence in wanting to collaborate, Lu Xini promptly replied, I don't collaborate with others. With that, she turned and walked away. Ji Yunjia turned to call after her, but at that moment, 2 young women burst out of the supermarket, their faces alight with excitement as they spotted Ji Yunjia, along with Su Emo and Li Jishan. Oh my gosh! It's Ji Yunjia and Su Emo and Li Jishan. We're so lucky to see real celebrities, they exclaimed. You all should come inside. We have food. And even if we run out, we can look for supplies together. The 2 girls blocked Ji Yunjia's path, leaving him helpless as Lu Xini and Qin Jiao drove away in their vehicle. He sighed silently, then followed his companions into the supermarket with the 2 girls. He decided against pursuing Lu Xini and Qin Jiao any further. If collaboration was not meant to be, then it simply wasn't their fate. Chapter 29. To the safe house in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. During this time, an official rescue team had made one visit, initially evacuating high-ranking officials and technical personnel from the medical and research fields before organizing the evacuation of the public. With the outbreak of the zombie virus, the global population had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former size, and in Harbin, a city with a resident population of approximately 20 million, only about 100 to 200,000 survivors remained. Clearly, the rescue team could not evacuate all these survivors. Thus, the authorities urged those who had not yet evacuated to prepare supplies, stay indoors, secure their doors and windows, and avoid opening them indiscriminately while awaiting rescue. If circumstances permitted, individuals could also voluntarily head to official shelters. Lu Xini had little interest in the official shelters. She possessed her own safe house, which might well be more secure than the official ones. It was time for her to leave the city and head to her safe haven. Over the past 5 days, she had gathered a substantial amount of supplies, including food, daily necessities, clothing, gasoline, diesel, and a batch of solar panels. Her supplies were already ample. There was no need to linger in the city. After all, the streets were now infested with zombies, and staying any longer would only heighten the danger. Standing by a window on the 5th floor of a 10-story hotel, Lu Xini meticulously observed the situation in the direction of the city exit using a drone. Once she had determined a route out, she maneuvered the drone back before turning her attention to Qin Jiao beside her. Are you truly not going to the official shelter? This marked the 5th time she had posed this question to him. Qin Jiao provided the same answer for the 5th time. No, I only wish to stay with you. Lu Xini pressed her moist, red lips together, delving into contemplation. Over the past 5 days, she had gained a relatively clear understanding of Qin Jiao. He never disagreed with her. Whatever she instructed him to do, he complied without a hint of opposition or complaint. She had witnessed his prowess in combating zombies, and in a non-hungry state, he would not hinder her. Overall, he indeed met her criteria for a companion. Moreover, as she was preparing to head to a safe house. If she did not appropriately manage Qin Jiao, she would never take him there.
System.
System. Please speak, host. Lu Xini mused. Would the companions registered in your system truly not betray me? The system's cold, mechanical voice carried a hint of excitement, as if a task was finally nearing completion. Host, are you finally considering recruiting a companion? Rest assured, this system never speaks falsely. If it claims they will not betray you, they assuredly will not. Lu Xini replied softly, hesitating as she regarded Qin Jiao. He appeared somewhat anxious under her gaze, nervously tugging at his clothing, casting a pitiable look her way, as if fearing abandonment. After a moment, Lu Xini inquired, if I were to make you my companion, would you be willing to sell your soul to me? The system had previously stated that companions registered would have their souls bound to her, effectively selling their souls to her. Without hesitation, Qin Jiao nodded vigorously and replied, I am willing. As long as it means I can accompany you, I would do anything. Lu Xini finally made her decision. All right, from this moment on, you are my companion. As soon as her words left her lips, the system's voice chimed joyfully. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a companion. Reward, 3,000 points. Please continue your efforts to recruit more companions. 3,000 points. Lu Xini was somewhat taken aback. She was aware that recruiting companions could yield rewards ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 points, but she hadn't anticipated the system would grant her the full 3,000 points directly.
What is the standard for this reward?
System. It is based on the companion's abilities. The higher the ability, the greater the point reward. Lu Xini raised an eyebrow discreetly. It seemed that Qin Jiao's strength was indeed acknowledged as formidable by the system. She collected her thoughts and checked her current points balance. Total points, 3892. At that moment, she felt a twinge of imbalance. In the past 5 days, she had painstakingly slain zombies to earn a little over 800 points, while recruiting Qin Jiao as a companion had granted her 3,000 points. The points awarded for killing zombies were far too meager. She silently grumbled to herself as she opened the companion section, which had once been empty but now bore the name Companion, Qin Jiao. Xini, can I really be your companion? Qin Jiao's incredulous voice pulled Lu Xini back from her contemplation. Yes, you are my companion. Upon receiving her affirmation, Qin Jiao was elated, his excitement evident as he danced joyfully, a radiant smile stretching from ear to ear. Seeing him in such an exuberant state, Lu Xini couldn't help but smile slightly. All right, enough with the jubilation. Let me make one thing clear. Even as my companion, you must heed my commands and not hinder my progress. Qin Jiao stood at attention, solemnly nodding as he vowed, rest assured, I promise to obey your every instruction and will not hold you back. Very well, then follow me. As Qin Jiao stepped behind her, curiosity bubbled up within him. Where are we going? Out of the city. Following the determined route, the off-road vehicle sped ahead. Even if zombies heard the commotion, they could not catch up to the vehicle's rapid pace. After approximately an hour and a half, the vehicle finally arrived at the fortress-like safe house. The safe house was situated nearly a kilometer from the main road, surrounded by towering, lush evergreen trees that nearly concealed it from view. Without approaching closely, one would hardly notice its existence. The vehicle halted about 100 meters from the safe house. The two exited the car together. Be cautious. There are many traps around, Lu Xini advised, carefully scanning the surroundings. Although she had not been present during the construction of the safe house by the security firm, she had frequently communicated with the personnel and was aware of where the traps were set. Avoiding the traps with care, she circled the safe house, confirming that there were no suspicious signs before opening the large iron gate and driving the vehicle into the garage. Qin Jiao gazed in awe at the fortified safe house, exclaiming, Xini, this place is incredible. After shutting the large iron door, Lu Xini turned and walked toward the garage, stating, from now on, this will be our base. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring a base. Reward, 1,000 points. Please actively expand the base to earn more point rewards. Lu Xini. She could earn points just for returning to her safe house? Moreover, what did it mean to expand the base? She merely wished to rest within the safe house. She had no desire to expand it. Chapter 30. Oasis Base. Lu Xini silently grumbled, noticing that a new item had appeared on the system panel. Base, ground area, 1,000 square meters. Base population, 2. Lucini surveyed the entire safe house. Considering the 10-meter-high walls as boundaries, the safe house indeed covered approximately 1,000 square meters. The population of the base naturally referred to herself and Qin Jiao. As for this base, it seemed she was to name it. After a brief contemplation, she decided to call it Oasis Base. "Cinny, what's wrong?" Qin Jiao asked, puzzled by her stillness. Shaking off her thoughts, Lucini replied, "It's nothing. Let us first put the items from the car in the warehouse." "Okay." Together, they moved the food from the vehicle's trunk to the warehouse, and Lucini then headed toward the kitchen. While walking, she inquired, "Can you cook?" Qin Jiao sheepishly shook his head. "No, I can't." "Can you drive?" "Neither can I." Lucini opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She suddenly regretted making him her companion. Before the disaster struck, it was normal for someone his age not to know how to drive. But this was no longer a time of peace. She needed him to learn to drive. Lucini stated earnestly, "So, you must learn to drive as soon as possible." "Understood?" Qin Jiao nodded seriously. "Understood." Lucini acknowledged, continuing forward. Then, recalling something, she turned back and curiously asked Qin Jiao, "Are you of age?" "I am already 18. Lucini nodded in understanding and said, "Feel free to choose any room downstairs, but the upstairs is my area. You cannot go up without my permission, understood?" "Understood." "All right, go pick a room. I'll prepare dinner," Lucini remarked as she entered the kitchen, only to turn back and call out to Qin Jiao, "You also need to learn to cook. It wouldn't do for her to handle all the cooking alone." Closing the kitchen door, Lucini opened the refrigerator, pulling out various meats, vegetables, and drinks, filling the double-door fridge to the brim. Afterward, she retrieved a considerable assortment of seasonings, placing them on the countertop. Pots, bowls, and utensils are indeed indispensable. Before long, the initially barren kitchen was infused with the vibrancy of life. Even the dishcloths were placed neatly on the countertop. For her first meal in the safe house, she wished to create something more elaborate rather than settling for the pre-prepared dishes available in the space. Those ready-to-eat meals could wait for days when cooking was not feasible. After some contemplation, she retrieved a piece of pork tenderloin, a freshly slaughtered carp, and a cabbage from the refrigerator. As Qin Jiao entered the kitchen, she happened upon Lucini slicing the tenderloin. "What are you planning to cook?" she inquired. "Could you teach me?" "First, start cooking the rice," Lucini instructed, pointing to the rice cooker beside her. Qin Jiao promptly set about washing the rice and preparing it. Once the rice was on the stove, she stood by quietly observing Lucini's culinary techniques, her gaze filled with earnest curiosity akin to that of a dedicated scholar. Lucini moved with practiced grace. After all, during her time with the Lu family, she had assumed the roles of housekeeper and cook, handling everything from laundry to meal preparation. If a dish did not meet Lu Jinpeng's expectations, he would not hesitate to express his displeasure. Over the years following Lu Jinpeng's divorce from his mother, her culinary skills had indeed sharpened. Speaking of Lu Jinpeng, she pondered the fate of his family on that fateful day when the plane crashed. Were they still alive? Yet, regardless of their fate, it no longer pertained to her. She had resolved never to assist them again in this life. Soon, the meal was ready. Sweet and sour pork, sauerkraut fish, and stir-fried cabbage, simple yet delightful dishes that did not lack in flavor or aroma. As the enticing fragrance wafted through the air, Qin Jiao's stomach rumbled, yearning for a hearty serving. "It's time to eat," Lucini announced, prompting Qin Jiao to pick up her chopsticks and serve the tenderest pieces of fish to Lucini's bowl. "You eat first. No need to serve me." "Focus on your own meal," Lucini replied, though she appreciated the gesture. After a few bites of rice, Qin Jiao earnestly declared, "I will strive to learn cooking so that I can prepare meals for you in the future." Lucini smiled. "All right, I look forward to tasting your cooking." After the meal, Qin Jiao willingly took on the task of washing the dishes while Lucini ascended to the second floor. The second floor housed not only bedrooms and a study but, most importantly, the control room, which contained all the surveillance for the area surrounding the safe house, as well as the control systems for its various facilities. Although much of the electricity and communication networks had been severely damaged, a small portion remained operational, and the region hosting the safe house was among the fortunate survivors. Consequently, the backup power for the safe house had not yet been activated, relying instead on national power. However, such support would not last indefinitely. Half a month after the apocalypse began, a sudden drop in temperature accompanied by snowfall had wreaked havoc on the already fragile power grid, rendering it inoperative. In this life, the apocalypse had commenced 2 full days earlier, leaving her uncertain whether the frigid weather would also arrive ahead of schedule. Nevertheless, she had adequately prepared. Even if national power failed, she possessed a diesel generator and solar panels, alleviating her concerns regarding electricity. After familiarizing herself with all the equipment in the control room, she took her seat before the array of monitors, beginning her surveillance of the surroundings. The number of cameras surrounding the safe house was considerable, cleverly concealed, with the farthest capable of monitoring the main road a kilometer away. Through the screens, she observed a haphazard array of vehicles strewn across the main road. Several were overturned, while others had crashed into guardrails, their bodies mangled. Additionally, numerous zombies wandered about in the spacious 6-lane road. After monitoring the feeds for approximately half an hour and confirming that all was well, Lu Xinyi descended the stairs. Spotting Qin Jiao staring blankly at the refrigerator, she asked, "What are you doing? I want to learn how to cook, but I don't know where to start. Later, I will give you a cookbook. You can learn from it. For now, come with me to learn how to drive."
All right.
The SUV left the confines of the safe house, traversing the 2-lane country road until they reached the main road a kilometer away. Lu Xinyi honked the horn, drawing the surrounding zombies toward them, and together they dispatched the undead. Afterward, she drove the SUV at a brisk pace, weaving through the wreckage of vehicles to carve a path. Upon returning, Lu Xinyi found a relatively intact Volkswagen and, after dragging the deceased driver out, called back to Qin Jiao, "Come here, it's time to learn to drive." Chapter 31. Discovering a good place. Qin Jiao was a quick learner. After only 4 days of driving practice, she had developed a fair degree of competence. From initially struggling to drive in a straight line on the main road, she could now navigate the winding country lanes. Although still not entirely proficient, she could at least drive away smoothly. In the post-apocalyptic era, driving rules had become obsolete. Lu Xinyi's expectations were modest. She only needed to drive normally. Today, as Qin Jiao practiced driving, Lu Xinyi monitored the surroundings from the safe house. Once she confirmed that everything was normal, she opened the system shop. Her total points amounted to 5,308. While it seemed substantial, she was soon disheartened upon viewing the skill categories in the shop. The basic elemental abilities, earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning, each required 10,000 points for redemption. More obscure abilities, such as space manipulation, support skills, and invisibility, demanded even greater point totals. In that moment, Lu Xinyi understood why the system continually urged her to strive for more points. Without points, she could not exchange for abilities, let alone upgrade them. Ultimately, she closed the skill category with tears in her eyes and discovered that even a single skill point required 5,000 points. System. Are the prices in the shop not extortionate? She lamented. Host, you have a great sense of humor. How could it be extortion? There are many affordable items in the shop. Even products for 1 point exist. The system replied. Lu Xinyi could only force a smile. Yes, indeed. There were items priced at 1 point. But what use was a piece of bubblegum worth 1 point to her? Feeling utterly drained, she slipped into her space, intending to cultivate the land as a means of alleviating her mood. The 10 square meter plot was evenly divided into 10 sections, with 3 designated for livestock, 3 for fruit, and the remaining 4 entirely for vegetables. In the 3 livestock sections, she raised chickens and ducks in one, fish in another, and rabbits in the last. The passage of time within her space was already faster than the outside world, and given that this was land provided by the system, the vegetables she planted would be ready for harvest in just 2 to 3 days. In her 4 square meter vegetable garden, spinach, chili peppers, cabbage, and eggplant had all matured, ready for harvest at any moment. With her storage room already well stocked, there was no need to harvest the vegetables, as they would merely take up space. She stepped into the section designated for chickens and ducks. The 30 chicks and 30 ducklings she had initially purchased had grown up and begun laying eggs. After collecting the eggs, she filled a basin with rice and began feeding the chickens and ducks. Ducks loved water, so she had even dug a small pond in this area, filling it with water for the ducks to swim. Next, she proceeded to feed the fish and the rabbits. Raising rabbits was quite easy. She could simply use the cabbage leaves from the adjacent vegetable garden. Moreover, rabbits were highly prolific, and of the 4 she initially bought, 2 of the does were now pregnant, their bellies round and bulging, indicating that they would soon give birth to kits. After tending to the livestock, she picked up a fruit basket and headed to the fruit-growing area. In the expansive 500 square meter orchard, one is greeted by a breathtaking vista of abundant, luscious fruits: the crimson, dripping apples, the golden persimmons, and the verdant, crisp pears. Regardless of their varied species or seasonal differences, the fruits thrive and blossom harmoniously in this fertile land. She picked several apples and pears, gathering freshly laid chicken and duck eggs before swiftly exiting the space. Upon entering the kitchen, she meticulously washed the apples and pears, placing them in a fruit bowl while storing the chicken eggs in the refrigerator and intending to transform the duck eggs into salted delicacies. Just as she prepared the salt for the salted duck eggs, Qin Jiao returned from his driving practice. "Cinny, I've discovered a splendid place," he exclaimed eagerly upon entering the kitchen. He shared news of a charming village not far from their safe house. Lu Cinny recalled the village he mentioned. It lay approximately 2 kilometers behind the safe house, slightly offset from the main road, necessitating a detour through 2 junctions. During his recent driving practice, Qin Jiao had not noticed this quaint village, which had been developed as a rural tourism demonstration site in recent years. It was modest in size, accommodating around 300 residents across more than 80 households. The village boasted guest houses, restaurants, coffee shops, and specialty stores, catering to visitors eager to experience the rustic charm, admire flowers, and engage in local labor. As Lu Cinny prepared the salted duck eggs, her mind raced with considerations. She found herself in dire need of points. Merely slaying zombies would not suffice in amassing the necessary 10,000 points to exchange for abilities. Recruiting allies seemed unrealistic, as not everyone would be as compliant as Qin Jiao, who felt indebted to her. Moreover, the maximum points for recruiting allies were merely 3,000, insufficient for skill exchanges. However, expanding her base was a different matter. The points awarded for base expansion were calculated based on the area covered. 1 square meter equated to 1 point. The larger her expansion, the greater her rewards. If she could incorporate the village Qin Jiao mentioned into her base, she would secure over 100,000 points. Resolute in her decision, Lu Cinny hastily completed the salted duck eggs, called for Qin Jiao, and drove their all-terrain vehicle toward the village. She needed to accumulate enough points to exchange for abilities before the impending extreme cold and snow arrived. After such weather, both zombies and survivors would awaken their powers. In her previous life, lacking any abilities, she survived 3 years in the apocalypse solely through her combative skills. With the system in this life enabling her to exchange for powers, she yearned for more. The all-terrain vehicle swiftly reached the village, where a large stone at the entrance proudly displayed the characters Taoyuan Village. A tall framework at the entrance bore a red banner welcoming visitors to the village. Opposite the entrance lay a vast expanse of flourishing rice paddies, the seedlings of vibrant green, gently swaying in the breeze. Unfortunately, the impending snowfall would obliterate this picturesque scene. Continuing into the village, Lu Cinny noted the various ornamental trees lining the dual carriageway, with farmland beyond, cultivated with diverse crops. As they crossed a stone bridge spanning several meters, they finally encountered the first house. Beneath the bridge lay a pond, densely populated with lush lotus plants, hinting at a future display of blooming beauty. After parking the vehicle by the bridge, Lu Cinny disembarked, armed with a machete, and approached the house. Cautiously peering through a window, she confirmed the absence of zombies within the living room before pushing the door open. "You go that way and I'll check this side," she instructed Qin Jiao, directing him toward the 2 rooms on the right while she ventured into the left room. To her shock, upon opening the door, a bloodied zombie, its eyes bulging and a gaping wound in its abdomen, lunged at her. In a reflexive motion, Lu Cinny kicked the creature, sending it crashing into the opposite wall. She swiftly advanced, driving the machete into its skull, pinning it firmly against the wall. As she withdrew the blade, the zombie crumpled to the floor. Surveying the room, she realized it was a tea room, with another mangled corpse lying on the ground, unrecognizable from the brutal gnawing it had endured. After clearing the tea room, she proceeded to the next room. Cautiously opening the door, she found herself in a children's playroom, likely intended for the amusement of visiting children. At that moment, a child zombie, appearing to be no more than 2 or 3 years old, turned to face her upon hearing the door creak open. Its once clear eyes were now dull and gray, and its cherubic face bore a purplish hue, marked with visible veins. The child zombie, sensing human presence, waddled toward her. Yet, before it could reach her, the glinting machete pierced its throat. The apocalypse is unforgiving. Even the youngest among them succumb to the fate of becoming zombies. Under the influence of the zombie virus, all individuals, regardless of status or profession, face an equal chance of mutation. Lu Cinny turned away from the child zombie and moved to another room. In less than 5 minutes, they had eradicated all zombies within the house. As they made their way outside, Lucini inquired of the system, "What requirements must I fulfill to expand my base?" The system responded, "The host must clear this house, rendering it a vacant property. Thus, it will count as part of your base. Do you wish to accumulate points after clearing the entire village or after each house?" After contemplation, Lucini replied, "Let us settle it all at once," preferring to avoid the incessant notifications from the system. Continuing along the road, they noted the evenly distributed houses, each closely situated along the thoroughfare. As a tourist village, visitors were expected, yet the outbreak occurred on a weekday morning, resulting in a sparse number of tourists. The villagers, numbering around 300 to 400 during the disaster, had likely fled or perished. On the spacious road, zombies roamed freely, but the duo swiftly dispatched them. They methodically cleared each house, pausing to rest and regain their strength as needed, tirelessly working until dusk. By the end of their efforts, they had cleared every house in the village. However, they found no survivors.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing Taoyuan village. Please define the boundary for the village. Lucini raised an eyebrow, pondering a boundary? So, I can select the size of Taoyuan village as part of my base? The system confirmed, indeed. But please note that regardless of the selected area, the maximum point reward is capped at 100,000. Lucini felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to amass a significant number of points through this expansion, only to discover a limit. Nonetheless, 100,000 points still held value, and she begrudgingly accepted it. She did not respond to the system immediately. Instead, she drove the off-road vehicle alongside Qin Jiao to a sign indicating the terrain map of Peach Blossom Village at the village entrance. The map clearly delineated the village's boundaries as well as some of its iconic buildings. Lucini gazed at the map for a moment before declaring to the system, "Let the stone at the village entrance inscribed with the words Peach Blossom Village serve as our boundary." "Understood," the system replied. No sooner had the system spoken than Lucini watched as a wall, composed of bricks and iron railings, suddenly rose from the ground, approximately 3 meters high, extending outward from that large stone at the village entrance. Lucini exclaimed in surprise. She quickly turned to Qin Jiao, only to find him lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the terrain map. Seemingly sensing Lucini's confusion, the system kindly explained, "Rest assured, host, only you can perceive the wall's emergence. Once it is completed, others will automatically acknowledge its existence without any suspicion." The wall was soon completed, adorned with vibrant green climbing vines and red or blue morning glories, enhancing its beauty. The entire wall encircled Peach Blossom Village, leaving only one entrance at the village's mouth, secured by a heavy iron gate. Observing this, Lucini silently commended the system in her heart. Truly, it was a remarkable ally.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully expanding the base's perimeter. You have earned 100,000 points. You may operate the base through the character attribute panel, the system chimed. Lucini hastily opened the system's character attribute panel, discovering, in addition to the base area and population, 2 new options, base defense and base construction. Base defense specifically referred to the newly erected wall, which could be upgraded with skill points, starting with a defense value of 10. Base construction was categorized into housing construction and land development, both of which could also be upgraded with skill points. Housing would enhance sturdiness, while land would improve yield quantity and quality. Gazing at the attribute panel before her, Lucini felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly embarked on an irreversible path dictated by the system, one that prioritized accumulating points. She had merely wished to stockpile supplies and lounge comfortably in her safe house. Yet now, to earn points, enhance her strength and develop the base, she found herself in constant motion. "Cini, does this mean Peach Blossom Village is now our territory? Can we come here whenever we wish?" Qin Jiao's voice snapped Lucini from her reverie. She discreetly observed him and noted that he harbored no doubts about the wall's existence, even assuming that Peach Blossom Village had become their possession. "Yes, you may come and go as you please," she replied. "Now, let's head home." Just as they prepared to get into the vehicle, a somewhat anxious voice called out from the village, "Wait. Please, wait for us." Lucini turned to see a man and woman accompanied by 2 children under 10, hurrying towards them. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the machete in her hand, adopting a defensive stance. The couple stopped a few meters from the off-road vehicle. The man leaned on his knees, panting heavily before pleading, "Please, can you take us with you?" There are only 4 of us left in Peach Blossom Village, and we truly do not know what to do next. The woman, holding her 2 children close, struggled to contain her tears, her weathered face reflecting profound sorrow. Lucini scrutinized the family, inquiring, "Are you villagers of Peach Blossom Village?" The man nodded earnestly. "Yes, we have been villagers for generations. I am Li Dashan. This is my wife Zhang Cui, and these are my children, Li Mingxian and Li Mingxiu." Lucini observed the couple silently, noting their ordinary appearance and the sincerity in their eyes, which belied any signs of deceit. She examined their hands, rough and calloused from years of labor. The boy appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, while the girl was about 5 or 6, both resembling their parents in their honest and simple demeanor. "Where have you been hiding?" Lucini asked. During her exploration of Peach Blossom Village, she had encountered no survivors. "So where had this family emerged from?" Li Dashan replied, "We were hiding in our cellar. Since Peach Blossom Village has become a tourist destination, many visitors come, and we feared misunderstandings. Thus, every household has installed surveillance cameras." He hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Lucini. "I saw you fighting the zombies on my phone through the cameras. We lacked the courage to confront them ourselves and waited for you to clear the village of the undead before we dared to come out." "Afraid to fight zombies?" Lucini raised an eyebrow. "As a man, how can you expect me to take you with me if you lack the courage to face the undead?" Li Dashan was momentarily taken aback by her words, lowering his head in embarrassment. However, his wife Zhang Cui stepped forward, saying, "While we may not dare to fight zombies, we can help you with work. My husband is an excellent farmer, and our vegetables are better than others. I can cook, and I consider myself quite skilled. As for our children, though they are young, they can also contribute." Their expressions and words brimmed with hope for being taken away. Lucini remained silent, her heart heavy. The range of the oasis base had indeed expanded significantly, yet its population still consisted solely of herself and Qin Jiao. A base naturally required members. But she wondered if accepting survivors into her base would yield any point rewards. Just as she pondered this, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. A potential member wishes to join the oasis base. Do you agree? For each new member, you will receive a reward of 1,000 points, and they will remain eternally loyal to you." Lucini replied with a hint of irony. "Ah, system, you truly are attentive, knowing my every thought." The system feigned ignorance of her sarcasm, responding, "It is the system's duty to serve the host, to think as the host thinks, and to act upon the host's needs, striving to create a bright future for the host." "Very well," Lucini said, dismissing the system's chatter as she turned her attention back to the couple. "I have an oasis base, and Peach Blossom Village is now part of it. If you wish to join my oasis base, there is a condition." The couple, though aware that joining the oasis base came with stipulations, still harbored hope. "What is it?"
Li Dashan inquired cautelously.
Lucini pointed at him, her tone firm and unwavering. "You must personally slay a zombie, allowing me to witness your courage and capability in battle. In this apocalyptic era, where zombies roam, my base does not harbor men who lack the will to fight." Li Dashan was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a demand. He hesitated, glancing between Lucini and his wife and children, meeting their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Deep down, he recognized her words held truth. As a man, if he lacked the courage and capability to confront the undead, how could he protect his family in the future? After a moment of contemplation, he looked back at Lucini with renewed determination, nodding resolutely, "I accept your challenge. Just promise us that you will allow us to join your base and provide us with sustenance. I assure you, as members of my base, you will never go hungry. Your quality of life and safety will be assured," Lucini replied earnestly. "All right. I trust you," Li Dashan declared, turning resolutely to glance at his wife and children before striding confidently towards the main road at the village entrance. The zombies in the village had been eradicated by Lucini and Qin Jiao. In search of a zombie to prove his worth, Li Dashan ventured onto the main road. Unfortunately, he found himself surrounded by vast fields of farmland, and after an exhaustive search, he finally spotted a zombie in a rice paddy. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the embankment and approached the creature. Zhang Cui, along with her 2 children, stood anxiously at the edge of the embankment. Their eyes filled with concern for Li Dashan, yet they dared not speak, fearing it might provoke the zombie and endanger him. They could only pray for his safe return. Lucini and Qin Jiao ambled over to the trio, lazily observing as Li Dashin confronted the zombie. Clearly, he was unsure of how to kill it. Armed with nothing but his bare hands, and he narrowly escaped several near bites. Gradually, he realized that attacking the zombie's torso and limbs was futile. Determined, he picked up a bamboo pole used for propping up scarecrows and thrust it forcefully towards the zombie's head. At last, the creature ceased its assault and collapsed.
Li Dashin.
Suddenly drained of energy, slumped onto the embankment. After a while, he regained some strength and trudged back to the roadside. Zhang Cui and the children immediately rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Moments later, Li Dashin approached Lu Xini, his face alight with the joy of victory, grinning sheepishly as he exclaimed, "I killed that zombie." Lu Xini regarded him with a couple of thoughtful glances, nodding gently, "Well done. From this moment on, your family of 4 shall be members of my oasis space." As soon as she finished speaking, a notification chimed. "Congratulations! The oasis space has gained 4 new members, rewarding 4,000 points. Please continue to strive for more members for the base." Chapter 34. The arrival of the frigid blizzard. Li Dashin and his wife looked at Lu Xini in disbelief. Their simple faces brimming with excitement, their gazes towards her infused with reverence. Lu Xini understood that their loyalty stemmed from being registered in the system. Thus they regarded her with the respect one would show a leader. "Can we truly join the oasis base?" they asked. "Of course," she replied. "Thank you. We are immensely grateful," Li Dashin said, rubbing his hands together in excitement, unconsciously adding honorifics to his speech.
Zhang Cui interjected.
"We still do not know how to address you and this young man. I am Lu Xini, and he is Qin Jiao, my teammate," she introduced. "As the leader of the oasis base, you may refer to me as boss." "Understood, boss." The couple replied in unison. Even the 2 children mimicked them, calling out, "Yes, boss." Lu Xini stifled a laugh and pointed to Qin Jiao. "He is the second in command of the oasis base. You may call him Qin Jiao." Qin Jiao suddenly interrupted. "My name was given to me by Xini and I quite like it. You may simply call me by my name." Lu Xini turned to him and, seeing the determination in his clear gaze, decided to acquiesce. "Very well, you may call him by his name." "We will heed the boss's words," Li Dashin replied, then asked, "What can we do for you, boss?" Lu Xini pondered for a moment, and then said, "Since you are villagers of Taoyuan, you should continue living there and guard its gates. Currently, the oasis base consists of just the 6 of us. Apart from me and Qin Jiao, you must not open the village gates to anyone else. Moreover, I will need you to gather all the zombies from the village and burn them outside, then clean up the village. This task will be arduous. I will not impose a deadline, yet I do not wish to see any slacking." The couple nodded in agreement, showing no signs of discontent or dissent. "Rest assured, we will expedite the cleaning of the village." Lu Xini acknowledged, asking, "Is there a warehouse in the village?" "There is a granary. It was once the village's communal granary, but fell into disuse. During the development of the tourist village, the village committee refurbished it, turning it into a tourist attraction," Li Dashin replied. "That's excellent," Lu Xini said. "You should collect all usable supplies, whether food or daily necessities, from each household and organize them in the granary. From now on, it will serve as the unified warehouse for Taoyuan Village. Only food with a long shelf life should be stored. If you wish to keep anything that is not suitable for storage, you may keep it or discard it. How wasteful to throw it away."
Zhang Cui immediately protested.
"Let's keep it for ourselves." For the past few days, the family of 4 had been residing in a cellar, avoiding zombie attacks, yet struggling to find food. This season was prime for crop growth, and the cellar held little in terms of provisions. They had relied on Li Dashin's risky ventures back home for sustenance, prioritizing their children's needs over their own. Thus, upon hearing Lu Xini suggest discarding food, Zhang Cui felt a pang of sorrow. "You may decide for yourselves," Lu Xini replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I will not leave you without compensation for your efforts. Every 3 days, I will provide you with food to ensure your family is sustained for those days. However, do not harbor the delusion that I will forever provide for you. This is merely a benefit for being the first members of my oasis base, as well as a reward for your labor in cleaning Taoyuan Village. Such benefits will not last indefinitely. I hope you remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch." Li Dashin and his wife had no objections.
"Boss,
"You and Qin Jiao have exterminated all the zombies in Taoyuan Village and constructed such a fine wall for us. We are already content to continue residing here. How could we dare to expect you to provide for our every need?" "Her wall?" Lu Xini smirked slightly. Although the system assured her that others would not question the wall's sudden appearance, she had not anticipated that in Li Dashan's mind. She had become so formidable as to independently erect such a massive structure. Not dwelling on this matter, Lu Xini discreetly retrieved a walkie-talkie from her backpack and handed it to Li Dashan, explaining its usage. From now on, you can contact me through this walkie-talkie. And I will relay any important information to you as well. Understood, boss. He affirmed. Very well, let us conclude for today. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Please send someone from your family to the fork in the road to collect supplies, Lu Xini instructed. Despite the four becoming members of the Oasis base and pledging their loyalty, she was not yet ready to disclose the location of the safe house. Having conveyed her instructions, Lu Xini and Qin Jiao drove back to the safe house. On the return trip, Qin Jiao took the wheel while Lu Xini sat in the passenger seat, delightfully extending her right hand out of the window to feel the evening breeze caress her fingertips. Suddenly, she sensed a sharp drop in the air temperature. Within mere seconds, she could distinctly feel the chilling decline. It was coming, the frigid blizzard from her previous life. The apocalypse had commenced 2 days earlier, and this severe weather had also arrived several days ahead due to the butterfly effect. Drive faster. We must hurry home. Lu Xini urged Qin Jiao before taking out the walkie-talkie to contact Li Dashan, advising him to gather nearby food and secure their home by closing all doors and windows. Ensuring warmth, the off-road vehicles sped down the rural roads, quickly returning to the safe house. As they entered through the large iron gate, the temperature had plummeted by over 10 degrees. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Lu Xini was immediately assaulted by a cold gust that made her shiver involuntarily. Quickly, let us get inside.
Right.
Qin Jiao rolled down the garage door and hurried into the living room, following Lu Xini. As he turned to close the door, he suddenly noticed a flurry of pristine white snowflakes descending from the sky. Before he could express his astonishment, he witnessed a cascade of snowflakes tumbling down in eager succession. Xini, it's snowing. He called back to Lu Xini, but was met with the deep blue down jacket she tossed over his head.
Lu Xini,
wrapped in a long beige down coat, stood beside him, peering through the slightly ajar door at the scene outside. Indeed, it is snowing. The onset of an extreme blizzard signaled that both humanity and zombies would soon begin to evolve extraordinary abilities. The world was on the brink of monumental transformation. Chapter 35. Exchange of abilities. Lu Xini placed a thermometer outside, which indicated a chilling -2 degrees Celsius. In early June in Harbin, the temperature had already reached 30 degrees. Although today was overcast, the temperature before the drop had been around 26 or 7. This meant that within a mere span of minutes, the temperature had plummeted by nearly 30 degrees. Moreover, this rapid cooling was ongoing. The initial light snow had transformed into a heavy snowfall, blanketing the yard's potted plants under a thick layer of snow. At that moment, the entire world appeared cloaked in white. The heavy snow continued relentlessly for 5 days, during which the temperature remained at a frigid -60 degrees. In her past life, faced with such extreme cold, she had sheltered with Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian in a library. Had it not been for the books they burned for warmth, she might have struggled to survive that bitterly cold period. However, in this life, she was well prepared. She had ample warm clothing and heating devices in her safe house. Thus, despite the snowstorm raging outside, her sanctuary remained as warm as spring. This sudden extreme blizzard posed an extinction threat to the already dwindling human population, which had been reduced to nearly 1/10 of its original number. Many survivors perished due to the rapid temperature drop, and by the time the extreme cold subsided, what had once been 1/10 of the survivors would likely dwindle to around half. Yet, these concerns were not Lu Xini's to bear. During this time, she occupied herself with exercises in the safe house, taught Qin Jiao how to cook, monitored the surroundings, and occasionally communicated with Li Dashan, ensuring her days were far from dull. Each time she checked in with Li Dashan, who reported that his family of 4 was safe, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After reviewing the surveillance, Lu Xini opened the points exchange system. With a total of 109,521 points, she could confidently exchange for abilities and skill points. Although she yearned to acquire a special ability, the steep cost meant that a single exchange would leave her with scant points. Consequently, her focus shifted to elemental abilities. Once the extreme weather passed, both survivors and zombies would awaken to newfound powers, with the most common being strength, speed, and elemental abilities. Each elemental ability varied: metal, fire, earth, wind. and lightning bore great offensive potential, while water and wood were more suited for daily living and base development. In scenarios where water was scarce, a water elemental could prove invaluable, and wood abilities would facilitate faster crop growth. However, as Lucini had ample water and her space could cultivate crops, she had no immediate need for wood abilities. As the adage goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. She intended to exchange for all abilities within her points limit. However, for now, she decided to focus on just one. After a moment's hesitation between fire and lightning abilities, she ultimately spent 10,000 points to acquire the lightning ability. She then invested another 50,000 points to gain 10 skill points, distributing them evenly across her foundational attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, as well as the newly acquired lightning ability. Lucini swiftly entered her space and tested her lightning ability in the small courtyard in front of the villa. With a flick of her wrist, a bolt of purple lightning struck from the sky, creating a crater the size of a bowl in the ground. She was taken aback. In her previous life, she had witnessed lightning users and knew that her current level required at least a third-tier ability. Additionally, she noticed a marked improvement in her physique. She felt stronger, lighter, and her mental acuity had sharpened significantly. Although she had spent 60,000 points in one go, she deemed it a worthy investment. With over 49,000 points remaining, Lucini allocated an additional 10,000 points to acquire 2 more skill points, enhancing the defensive capabilities of both her safe house and Taoyuan village. This investment doubled the strength of the 2 walls protecting them. After these transactions, her points dwindled to 39,521. She perused the marketplace for other items: food, clothing, daily necessities, and crops, even firearms, albeit at exorbitant prices, a revolver costing 10,000 points, while bullets were relatively cheaper at 100 points each. Higher caliber weapons commanded even steeper prices. Skipping the firearms, she continued browsing until she stumbled upon an option for a robotic butler. Intrigued, she delved into the details and discovered it was impeccably designed to handle all household tasks, capable of executing any command flawlessly. However, the price tag of 100,000 points left her feeling like a destitute soul in a post-apocalyptic world, forced to labor for mere sustenance. Closing the vexing marketplace, she angrily gathered a basket of fruits and vegetables from her garden, along with several eggs and duck eggs. Emerging from her space, she hurriedly descended the stairs, donned her down jacket, wrapped herself in a scarf and hat, and opened the door, ready to venture outside. "Cinny, where are you going?" Qin Jiao, wielding a spatula, rushed out of the kitchen, his face etched with concern. To Taoyuan village, Lucini casually replied. She needed to clear her mind after being provoked by the exorbitant prices in the points exchange. "It's freezing outside," he cautioned. "Not at all. I'm bundled up well," she assured him. "I'll be back quickly. You should stay home and finish cooking." Without waiting for him to respond, she briskly stepped out into the cold. A gust of frigid wind met her, causing her to shiver involuntarily as she tightened her coat. After days of relentless snowfall, the ground was blanketed in thick snow, rendering driving impossible. She had no choice but to walk to Taoyuan village. The world was now a stark white. Even the evergreen trees surrounding her safe house were draped in a heavy layer of snow. Fortunately, both zombies and survivors rarely ventured out in such severe weather, allowing her to proceed without fear of being discovered. Upon reaching Taoyuan village, Lucini found the large iron gate blocked by snow, compelling her to scale the wall and wade through knee-deep snow, making her way carefully forward. Li Dashan's home was centrally located in the village, and after a considerable trek, she finally arrived at his doorstep. She knocked, but silence lingered within. Attempting to reach Li Dashan through the intercom yielded no response. Chapter 36, a reckless pursuit. Furrowing her brows in concern, Lucini forcefully pushed open the door obstructed by snow. The cold wind rushed in, carrying snowflakes that instantly formed a layer of frost on the floor. She entered the house and closed the door behind her. Noticing the absence of anyone around, she retrieved a basket of food prepared for Li Dashan's family and placed it on the living room table. "Li Dashan," she called out, but immediately sensed an unsettling odor emanating from the second floor. Covering her mouth and nose, she hurried upstairs, discovering that the noxious smell intensified as she approached the master bedroom. Upon reaching the door, she forcefully kicked it open, revealing Li Dashan's entire family sprawled unconscious on the floor, with a heap of ashes scattered across the tiled surface. Lucini thought to herself, how could they lack basic common sense? burning a fire in such a confined space. She rushed in to check their breathing, relieved to find that they were merely unconscious and still clinging to life. Swiftly, she moved them to the adjacent bedroom, administering CPR to each of them. After their breathing became more robust, she covered them with blankets and opened the windows to ventilate the room. Returning to the master bedroom, she opened its windows as well. Time passed, and Lee Dashin slowly regained consciousness, feeling a chilling sensation enveloping him. He shivered involuntarily and, in a daze, turned his head to see Lu Xini seated nearby. Her expression stern, arms crossed, emanating an aura of authority. An involuntary wave of anxiety washed over him, and just as he attempted to rise, Lu Xini commanded, "Close the windows." "Yes, boss," he instinctively replied, wrapping himself in a blanket as he shivered towards the windows, firmly shutting them. When he turned around, he met Lu Xini's piercing gaze, causing him to tremble. "Boss, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, you wouldn't even know when your family would meet their demise." Lu Xini replied coldly. "Lee Dashin, I initially welcomed you into my base because I saw you as a decent person with a family. But that does not give you the right to endanger yourselves and create trouble for me." Lee Dashin bowed his head, not daring to utter a word. "If you seek death, go elsewhere. Do not bring your recklessness into my base." Lu Xini chastised him indignantly. "I understand my mistake," Lee Dashin murmured, almost resting his forehead against his chest. "We intended only to keep the fire going for a short while, believing it would be fine. However, the cold was unbearable, and we, especially the children, found it hard to leave the warmth of the fire, and before we knew it, we had let it burn too long." They had indeed been careless, nearly leading to a grave disaster. Had Lu Xini not braved the storm to come to their aid, their lives would have been forfeit. Lu Xini's face remained grim. The global zombie catastrophe had resulted in widespread power and water outages, making survival exceedingly difficult. The recent extreme cold and snow had further exacerbated their plight. In peaceful times, one might rely on heating devices, but now, with the entire power grid down, even lights were rendered useless. Harbin, being a southern city, typically experienced mild winters, so it was understandable that they struggled against such severe cold. Despite this, Lu Xini's disappointment in their negligence was palpable. If her base members were all this careless, she would be mired in unnecessary troubles daily, leaving no time to focus on expanding her base or combating zombies. "Let me make myself clear. If you ever make such a basic error again, I will not hesitate to expel you from the base." Lee Dashin immediately shook his head. "It won't happen again, I promise. From now on, we will act with utmost caution and never repeat this mistake. We want to create trouble for you. Remember your words. If they're essay next time, I will not be lenient." With that, Lu Xini turned and exited the bedroom without a backward glance. Lee Dashin glanced at his still unconscious wife and children, hesitating for a moment before following Lu Xini downstairs. Upon reaching the lower floor, he found she had already left. Sighing in disappointment, he turned to go back upstairs, only to notice a food basket on the living room table. Rushing to the table, he lifted the cloth covering the basket to reveal it filled with simple yet adequate food. Although it consisted of basic steamed buns, it was fitting for their current circumstances. With the gas supply long cut off and the pipes frozen, even though Lu Xini had provided them with a basket of ingredients, they had no means to cook. Steamed buns were far more convenient. Moreover, Lee Dashin noticed the basket still emanated warmth. Along with the buns, he discovered several apples, some cold medicine, and antibiotics. At that moment, he felt a pang in his nose, and his eyes grew misty. Despite Lu Xini's earlier anger, she had still left them with such provisions. She truly was remarkable. He vowed to repay her kindness by doing more for her in the future. Upon returning to her safe house, Lu Xini placed the now-frozen buns into the refrigerator. This was the basket she had initially set down upon arriving at Lee Dashin's home, while the one he had seen was a replacement she had left before departing. Regardless of the situation, Lee Dashin's family was now a part of her base, and as the owner of Oasis Base, she could not stand idly by while they starved. "Xini, you're back," Qin Jiao exclaimed as he emerged from his room just in time to see Lu Xini leaving the kitchen. He hurried over to take her down jacket from her. "Why were you gone for so long?" "I encountered a situation. Are you all right?" Qin Jiao asked anxiously, scanning her for any signs of injury. Lu Xini waved her hand reassuringly. "I'm fine. It was Lee Dashin's family that had a mishap, but it's resolved now. Is dinner ready?"
I am hungry.
"Yes. It's all prepared. just waiting for you to return. Qin Jiao quickly diverted his attention, hanging up her jacket before hastily returning to the kitchen. Under Lu Xinyi's rigorous guidance over the past few days, Qin Jiao's culinary skills had improved remarkably. He was particularly enthusiastic about preparing delicious meals for her. And seeing his eagerness, Lu Xinyi entrusted the kitchen to him, saving her a great deal of effort. The extreme cold that lasted for half a month in her previous life had only persisted for 13 days this time. On that morning, Lu Xinyi arose early as usual, pulling back the bedroom curtains to find that the heavy snowfall had finally ceased, with a hint of sunlight breaking through the horizon. Following the frigid weather, a heat wave was soon to follow. Dressing in her outerwear, Lu Xinyi opened the window and placed a thermometer on the sill. It read -10 degrees. Prior to this, temperatures had hovered around -60 degrees. Furthermore, the thermometer's reading was steadily climbing. After completing her morning routine and exercising for over 2 hours, she returned to the window to find the temperature had risen to 10 degrees above zero. She gazed at the thick blanket of snow in the yard, rapidly melting before her eyes. Typically, the melting of snow would feel colder than snowfall itself, but with the temperature consistently rising, she felt none of the chill associated with the melting. After observing for a moment, she turned and went downstairs, where she found Qin Jiao standing at the living room door, also curiously watching the snow melt. "Xinyi," he called, turning at the sound of her footsteps, flashing her a bright smile. "Look, the snow is melting, and it's not cold anymore." "Indeed," Lu Xinyi replied with a nod, glancing at the sun now rising higher in the sky. It was still early morning, yet the temperature had already increased so significantly. By midday, it would likely reach an alarming high. "By the way, Xinyi," Qin Jiao spoke again, his tone somewhat grave, "I have discovered that I possess supernatural abilities." "You have supernatural abilities?" Lu Xinyi turned her head to look at him, curiosity etched on her face. What kind of abilities? Previously, she had casually mentioned supernatural powers to Qin Jiao, yet they had not delved further into the topic. In her past life, she did not know Qin Jiao, and thus, she was unaware of the nature of his awakened powers. Meeting her inquisitive gaze, Qin Jiao opened his right palm. In an instant, a flickering crimson flame appeared in his hand. Not only that, but Lu Xinyi also noticed a wisp of purple lightning entwined within the flames, so slender that it was easily overlooked. To her astonishment, Qin Jiao had awakened a dual ability of fire and lightning. Pointing at the thin thread of purple lightning, she inquired, "Can you separate that lightning ability?" "Lightning ability?" Qin Jiao asked in bewilderment. "Do I really possess lightning ability?" Looking to where she indicated, he was momentarily stunned upon seeing the purple hue. "Indeed, it is lightning ability. Xinyi, I have also awakened lightning powers." "Very impressive," Lu Xinyi praised, guiding him to extract the lightning ability from the fire ability. After several attempts, the once enveloped purple lightning finally stood alongside the flames.
"Now,
try testing the power of both abilities separately," Lu Xinyi instructed, prompting him to use his powers in the courtyard. Qin Jiao first conjured a vibrant fireball and waved it into the yard. Instantly, the red flames carved out a dry patch measuring 1 meter by 2 meters amidst the melting snow. Next, he attempted to wield his lightning powers. The purple lightning crackled down from the sky, striking the ground and creating a crater the size of an egg. After experimenting, he turned to Lu Xinyi, his eyes brimming with anticipation, and eagerly asked, "Xinyi, how are my abilities? Are they powerful?" Lu Xinyi nodded in approval, generously praising him. To possess such power right after awakening is already commendable. Although Qin Jiao's abilities were not on par with hers, they surpassed those of most newly awakened survivors. With the strength he displayed, he was already approaching the threshold of the second tier. With the absorption of some crystal cores, he would likely break through to the second tier swiftly. Receiving her compliment, a joyful smile broke across Qin Jiao's pale face. "Xinyi, am I really that impressive?" "Indeed. But what about you? Have you awakened any powers?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xinyi decided to demonstrate her lightning ability in front of him. After all, they would be facing zombies together in the future, and he would eventually find out. "You also possess lightning powers," Qin Jiao exclaimed in delight. His normally pale face now touched with a hint of color, though it was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind. Lu Xinyi chose not to probe into his peculiar musings and stated, "We will head to Taoyuan village shortly. She retrieved the solar panels she had gathered previously in the city, installing a portion in the safe house and transporting the remainder to Taoyuan village. With the scorching heat now upon them, these solar panels would prove invaluable. Upon arriving at Taoyuan village, the temperature had already risen to 30 degrees. The once white blanket of snow had diminished significantly, leaving only patches of slush on the ground. The vibrant green rice fields outside the village now bore no signs of life, and the crops within had been entirely ravaged by the snow. A sense of desolation enveloped the village. Lu Xini paid little heed to the scene, for in this apocalyptic world, such sights were commonplace. As they drove towards Li Dashan's home, they spotted him and Zhang Cui clearing the remnants of snow from the village paths with their 2 children. Upon seeing the familiar off-road vehicle, the family hurried over. "Boss, you're here." Li Dashan approached the driver's window, beaming with a simple-hearted smile. Lu Xini nodded. Stepping out of the vehicle.
Come help me move some things.
"Of course, boss." Li Dashan quickly dropped his broom and called Zhang Cui to assist at the trunk. Upon seeing the neatly arranged solar panels, Li Dashan asked curiously, "Boss, what are these?" "Solar panels. The village is out of power, so we'll rely on these for electricity." Lu Xini explained while directing him to help unload. Once they finished unloading, Lu Xini instructed Li Dashan and Qin Jiao to install the solar panels in an unobstructed sunny area. After some time, they successfully completed the installation. She cautioned Li Dashan, "Although we have solar panels now, you mustn't waste energy. Conserve it." Li Dashan nodded, "I understand, boss. You can rest assured." "Good," Lu Xini replied. Turning back to the car to retrieve a plastic bag containing roughly 2 pounds of pork, some vegetables, and 3 pounds of rice. "This is the food I promised you." Handing the bag to Li Dashan, she added, "I will continue to distribute food to you every 3 days until you have cleared Taoyuan village." "Is this pork?" Li Dashan's son, Li Mingxian, gazed hungrily at the piece of marbled meat in the plastic bag, unable to suppress his salivation. "This is from the boss. So be sure to thank her." Li Mingxian pulled his sister, Li Mingxiu, to Lu Xini and said cheerfully, "Thank you, boss." Lu Xini patted their heads and said, "If you want to eat meat in the future, you must work hard. Do you understand?" "Understood, boss." The siblings replied in unison, their faces serious. "Being with the boss is great. We get to eat meat." To enjoy more meat, they were determined to toil hard. Chapter 38. Roadside Resource Collection. "Why is it so hot today?" Zhang Cui grumbled, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Li Dashan agreed. "Yes, just yesterday it was snowing. And today it's suddenly so hot. It feels like July or August." "This weather is strange," Zhang Cui remarked. "It's only June. And just recently we had a sudden drop in temperature and heavy snowfall, and now this heat. Do you think the earth might explode?" Lu Xini chuckled and replied, "While explosion is a stretch, humanity's apocalypse has arrived, and the living conditions will only worsen." As she spoke, she called for Qin Jiao to get into the car. Preparing to leave. Sitting in the driver's seat, she noticed that Li Dashan's children had flushed faces from the heat. After a moment's thought, she reached back to grab her backpack and retrieved 2 ice cream boxes from her space, handing them to the children. "Ice cream is very cold, so don't eat it too quickly, or you might upset your stomach," she cautioned. The children beamed with joy, their eyes nearly squinting with delight as they nodded obediently. "Thank you, boss. We'll remember." "All right, you can continue with your tasks."
We're leaving now.
The off-road vehicle soon drove out of Taoyuan village. Noticing Qin Jiao's dejected demeanor, Lu Xini asked, "What's wrong?" "I want to eat ice cream too," Qin Jiao replied. Turning to her with a gaze that held a hint of grievance, Lu Xini responded, "Are you 3 years old?"
I am 18.
"Then, that settles it. You're no longer a child. Why do you still want ice cream?" However, Qin Jiao wanted to explain further but ultimately lowered his head and quietly said, "All right." Lu Xini shot him a glance, observing his evident desire for the treat. Yet, in an effort not to defy her, he suppressed his craving and appeared pitiful. She couldn't help but smile. "Do you really want it?"
I don't want it.
"Then if you don't want it, I won't give it to you." "If I say I want it, will you give me ice cream?" "That depends on my mood." Qin Jiao hesitated for a moment, mustering his courage to say, "Then I want to eat it." "Xini, can you give me a box?" "Get my backpack." Lu Xini suddenly fell silent, her delicate brows knitting together in evident conflict and hesitation. After a moment, she sighed, "Forget it," as Qin Jiao believed she had been rejected. She witnessed Lu Xini flip her right hand, and suddenly, a box of deep blue packaged ice cream materialized in her palm. Qin Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment, alternately gazing at the ice cream and Lu Cini in disbelief. Did you not want to eat it? Hurry and take it, urged Lu Cini, prompted by her insistence. Qin Jiao quickly accepted the ice cream, yet her gaze remained curious, filled with intrigue as she observed Lu Cini's hand. I didn't mention it earlier, but in addition to awakening my lightning abilities, I have also awakened spatial abilities, Lu Cini casually remarked. It's the kind of spatial ability that allows me to store items. In the future, when we go out to gather supplies, we can store things in my space. After careful consideration, she resolved to share the secret of her storage space with Qin Jiao, but that was the extent of her disclosure. She would not reveal the system or her accessible space villa. Despite Qin Jiao's unwavering loyalty over the past days, and the system's assurance that she would never betray her, Lu Cini remained cautious, unwilling to expose all her cards. Qin Jiao, unhesitating in her belief, found it all quite marvelous and exclaimed, "Cini, your abilities are incredible. No wonder you can conjure ice cream so effortlessly." "Your abilities are not lacking either," Lu Cini replied, steering the vehicle towards the main road a kilometer ahead of the safe house. As the snow melted, the dilapidated vehicles on the main road re-emerged. Nearly 2 kilometers of vehicles had been recklessly shoved to the sides by Lu Cini as off-road vehicle during Qin Jiao's driving practice.
Now.
She drove along the main road toward the city. She halted the vehicle only when the path ahead was once again obstructed by a jumble of vehicles. "Let's get out and see if there are any trucks or delivery vehicles loaded with goods," Lu Cini suggested. The two women proceeded along the main road. Upon spotting a small delivery truck, Lu Cini opened the rear compartment, only to be met with a waft of putrid decay that nearly made her retch. The seafood refrigerated truck was filled with goods that had long since spoiled, emitting an unbearable stench. She promptly closed the compartment door and took several deep breaths to recover. The stench was overwhelmingly potent. As she circled to the driver's seat, she discovered a zombie trapped by the seatbelt, thrashing its arms in an attempt to reach her. In frigid blizzard conditions, zombies would often be buried under snow or frozen into ice sculptures. However, following such extreme cold, they would thaw and revive. Seeing that this zombie was unable to escape, Lu Cini felt no inclination to exert effort in dispatching it, considering it only worth a single point. Unexpectedly, after walking nearly 10 meters away, the zombie managed to break free from the seatbelt and pushed open the inadequately closed door. It tumbled to the ground but quickly regained its footing and charged toward Lu Cini with alarming speed, surpassing the pace of an average person sprinting 100 meters. This was evidently not the speed characteristic of early apocalyptic zombies. It was a mutated speed-type zombie. Lu Cini raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest gleaming in her eyes. I didn't expect to encounter a mutated zombie so soon. Yet, her speed now rivaled that of a 4th-tier speed-type ability user, rendering this 1st-tier mutated zombie vastly inferior in comparison. With her hands gripping the spear, she propelled herself forward like an arrow, swiftly closing the distance to the zombie. The spear traced an elegant arc through the air, and as it descended, the shriveled head of the zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Within the heads of ability zombies, crystal cores form, varying in size according to the zombie's tier, and differing in color based on the type of ability. Lu Cini plunged her spear into the zombie's head, rummaging around until she finally unearthed a yellow crystal core the size of a peanut.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 1st-tier zombie crystal core. Would the host like to exchange the core for points? The system's voice suddenly resonated. Lu Cini paused for a moment, then inquired, "How many points is a 1st-tier crystal core worth?" 1st-tier crystal core, 10 points. 2nd tier, 20 points. 3rd tier, 40 points. 4th tier, 80 points, and so forth, the system replied. Lu Cini pursed her lips, remaining silent. Although a 1st-tier crystal core only yielded 10 points, it was still significantly more generous than the single point awarded for defeating an ordinary zombie. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "Exchange." As soon as her words fell, the yellow crystal core vanished from her palm, replaced by an increase of 10 points in her system balance. Chapter 39. A truckload of rice. Having just exchanged the yellow crystal core, Lu Cini noticed the points shop shimmering with new activity. She hurriedly accessed the points shop, discovering a notification for new items. How considerate of the shop to notify me of new products. She mused, clicking the notification to explore the available goods. Aside from an assortment of snacks and clothing, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a particular item, Crystal Core Evolution Liquid. Ability users wishing to enhance their powers must absorb the energy contained within crystal cores. However, at the outset of the apocalypse, few realized that crystal cores could augment abilities. Even when this knowledge spread, extracting energy from the cores remained a significant challenge. Researchers had to conduct numerous studies before discovering methods to absorb crystal core energy. Nevertheless, given that crystal cores were generated by the zombie virus, even with effective extraction methods, there remained potential negative consequences. In her previous life, Lucini had no abilities and possessed limited knowledge about crystal cores, primarily gleaned from hearsay. In this life, equipped with a system and relying on skill points for her ability enhancement, she regarded crystal cores merely as tools for exchanging points. However, she was astonished to find that the shop now offered crystal core evolution liquid. Clicking on its details, she discovered that the purity of the evolution liquid reached 100%, with no side effects. It required only 5 points to redeem a 10 milliliter bottle.
System.
How many crystal cores were required to extract this bottle of evolution liquid? She inquired. A first-tier crystal core can yield 10 milliliters of evolution liquid. A second-tier core yields 20 milliliters, a third-tier 30 milliliters, and so forth. The shop only sells 10 milliliter bottles of evolution liquid, the system responded. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Lucini's clear, sparkling eyes. Exchanging a first-tier crystal core grants her 10 points, while the first-tier evolution liquid costs only 5 points, essentially allowing her to transfer the core from one hand to the other while profiting 5 points.
System.
I am now convinced that you are genuinely committed to creating a wonderful future for me. The purpose of this system is to ensure the host enjoys a splendid future. Please do not question the integrity of this system's professional ethics. Lucini chuckled, replying, I do not doubt you. I have great faith in you. Without hesitation, she redeemed 2 bottles of evolution liquid. 2 palm-sized glass bottles appeared in her hands, filled with a transparent liquid. She did not consume them immediately, but first surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, Qin Jiao was inspecting the dilapidated vehicles on the opposite lane. Oblivious to Lucini's activities, the zombies on the road had also been drawn away by Qin Jiao and were being systematically dispatched. Returning her focus, Lucini took cover behind a nearby bus and slipped into her spatial realm. She diluted 1 bottle of evolution liquid with 500 milliliters of bottled mineral water, leaving the other undiluted. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the undiluted evolution liquid and drank it in one gulp. It tasted no different from plain water, bland and flavorless. Upon consuming the liquid, she immediately felt a surge of vitality erupting within her, coursing rapidly through her limbs and body, compelling her to furrow her brow as she endured the agonizing pain akin to having her very bones twisted. Fortunately, this torment did not persist for long. After approximately 5 minutes, the pain finally subsided. Lucini continued to gasp for breath, beads of sweat accumulating on her forehead and dripping onto the ground with a soft patter. She raised her hand to wipe the perspiration from her brow, gradually calming her breath. Then, she extended her right hand, channeling a surge of lightning-based power. There was no need to unleash this energy. Merely observing the crackling lightning in her palm informed her that her abilities had significantly enhanced. At this moment, the lightning within her grasp was visibly twice as thick as before consuming the evolution liquid. The purple lightning flickered erratically, a testament to the remarkable efficacy of the evolution liquid produced by the system. After retracting her abilities, she swiftly exited the space, wary of Qin Jiao discovering her absence and growing suspicious.
Cini.
As Lucini emerged, she noticed Qin Jiao waving excitedly at her, beckoning her to come over. What's the matter? She inquired as she approached him. I found a truck full of rice. Upon hearing this, Lucini quickened her pace and swiftly reached aside. Cini, your speed is astonishing, Qin Jiao exclaimed, gazing at her in surprise. It's nothing much, she replied casually, turning her attention to the truck's cargo area. Before her lay neatly stacked bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, all impeccably packaged with no signs of damage. This truck was laden with at least 5 tons of rice. Well done, Lucini remarked, handing Qin Jiao a bottle of mineral water mixed with evolution liquid. Have a drink. Sure. Qin Jiao joyfully accepted the water, eagerly gulping down several mouthfuls. Lucini discreetly observed his reaction, and upon noticing he had ceased drinking, she asked, Did you feel any changes after drinking that water? Not really, Qin Jiao replied, looking puzzled as he blinked at her. What's going on? Without answering, Lucini instructed him to wait for 5 minutes while she prepared to store the rice in her space. By the way, Should I set aside some of this rice for you? After all, you discovered it. She glanced back at Qin Jiao. He quickly waved his hands, saying, Cinny, you keep it. You have space to store things. Besides, we live together, so we'll share the food anyway. That's true. Lu Cinny nodded, storing all the rice in her space. When the 5 minutes had passed, she once again inquired about any changes in Qin Jiao's condition. He remained oblivious. I don't feel any different. Show me your abilities.
Okay.
Qin Jiao immediately summoned his fire and lightning powers, with brilliant red flames and flickering purple lightning appearing before them. He furrowed his brow, puzzled. I feel like my abilities might have strengthened a bit. Indeed, they have.
Now.
Let us get in the vehicle, Lu Cinny said casually, shifting the topic. Qin Jiao had consumed diluted evolution liquid and only half a bottle, which is why his body did not experience pain, and the changes in his abilities were not particularly pronounced. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. On their journey, they encountered no other trucks, and the two continued driving their off-road vehicle. For any dilapidated vehicles obstructing their path, Lu Cinny forcefully cleared the way. Soon, they arrived at an intersection. Proceeding straight ahead led to the city, while turning left would eventually circle back towards Taoyuan village. Thus, Lu Cinny opted to turn right. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, and the ground bore dried and congealed bloodstains that the melting snow had failed to wash away. As for the zombies that once roamed the streets, their current whereabouts remained unknown. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, Lu Cinny spotted a large logistics distribution center ahead. She also observed a throng of zombies wandering outside the center, unsure if they were the same ones that had been meandering on the road. The logistics center promised a wealth of supplies, but it also indicated a significant presence of zombies. Lu Cinny parked the vehicle by the roadside. Her mental acuity had greatly improved, yet she seldom utilized her psychic power, leaving her uncertain of its effective range. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to test it. Gently closing her eyes, she focused her energy, extending her psychic power outward gradually. The off-road vehicle was positioned roughly 200 meters from the main entrance of the distribution center. As her psychic energy reached the entrance, it became apparent that she could not extend it further. It appeared her current psychic range was limited to a straight line of approximately 200 meters. Retracting her psychic energy, she exited the vehicle with Qin Jiao and retrieved a small drone, placing it on the ground. Lu Cinny maneuvered the drone into the air, directing it straight toward the large distribution center. The sound of the drone immediately captured the attention of the zombies, who had been meandering slowly. They all lifted their heads to gaze at the drone. Some zombies attempted to reach out for it, but the drone flew too high for them to grasp. Lu Cinny piloted the drone around the entire distribution center, gaining a general understanding of the situation inside. The center occupied a vast area with numerous buildings. Originally home to many employees, it had become a gathering place for zombies following the outbreak of the virus. From the drone's observations, there were at least 1,000 zombies within. A sea of zombies was visible as far as the eye could see. As long as these zombies remained within the distribution center, there was no immediate concern. However, the fear was that one day, this large horde might leave the center. If they wandered towards her safe house or Taoyuan village, it would pose a significant headache. It was likely that only by eliminating this entire horde could she find peace of mind. Carefully piloting the drone back, while avoiding the horde, Lu Cinny suddenly turned to Qin Jiao and asked, "Are you hungry now?" Qin Jiao paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively shook his head, "Not really. Regardless of whether you are hungry or not, you need to eat something to fill your stomach," Lu Cinny insisted. "We don't want you to suddenly feel famished and lack the strength when we're fighting zombies." Qin Jiao quickly understood and nodded earnestly, "I got it." Cinny intends to assault the distribution center ahead. Naturally, he would not want to hinder her efforts. Accepting the potato and pork rib rice Lu Cinny handed him, Qin Jiao began to eat voraciously. He finished the meal swiftly yet gracefully, then seriously stated, "Cinny, I'm all set." "All right, we 1T drive. Let us approach the distribution center from the back," Lu Cinny said, storing the off-road vehicle in her space. The two then climbed over the roadside fence, making their way directly toward the distribution center. The back door of the center connected to another roadway, which was more spacious than the main entrance. Aside from the abandoned vehicles, there were not many zombies wandering the street. Ignoring the zombies on the road, they stealthily approached the back door. The sides of the back door were flanked by tall walls, topped with electric fencing. However, with the global power grid in disarray, the electric fencing had become merely decorative. The two refrained from touching the heavy iron gate to avoid making noise that could attract zombies and opted instead to climb over the wall. Fortunately, both of them were quite agile, and the 3-meter-high wall posed little challenge. Once atop the wall, Lucinny surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that the zombies wandering nearby had not noticed them before she leaped down from the wall. Qin Jiao followed closely behind. After the two individuals scaled the wall and entered, Lucinny silently gestured to Qin Jiao, indicating that they should split up and first clear the zombies around the back door. Fortunately, most of the zombies in the distribution center were congregated near the main entrance, leaving relatively few near the back door. Neither of them utilized their abilities. Lucinny wielded a meow knife, while Qin Jiao had exchanged his previous fire axe for a hefty 30-centimeter cleaver, which Lucinny procured from the system's point mall for 10 points. The quality of the system's offerings was undeniably reliable, and this new blade proved far sharper and more efficient than the fire axe, significantly enhancing their effectiveness in dispatching zombies. Their coordination was seamless, and they swiftly eliminated several dozen zombies in the vicinity. As they did not encounter any ability-wielding zombies, they did not spend time searching for crystal cores and quickly proceeded to the front of the office building. The glass door was locked from the inside, and even with a universal key, Lucinny was unable to unlock it. Thus, they sought alternative means to enter the building. Stealthily, they maneuvered around the corner of the office building towards the front entrance, where they encountered a noticeable increase in the number of zombies. Just as they reached the corner near the entrance, a zombie several meters ahead suddenly turned its head, its belly gaping with exposed entrails and its shoulders uneven, stumbling toward them. Despite its limp, this zombie had developed speed-based abilities, and its commotion attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who began to converge. Excited by the scent of the living, Lucinny swiftly kicked the approaching speed-type zombie, severing its neck with her knife before quickly swinging it toward another zombie. Qin Jiao followed suit, engaging in combat with the undead horde. Suddenly, a large zombie with heavy footsteps charged towards Lucinny, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. This was a strength-type zombie, its power comparable to that of 3 ordinary men. The creature barreled forward like a bull, propelling several regular zombies aside. However, when it confronted Lucinny, she effortlessly held her knife sheath against its forehead, halting its advance. When it came to strength, she had no fear of any opponent. With a fierce thrust, she drove the knife sheath into the zombie's skull, puncturing it with sheer force. After extracting the sheath, she swiftly used it to strike another zombie as head, delivering a blow akin to that of a 4th-tier strength-type ability user, instantly caving in its skull. Evading another lunging zombie, she deftly swung her knife, cleaving the approaching zombie in half. Without hesitation, the blade plunged into the head of the remaining zombie, and as she withdrew her knife, she sensed a wave of searing heat approaching. She quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding a burst of flames that landed where she had just stood. Turning, she spotted a zombie with a mouth smeared in filthy blood, its teeth yellowed and lips tinged brown, with a flicker of red flame lingering in its rotting mouth. It was a fire-type ability zombie. Lucinny's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of this fire-type entity, for to her, ability-wielding zombies were the providers of crystal core evolution fluid. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly dispatched the fire-type zombie. Soon, all the zombies in front of the office building lay slain by Lucinny and Qin Jiao's hands. "Cinny, what are you looking for?" Qin Jiao inquired, approaching Lucinny, who was rummaging through a zombie's brain with her knife. "Searching for crystal cores," Lucinny replied, extracting a red crystal core the size of a peanut from the gooey mass. "This is a crystal core?" Qin Jiao observed the glowing red core with curiosity. "I'll check the zombies I killed to see if they have any of these cores." "Only ability-wielding zombies possess crystal cores," Lucinny reminded him. "Regular zombies do not."
Got it.
Qin Jiao responded, beginning his meticulous search. After scouring the area, the two found a total of 7 first-tier crystal cores, including 2 strength-type, 3 speed-type, 1 fire-type, and 1 wind-type. As survivors and zombies had only recently begun to evolve abilities, both ability users and ability-wielding zombies were still relatively scarce. However, as time progressed, the number of survivors and zombies with abilities would inevitably increase. After thoroughly cleaning the crystal cores, Lucinny placed them in a cloth bag and stored them away, intending to exchange them for system points upon returning. The earlier battle had drawn most of the zombies from the office building, yet to be thorough, Lucinny decided to meticulously search the building to ensure no zombies had been overlooked. The office building stood 7 stories tall, approximately 20 meters high. with stairs leading to the rooftop terrace on the 7th floor. Starting from the first floor, they meticulously searched each room, collecting any salvageable resources, which Lucini stored in her space. The zombies on the first floor had already been drawn out and dispatched. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they encountered a few stray zombies, which they dispatched without hesitation. They cleared the top floor and, satisfied that there were no remaining threats, Lucini decided to take a moment to rest. She retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water, handing one to Qin Jiao while taking a couple of hearty gulps from the other. After quenching her thirst, she moved to the window and extended her mental energy outward. Instantly, the entire distribution center came into her mind's eye. She could clearly see the small square in front of the office building, featuring a fountain, and beyond it, a tree-lined path leading to the warehouse area. Each warehouse was spacious, separated by considerable distances, with several large logistics vehicles parked at each entrance. Ahead lay an expansive open area, with the main entrance of the distribution center at the forefront. At that moment, a horde of over 1,000 zombies congregated in the open area in front of the warehouses, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. In their undisturbed state, the zombies exhibited a quiet, slow, and rigid demeanor, mechanically wandering in the vast space. Recalling her mental energy, Lucini contemplated how to efficiently address this wave of undead. Relying on just the 2 of them to cut them down one by one would clearly be unwise. Fortunately, both she and Qin Jiao possessed abilities geared toward large-area offensive skills. However, each person's abilities were ultimately limited, requiring time to recover after use. Without their abilities, they would have to resort to physical attacks. Deep in thought, Lucini suddenly poked her head out the window for a quick glance below. Turning to Qin Jiao, she asked, "Have you rested enough? Ready to go?" He replied, standing up swiftly with a serious expression. The 2 exited the office building, crossed the small square, and made their way toward the warehouse area. Along the way, Lucini shared her plan with Qin Jiao. "You understood everything I said, right?" "Understood." "Then you must strictly follow my instructions. There can be no mistakes. Otherwise, we may both meet our end here. Don't worry, I won't hold you back." After 2 individuals concealed themselves behind a warehouse, Lucini cautiously peered ahead before signaling Qin Jiao to advance. Stealthily, they navigated along the warehouse to the main entrance. Suddenly, several brilliant purple bolts of lightning descended from the sky, instantly reducing several zombies to charred remains, with wisps of black smoke rising from their scorched bodies. Shortly thereafter, a fierce blaze erupted, engulfing the surrounding zombies in a sea of crimson flames, transforming them into fiery specters. This unexpected commotion immediately drew the attention of all nearby zombies, who turned their gaze towards the source of the disturbance. However, Lucini deemed this uproar insufficient. She produced a loudspeaker, activated her mobile music player, and aimed her phone towards it. In an instant, a rousing rendition of Unity is Strength erupted, its soaring notes ringing deafeningly. The zombies, already highly sensitive to sound, were further incited by the resounding anthem, akin to beasts sensing their prey, and began to surge towards Lucini and Qin Jiao.
Run.
Lucini commanded, pivoting with the loudspeaker and sprinting back. As they fled, she frequently glanced back to ensure the zombies were in pursuit. Should any zombie draw too close, the duo would unleash their lightning abilities, reducing them to ash. As they passed a tree-lined path, Qin Jiao swiftly concealed himself. Only when the last zombie from the horde entered the path did he reveal himself. He dashed along the outer edge of the path while simultaneously employing his fire abilities to ignite the trees. In no time, the 100-meter stretch of the path became an inferno, trapping the zombies within its fiery embrace. Chapter 42. The zombie rain beneath the rooftop. Approximately 200 zombies found themselves ensnared in the flames, while several hundred more relentlessly pursued Lucini. Qin Jiao lagged at the rear of the horde, reluctant to use his abilities for fear that the sounds would alter the zombies' trajectory. He had no choice but to navigate around and approach Lucini from the side, but the sheer number of zombies forced him to separate from her, instilling a deep sense of worry within him. Fortunately, the zombie's path was precisely as Lucini had anticipated, drawn forward by the loudspeaker's piercing sound. As they passed the small plaza in front of the office building, a mud element zombie unexpectedly launched an attack on Lucini. Suddenly, a sharp earthen spike erupted from the flat ground before her, threatening to impale her foot if she failed to evade it. Lucini's reflexes were exceptionally keen. Upon sensing the ground's disturbance, she nimbly sidestepped to safety. Turning back, She locked eyes with the mud element zombie, which seemed taken aback by her agility. Its hollow gaze igniting with a flicker of rage. It immediately retaliated, summoning several sharp earthen spikes that appeared haphazardly in her path. Nevertheless, Lucini adeptly dodged these obstacles, while numerous zombies trailing behind her fell victim to the spikes. Once more, Lucini glanced back at the mud element zombie and, with a flick of her wrist, unleashed a striking bolt of purple lightning, obliterating the creature in a flash of sparks. Smoke billowed from its scorched form, remnants of electricity dancing across its charred body. However, just as she dealt with the mud element zombie, a swift zombie leaped over the heads of its companions and lunged toward Lucini with remarkable speed. The zombie landed directly before her, but before it could rise, Lucini, faster than it, plunged her spear into its skull. Without pausing to collect the crystal core, she withdrew her weapon and continued guiding the horde onward. Ultimately, she successfully led the throng of zombies to the 7-story office building. Glancing back at the ominous wave of undead trailing behind, she spotted Qin Jiao stealthily approaching from the shadows. With resolute determination, she dashed into the building and ascended the stairs towards the rooftop. Hundreds of zombies surged into the office building, shattering the glass doors upon entry, shards scattering across the floor and even embedding in some of the zombie skulls. The stairwell, once spacious, now felt painfully narrow in the face of the relentless tide of zombies. Drawn by Lucini's living presence and the booming sound from the loudspeaker, the zombies clamored to ascend the stairs, many tumbling over one another in a chaotic scramble. Those that fell were trampled by the relentless horde behind them, creating a bottleneck in the stairwell. Yet this did not deter the advancing zombies. They crawled over their fallen brethren, quickly regaining their footing and racing towards the rooftop. Lucini maintained a careful distance from the horde, ensuring they could see her but could not catch her. Upon reaching the locked door leading to the rooftop on the 7th floor, she quickly employed a universal key to unlock it and burst onto the roof. The rooftop was enclosed by a low wall, designed to prevent accidental falls. However, at this moment, the wall proved to be an obstacle. She hurried to a section of the wall facing the main entrance and, with all her might, delivered a powerful kick, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Seeing the zombies nearing the rooftop, she kicked the wall once more. With a resounding crash, a gap of about a meter wide opened, bricks scattering and plummeting 20 meters to the ground below. Before the zombies could reach her, she secured the loudspeaker on the narrow ledge outside the wall. Supporting herself against the wall, she gazed down at the relentless stream of zombies surging up the stairs. The zombies, sensing their prey was within reach, became frenzied, clawing at Lucini. Just as the foremost zombies were about to seize her, she leaped from the rooftop. The momentum propelled the zombies behind her forward, causing them to tumble off the edge like dumplings. Thuds echoed as they fell. The first zombies to drop were reduced to a puddle of gore, subsequently crushed by those who followed. When Qin Jiao arrived, he witnessed the spectacle of a zombie rain beneath the rooftop, with countless zombies either voluntarily or forcibly plummeting to the ground. Recalling Lucini's earlier plan, he swiftly unleashed his fire abilities upon the accumulating mound of corpses. In an instant, a brilliant inferno erupted. Even among the fallen zombies, a few managed to survive the fall, but they too were quickly consumed by the flames. To ensure no mishaps occurred, Qin Jiao utilized his lightning abilities to strike the descending zombies, ensuring they were incapacitated and could be more effectively incinerated. Only after the last zombie had fallen did he extinguish the purple lightning and intensify the flames, ensuring a blazing conflagration. The fierce flames engulfed the office building, thick black smoke rising steadily, obscuring the interior from view.
Cinny,
He shouted anxiously, attempting to rush into the building. At that moment, a melodious voice floated down from a 5th-floor window.
I'm Fine.
Qin Jiao looked up to see a familiar slender figure standing by the window. Without hesitation, she leaped out. Startled, Qin Jiao rushed forward, trying to catch her, but saw her suddenly draw a sharp blade and thrust it into the wall as she descended to the 2nd floor. After a brief moment of pause, Lucini extracted the blade and jumped down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Qin Jiao dashed over and embraced her, saying with lingering fear, "Cinny, I'm so glad you're okay." Chapter 43. Are there no discounts? Lucini immediately froze, pushing him away after a few seconds of daze. Taking a step back, she smiled gently. "I'm fine, you needn't worry." Qin Jiao, oblivious to her retreat, continued to gaze at her with concern. "Are you truly uninjured?" "Indeed, I am," Lucini replied, glancing at the blazing zombie inferno nearby, praising him. You did well. Qin Jiao's face lit up with a joyful smile. A hint of a blush appearing as he replied, It's all thanks to your brilliant plan. I merely followed your lead. You executed my plan flawlessly, without a single mistake. That in itself is commendable. Lu Xinyi remarked, surveying him to confirm he was unharmed, and she secretly exhaled in relief. The fire raged on, thick black smoke filling the air with a choking haze. Let's leave this place and check the warehouse area, Lu Xinyi suggested, glancing at the office building. This fire won't be extinguished anytime soon. We should gather supplies first. Agreed. Qin Jiao nodded vigorously. With no other buildings nearby, Lu Xinyi felt no concern about the fire spreading, leading Qin Jiao to the warehouse area in search of useful supplies. The logistics center was abundant with resources. Aside from the already spoiled perishables, they found a plethora of food items, bags of rice, barrels of instant noodles, river snail rice noodles, barrels of oil, and various types of noodles, among others. In addition to food, there were daily necessities, clothing, and electronics. Lu Xinyi even discovered numerous skincare and cosmetic products. Adhering to the principle of taking what she could, she gathered everything feasible into her storage space. To ensure ample capacity, she spent 20,000 points to exchange for an additional 20,000 cubic meters. Her total storage now reached 70,000 cubic meters, more than sufficient. However, this left her with only around 20,000 points remaining. So poor. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully expanding the base area. Please select the boundary of this region. Finally, her efficient system was rewarding her with points. The logistics center covered a vast area, with both front and back doors adjacent to the road, making its original boundaries the ideal choice. Let us use the original walls of the center as the boundary. No need to construct new ones. System. Understood, host. Calculating point rewards, please wait. A few seconds later, the system announced, point rewards have been tallied. Host successfully expanded the base, earning 80,000 points, and eliminated zombies to gain 1,214 points. Crystal cores have not yet been counted. Please collect them for settlement. Although the points earned this time weren't as substantial as those from Taoyuan Village, 80,000 points were still a considerable sum. Her remaining total points stood at exactly 100,000. The character attribute panel now displayed a small category for the logistics center under the base section, allowing her to manage this location anytime. Lu Xinyi closed the attribute panel and opened the point shop, searching for items related to crystal core collection. With over 1,000 zombie corpses in the center, but only about 5 being mutated zombies, it would be time-consuming for her and Qin Jiao to sift through the bodies by hand for crystal cores. After some exploration, she discovered an item called the Crystal Core Detector, which, when deployed, would automatically locate crystal cores. Not only that, but she could also set the device to either detect or automatically collect the cores. Such a user-friendly instrument was a must-have. Buy. However, upon seeing the price, she winced. 20,000 points. Can it not be this expensive? System. Are there no discounts for items in the shop? System. The items in the point shop are sold at the lowest price, with no discounts available. Lu Xinyi. Fine then. 20,000 points it is. With this detector, at least my hands will be freed from rummaging through the bloody remains of zombies. She reluctantly exchanged for the crystal core detector. Instantly, a toy truck appeared in Lu Xinyi's palm, complete with a remote control in its cargo area. Xinyi, what is this? Qin Jiao asked, gazing curiously at the toy truck in her hand. A crystal core detector, Lu Xinyi replied, unable to reconcile the ordinary-looking toy truck with its intended purpose. A crystal core detector? Such a thing exists. Qin Jiao exclaimed, intrigued. The world is full of wonders, Lu Xinyi responded vaguely. Produced by the system. It indeed encompasses all sorts of items. Setting the toy truck down, she took the remote control and began to operate it. The buttons were simple: start, detect, and auto-collect. With only these 3 options available, Lu Xinyi first selected the auto-collect mode and pressed start. The toy truck immediately began to move forward, heading straight toward a few zombie corpses. It approached one zombie's head, and suddenly, a crab-like claw extended from the front, swiftly piercing into the zombie's skull and retracting in an instant. Simultaneously, a green crystal core, the size of a peanut, was clamped within the claw. It was indeed a wood element mutated zombie. The truck's cargo area opened a hatch, and the claw tossed the crystal core into the compartment with precision. The little truck then continued towards another zombie, repeating the operation flawlessly to extract the core. Both Lu Xinyi and Qin Jiao were left speechless. The seemingly ordinary toy truck concealed so many intricate mechanisms within. Lu Xinyi couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly a product of the system. After collecting the crystal cores in the warehouse area, the little truck made its way to the tree-lined path, scavenging through the charred remains of zombies for cores before heading to the office building. Although the blaze in front of the office had yet to extinguish, the little truck fearlessly charged ahead, adeptly seeking out cores amid the pile of bodies. When it emerged from the office building, the toy truck was spotless. Not a speck of dust, nor a hint of being scorched by the flames. Lu Xinyi, watching the remarkably intelligent little truck, suddenly turned to Qin Jiao and said, "Try attacking that toy truck."
Huh.
Qin Jiao looked puzzled but obediently approached and launched a lightning attack at the toy truck. To her surprise, the little truck nimbly swerved aside, evading the bolt with impressive agility. Qin Jiao attempted another attack, but the truck evaded perfectly once more. Lu Xinyi observed quietly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. This little truck was indeed clever, deftly avoiding attacks and maneuvering with remarkable agility. With this, she no longer had to worry about it being stolen by those with ill intentions. Chapter 44. Territory Dispute. The little truck parked itself precisely at Lu Xinyi's feet, honking its horn twice to signal her to collect the items. Lu Xinyi crouched down and opened the truck's cargo area. In an instant, dozens of colorful crystal nuclei appeared before her eyes. Such a multitude of crystal nuclei. Qin Jiao crouched beside her, astonished as he gazed at the crystals within the truck bed. The zombies had only just begun to evolve their abilities, with merely 5 out of 1,000 exhibiting powers. This ratio was not particularly high. However, as time progressed, the number of ability-wielding zombies would undoubtedly increase. Lu Xinyi spoke as she gathered all the crystal nuclei into a cloth bag. Including the previous 7, they now possessed a total of 71 crystals, predominantly of the strength and speed varieties. Lu Xinyi exchanged 50 of these for points, retaining 21 in her bag for emergencies. The two lingered in the small square in front of the office building for nearly half an hour, ensuring that the fire's intensity was waning before Lu Xinyi prepared to take her leave. Just as she stood up, she keenly discerned the sound of vehicles outside the main entrance of the distribution center. By the sound, it was evident that more than one vehicle approached. She glanced at the office building, now reduced to a charred frame, pondering if the blaze had drawn nearby survivors. With her mental acuity expanding, she clearly perceived 2 black SUVs parked at the entrance. The door swung open, and 9 individuals emerged, 6 men and 3 women, all relatively young. The eldest perhaps in their 40s.
Ah?
Lu Xinyi raised an eyebrow. To her surprise, she recognized 2 familiar faces, Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao. Yet, rather than relaxing her guard upon seeing acquaintances, she continued to observe their movements. They cautiously surveyed the entrance, ensuring no zombies lurked nearby before entering the distribution center together. The eerie silence within piqued their curiosity. A somewhat slender young man, whose sharp features conveyed intelligence, spoke up. "This place feels odd. Everyone stay alert and don't wander off." The others nodded in agreement, tightening their grips on their weapons. Zhou Miao trailed closely behind Zhou Yan and whispered, "Uncle, why haven't we seen a single zombie here? Logically, there should be some, which makes this place quite strange." Zhou Yan replied softly, "Stick close to me." As they ventured into the warehouse area, they encountered zombies reduced to charred remains. "Is this the work of fire-type abilities?" one person questioned, glancing at the intelligent young man. Clearly, this group regarded him as their leader. The man approached the corpses, scrutinizing them and noticing some had holes in their heads, evidently having had their crystal nuclei extracted. "It seems someone arrived before us," he stated solemnly. "Presumably, those responsible for the fire are no longer here. From the time we discovered the blaze to our arrival, at least half an hour has passed. They must have left by now," someone remarked. The young man remained unconvinced, cautioning, "Regardless of whether they have departed, we must not let our guard down." Instead of immediately searching for supplies, they continued onward. Upon reaching the tree-lined path, they were met with a scene of scorched corpses and blackened trees, prompting further astonishment. Yet, the most shocking sight awaited them before the office building, a mound of zombie bodies left behind, leaving the group momentarily speechless. "Who could have done this? It's quite exaggerated," Zhou Yan exclaimed, pointing to the rooftop's breach and the megaphone that Lu Xinyi had damaged with lightning. Following his gesture, Admiration flickered across their faces as they gazed at the gap. Forget how such a strategy was conceived. Merely luring so many zombies to the rooftop and having them jump down was no small feat. Zhou Yan couldn't help but muse, a slender figure flashing in his mind. If it were that girl, she might truly be capable of such a feat. Regrettably, since that day, they had not crossed paths again. The young man cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yan, saying, regardless of how they accomplished this, our priority is to ascertain whether they remain here. If they have departed, we could claim this as our base. A base? Someone questioned. Don't we already have our own? That place is too small and fraught with danger, the young man replied. This logistics center is expansive, stocked with resources, and surrounded by walls and electric fencing. If we restore the power, the electric fence can be reactivated. Zhou Yan, however, was not as optimistic, cautioning, those who went to such lengths to eliminate the zombies here wouldn't simply abandon it. Attempting to claim this as our base would be akin to encroaching on someone else's territory. The young man's expression darkened slightly at this remark. In this new world, everyone is struggling for survival. What of seizing territory? The strongest will claim it. Others echoed his sentiment. Indeed, in these times, only those with strength wield authority. Exactly. They may only possess lightning and fire abilities, but we have 6 ability users here. Should we fear 2 of them? Zhou Yan, you are far too cautious and timid. In this era, such timidity ensures one cannot endure. Zhou Miao, always supportive of her uncle, instinctively wanted to defend him upon hearing the dissenters. But Zhou Yan gently pulled her arm, subtly shaking his head. Noticing their exchange, the young man smirked, commanding, search the entire distribution center thoroughly, ensuring there are no others present. Understood. The group responded in unison, splitting into pairs to scour the vicinity. Just then, a brilliant flash of purple lightning struck down, landing squarely before the young man. Startled, he stumbled back, warily scanning his surroundings. Who? As his voice echoed, 2 striking figures, a man and a woman, appeared atop the charred framework of the office building, gazing down at the group below. Then, a melodious voice rang out slowly. Do you wish to contest with us for territory? Chapter 45. Elevating others' ambitions while diminishing one's own prestige. Everyone looked up in unison. And upon recognizing the 2 figures on the rooftop, Zhou Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. Uncle, it's... She excitedly tugged at Zhou Yan's sleeve, but he quickly silenced her. Realizing his gesture, she promptly quieted, silently relieved that her voice had not been loud enough for others to hear. Yet, her heart raced with excitement. It was Lu Xini and Qin Jiao. Since their parting in the supermarket, they had not seen one another again. She had thought that, in this apocalyptic era, their paths would never cross again, but here they were today. Noticing Zhou Miao's fervent gaze, Lu Xini cast her a fleeting glance, her expression distant and indifferent, as if she were merely observing a stranger. She then turned her attention to the young man, stating coldly, I hear you wish to contest with us for territory? The young man did not deny it. He replied bluntly, and if so, there are only 2 of you. How could you possibly prevail against us? With that, he signaled to 2 of his companions. They subtly nodded and stealthily approached the office building's entrance. Lu Xini noticed their movements, but feigned ignorance, redirecting her gaze to the young man. It appears you are resolute in your intention to encroach upon our territory. Perhaps we could engage in a dialogue. The young man cast a glance at his 2 companions who had successfully entered the office building and continued, if you are willing to join us. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial arrangement? We could coexist within this hub. If you believe your contributions in slaying zombies are significant, I could allocate a portion of power to you. What say you? Lu Xini feigned contemplation, yet in truth, she was using her mental prowess to observe the 2 individuals who had stealthily entered the building. Upon realizing they had reached the 3rd floor, she retorted to the young man, we cannot accept your proposition. This hub has become part of the Oasis base. How could she possibly share it with others? The young man was taken aback by her outright refusal, his expression darkening as he coldly replied, it seems you wish to reject my goodwill. Lu Xini thought to herself that this phrase sounded familiar. I have never been fond of alcohol, she said nonchalantly. Enraged, the young man noted that his 2 companions had successfully reached the 7th floor. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he continued to Lu Xini, I advise you to reconsider whether you truly wish to oppose us. As the 2 individuals were about to ascend to the rooftop, Zhou Miao, who had been silently observing, anxiously gripped Zhou Yan's arm, repeatedly seeking guidance through her gaze. Zhou Yan soothingly patted her hand, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses betraying a hint of worry and tension. He fixed his gaze on Lu Xinyi atop the rooftop, sensing that with her intelligence and vigilance, she ought to have noticed the absence of two members from their group. The only plausible explanation was that she was feigning ignorance. The two had smoothly arrived at the rooftop, stealthily approaching Lu Xinyi and her companion from behind. Zhou Miao's heart leapt to her throat, just as she was about to shout a warning to Lu Xinyi. She and Qin Jiao abruptly turned as if they possessed eyes in the back of their heads, catching the two intruders before they could strike. Swiftly and decisively, Lu Xinyi and her companion restrained the two, denying them any opportunity to retaliate. Pushing the two towards the edge of the rooftop, Lu Xinyi coldly regarded the young man. Is this the sincerity with which you propose cooperation? The young man's countenance darkened severely, momentarily speechless, grinding his teeth in frustration. He had not anticipated the level of vigilance and agility displayed by these two. The individuals he had brought along were the most formidable from his small base, 6 of whom possessed special abilities. Yet, to his surprise, the so-called strong ones in his eyes were as defenseless as lambs awaiting slaughter before Lu Xinyi and Qin Jiao. Noting the young man's reaction, Lu Xinyi coldly threatened, "If you wish to live, vacate my territory immediately." The young man remained silent, contemplating.
Indeed.
The prowess of these two was impressive, but their ability to capture his two companions might simply be a result of prior preparation. If it came to a direct confrontation, he believed that with 9 on his side, they could surely overpower just 2. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Yan interjected, "I think it's best not to engage them head-on. If a fight breaks out, you may not fare well."
Zhou Yan, what do you mean by that?
The young man turned, displeasure etched on his face. "You are undermining the morale of our group." "My uncle is not wrong," Zhou Miao retorted. "He speaks these words for your benefit, wishing not to see you suffer a crushing defeat. Do you truly believe that with only 2 opponents you can triumph? Let me tell you, do not indulge in delusions. You cannot defeat them. They are Lu Xinyi and Qin Jiao. Lu Xinyi, who can single-handedly tackle dozens of zombies, and Qin Jiao, who can fell a robust man with a single strike. These two were formidable then, and they are only stronger now. Otherwise, how could they possibly have dealt with so many zombies? These people ought to employ their brains rather than rely solely on their numbers, mistakenly believing they can win through sheer force of quantity. One might say it is confidence, or perhaps arrogance." Before the young man could respond, someone nearby scornfully exclaimed, "Zhou Miao, are you questioning Su Ji's capabilities? Or perhaps you and your uncle can no longer suppress your aspirations for power and intend to usurp Su Ji's position as leader?" The young man, addressed as Su Ge, wore a grim expression, his gaze menacing as he fixed it upon Zhou Yan, coldly asserting, "Zhou Yan, do you dream of seizing power from me?" Zhou Yan, usually so gentle, exhibited a look of incredulity, pulling Zhou Miao, who was eager to speak further, aside, and said, "Su Changjia, from this moment forth, Zhou Miao and I are no longer part of your faction. Do as you wish, but we shall not be involved."
Zhou Yan, what do you mean by that?
Su Changjia questioned, both furious and astonished. "Are you planning to sever ties with the organization at this moment? The most pressing matter is to reclaim this hub from those two on the upper floor, yet Zhou Yan and his niece wish to part ways. In doing so, they would leave them short-handed, especially with 2 of them being ability users. Even if they wished to separate, this was not the opportune moment." Zhou Yan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking earnestly. "Yes, we intend to leave your base. Zhou Yan, you." Zhou Laosher. On the rooftop, Lu Xinyi unapologetically interrupted Su Changjia, sincerely proposing, "Would you and Zhou Miao be willing to join my oasis base?" Chapter 46. Members of the base too. Su Changjia was taken aback, glancing at Zhou Yan. "Do you know each other?" At this juncture, there was no need for concealment. Zhou Miao unabashedly replied, "Indeed, we are acquainted." She then turned to Lu Xinyi atop the rooftop, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Lu classmate, we are willing to join your base." Upon finishing her statement, she tugged at Zhou Yan's arm, urging, "Right, uncle? You should agree." Zhou Yan, with a mix of exasperation and affection, glanced at the overly excited Zhou Miao, and then addressed Lu Xinyi, "Lu classmate, it has been a while. We are grateful for your invitation, and would be honored to join your base." As soon as the two concluded their response, Lu Xinyi received a notification from the system, indicating an increase in base members by 2, along with a reward of 2,000 points. Lu Xini smiled and nodded at Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao before turning to Su Changjia. Now you may leave. What did you say?
Su Jianzi.
Still seething with rage over Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao's sudden defection, was further incensed by Lu Xini's words, his face flushed with fury. Everyone, capture them all. I shall claim this territory as our own. As soon as he finished speaking, two among the four behind him charged at Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao, while the other two employed their abilities to launch ranged attacks on Lu Xini and Qin Jiao atop the rooftop. One was a wind ability user and the other, a soil ability user. A fierce gust of wind surged towards Qin Jiao, while a large crack suddenly formed beneath Lu Xini's feet. The two ability users beamed with pride at their apparent success. However, their expressions quickly morphed into shock. In mere moments, Qin Jiao effortlessly evaded the oncoming wind gust with a few jumps, while Lu Xini, displaying remarkable agility, had swiftly retreated to safety as the crack appeared. The individual she had captured as a hostage fell through the opening created by the soil ability user. After dodging the two attacks, Lu Xini signaled to Qin Jiao, and the two swiftly approached the edge of the rooftop. Purple lightning crackled in their palms, and in unison, they unleashed several bolts of purple electricity that cascaded down onto the two ability users below. In an instant, both began convulsing uncontrollably, their hair a wild mess. Their faces darkened, and their clothes tattered. Residual currents of electricity continued to dance across their bodies. Immediately thereafter, two resounding thuds echoed as both individuals collapsed to the ground, rendered incapacitated. Soon, the assailants targeting Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao also lay defeated, groaning in pain upon the floor. Witnessing the successive defeat of his comrades, Su Changjia felt a surge of panic, disbelief clouding his gaze as he observed the fallen figures of his companions. Despite their numerical superiority, they should not have been unable to contend with the two on the rooftop. Why had events spiraled into such a predicament? His men could not even inflict a scratch upon their adversaries. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly turned his gaze, teeth clenched, fixating on Zhou Miao. Among the four, Zhou Miao possessed the least strength. If he could seize her as a hostage, he could leverage that advantage. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a bolt of lightning struck with ferocity. In an instant, Su Changjia was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, electric currents surging through his limbs, rendering his body numb and devoid of sensation. With a thud, his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground as his body trembled uncontrollably, eyes glazing over, lips twitching, and saliva uncontrollably spilling forth. Shortly thereafter, he slumped sideways onto the ground, utterly devoid of strength. Even the mere act of moving a finger felt laborious. He caught sight of a graceful figure on the rooftop, now towering above him with a disdainful gaze. Thinking of seizing Zhou Miao as a hostage? A crisp, icy voice pierced the air, causing Su Changji's heart to skip a beat. How had she discerned his intentions before he even acted? Your sudden fixation on Zhou Miao indicates your intentions quite clearly, Lu Xini remarked, kindly elucidating his thoughts. Su Changjia glared at her in fury, but his wrath was short-lived as he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a lazy kick, Lu Xini prodded his unresponsive form before turning her attention to Qin Jiao, who emerged from the office building, grasping one of Su Changjia's comrades. These two were indeed the infiltrators who had attempted to ambush them on the rooftop. One had fallen from the rooftop to the 7th floor and now limped painfully, clearly having sustained serious injuries. You too, Lu Xini said, her gaze sharp and voice cold. Take your companion back. If you dare set foot on my territory again, it will not merely be a matter of being struck by lightning. Having witnessed the prowess of Lu Xini and Qin Jiao, fear gripped the duo at their core. Nodding vigorously, they hurriedly assisted their injured companion and fled in disarray. Once Su Changjia and his associates had departed, Lu Xini approached Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao, offering them a warm smile. Teacher Zhou Miao, it has been a while. Lu Xini, it has indeed been a long time. I am genuinely touched that you still remember us. Zhou Miao exclaimed with excitement, and of course, it's great to see you again, Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao responded with a gentle nod as acknowledgement. How did you leave that supermarket? Lu Xini inquired with curiosity. The supermarket was abundant in supplies, and having subdued the group led by the bearded man, Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao should have had no reason to depart. After you left, the atmosphere in the supermarket initially remained peaceful. However, tensions began to rise, and Zhang Yanwei grew increasingly restless. I'm not sure what kind of agreement he reached with the bearded man, but one day, when I was distracted, They managed to free themselves from their restraints and attempted to retaliate against me and Meow Meow. Ultimately, we had no choice but to escape from the supermarket. Zhou Yan sighed and continued. After we fled, we encountered Su Changjie and his group, and subsequently joined them. Su Changjie's base is located in an abandoned residential building half an hour's drive from here. Upon seeing the smoke and flames, he brought us to investigate, and fortuitously,
We encountered you.
as he spoke, a genuine smile of joy emerged on his face. Having grasped their experiences, Lu Xini declared, regardless of what you have endured, from this moment forward, you are members of my oasis base. As long as you remain loyal to me and obey my commands, I assure you that you will not suffer from hunger or be bullied. Exchanging a solemn glance, Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao looked earnestly at Lu Xini and spoke in unison. We pledge our loyalty to you and will heed your commands. Upon hearing their vow, Lu Xini nodded gently, saying, very well, let us proceed to the base together. Is there anywhere else? Zhou Miao asked, intrigued. Indeed, there is a village called Taoyuan Village. That is our oasis base, Lu Xini replied, though this distribution center is also part of our base.
Wow.
Zhou Miao's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Lu Xini. You are truly remarkable. How many people are there in the oasis base now? With the two of you included, there are a total of 8 members. 8? Zhou Miao was momentarily taken aback. This was a revelation she had not anticipated. She had assumed that a village-based base would comprise a larger number, yet it turned out to be merely 8, including herself and her uncle. However, her gaze towards Lu Xini deepened with admiration. To conquer a village with just a handful of individuals, and now they had successfully taken over this distribution center. Xini, Qin Jiao, how are you both so powerful? Lu Xini felt somewhat uncomfortable under Zhou Miao's fervent adoration, her demeanor betraying a hint of awkwardness as she replied coolly. You both are quite impressive as well. You have awakened your abilities. The abilities of the two aligned perfectly with their names. Zhou Yan had awakened fire abilities, while Zhou Miao possessed water abilities. Noticing Lu Xini's discomfort, Zhou Yan gently pulled Zhou Miao aside, exasperatedly saying, Meow Meow, must you speak so much? You will have plenty of opportunities to converse with Lu Xini later. Save your questions for another time. Zhou Miao sheepishly stuck out her tongue, apologizing, Xini. I'm sorry for talking so much. It's just that I admire you immensely. I will try to speak less in the future. And please don't find me bothersome. It's no trouble, Lu Xini replied casually. You two go ahead to the warehouse district and wait for me. I will find a vehicle. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Jiao, instructing, you should accompany them. Understanding that Lu Xini had merely used the search for a vehicle as an excuse, Qin Jiao nodded and led Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao ahead. As the trio's figures gradually receded, Lu Xini activated the system's formidable capabilities, transforming the barrier at the distribution center's main entrance into a heavy iron gate akin to that of Taoyuan Village. Once she received confirmation from the system, she retrieved the off-road vehicle from her spatial storage and drove towards the warehouse district. Upon the arrival of the rugged off-road vehicle, Zhou Miao's admiration for Lu Xini intensified. Had it not been for Zhou Yan's timely intervention, she might have once again lavished praise upon Lu Xini. Lu Xini pondered. Had she not noticed Zhou Miao's fangirl traits earlier while at the supermarket? Once the off-road vehicle exited the distribution center, the barrier at the main entrance instantaneously transformed into a formidable iron gate. Soon, the vehicle reached Taoyuan Village. As the vehicle halted at the village entrance, Lu Xini spotted the Li family, a family of 4, busily clearing out the corpses of zombies from the village. In a nearby rice field, a considerable number of bodies had already been piled up, resembling a small hill. Big sister, you're here. Upon seeing Lu Xini and Qin Jiao, Li Dashan hurriedly approached with his family, greeting them warmly. Yes, Lu Xini replied as she exited the vehicle. I've brought 2 companions. They are new members who just joined our base today and will be living with you in Taoyuan Village. New members? That's wonderful.
Li Dashan exclaimed.
Eyeing Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao with curiosity. Despite their somewhat soiled clothing and disheveled appearance, Zhou Yan maintained the dignified aura of a language teacher, exuding an air of elegance and approachability. Zhou Miao displayed a lively and radiant smile, cheerfully gazing at Li Dashan's family while warmly waving her hand at them. After both parties had introduced themselves, Lu Xini inquired of Li Dashan, have all the zombies in the village been dealt with? Some are still left to be moved. But rest assured, we will dispose of them promptly. He responded, there's no rush. It's hot. Make sure to take care of yourselves, she replied. Thank you for your concern.
Boss.
Zhou Miao interjected curiously. Cinny, will we call you boss from now on? Yes, you may address me as such, just like Li Dashan and the others. Lu Cinny answered. Although she had known the Zhou family for some time, as members of the base, she felt it necessary to treat everyone equally, without favoritism. Unexpectedly, Zhou Miao became excited upon hearing this, grabbing her hand and exclaiming, All right, boss. From now on, you are our boss, and we will follow your every word. Lu Cinny was left questioning whether Zhou Miao had fully embraced her role as a fan. Discreetly withdrawing her hand, she turned her attention to Zhou Yan, saying, You may choose any house in the village. Your immediate task is to work alongside Li Dashan to swiftly eliminate the remaining zombies and gather all usable supplies into the warehouse. For specifics, you may consult Li Dashan. He is a native of Taoyuan village and is well acquainted with it. In the meantime, I will supply you with resources every 3 days. However, I will not provide resources indefinitely, and I hope you understand this. Afterward, Lu Cinny opened the trunk of the off-road vehicle, pretending to retrieve a plastic bag containing some food, meat, vegetables, and rice, similar to what she had previously given to Li Dashan's family. She handed the bag to Zhou Yan, instructing, If you encounter any issues, you can contact Li Dashan or reach me through his walkie-talkie. I must emphasize, as members of the Oasis base, I do not wish to witness any internal conflicts. Should such disputes arise within my base, I will not hesitate to expel those responsible. Both Zhou Yan and Li Dashan acknowledged their understanding. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Feel free to reach out at any time. As Lu Cinny and Qin Jiao prepared to depart, Zhou Miao anxiously asked, Boss, where are you going? Aren't you staying here? We have other accommodations. You're welcome to stay here, came the reply. But, meow meow, Zhou Yan interrupted, speaking sternly. Listen to the boss. Although Zhou Miao was reluctant to part from Lu Cinny, she obediently nodded. I will listen to the boss. With lingering reluctance, she watched as Lu Cinny and Qin Jiao drove away. Only when the off-road vehicle vanished from sight did Zhou Miao retract her gaze, sighing. It has been several days since we last met, and the boss has grown even more impressive and resolute. Zhou Yan concurred. Indeed. It is not common for a young girl like Lu Cinny, faced with the sudden upheaval of the apocalypse, to possess such a strong spirit and remarkable abilities. Chapter 48. A surefire business. On this day, Lu Cinny was in the surveillance room, sipping milk tea while monitoring the screens when she suddenly heard Li Dashan's voice crackling through the walkie-talkie on the table. Boss, boss, calling boss. She picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, What is it? We have cleared all the zombies in the village, and the supplies are stacked in the warehouse, Li Dashan reported, his tone laced with anticipation. What is our next task, boss? Lu Cinny replied, There are no tasks for now. I will notify you when there are. Understood, boss. After ending the call, Lu Cinny opened the points mall system. With Taoyuan village now thoroughly cleaned, she began contemplating how to develop the base further. She first spent 5,000 points to exchange for a skill point to invest in land development for Taoyuan village. This would ensure that even in the current hot weather, the land could be cultivated without worry. Next, she rummaged through the points mall for considerable time until she finally found a points card maker. This device could endlessly produce points cards and card readers, along with a computer that accurately tracked points. Once activated on the computer, the points card could calculate points based on preset rules, and points could be consumed at the card reader. However, the price was quite steep, 50,000 points. Lu Cinny stared at the price in silence for a considerable time. Could the items in the points mall not be so exorbitant? With just over 80,000 points in her possession, purchasing this card maker would leave her with merely 30,000 points. Yet, for the sake of future base management, she ultimately gritted her teeth and spent the 50,000 points. In an instant, a black computer the size of a tablet, a blue card resembling a bank card, and a white POS machine appeared before her. She could set the points calculation rules on the tablet computer, determining how many points were awarded for a month of farming or how many points a member could redeem for finding a first-tier crystal core. All of this could be freely configured. Once set up, she merely needed to select the designated work when activating a member's points card. Essentially, the usage rules for the points card were entirely at her discretion. Lu Cinny focused on the points calculation rules displayed on the computer and inquired, System. The points I allocate to base members do not require the expenditure of my own system points, correct? Correct, the system confirmed. And if members pay me with points, can I use those in the points mall?
Yes.
Lu Cinny's eyes brightened and she exclaimed, System, You truly are my wonderful system. I adore you. By simply setting the points calculation rules on the tablet, she could collect points from members for various transactions, such as rent or purchases of supplies. It was an undeniably profitable venture. Eagerly, Lucini established the points calculation rules she had in mind, planning to add further rules as needed in the future. Afterward, she descended the stairs with 7 points cards, the computer, and the POS machine. Qin Jiao, she called out to him while he was washing vegetables in the kitchen. You are the first member of the Oasis base. Here is your points card number 001. As my teammate, I have set your monthly salary at 1,000 points, which you may use to exchange for whatever you desire. Qin Jiao did not accept it, stating, I willingly follow you. I do not require a salary. Do not be so adamant, Lucini pressed, placing the points card in his hand. Can you guarantee you won't want to redeem something in the future?
Just take it.
She needed Qin Jiao to help her earn points. Seizing the opportunity to benefit from the system was essential. Seeing Qin Jiao accept the points card, Lucini declared, No need to cook. We are heading to Taoyuan Village.
All right.
The two drove the off-road vehicle to Taoyuan Village, stopping in front of Li Dashan's home. The zombies in the village had been cleared, and the roads were clean. The absence of tasks left everyone feeling somewhat restless. Upon seeing Lucini and Qin Jiao, the villagers looked at her with eager anticipation, awaiting her instructions. Lucini thought, the members of the base are so enthusiastic. It only adds to the pressure I feel as their leader. I have come today to share something important with everyone. Clearing her throat, Lucini stated seriously, Though our base may be small in number, it must be managed with structure. Therefore, I have developed a set of management regulations. This is the points card. She produced several pre-prepared points cards, explaining previously, everyone used bank cards. From now on, the points card will serve a similar purpose. She handed 4 cards numbered 002005 to Li Dashan, instructing him to distribute them to his family according to their ages. Additionally, she gave the points cards numbered 006 and 007 to Zhou Yan and Zhou Miao, respectively. Although this area once belonged to Taoyuan Village, it has now been seized by me, transforming it into my Oasis base. Not only you, but also future members joining the base will be required to pay me a monthly rent of 100 points. As she spoke, she directed her gaze towards Li Dashan. Noting that since his family were original inhabitants of Taoyuan Village and resided in their own home, she would waive the rent for his 2 children, requiring only the rent for the couple. Is there any dissent? Li Dashan's family and Zhou Yan exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. There were no objections. Li Dashan's thoughts were quite straightforward. In this apocalyptic era, having a place to live in peace was a tremendous blessing. Moreover, they were still in their own home, unlike others who had been displaced and separated from their loved ones. Furthermore, although the leader would collect rent, they would also receive salaries. Zhou Yan and her companion had no objections either. Seeing that there were no dissenting voices, Lucini began to assign their respective tasks. Li Dashan was responsible for farming. Zhang Cui would cook in the cafeteria, providing 3 meals a day, while siblings Li Mingxian and Li Mingxiu would assist her.
Zhou Miao,
being a water-based ability user and a university graduate, would be in charge of supplying water for daily use and managing the warehouse. Zhou Yan, a fire-based ability user, young and strong, was assigned patrol duties by Lucini. With jobs assigned, salaries were also determined. Li Dashan and Zhang Cui would each receive 400 points monthly. Their 2 children 100 points each, and as Zhou Miao held 2 positions, Lucini allocated her 600 points per month. Given the inherent dangers of Zhou Yan's patrol work, she would receive 500 points monthly. After outlining these arrangements, Lucini inquired if anyone had any concerns regarding their work and salaries. Chapter 49, System Warning. Everyone shook their heads. The points exceeded their expectations significantly. After deducting the 100 points for rent, they would still have plenty left. Moreover, the base provided meals, alleviating their worries about daily sustenance. Such a fortunate existence in these dire times was beyond their wildest dreams. Observing their satisfaction, Lucini nodded approvingly, assuring them that as long as they diligently performed their duties, she would ensure they lived well. Boss, our lives are already quite good, Li Dashan sincerely expressed. If it weren't for you, the village would still be overrun with zombies, and we wouldn't know if we could survive. Zhou Yan added, Indeed, boss. You have provided us with a safe living environment, arranged jobs for us, and given us salaries, allowing us to be self-sufficient without worrying about our livelihood. We are already very content with this life. Meeting their trusting and grateful gazes, Lu Xini suddenly felt the weight of her responsibility as the leader of the base. If her previous expansion of the base and recruitment of members had been motivated by the desire to earn points, now she genuinely wished to improve the base and ensure that its members would live prosperous lives. The weather grew increasingly hot, with the average temperature soaring above 45 degrees Celsius, while the perceived temperature felt even higher. At midday, stepping outside would subject one to an immediate wave of heat. Dropping a raw egg on the ground would yield a cooked one in an instant. During these days, Lu Xini remained in the safety of her shelter, comfortably enjoying air conditioning and cold drinks, as it was the only way to alleviate the sweltering heat. Descending the stairs to retrieve half a chilled watermelon from the refrigerator, Lu Xini was eating it with a spoon while ascending the stairs when she unexpectedly encountered Qin Jiao emerging from the bathroom, bare-chested. He appeared to have just bathed. His short black hair damp, water droplets cascading from his hair tips onto his smooth, fair chest, sliding down his flat abdomen and into his loose gray shorts. While drying his hair with a towel, he walked ahead, unaware of Lu Xini in the living room. Ahem! The sudden sound startled him, and he instinctively looked up to meet Lu Xini's scrutinizing gaze. In an instant, his pale skin flushed a deep crimson, and combined with his youthful, somewhat innocent countenance, it was utterly captivating. A wave of shyness surged within him, and he almost reflexively held the towel in front of himself, his face reddening further. Before he could speak, Lu Xini initiated the conversation. "You seem to have grown quite a bit." Qin Jiao paused, instinctively dropping the towel to glance at his body, murmuring, "It does seem so. I've also gotten taller." Lu Xini stepped closer, gesturing between the top of her head and his. She recalled that when she first met him, her height had barely reached his earlobe, and now there was a difference of about 2 to 3 centimeters. "Really?" Qin Jiao raised his hand to measure, astonished. "I really have grown taller. However, your physique is still lacking." Lu Xini continued her assessment. "While you have indeed bulked up since we first met, it is still insufficient. You appear somewhat frail." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiao silently lowered his head, the crimson hue on his fair skin rapidly fading. Lu Xini, oblivious to his emotional shift, circled him, her gaze unabashedly surveying his entire form. Under her unreserved scrutiny, the pale skin of Qin Jiao flushed once more with a suggestive hue. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but Lu Xini seized his arm, squeezing it firmly before patting his back and chest. "You lack muscle. You need to train. Starting tomorrow, wake up an hour earlier each day and train with me." Withdrawing her hand, Lu Xini spoke sternly, though her grip inadvertently tightened as she mused internally about how smooth Qin Jiao's skin felt, akin to silk. "I understand, Xini," Qin Jiao exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his embarrassment as he met her clear gaze and nodded earnestly. Compared to Xini, he recognized his own inadequacies in strength. He was now a grown man and could no longer remain in Xini's shadow. He wanted to protect her and stand resolutely in front of her whenever she needed him. Therefore, he must become strong. The following day, at 5:30 a.m., after completing her morning routine, Lu Xini went downstairs and found Qin Jiao's door ajar. But he was nowhere to be seen. She quickly extended her mental energy and soon located him running around the safety shelter. It was unclear how long he had been running, but his black hair was already soaked in sweat, and droplets cascaded from his hair tips as he moved, his fair face glistening with beads of perspiration. Lu Xini opened the safety shelter door and stepped outside, just in time to see Qin Jiao running past from the left side, prompting her to raise her hand, signaling him to stop. "How long have you been running?" "I don't know," Qin Jiao replied breathlessly, sweat trickling down his pale cheeks, gathering at his chin before falling to the ground with a soft plop. Lu Xini did not inquire further and handed him a towel and a bottle of water, saying, "Take a break for now. I will train with you shortly." "Okay." After resting for over 10 minutes, they began their training. Following an intense physical training session, Lu Xini remarked, "Come to think of it, I haven't sparred with you." "Qin Jiao, let us have a friendly bout." However, Qin Jiao hesitated. "I can't lay a hand on you. It's just sparring, a practice duel." "It's not like I'm asking you to truly hit me," Lu Xini clarified, adopting a combat stance. "Come on, don't dawdle." "All right." As soon as Qin Jiao finished speaking, Lu Xini rushed forward, her tightly clenched fist aimed directly at Qin Jiao's face. The force of her punch, accompanied by a gust of wind, grazed past his cheek. Just as Qin Jiao barely dodged, he seized Lu Xini's delicate wrist, pulling her close. For a fleeting moment, He was taken aback by her porcelain-like visage, his gaze wandering across her shimmering, clear eyes, her petite, elegant nose, and her glossy, crimson lips, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He felt a warmth creeping to his ears, and before he could comprehend his feelings, Lu Xini suddenly retaliated, twisting his hand behind his back. Focus. What are you lost in thought about? Uh-huh. Qin Jiao quickly collected his thoughts and replied softly. It wasn't until the temperature began to rise and the sun hung high in the sky that they concluded their training for the day. After returning to his room and taking a hot shower, Lu Xini emerged from the bathroom only to hear the system's voice blaring. Warning. Warning. The distribution center is under attack. Please proceed to investigate immediately. Chapter 50. Forgive you? Perhaps in the next life. Lu Xini's brows knitted together instantly, her expression darkening. Someone was assaulting the distribution center, and the first person that popped into her mind was Su Changjia. Without hesitation, she called for Qin Jiao and drove towards the distribution center. On the spacious road, seeing her serious demeanor, Qin Jiao asked, Xini, what happened? It's nothing. Lu Xini replied casually, yet pressed the accelerator, the SUV hurtling forward with alarming speed. Occasionally, a few zombies, appearing from nowhere, were struck by the speeding vehicle, sent flying, and then crushed beneath the wheels. They sped along, halting the SUV 100 meters away from the distribution center. Someone is attacking the distribution center, Qin Jiao exclaimed, spotting a figure attempting to scale the outer wall. The individual was nearly over the wall, ready to drop inside. Lu Xini remained silent, yet a frosty pallor crept upon her fair, stunning face. In a moment of secrecy, she accessed the points mall, unhesitatingly spending 10,000 points to redeem a revolver and an additional 1,000 points for 10 bullets. Leaning out the window, she aimed the pistol at the man struggling over the wall.
Bang!
The bullet discharged with blinding speed, striking the man's left shoulder with precision. A horrified scream erupted as blood gushed forth. The man plummeted from the wall, landing heavily on his back. The group at the entrance of the distribution center was startled, immediately alert to their surroundings. There are people over there, someone shouted, prompting everyone to brandish their weapons, glaring menacingly at the imposing SUV. Suddenly, the previously stationary vehicle surged forward with ferocious velocity, seeming intent on plowing through everyone, causing the crowd to scatter in fear. The SUV maneuvered through the throng before executing a graceful drift, its front once again aimed at the group. Fortunately, this time, it did not charge at them. Lu Xini sat in the vehicle, her expression inscrutable as she regarded the group ahead. Among them, she quickly spotted Su Changjia. Just as she suspected, it was indeed him. This time, he had brought a significant number of people, estimating around 20 to 30, all appearing burly and formidable. Standing beside Su Changjia was a towering man with a buzz cut, clad in a black tank top, his muscles bulging, who now fixed his gaze on Lu Xini. Su Changjia, are these the two you mentioned? The tank top man sneered, directing his spiked baseball bat towards Lu Xini and Qin Jiao in the SUV. Brother Jiang. These two are lightning-type abilities users, and one might even be a dual lightning and fire abilities user. We must not underestimate them, Su Changjia cautioned in a hushed tone. Jiang Hong, however, appeared dismissive, swaggering a few steps forward with his bat, tilting his head arrogantly. You two brats, get out of the car right now. Lu Xini remained silent, her hands gripping the steering wheel, her gaze toward Jiang Hong imbued with complexity. In her previous life, she had known Jiang Hong. After the apocalypse struck, she had joined forces with the Lu family, encountering Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, and later, during their escape, they joined Jiang Hong's group. Initially believing that joining the organization would provide a sense of security, she soon realized that Jiang Hong was a self-absorbed egotist, relishing in the admiration of others while disregarding the well-being of his team. Many members harbored grievances against him but dared not voice them due to his strength. In this life, she had yet to encounter anyone from her past, assuming she would no longer cross paths with them, only to unexpectedly meet Jiang Hong today. Though she had only briefly stayed in his group for a little over a month after the calamity erupted, various butterfly effects had led her down a different path. Parting ways with the Lu family, and she had not seen Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian since. Thus, she was unaware if they would still join Jiang Hong's crew in this life. Jiang Hong, noting their inaction, grew impatient and shouted again. I said get out of the car. Are you deaf? With that, he strode menacingly towards them. As a strength-type abilities user, a full swing of his baseball bat could nearly shatter a person's skull. But just as he was about to bring the bat down on the SUV's hood as a warning, a pistol emerged from the driver's side window. Its dark muzzle aimed directly at his forehead. Don't even think about moving if you wish to stay alive. Jiang Hong froze, momentarily at a loss. How could he have forgotten that they were armed? But Su Changjie had never mentioned that they possessed firearms, only informing him of their abilities. Lu Xinyi opened the car door and stepped out, the gun still trained on Jiang Hong, her icy gaze shifting to Su Changjie behind him.
Su Jianzi.
I let you go last time, thinking you would behave. I never expected you to have the audacity to return to my territory with such a crowd. Lu Xinyi spoke coldly, her tone laced with disdain. Su Changjie was clearly startled by the gun in her hand, evidently unprepared for a young woman, barely 20, to wield a firearm so casually in a gun-restricted country. In that moment, he regretted his choices. Had he known they were armed, even with tenfold bravery, he would never have dared to confront Jiang Hong and his crew. They were formidable enough as is, and with firearms, they were even more dangerous. Without further ado, Su Changjie quickly apologized. Miss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people to your territory. Please, forgive me this time. Forgive you? In the next life, perhaps? Lu Xinyi scoffed, abruptly redirecting her gun to aim at his heart. With that, a bullet flew forth, piercing Su Changjie's heart with relentless force. Blood erupted instantly, and Su Changjie looked incredulously at the gaping wound in his chest before casting a wrathful glance at Lu Xinyi. Thud! His body fell uncontrollably to the ground, a pool of blood quickly forming beneath him. The vivid crimson stained the ground, shocking all onlookers into silence. No one had anticipated that Lu Xinyi would so decisively shoot Su Changjie. In that moment, the remarkably beautiful young woman appeared like a vengeful specter from hell, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Chapter 51. Leave immediately. Jiang Hong stared incredulously at Su Changjie, who lay in a pool of blood, then turned to Lu Xinyi, his lips trembling slightly, yet he remained silent. It was all Su Changjie's fault. What kind of opponent had he found for him? You all witnessed Su Changjie's fate. Lu Xinyi's cold voice shattered the oppressive silence. If you dare to covet this distribution center again, I assure you, your demise will be even more tragic than his. Throughout her declaration, her gaze was fixed firmly on Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong was acutely aware that her words were directed at him, as he was the leader of this group. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he forced a sycophantic smile and said, Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Please lower your weapon. Let us discuss this calmly, shall we? I have nothing to discuss with you. Jiang Hong's smile faltered slightly, and suppressing his embarrassment, he continued, We were unaware that this distribution center was under your control. Su Changjie merely informed me that it was safe, which is why I brought my men to investigate. Who could have known it was your territory? I sincerely apologize for the offense. However, his words were riddled with inconsistencies, and Lu Xinyi found them amusing. Did he really think she would believe he didn't know this was her domain? Enough of this nonsense. Leave immediately, or else. Lu Xinyi said, firing a shot that struck the ground before Jiang Hong. The bullet embedded itself in the earth, sending shards of concrete flying past Jiang Hong's rugged face, leaving a distinct gash on his skin. His body stiffened momentarily, paralyzed by fear. After a brief silence, he gradually regained his composure and, eyeing Lu Xinyi warily, retreated with his companions. Only after Jiang Hong and his group had driven away did Lu Xinyi holster her pistol and contact Zhou Yan via walkie-talkie, instructing him to meet her at the distribution center immediately. Xinyi, are you not concerned about leaving those people alive? They could pose a threat later, Qin Jiao said, approaching her with a worried expression. He lacks the courage, Lu Xinyi replied. I killed Su Changjie before his eyes, and he knows I am armed. That ought to serve as a deterrent. Having spent over a month in Jiang Hong's group in her previous life, she had gained some understanding of his character. Although he was arrogant and deeply valued his authority, he was also someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. She believed her recent actions made it clear that she was not someone he could provoke without consequence. For a coward like him, as long as he was not bent on self-destruction, he would likely refrain from seeking trouble again. Qin Jiao fell silent, but gazed thoughtfully in the direction Jiang Hong had departed. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Yan arrived in a small truck he had found in the village, speeding towards Lu Xinyi and Qin Jiao. Boss, you called for me urgently. Is there something wrong? Zhou Yan hurriedly asked as he exited the vehicle. Where is his base? Zhou Yan followed Lu Xinyi's pointed finger and, upon seeing Su Changjie's lifeless body, was momentarily stunned. I killed him, Lu Xini stated calmly, her tone indifferent. Zhou Yan met her gaze, his demeanor steady. If you killed him, he must have done something that warranted his death in your eyes. Lu Xini did not confirm or deny this. Casting a casual glance at Su Changjia, she instructed, "Take his corpse, we are going to his base." Understood, boss. Under Zhou Yan's lead, the trio soon arrived at Su Changjia's base, an abandoned residential building. The structure was not tall, consisting of only 5 stories, with a corridor on each floor facing the front doors of the apartments. Below the building was a courtyard of about 100 square meters, surrounded by a 3 to 4 meter high wall that enclosed the entire edifice. As they parked in front of the iron gate of the wall, the 3 had not yet exited when they heard a commotion from within the courtyard. Listening closely, they realized the residents were discussing Su Changjia. Brother Su is dead. What should we do? Yes, he was our leader. How will we manage the base without him? Who killed Brother Su? I want revenge. Amidst the fervor, a man dressed in a brown short-sleeved shirt stepped forward and called for silence. Brother Su contributed greatly to our base. If it weren't for him discovering this abandoned building and clearing out the zombies, we wouldn't have such a safe refuge. Not only did he provide us shelter, but he also actively sought supplies for us. Yet, the selfless brother Su has been unjustly murdered. He treated me like a brother. I cannot stand by and let his death go unavenged. I will take revenge for Brother Su and carry on his legacy to improve our base. As the crowd's emotions surged, they echoed his sentiments, chanting for revenge. The clamor resonated throughout the building, causing Lu Xini outside the wall to furrow her brow in disbelief. Su Changjia had just died, yet some were already eager to usurp his position. As for revenge, that would depend on whether they had the capability to pursue it. Inside the walls, the uproar continued. Who killed Brother Su? Tower, it was you and Xiangzi who were with Brother Su when he went out today. Tell us.
Who murdered him?
Tower and Xiangzi found themselves pushed to the forefront, exchanging hesitant glances under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Since they were the only 2 to return to the base, they had no choice but to reveal the truth about Su Changjia's death, resulting in the current fervent atmosphere. As for naming the killer, the thought of the ruthless young woman sent shivers down their spines. If they could avoid it, they would prefer never to encounter that viper again. Tower, Xiangzi, speak up. Yes, tell us who killed Brother Su, so we can avenge him. Under the mounting pressure, Tower glanced at the indecisive Xiangzi, took a deep breath and finally steeled himself to say, it was, however, before he could finish. The heavy iron gate was suddenly slammed open from the outside. With a resounding crash, everyone in the courtyard turned in shock to see a stunningly beautiful young woman entering. Flanked by a striking young man and an elegant man wearing glasses, her expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 52. It was me who killed him upon recognizing the newcomers. Especially Zhou Yan, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhou Yan, it's you. Have you finally decided to return? Zhou Yan, didn't you and your niece withdraw from our base? Why are you back now? Is that not Brother Su's corpse you are dragging? Yes. It is indeed Brother Su's body. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Zhou Yan, filled with shock, confusion, anger, and suspicion. The man in the brown short-sleeved shirt stepped forward, his dark face etched with sorrow. Brother Su, you died so tragically. He cried out, attempting to take Su Changjia's body from Zhou Yan. However, Zhou Yan did not relinquish his hold. He glanced at Lu Xini, and upon receiving a slight nod from her, he threw Su Changjia's corpse into the arms of the short-sleeved man. Unprepared, the man stumbled back, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected weight. He shot Zhou Yan an irritated glance, but it was quickly replaced by grief. Brother Su, do not worry. I will avenge you. After speaking, he turned to Zhou Yan once more and asked in a deep voice, Zhou Yan, where did you discover Su Ji's body? Do you know who killed him? Zhou Yan remained silent. The man in short sleeves, receiving no answer, turned his gaze to Tao Er and Changzi, demanding, Tao Er, Changzi, can you tell me how Su died? However, at that moment, Tao Er and Changzi were trembling with fear, huddled closely together, their fearful glances occasionally darting towards Lu Xini. What was happening? How did this woman find their base? Oh, it was Zhou Yan who brought them here. But why had she voluntarily come to their base? What were her intentions? Noticing that the 2 remained silent, the man in short sleeves grew increasingly frustrated, his voice rising sharply. I'm asking you both. Are you deaf? It was her. Under the pressure of his furious shout, Tao Er instinctively pointed at Lu Xini and exclaimed, "She killed Su Ge."
What?
The man in short sleeves stared at Lu Xini in shock. He had heard about the distribution center from Su Changjia, but since he had not been involved in those affairs, he did not recognize Lu Xini or Qin Jiao. When he saw them appear alongside Zhou Yan, he assumed they were merely passers-by who discovered Su Changjia's body with Zhou Yan. He never expected them to be the culprits. However, this revelation spared him the need to continue pretending to search for the so-called murderer. If he were to kill this woman in front of everyone, avenging Su Changjia, he believed his reputation in the base would soar. He casually handed Su Changjia's body to someone nearby, adopting an angry demeanor as he glared at Lu Xini. "Did you kill Su Ge?" he gritted out. Lu Xini remained composed and replied calmly, "Yes, I did." "You dare." The man in short sleeves was about to finish his sentence when Lu Xini pulled out a handgun and aimed it directly at him. "What? Are you so eager to join Su Changjia?" Lu Xini said coldly. The man hesitated, momentarily paralyzed by fear. The others were also stunned, staring at Lu Xini in disbelief. Before the apocalypse, they had all been ordinary citizens, unfamiliar with real firearms, let alone the act of killing. The apocalypse had only begun a little over a month ago, and everyone was still in the phase of only daring to kill zombies. Although they all shouted for revenge for Su Changjia, the thought of actually killing someone filled them with dread. But this extraordinarily beautiful young woman was different. She was genuinely willing to kill. Moreover, she had a gun. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, retreating in fear, their gazes towards Lu Xini tinged with trepidation. Observing their reactions, Lu Xini remained unfazed. Having endured 3 years of apocalypse in her previous life, she had witnessed the ugliness of humanity countless times. Their reactions were trivial in her eyes. "I killed Su Changjia. He attempted to seize my territory, so I eliminated him." Raising her voice, she said slowly and coldly, "I came here to inform you that anyone who dares to encroach on the territory of my oasis base will meet the same fate as Su Changjia." With that, her fierce gaze swept across the crowd, also glancing at the onlookers above. "Of course, if anyone wishes to join my oasis base, I can allow you to do so, provided you pass my assessment." The man in short sleeves was infuriated by her public threat and blatant attempt to poach his people. "You claim Su Ge tried to take your territory, so you killed him. What does it mean for you to openly steal my people?" he shouted angrily. Lu Xini unabashedly replied, "Because I am double standard." Her audacity rendered the man speechless. He had seen thick-skinned individuals before, but none had been so brazenly forthright. Ignoring him, Lu Xini turned to Qin Jiao and Zhou Yan, preparing to leave. However, just as she turned, the man in short sleeves lunged forward, attempting to grasp her shoulder. "Did I permit you to leave?" Before he could finish his furious words, Lu Xini swiftly turned, seizing his wrist and applying pressure.
Crack.
The sound of his wrist bone breaking echoed in the air. He felt as though a heavy force was brutally crushing his wrist, leaving him in agony. Without allowing him a moment to assess his injury, Lu Xini kicked him in the knee, causing him to collapse to the ground, wincing in pain. A gun was suddenly pressed to his temple, silencing him and causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "If you are not afraid of death and still wish to seek revenge, I can grant your wish and send you to join Su Changjia," Lu Xini said coldly. "As long as your base members remain compliant and do not oppose my oasis base, I can ensure we coexist peacefully. So, will you oppose me? Or do you intend to live in harmony? The choice is yours," she declared, casting her gaze over the others in the courtyard. "The same goes for all of you." The crowd lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet her gaze. Even the man in short sleeves was no match for her. Most were ordinary people without abilities, and they dared not confront her. If they could coexist peacefully, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. "If anyone wishes to join my oasis base, you can find me at the distribution center, a half-hour's drive from here." After delivering her ultimatum, Lu Xini disregarded the man in short sleeves and exited the courtyard with Qin Jiao and Zhou Yan, driving away directly. Not long after their departure, several figures stealthily slipped out of the courtyard, making their way toward the distribution center while others were distracted. Chapter 53. Members of the Base 5 at the entrance of the distribution center, Lu Xini languidly sat in the driver's seat of an off-road vehicle, the door ajar as she leisurely wiped her knife. "Teacher Zhou, are you certain those individuals you mentioned will come to ally with us?" she casually inquired. Before heading to the abandoned residential building, Zhou Yan had asked her if they could take in a few of Su Changjia's subordinates. He claimed to know them well and that they disliked Su Changji's leadership, having expressed a desire to leave his group multiple times. Thus, he had the audacity to suggest to Lu Xini that she could shelter them. It was for this reason that Lu Xini had publicly attempted to poach from the man in short sleeves at the abandoned residential building. Zhou Yan glanced toward the direction of the residential building, feeling uncertain. I can't say for sure, but I have about 70 to 80% confidence. All right, Lu Xini replied. But let me make it clear, Teacher Zhou, I won't wait here for too long. If they haven't arrived by this time tomorrow, I will not linger any longer. While members of the base were essential, she was not inclined to recruit just anyone into her base. If those individuals were unwilling to come, she would not force them. After nearly half an hour, as Lu Xini stood beside the off-road vehicle with her arms crossed lazily, Qin Jiao suddenly straightened. Xini, they're here. Lu Xini sheathed her knife and exited the vehicle. Turning her head, she saw 3 men and 2 women hurrying towards them. The 2 young women, likely in their 20s and resembling each other, appeared to be sisters. Among the 3 men, one with a square face was about 40, while the other 2 looked to be in their 30s, their expressions exuding a sense of integrity. Upon seeing the 5 approaching, Zhou Yan, who had been sitting in a small truck, immediately opened the door and jumped out, looking pleased as he addressed them. Old Tao, you finally made it. He quickly walked up to the square-faced man and patted him on the shoulder. Our 2 legs can't compare to a vehicle with 4 wheels. We barely made it here in half an hour. Old Tao was somewhat overweight. Despite having lost a considerable amount of weight since the apocalypse struck, he still appeared bulkier compared to Zhou Yan. In the sweltering heat, after enduring a long trek, he was drenched in sweat and on the verge of exhaustion. At that moment, he could think of nothing else but to plop himself down on the ground, panting heavily. The others were equally disheveled, their clothes soaked through, each resembling someone who had just emerged from the water. Let us rest for a while, Lu Xini suggested, handing each of the 5 a bottle of water. Upon seeing the water, Old Tao rushed to grab a bottle as if it were a lifeline, thanking her profusely before unscrewing the cap and gulping down the contents. Take it easy, Old Tao, a girl cautioned. You shouldn't drink cold water too quickly in this heat. It's better to sip it slowly. Old Tao, having down half the bottle in one go, exhaled contentedly and nonchalantly remarked, What does it matter? I would rather drink myself to death than succumb to the heat.
Hey.
Watch your words. The girl shot him a glare before turning to Lu Xini with a smile. Thank you for the water. She noticed that Lu Xini appeared to be several years younger than her, likely a university student before the disaster, and felt it was appropriate to address her as classmate. My name is Lu Xini, and this is Qin Jiao. Since you are acquainted with Teacher Zhou, I need not introduce him further, Lu Xini replied. The girl quickly introduced herself. I'm Yuan Shui, and this is my sister, Yuan Shuang. This is Tian Ming and Shernua. We were all neighbors in the same building before the disaster. We happened to leave the community together for work when it struck, and have been traveling together ever since. As for Old Tao, we met him after joining Su Changjia's group. Upon getting acquainted, Lu Xini stated, Although you have joined us, it does not guarantee your acceptance. Before that, I have a few questions to ask. Only after receiving satisfactory answers will I allow you to join my base. Hearing her words, Yuan Shui and the others felt a wave of nervousness wash over them, and Old Tao could not help but cast a pleading glance at Zhou Yan. Unfortunately, Zhou Yan was equally uncertain about the nature of Lu Xini's questions and could only return a helpless look. Surveying the 5 of them, Lu Xini inquired, What were your occupations before the apocalypse? I will speak on behalf of everyone, Yuan Shui replied. I was an intern at a hospital, my sister worked at a bakery. Tian Ming is a programmer, Shernua is a courier, and Old Tao. I'm an electrician. Old Tao chimed in with a grin, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Lu Xini nodded and continued, Have any of you awakened special abilities? If so, what are they? I'll answer that. Old Tao eagerly raised his hand. I possess metal abilities, Shernua has speed abilities, and Yuan Shuang has water abilities. Yuan Shui and Tian Ming have not awakened any abilities. As soon as he finished, disappointment was evident on Yuan Shui and Tian Ming's faces. Lu Xini noted their reactions and asked, How many zombies have you killed? Yuan Shui responded, Since the disaster began, we have killed quite a few zombies. But we haven't kept track of the exact number. The others nodded in agreement. Next question, Lu Xini said, her gaze turning serious. Have you ever killed a person? If the need arises in the future, would you have the courage to kill? This question left the 5 momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Killing someone? They had never considered it. Even when they killed their first zombie, they required significant mental preparation. The thought of taking a human life was daunting. Lu Xini remained silent, observing them intently. After a moment, Yuan Shui, who had stayed quiet until then, spoke with conviction. I have never killed anyone. But if it comes down to a life-or-death situation, I would. Having witnessed Lu Xini's decisive nature in the residential building, she understood that compassion would not suffice if she wished to ally herself with her. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, being soft-hearted toward others would ultimately lead to one's downfall. After a brief hesitation, the others echoed Yuan Shui's sentiments, affirming that they too would act similarly. Lu Xini remained silent, her penetrating gaze fixed on the five of them, making them feel as though she could see right through them. Nervously, they exchanged glances before turning back to Lu Xini, awaiting her judgment. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Your responses have passed my assessment. Welcome to the Oasis base. With the addition of 5 new members, her points increased by 5,000. Chapter 54, The Automatic Defense System Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting over 10 base members. You have earned 10,000 points and a special gift package. The system's voice chimed at the perfect moment, causing Lu Xini to raise an eyebrow, pondering the unexpected bonus. She wondered what treasures the gift package might contain. However, she had no time to check it now. She instructed Yuan Shui and the others to board Zhou Yan's small truck, while she and Qin Jiao drove the off-road vehicle, both heading toward Taoyuan village. Upon noticing that they had left the distribution center, Yuan Shui and the others felt puzzled. Upon arriving at Taoyuan village, their confusion deepened. Wasn't the base located at the distribution center? What place was this? Before they could voice their questions, Zhou Yan preemptively clarified, this is also part of the Oasis base. We usually reside here. Part of the base? Old Tao exclaimed, curiously surveying his surroundings. A village as a base was considerably larger than Su Changjia's abandoned residential building. Additionally, it boasted not only standalone countryside houses, but also extensive farmland. He even spotted a man working in the fields. Teacher Zhou, is that man also a member of our base? He asked, pointing toward Li Dashan, who was tending to the crops. Yuan Shui and the others followed his gesture. Zhou Yan nodded and replied, that's brother Li Dashan. He and his family were among the first to join the base, even before me and Miao Miao. So, he's one of the founding members of the base, Tian Ming remarked, admiringly observing Li Dashan, who must have exceptional qualities. Lu Xini cast him a slightly exasperated glance, stating, you will be living here from now on. There are plenty of vacant houses for you to choose from. Anywhere we want to live? Old Tao asked eagerly. Yes. Lu Xini affirmed. Old Tao immediately rubbed his hands together in excitement. Then, I must choose a nice house. Old Tao, you're alone. Why not just live with us? Nua suggested. You, me, and Tian Ming, we can all stay together. After some contemplation, Old Tao ultimately agreed to the proposal, saying, all right, let us live together. It's better to look out for one another. Lu Xini observed the excited group and reminded them, there are no free rides at my base. Living here requires work, and you will need to pay rent. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan understood and promptly outlined the base's rules succinctly to the 5. The 5 did not resist. Once registered in the system, base members were bound to remain loyal to Lu Xini, accepting her commands and decisions without question. Subsequently, Lu Xini assigned tasks to them. Yuan Shui, you will serve as our base doctor, and I will do my best to provide you with the necessary medications. Yuan Shuang, as a water ability user, you'll be in charge of our daily water supply. Although Zhou Miao Miao also possesses water abilities, with the increasing number of people, she alone cannot meet everyone's needs for daily water. Thus, I have also assigned her to manage the warehouse. With Yuan Shuang assisting with the water supply, Zhou Miao Miao will have more time to oversee the warehouse. Tian Ming is in charge of establishing our base's radio station, and in the future, you will be engaged in radio operations. All maintenance tasks at the base will be entrusted to Old Tao, while Noa will patrol alongside Teacher Zhou. Aside from Noa's monthly salary of 500 points, the others will receive 400 points each month. After assigning these roles, Lu Xini distributed a point card to each of the 5 individuals. Curiously, they examined the cards in their hands, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Although they would be working here, they would also be earning a salary. Furthermore, their 3 daily meals would be provided by the base, alleviating their previous worries about food. In this apocalyptic era, such a life felt nothing short of heavenly. Lu Cini, who had created this lifestyle for them, had been elevated to a status akin to a deity in their eyes. Unbeknownst to her, they had already begun to idolize her. Once she had arranged everything for them, she returned to the safe house with Qin Jiao. The first thing she did upon arriving was to ascend to her room and check the grand gift package awarded by the system. Taking a deep breath, she opened the package with a mix of nervousness and excitement.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have received a complete automatic defense system for the base, applicable to all areas. An automatic defense system? Lu Cini couldn't help but break into a joyful smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was as if a pillow had appeared just when she needed it most. Just moments after her base was attacked, the system rewarded her with this automatic defense system. With this system in place, if the base were to come under attack again, she would not have to rush to assess the situation. The defense system would activate automatically. She examined the defense system closely. As long as it was within the Oasis base, be it Taoyuan Village or the distribution center, even her safe house would automatically be protected in the event of an attack. The sole objective was clear, to ensure that the base remained unscathed. Dear system, you truly are my comforting little quilt, Lu Cini said with a smile. The system responded. The rewards from the grand gift package are random. The fact that the host has received this defense system indicates your great fortune. Regardless of whether it is my luck, you are still my excellent system. The system then emitted a mischievous giggle, though its mechanical, cold electronic voice rendered it somewhat eerie. Lu Cini remarked, "It's fine to chuckle inwardly, but there's no need to laugh out loud." To test the effectiveness of the defense system, Lu Cini ventured outside alone. After locating a solitary zombie, she led it back to the safe house. Standing at the entrance, she waited quietly for the pale, blood-stained, one-armed creature to approach. The zombie staggered towards her, its stiff legs dragging along, mouth agape as it prepared to bite her. However, before it could reach her, an automatic, targeting machine gun suddenly emerged from the wall.
Hot-a-tot-tot.
A flurry of bullets swiftly erupted, accurately striking the zombie and turning it into a sieve in an instant. After dispatching the zombie, the machine gun retracted and concealed itself, leaving no trace. Lu Cini suppressed her astonishment and inquired, "System, if I use skill points to upgrade the base's defense in the future, will this defense system also be upgraded?" The system confirmed, "Yes." Lu Cini exclaimed, "No wonder you are a system dedicated to creating a bright future for me." With this defense system, she felt no anxiety about future attacks on the base. From now on, she could venture further afield in search of supplies and to expand their territory. Chapter 55. We have meat to eat in the early morning after breakfast. Lu Cini went to the monitoring room, since Yuan Shui and the others joined the base. She and Qin Jiao had cleared the zombies around Taoyuan Village over the past few days. Hence, the area spanning several kilometers from Taoyuan Village to the safe house had been incorporated into the Oasis base. However, she had not requested the system to establish walls. Enclosing such a vast area would not be conducive to the daily lives of the base members, as even patrols by Zhou Yan and Shernua would require considerable effort. Additionally, she had scoured the vicinity of the distribution center, attempting to connect Taoyuan Village and the center to expand the territory of the Oasis base. Unfortunately, the roads separating the two locations were beyond her control, preventing her from claiming them as her own. Ultimately, she managed to link Taoyuan Village with a safe house. Through her efforts, she had accumulated 200,000 points. Current total points, 228,741. The butler robot in the point shop had long been part of her plans for redemption. However, given the small number of base members, most issues could be resolved by Zhou Yan, rendering the expenditure of 100,000 points for the butler unnecessary at this time. After reviewing the various monitors around the safe house, Lu Cini took out her phone and opened the offline map. Next, she needed to expand her territory even further. The city of Harbin is encircled by 3 main ring roads and a bypass highway, with the Oasis Base S domain lying entirely beyond the bypass. On the map, Lu Cini spotted a feed factory located within the bypass, not far from the highway. The journey from the safe house to the feed factory would normally take about 40 minutes by car. However, given the current environment and the uncertain road conditions, it was clear that she would not reach the factory in that time. Nonetheless, Lu Cini decided to investigate the feed factory. If she could bring back the feed, Taoyuan Village could develop its livestock farming. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts.
Come in.
Qin Jiao entered hesitantly, speaking up, "Cini, today I would like to venture out alone. Is that all right?"
Oh.
Lu Cini, seated in her chair, looked up at him in confusion. You wish to go out by yourself? From Qin Jiao's perspective, he could see her gently raised chin beneath her smooth, snow-white neck. He averted his gaze, awkwardly, meeting her inquiring eyes as he replied, Is that all right? Of course, Lu Xinyi said with a slight smile, though you are my teammate and a member of the base. You are also an independent individual. I cannot restrict your freedom. I only ask one thing. Return safely. With the system in place. She had no reason to fear that Qin Jiao would betray her, thus she did not feel compelled to have him by her side at all times. Meeting her serious yet caring gaze, Qin Jiao composed himself and replied earnestly, I will return safely. As a precaution, Lu Xinyi spent 10,000 points from the system's point shop to redeem 2 location trackers, giving one to Qin Jiao. This tracker not only provides location information but can also send signals. If you find yourself in danger, press the tracker twice, Lu Xinyi instructed, pointing to the button-shaped device in her hand. I will come find you if I receive the signal. Qin Jiao held the tracker tightly in his palm, nodding solemnly. I will remember. In the blink of an eye, Qin Jiao had been gone for 2 days. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had spent nearly all her time with him over the past month.
Now,
with 2 consecutive days without a trace of him, she felt an unfamiliar sense of unease. This feeling was unsettling. She did not wish to become dependent on anyone. Rising from her seat, she descended and drove the off-road vehicle to Taoyuan village. The relentless heat had caused the soil to dry and crack, turning the once irrigated rice fields into parched land, with the ground resembling a spider's web of fissures. However, in stark contrast, Taoyuan village presented a different scene. The land here seemed impervious to the scorching heat, as the pond filled with lotus flowers continued to ripple gently. The fields, once buried under snow, had been cleared of some decayed crops by Li Dashan, and a variety of vegetables had been planted in their place. This place truly felt like a paradise, just as its name suggested. Upon arriving at Taoyuan village, Lu Xinyi first inspected the growth of the vegetables in the fields, then checked the water storage in the tank, and subsequently visited the warehouse to review the inventory records held by Zhou Miao. Currently, the stock in the warehouse predominantly comprised items collected by Li Dashan's family from the village. Aside from the absence of fresh vegetables and perishable meats, the provisions were sufficient for Li Dashan, Zhou Yan, and others to sustain themselves for over 6 months. However, humans cannot thrive indefinitely without vegetables and fresh meat, and the crops in the fields had yet to mature. Thus, Lu Xinyi had made this trip specifically to bring them some fresh vegetables and pork.
Li Dashan.
Take Tianming to my car and bring the boxes of ingredients from the trunk to the cafeteria, Lu Xinyi instructed.
Zhou Miao.
Accompany them and record the types and quantities of the ingredients. After the 3 responded in unison, they departed together. The young siblings Li Mingxian and Li Mingxiu, full of energy, grasped each other's hands and followed closely behind. Before long, the group returned, with the siblings leading the way, excitedly exclaiming, Big Brother has brought us meat. We can finally eat meat. Although they had been consuming canned meats and preserved meats in recent days, the absence of fresh meat had left both adults and children craving it. Upon hearing the mention of meat, Lao Tao, who was particularly hungry, could not help but swallow hard. Yuan Shui, standing beside him, tugged at a sleeve and shot him an exasperated glare, signaling him to restrain himself. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lao Tao chuckled and replied, I can't help it. In the past, during their time in Su Chongju's team, they could only manage 2 meals a day, consisting of dry, bland bread-like foods, rarely enjoying anything warm. Since arriving here, they not only had guaranteed 3 meals a day, but also enjoyed warm food at every meal. Moreover, they could nearly have meat every day, even if it was just canned, which was a significant improvement from their previous rations.
Furthermore, Li Dashan's wife, Zhang Kui,
was an exceptional cook. Even the simplest ingredients could be transformed into various delectable dishes. This had undeniably refined everyone's palate, leading to greater cravings for more and better food. Observing their reactions, Lu Xinyi smiled and remarked, As long as you work diligently and behave, without causing trouble for the base, I assure you that you will have meat in every meal, and your lives will only improve. Chapter 56. Qin Jiao is in danger with nothing pressing to attend to. Lu Xinyi graciously accepted everyone's warm invitation to stay for lunch in Taoyuan village. Zhou Yan and Shi Nua finished their morning patrol under the scorching sun, and arrived at the cafeteria, surprised to find Lu Xinyi alone. Big brother, why are you the only one here? Zhou Yan inquired, sitting beside Zhou Miao, puzzled as to Qin Jiao's absence. Qin Jiao has gone out alone to gather supplies. Lu Xini replied, picking up a piece of the farmhouse stir-fried pork prepared by Zhang Cui. Although it was a simple dish, Zhang Cui's culinary skills were undeniably impressive. The stir-fried pork was not only visually appealing but also tasted exceptional. It was no wonder everyone had become so accustomed to her cooking. He's gone alone? Zhou Yan's brows furrowed with concern. What if he encounters danger? Despite his youth, Qin Jiao possessed considerable strength, Lu Xini reassured. I provided him with a locator, and if he finds himself in peril, he will send me a signal. As she spoke, her chopsticks froze mid-air, her expression turning serious. She nearly forgot that Qin Jiao had an unstable flaw. In moments of hunger, regardless of his capabilities, he would become as helpless as a newborn. However, he had prepared ample food for his journey, so he should not go hungry in 2 days. Suddenly, 2 elongated mechanical beeps pierced the air. What is that sound? Yuan Shuang asked curiously, only to see Lu Xini abruptly set down her bowl and stand up. The others quickly followed suit, their faces filled with confusion. Big brother, what is wrong? Zhou Yan asked anxiously. Qin Jiao is in danger, Lu Xini declared, turning to exit the cafeteria. The others hurriedly followed. Do you need us to accompany you? Zhou Yan inquired. Lu Xini turned to meet their concerned gazes, contemplating her response. Zhou Yan and Chernoa will come with me. The rest of you stay at the base. Please be careful. Zhou Miao urged urgently. The off-road vehicle sped away, quickly leaving Taoyuan village behind. Although the network was down, the locator connected to her phone, allowing Lu Xini to track Qin Jiao's location. Following the coordinates on her phone, she drove the vehicle at full speed. Along the way, they encountered a dozen wandering zombies, among them a speed-type mutant zombie. The zombies, upon spotting the approaching vehicle, surged towards it with enthusiasm, while the speed-type zombie led the charge, moving much faster than the others. Why is that zombie so fast? It's quicker than the speed-type zombies, Chernoa remarked, puzzled. It must be a second-tier speed-type zombie, Lu Xini replied, pressing the accelerator to increase their speed. Suddenly, bam! The vehicle, powered by sheer force, struck the second-tier speed-type zombie, sending it flying several meters away to the ground. The wheels mercilessly rolled over the creature, crushing its abdomen into a pulp, with intestines and blood splattered across the ground. Its head was reduced to fragments, with gooey white brain matter erupting and staining the earth. A yellow crystal core, the size of a marble, rolled out and was swiftly collected by the crystal core detector truck that Lu Xini had casually tossed. After gathering the core, the small truck quickly caught up with the off-road vehicle, climbing up along the driver's door and squeezing through the window to Lu Xini's side. At this point, the vehicle had reached the other ordinary zombies, ruthlessly colliding with and crushing them as it sped away. After about 40 minutes of relentless driving, they finally halted near a fertilizer plant. The locator on Lu Xini's phone indicated that Qin Jiao was within the plant. However, the situation inside remained uncertain, and Lu Xini refrained from entering recklessly, opting instead to probe with her mental energy. The fertilizer plant occupied a vast expanse, with several production workshops, warehouses, offices, employee dormitories, a cafeteria, and a supermarket. Lu Xini had heard of this plant, which employed over 1,000 workers, and it was evident that it had become a disaster zone after the outbreak. Through her mental probing, she could clearly see countless zombies roaming within the premises, indulging in the carnage. The ground was marred with vivid red bloodstains and dismembered limbs. Groups of zombies feasted on the remains of a survivor, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The fertilizer plant had transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. Lu Xini continued to extend her mental energy, but her probing range was limited to 200 meters, and the plant's area exceeded that distance. Reluctantly, she withdrew her mental energy. Qin Jiao is indeed within this fertilizer plant, but there are many zombies present. Lu Xini turned to Zhou Yan and Chernoa, speaking with gravity. You can choose not to enter. I will not force you. Big brother, what are you saying? Chernoa interjected quickly. You are our leader. How can we stand by and watch you take risks alone? Besides, Qin Jiao is our friend. We cannot simply ignore his peril. Zhou Yan nodded in agreement, affirming Chernoa's words. Boss, we will accompany you. Rest assured, we will not hinder your progress. If any mishap occurs, do not concern yourself with us. Go save Qin Jiao. Lu Xini gazed deeply at the two, and after a moment, replied, Very well. We shall go together. Remember, safety is our utmost priority. In the face of danger, preserving your life is paramount. Understood, boss. They replied in unison. They disembarked from the vehicle, which they had parked in a concealed location, and stealthily approached the fertilizer plant. Based on their earlier observations, Lucini chose an area with fewer zombies, and the three cautiously scaled the wall to enter the facility. They swiftly dispatched a few zombies lurking at the corner, and hurriedly concealed themselves behind the wall of the building ahead. Zhou Yan and Shernuo remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, while Lucini took out her phone to check Qin Jiao's locator. To the left, she instructed. The trio immediately moved along the base of the wall, treading lightly in the indicated direction. Meanwhile, in an office of a building within the plant, Qin Jiao leaned against the wall, eyes closed, weakly slumped on the floor. His left hand pressed firmly against his right side, blood seeping through his fingers, staining his long, pale digits crimson. His already pallid face was devoid of color. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and unfocused. Chapter 57. Zombies climbed the walls. A girl of about 13 or 14 crouched beside Qin Jiao, her voice filled with anxiety as she asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" Qin Jiao turned his head slowly, straining to meet her gaze, and replied weakly, "Do not worry, Cindy will come." "Please don't speak," she urged, her eyes brimming with tears as she reached out to apply pressure to his bleeding wound, yet hesitated, fearing to inflict further harm. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound echoed from the office door, accompanied by the insatiable groans of zombies. The sharp claws of the undead scraped against the door, creating a cacophony that compelled many within the office to cover their ears. The office was filled with around 30 individuals, a mix of men and women, ranging from their 20s to those in their 40s. A few men brandished weapons, watching the closed door with a mix of vigilance and fear, barricaded by desks and chairs. Yet, the door continued to tremble under the relentless assault of the zombies outside. "What do we do? With so many zombies outside, can this door hold?" A voice trembled from the crowd, articulating the collective anxiety and dread. The fertilizer plant had been overrun by zombies, trapping them within this office, with hordes of the undead lurking just beyond the door. Even if the door miraculously held, they faced certain death from starvation and thirst within these four walls. "I don't want to die. I don't want to become food for the zombies," someone sobbed quietly. Their lamentations quickly escalated into a chorus of cries. "Enough with the crying," yelled a bald middle-aged man, gripping a metal rod, his gaze fixed on the door. "What good does weeping do? It will only excite the zombies outside." The two young women who had been comforting each other fell silent, biting their lips to stifle their tears. In that moment, fear, despair, and unease enveloped the office. Suddenly, a man leaning against the window widened his eyes in horror, pointing at something below. "Zombies! They're climbing up." "What?" His exclamation left everyone in the room in shock. The bald man dashed to the window, peering down, only to recoil in terror at the sight below. "What is happening out there?" the bewildered crowd inquired. Others, summoning their courage, approached the window, only to be met with the same horror. Some staggered back in fright, while others collapsed to the floor, and a few could not hold back their cries. A large mass of zombies below was climbing one atop another, scaling the walls with chilling determination. The sight was overwhelming. The walls were teeming with the undead, and more were drawn to the commotion, quickly converging towards their office. Qin Jiao, too, was taken aback by the zombies' actions, his pupils quivering as his lips moved silently, yet the severity of his injuries rendered him voiceless. Deep down, he regretted sending a signal to Cindy, wishing he hadn't put her in harm's way. Yet, even on the brink of death, he longed for one last glimpse of her. On the other side of the plant, Lucini led Zhou Yan and Shernuo through several workshops with utmost caution. The zombies had congregated near the office area, leaving the workshop section relatively clear. However, a small square separated the two zones, now swarming with countless zombies. To reach the office, they would need to traverse the square, necessitating a strategy to deal with the undead therein. Lucini surveyed the square, noting the absence of cover. Stealthy passage was impossible without attracting attention. She estimated there were around 100 to 200 zombies present. Though this was fewer than encountered during her earlier sweep of the distribution center, with time, the number of evolved zombies had increased, making her hesitant to act recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, Lucini produced a small drone, switching it to detection mode. The drone silently zipped out, weaving through the horde ahead. Wherever it encountered an evolved zombie, its lights flashed, Lucini calculated that among the 1 to 200 zombies, over 40 were evolved, a significant proportion. The drone swiftly returned to her side. Just as she stowed it away, Zhou Yan whispered urgently, "Boss, we've been spotted." Lucini immediately looked up to see a female zombie in the horde fixating on them with lifeless eyes, its mouth opening and closing as it emitted a primal growl. Clad in a tattered dress stained with dried blood, it bore no visible wounds, suggesting it had been a source zombie since the outbreak began. Suddenly, the zombie let out a deafening roar and charged forward with astonishing speed, even swifter than the second-tier speed-type zombie they had encountered earlier. "Is this a third-tier speed-type zombie?" Chernua exclaimed in shock. As a speed-type ability user himself, he recognized that his own speed could not compare to that of the creature before them. "Indeed," Lucini affirmed, drawing her blade with resolve. "Everyone, be cautious." The zombies' actions had drawn the attention of the surrounding horde, and they began to converge on Lucini and her companions like predators sensing prey. As the third-tier speed-type zombie bore down on them, Lucini sprang forward, meeting it head-on.
Boss.
Chernua exclaimed in surprise, while Zhou Yan furrowed his brow in concern. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind. With a swift arc, the blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the third-tier zombie. Yet, the reaction time of this evolved creature was far beyond that of the lower-tier zombies. Moreover, the physical prowess of the third-tier zombies surpasses that of their lower-tier counterparts. Thus, when Lucini wielded her blade, this third-tier zombie adeptly evaded her strike. With a fearsome roar, the third-tier zombie lunged forward, its clawed right hand reaching fiercely toward Lucini's arm. Chapter 58. A godlike figure. Lucini's reflexes were remarkably keen. She swiftly retreated 2 steps, narrowly avoiding the zombie's claws. With a deft motion, her blade sliced upwards, severing the zombie's right arm. Dark blood gushed forth as the third-tier zombie staggered back, exposing its filthy maw and blackened teeth, while it let out another menacing roar directed at Lucini. It then crouched low, its back arched like a hunting cheetah, charging at Lucini with reckless abandon. Gripping her blade tightly, Lucini maintained a vigilant gaze on the approaching threat. Just as the zombie was upon her, she leapt with great force. Her combat boots crashed down upon the zombie's back, exerting a strength akin to that of a third-tier power user, pinning the creature firmly to the ground. With a swift motion, Lucini brought her blade down, decapitating the zombie. The severed head rolled a couple of times, its mouth still gnashing in a futile imitation of biting. Lucini stepped forward, thrusting her blade into the zombie's eye socket, piercing through with ease. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, so rapidly that neither Zhou Yan nor Chernua could comprehend the scene before them. The third-tier speed-type zombie lay lifeless at Lucini's feet.
Boss. Chernua exclaimed,
approaching Lucini with admiration. "You are incredible." "Enough with the pleasantries," Lucini replied sternly. "We must deal with the zombies before us." The commotion had roused all the zombies in the square, who now surged toward them en masse, including at least 40 mutated zombies. They could not afford to be complacent. Lucini swung her blade with precision, Zhou Yan unleashed his fire abilities, and Chernua wielded an iron rod, skillfully navigating through the throng of undead. In no time, dozens of ordinary zombies fell at their hands. Suddenly, a massive strength-type zombie barreled through the crowd, clearing a path by smashing aside ordinary zombies. And it forcefully struck Chernua, who was occupied with a dirt-type mutant. Chernua, being of a slender build, was sent flying several meters away by the brute force of the strength-type zombie. Before he could regain his footing, several zombies lunged at him. Chernua hastily swung his iron rod at their legs, toppling several. One zombie, Mouth Agape, leapt toward his head, causing him to instinctively raise the rod in defense. Yet, his left leg was firmly grasped by another zombie, and as he faced imminent danger of being bitten, he could only kick desperately at the creature. A growing tide of zombies surged toward Chernua, and a wave of despair washed over him. He had only recently joined the Oasis base and had barely enjoyed a few days of peace. He did not wish to perish so soon. Suddenly, a flash of cold light cut through the chaos. Chernua watched in astonishment as the zombie above him was swiftly dispatched, its dark blood splattering across his face. Had he not tightly sealed his lips, the foul, rancid blood would have surely dripped into his mouth. Before he could process what had just happened, the zombie clinging to his leg was kicked away, and others around him fell to swift strikes. "Get up!" A sharp, commanding voice pierced through his thoughts. He looked up to see Lucini's tall, slender figure weaving through the mass of zombies. her elongated blades slicing through them with a grace that left no survivors in her wake. Chernua quickly scrambled to his feet, wiping the zombie blood from his face with his shirt, and joined the fray, determined not to hinder his boss any longer. He had already caused her to divert her attention to save him. He would not permit such a lapse to occur again. Teacher Zhou, Lu Xinyi said, approaching Zhou Yan's side, conserve your abilities. Do not exhaust them completely. Zhou Yan's face had paled, clearly suffering from overexertion. Upon hearing Lu Xinyi's words, he hurriedly withdrew his powers, jabbing his makeshift spear into the eye socket of a nearby zombie. Ordinary zombies were manageable, yet the 40 mutant zombies had drained a considerable amount of their energy. Finally, after vanquishing all the zombies in the square, Zhou Yan and Chernua collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Even Lu Xinyi felt a tinge of fatigue. Casually sitting, she released a small truck to gather crystal cores. She then produced 2 bottles of mineral water from her spatial storage and handed them to Zhou Yan and Chernua. Thank you, boss, Zhou Yan said, taking a sip from the bottle. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned on him as he stared at Lu Xinyi in astonishment.
Boss.
Where did you? They had arrived in haste, unprepared with food or water, each person only armed with weapons upon entering the fertilizer factory. Where had she obtained the mineral water for them? And what of the highly intelligent small truck? His previous focus had been on the zombies, and only now did he grasp how out of place the truck had seemed. Oh, its spatial abilities, Lu Xinyi replied calmly. I trust you won't betray me? Of course not, Zhou Yan asserted immediately. Chernua nodded vigorously, his mind racing with awe. What kind of formidable figure was their boss? With her mastery of the blade, agility surpassing that of a 3rd-tier speed-type zombie, and now revealing herself to be a lightning-type power user, she had even disclosed her spatial abilities. At that moment, he felt as though their boss was nothing short of a godlike being. With a system at her disposal, Lu Xinyi felt no fear of betrayal, and thus shared her spatial abilities with them for convenience in retrieving items. All right, let us proceed. Qin Jiao cannot wait for us much longer, Lu Xinyi declared. Rising and looking down at her companions, Zhou Yan and Chernua quickly got to their feet, cautiously following her lead. The factory area was dotted with numerous office buildings. After traversing a small square, Lu Xinyi took out her phone, proceeding in the direction indicated by the locator. As they passed 2 office buildings, they were abruptly halted by the shocking sight before them. Countless zombies were climbing the front of the building, with the foremost zombie already reaching the 3rd floor. At the 6th floor window, a bald man peered down, only to recoil in terror at the gruesome sight below. Is this for real? Zombies can climb walls, Chernua exclaimed in a hushed voice, astonished. Zhou Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, quietly murmuring, these zombies not only possess powers, their intelligence has likely evolved as well. Lu Xinyi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the horrifying tableau of zombies, then glanced at her phone's locator. Qin Jiao was located in that very office on the 6th floor. The same room as the bald man. Chapter 59. Oh no. The door has been breached. Lu Xinyi informed Zhou Yan and Chernua of Qin Jiao's location, and both were instantly taken aback, glancing towards the room in alarm. We must hurry to rescue Qin Jiao. Otherwise, the zombies will reach his office. Of course we must rescue him, but with so many zombies, we cannot act recklessly, Zhou Yan replied gravely. Let us heed our boss's strategy. With that, both men turned in unison to look at Lu Xinyi, awaiting her command. Lu Xinyi bit her lip in contemplation, her delicate brows furrowing, a serious expression gracing her fair visage. After a moment of silence, she retrieved a canister of gasoline from her spatial storage and turned her serious gaze toward Zhou Yan. Teacher Zhou, once I douse that horde of zombies with gasoline, you must immediately unleash your powers to incinerate as many of them as possible. She turned to remind Chernua, keep an eye out for any solitary zombies nearby. We cannot allow them to hinder our actions. Understood, boss. They replied in unison. With a deep, contemplative gaze cast upon them, Lu Xinyi emerged from behind the wall, clutching a barrel of gasoline and sprinting towards the wall-climbing zombies at the swiftest pace. Among the undead, a few noticed her presence and immediately redirected their charge. But she swiftly dispatched them, severing their heads with precision. With a quick twist, Lu Xinyi opened the barrel and hurled the 10 liters of gasoline towards the massive corpses. The gasoline fell like rain, drenching the mound of zombies. At that moment, Zhou Yan rushed over and unleashed his fire abilities, sending forth a blazing inferno that ignited the gasoline engulfing the horde. The vivid crimson flames erupted, ascending rapidly and igniting the foremost zombie. Surrounded by flames, the zombies felt no pain. They continued to flail their arms, attempting to turn and attack Lucini and her companions. Inside the office on the 6th floor, the atmosphere was thick with despair, laden with a sense of hopelessness. Outside, the incessant banging of zombies against the door and the sight of the undead scaling the walls left them with little choice but to await their demise or muster their final strength for a desperate fight. However, most present had resigned themselves to the notion of surrendering. With their meager force of 20 or 30, how could they possibly contend with hundreds of zombies? Just as despair washed over them, a brilliant red light suddenly illuminated the area below. Even from the 6th floor, they felt the searing heat through the window. The bald man rushed to the window and exclaimed, "There are people down there. Someone is attacking the horde." Others hurried to the window, their spirits lifting with the realization that someone was indeed combating the zombies. The undead that were climbing the walls were encircled by artillery. Who could possess such audacity to confront so many zombies? Look, there they are. 2 men and a woman. The bespectacled man is a fire abilities user. He must be the one responsible for that blaze. And the woman wielding a long knife is remarkably skilled. Her dispatching of zombies is so swift and decisive. The mention of the bespectacled man and the woman with the long knife stirred Qin Jiao, who had been weakly seated. Ignoring his pain, he attempted to rise. "Don't move," cautioned the young girl beside him. "Be careful of your wounds." But Qin Jiao paid her no heed, forcing himself to stand despite the blood seeping from his lacerated skin, and staggered towards the window. The girl hurried to support him, and together they reached the window, only to find it crowded with onlookers, all peering curiously outside. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the firmly shut office door, drawing everyone's attention. They had almost forgotten the multitude of zombies gathering outside. "Everyone, be quiet," the bald man urged. The previously animated chatter ceased, and all eyes turned anxiously towards the door. Another resounding crash reverberated as the locked door was violently breached. "Oh no! The door has been forced open," the bald man shouted. "Quickly, barricade the entrance." The strong young men rushed to push every movable object in the office against the door. Though the zombies could not yet penetrate, this was merely a temporary solution. As long as they remained inside the office, the relentless assault would continue, and the door would inevitably succumb to the undead. "Do you think the people below will come to our rescue?" Someone whispered. Silence enveloped the room until a voice timidly responded, "They should, right?" Below, the horde of zombies was encircled by the artillery, engulfed in flames that swiftly incapacitated half of them. Yet, many zombies, undeterred by the inferno, continued to charge at Lucini and her companions. "Keep these zombies contained. We mustn't allow them to ignite other areas," Lucini urged Zhou Yan and Shernua as she deftly dispatched another undead. Although these zombies were impervious to the flames, their bodies had become frail from the scorching heat. A mere strike could shatter their already decayed limbs like burnt charcoal. With agility and grace, Lucini navigated through the throng of corpses, her weapon glinting as each swing sent a zombie to its demise. After eliminating several more, she suddenly felt an intense heat from behind. Turning swiftly, she saw a wind ability zombie manipulating the flames, directing the fire towards her. The inferno, under the control of the wind zombie, surged towards Lucini like a venomous serpent. Reacting quickly, she dodged just in time, narrowly escaping the searing flames. Though her pant leg was singed, despite the stinging sensation on her calf, she was fortunate to avoid severe burns. Rolling to extinguish the heat, she sprang back to her feet and rushed towards the wind zombie before it could unleash its powers again. With a leap, she struck downwards with her blade from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, cleaving the zombie's head in two. A gray crystal core, the size of a marble, fell to the ground. Lucini glanced down, realizing it was a second-tier wind zombie. In the 6th chapter, as the trio battled fiercely below, Lucini suddenly heard urgent cries from the office above. "Help! Help us! Can anyone come to our rescue?" The plea was abruptly cut off. Despite the muffled tone, Lucini's keen hearing discerned the reprimands directed at the distressed. "Why are you shouting? Are you eager for the zombies outside to breach the door more swiftly?" After slaying another zombie, Lucini looked up at the 6th floor, noticing a crowd gathered at the window, anxiously watching them. Yet, Qin Jiao was conspicuously absent. Furrowing her brow, Lu Xini turned to Zhou Yan. Teacher Zhou, you and Shernua handle the remaining zombies. I will go up to rescue them. All right, boss, be careful. Zhou Yan acknowledged, thrusting a spear into a zombie's skull and nodding at Lu Xini. With a decisive strike, Lu Xini severed the head of an approaching zombie and hurried towards the corner of the room, where a pile of charred corpses lay, some still smoldering. Evading the flames, she retrieved a grappling hook from her space and tossed it upward, securing it onto the window ledge of the 6th floor. Testing its stability, she grasped the rope and nimbly leaped upward, using her feet against the wall to climb swiftly.
Quick.
Open the window to let her in. Lend a hand to pull her up. Upon reaching the window, Lu Xini declined the outstretched hands and effortlessly entered the office. The gathered individuals surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. Are you here to rescue us? How do you plan to get us out? Please help us escape. The zombies outside are about to burst in. Are you the only one here to save us? Can you handle this alone? Lu Xini ignored the crowd, her cold gaze sweeping over them until it landed on Qin Jiao, who appeared pale and weak in the corner. She pushed through the throng and strode purposefully to Qin Jiao, crouching down before him, and softly inquired, Qin Jiao, how are you? The young girl who had been following him turned her head to look at Lu Xini, her small face suddenly displaying shock. Sister? Upon recognizing the young girl, Lu Xini's pupils dilated in disbelief. Lian Xiao. How did you end up here? Xia Lian Xiao, her younger sister, had followed their mother after the divorce from Lu Jinpeng. In the years since, their mother had only brought Lian Xiao back a few times, resulting in their infrequent meetings, relying mostly on phone calls. Before the apocalypse, during a conversation with their mother, she had heard about Lian Xiao attending school. But how could her sister, who was supposed to be in the country, appear in Harbin? However, there was no time for explanations now. She handed a hemostatic agent to Xia Lian Xiao, instructing first, help him stop the bleeding. As she spread her mental energy, she discovered that the corridor outside was teeming with a throng of zombies, with the staircase blocked as well. Exiting through the door was clearly impossible. Once the office door opened, the zombies outside would surge in like a tidal wave.
Bang!
Another loud thud against the door shook the chairs and tables blocking it. Through her mental energy, Lu Xini clearly saw that the force behind the door was a third-tier strength-type zombie, already large and imposing, its power significantly amplified after awakening its abilities. It slammed into the door again, pushing the obstacles back a couple of centimeters. If it continued this way, the barricade would soon be breached. They had to leave quickly. Just as Lu Xini prepared to retract her mental energy, she keenly sensed another mental force among the horde, attempting to invade her consciousness.
There was a psychic zombie among them.
With her mental energy equivalent to that of a second-tier psychic, this zombie's power was likely comparable to hers. Clearly, it had detected her presence. In the next moment, it began to use its abilities to influence the awareness of other zombies. Instantly, the zombies outside became agitated, howling incessantly, and the force-type zombie-s battering of the door increased dramatically. As the door creaked open a gap of 4 to 5 centimeters, Lu Xini immediately stood up, securing a grappling hook to a heavy wooden desk. Once it was fastened, she tossed a rope out the window and sternly instructed the others, anyone who wishes to survive, immediately descend using the rope and do so swiftly. With the relentless pounding of zombies at the door, the remaining survivors were on high alert. Hearing her command, they hurried to the window, but upon peering down from the 6th floor, they were struck by fear and hesitated. It was the 6th floor. One misstep could lead to death or serious injury, hardly a better fate than being devoured by zombies. Lu Xini glanced at the others, but said nothing more. Her purpose for coming here was to rescue Qin Jiao, and having found him and unexpectedly encountered her sister, she only needed to ensure their safe escape. The fates of the others were of no concern to her. Moreover, she had already provided them a means of escape. If they lacked the courage, they would have to await their demise. Lu Xini approached Qin Jiao, assisting him to the window alongside Xia Lian Xiao. She then produced another rope, binding the two together. Once they were positioned on the windowsill, she held tightly to the rope and cautiously lowered them down. The others, witnessing this, clamored, "Take us down too. It's too high. I'll fall if I go alone." Lu Xini turned, her gaze icy as she regarded the crowd. "What did you say?" At that moment, the office door had been battered open by about 10 centimeters. A dark, mottled arm reached through the gap, grasping a chair that was overturned and hurling it forward with force.
Bang!
The chair shattered the glass window, sending shards flying and causing the survivors to scream and duck for cover. Hurry and get down. Lucini could no longer hold back, shouting. This time, the survivors set aside their fear of the height, rushing to grasp the rope.
Nos jabbing.
One at a time. Lucini called out again, brandishing her machete as she advanced toward the door, delivering a powerful kick to a table. The table crashed against the door, striking the Force-type zombie's arm and breaking it, but it only served to enrage the creature further. Chapter 61. No one leaves. The Force-type zombie roared in fury, its massive form relentlessly battering the door, causing the furniture behind it to rattle violently. Lucini warily glanced at the door, then back at the line of survivors descending. Nearly half of them were already making their way down the rope, dangling like candied hawthorns from the wall at a height of several meters. The bald man at the bottom successfully descended and released the rope to assist those above. The process was relatively orderly. However, abruptly, a middle-aged man hanging in the middle of the rope shouted anxiously, "Hurry up down there. Can't you see how many of us are still up here? If the zombies break in, we'll all die." His words caused the people below to grow anxious, hastening their descent. Yet, not everyone possessed the courage or strength to slide down from such a height. One individual, nearing the third floor, lost their grip on the rope and plummeted.
Ah!
They screamed, their face paling in terror. Fortunately, there was a pile of charred corpses below. Although the zombies were burnt and unrecognizable, they provided a cushioning landing. The person fell directly onto the mass, and aside from the overwhelming stench that nearly made them gag, they emerged unscathed. This sight reassured the others. As long as the fall didn't result in death, they could manage. In that moment, the pace of their descent quickened. Meanwhile, survivors remained in the office. The Force-type zombie continued its relentless assault on the door.
Suddenly, bang!
The door, along with the stacked furniture behind it, was flung open. A bench flew out, narrowly missing one survivor's head, causing the remaining four to panic as they pressed against the window, urging those below to hurry. Lucini remained ever vigilant, her gaze fixed on the entrance. When a powerful zombie charged in, she sprang forward, delivering a full-force strike with her blade before it could launch an attack. The third-tier strength zombie not only possessed increased power, but its physical resilience had also significantly improved. To her dismay, her mighty blow merely severed one of its arms, failing to bring it down. Undeterred, Lucini swung her blade once more, aiming precisely for the creature's head. Just then another zombie burst through the door, colliding with the strength zombie and leaping toward Lucini. Soon, more and more zombies flooded the office, blocking the entrance, which could barely accommodate two people side by side. Under the influence of the psychic zombie, the horde directed their assault towards Lucini, inadvertently granting the four survivors a chance to escape. After exchanging worried glances with Lucini, they hastily scrambled out through the window, descending cautiously and swiftly down the rope. Below, the bald man, seeing his companions had made it down, began organizing the group's retreat. Zhou Yan hurried over, urgently inquiring about the situation above. The last person to descend, flustered, replied, "The office door was breached by the zombies, and they flooded in. Your companion is surrounded."
What?
Zhou Yan gasped in shock. Beside him, Qin Jiao, supported by Shernua and Xiao Lianxiao, staggered forward, visibly weakened. "Qin Jiao, you're injured. Don't move." Shernua quickly intervened, urging, "Our leader is so capable. She will surely be fine." Qin Jiao remained silent, lifting her pallid face and straining to keep her heavy eyelids open, fixating on the office. Xiao Lianxiao's heart was equally heavy with worry. She had just reunited with her sister and could not bear the thought of losing her forever. "Sister will be all right. You cannot leave." Zhou Yan's furious voice drew Shernua and Xiao Lianxiao's attention. They turned to see him brandishing a makeshift spear, his expression one of indignation as he stood protectively in front of the bald man's group. "My companion is trapped in the office, and you wish to abandon her?" The bald man looked awkward, averting his gaze. However, from the crowd behind him, one voice called out, "Your companion is likely already bitten by the zombies. With so many pouring in, does she have any chance of survival? If we stay, we will be waiting for those zombies to come down upon us." A few others echoed, "Exactly. Staying here is futile. We should leave quickly and find a safe place. Why should we stay here and wait to perish when you yourself do not rescue your companion? Your companion saved us. Must we remain here to die in vain?" They advanced, reaching out to push Zhou Yan aside. Suddenly, a crackling purple lightning struck down, instantly killing the man who had stepped forward. His body charred and twitching, he collapsed to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock, turning to Zhou Yan, believing he had unleashed the power. Yet they soon realized he had not used any ability. Before they could comprehend, another bolt of lightning struck, this time hitting the first man who had spoken out. He fell, convulsing uncontrollably and foaming at the mouth.
Moments later,
He breathed his last. With 2 casualties in quick succession, panic ensued as everyone exchanged alarmed glances. Surveying the surroundings, they finally noticed the source of the lightning. It was the frail Qin Jiao, whose eyes, once clear and innocent, now brimmed with a chilling malevolence. Fixated on the group like a viper. With a weak yet resolute voice, she declared, "Until Cinny returns, none of you are permitted to leave." Though her words were fragmented, her tone was unyielding, complemented by her piercing gaze, sending shivers through the bald man's group. This youth, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, possessed a surprisingly formidable presence. At that moment, another window on the 6th-floor office shattered violently, drawing everyone's attention. They looked up to see a slender figure leap out from the window. Chapter 62. They speak ill of you. The sight left everyone in shock, and Qin Jiao's companions felt their hearts leap into their throats. Just as they expected Lu Cinny to plummet from the 6th floor, she drove her dagger fiercely into the wall, suspending herself in midair. She then tossed a round object back into the office. With a thunderous explosion, the office erupted in a deafening blast. Blinding flames surged from the window, shattering the remaining glass. The horde of zombies within was obliterated by the grenade, limbs and blood splattering across the office walls, transforming the space into a gruesome sea of carnage. Lu Cinny, still gripping her dagger, hung in the air, extending her mental prowess into the office. The zombies had been reduced to a pile of mangled flesh, but a dense throng remained outside the door, with the psychic zombies still lurking beyond. As long as it remained, it would pose a threat. Seizing the opportunity as a new wave of zombies surged in, Lu Cinny spent 2,000 points to acquire another grenade from the system. Ignoring the sting of loss, she swiftly tossed it into the office. Another explosion resounded, flames licking out the window as she pressed herself against the wall to avoid the searing heat. With the detonation of 2 grenades and her previous fierce struggle, the zombies inside and outside had been decimated by 90%, leaving only a small fraction remaining. Gripping her dagger tightly, Lu Cinny propelled herself upward, grasping the window ledge while retracting her weapon, then deftly climbing into the office. At that moment, the psychic zombie charged in, and under its influence, the remaining zombies lunged at Lu Cinny. Yet she swiftly dispatched them with agility and precision. Roaring in fury as its companions fell, the psychic zombie unleashed its mental abilities, attempting to assail Lu Cinny's consciousness. Swiftly, she conjured a mental barrier to shield her mind from the invasion. With a powerful push from her legs, she launched herself forward like an arrow, closing the distance to the zombie in an instant. The creature, unable to breach her mental defenses, swung its arms in an attempt to grasp her. But with her agility, rivaling that of a 3rd-tier speed-enhanced individual, capturing her was an impossibility. She darted past the zombie, her dagger gleaming with lethal intent, and in a swift motion, its head fell to the ground. With a graceful arc, the dagger sliced through the air, piercing the zombie's skull and extracting a small, glass-like white crystal core. The small truck was released, and as Lu Cinny observed it stowing the white crystal core into its compartment, she turned to explore other crystal cores, paying it no further mind. Once the truck's detector had gathered the cores, it would automatically seek her out, and she harbored no anxiety about it getting lost or stolen. Downstairs, the crowd remained in a state of shock, clearly unprepared for the revelation that Lu Cinny possessed not 1, but 2 bombs. If these bombs were unleashed, a considerable number of zombies would surely perish. Yet, without having seen Lu Cinny in person, Qin Jiao and the others could not shake their lingering apprehension. Zhou Yan glanced at the impatient Qin Jiao, eager to rush into the building, and said, "I'll go inside to see if I can find the boss." Qin Jiao slowly turned to him, struggling to speak. "Be careful." "Don't worry, I will be cautious," Zhou Yan replied with a knowing smile, attempting to pat Qin Jiao's shoulder. However, seeing his frail condition, he feared that such an action might exacerbate his injuries and discreetly withdrew his hand. To Zhou Yan's surprise, as he took 2 steps forward, a slender figure emerged from the office building, wielding a long machete. Her black ponytail was slightly disheveled, yet it did not detract from her stunning beauty, Rather, it added an air of audacious charm. A drop of blood marred her fair complexion, but she seemed indifferent, casually wiping it away with the back of her hand. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Xini strode forward with purpose. The previously dull and lifeless eyes of Qin Jiao suddenly brightened with a glimmer of hope, and he struggled to lift his cracked lips into a smile. He bore the intense pain in his abdomen and dragged his heavy legs forward with great effort.
Xini.
Lu Xini quickly approached him, grasping his arm with concern. You've been gravely injured. Please don't move. However, Qin Jiao turned his hand to grasp her wrist, his gaze filled with guilt and self-reproach as he weakly replied, Xini, let us talk about it later. Lu Xini interrupted, then turned to Zhou Yan. Teacher Zhou, let us go. Zhou Yan nodded and stepped forward.
Closely assisting Win Yao alongside Sino.
Lu Xini took hold of Xiao Lianxiao's hand, and the group prepared to leave. The bald man and the others, feeling ignored by Lu Xini, exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Miss, the bald man called out to Lu Xini, genuinely expressing, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have perished in the office. Lu Xini cast a glance back at him, then at the two individuals struck down by lightning before them, and coldly replied, you may leave now, though her focus had been on the zombies upstairs. Her keen hearing had picked up on the two thunderstrikes unleashed by Qin Jiao. The fact that he could execute such powerful abilities in his weakened state suggested that these individuals had committed acts intolerable to him. Moreover, their reactions upon descending the stairs had left her quite displeased. Out of goodwill, and to prevent them from hindering her, she had saved them. Beyond this point, they had no further connection. Faced with her icy demeanor, the bald man felt awkward, managing a sheepish smile, unsure of how to respond. Yet someone from the crowd scoffed. What's with the arrogance? Do you really see yourself as a savior? Lu Xini turned to the speaker, a flash of coldness flickering in her eyes. After a disdainful sneer, she opened her mouth to reply, only to witness another bolt of lightning descend, striking the individual dead. She quickly turned to look at Qin Jiao, who, already pale from his injuries, appeared even more fragile after exerting his powers, as if he might collapse at any moment. Nonetheless, he met Lu Xini's gaze with unwavering determination and earnestly stated, they spoke ill of you. They deserve to die. In response to Qin Jiao's stubborn and passionate gaze, Lu Xini felt as if her throat was stuffed with cotton, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she managed a faint smile and said, you're right. Let us ignore them and head home. She then turned back to the bald man and the others, her voice cold as she warned, if you wish to avoid death, leave quickly. Anyone who dares to speak filthy words again will face a fate worse than those three. The bald man and his companions, already terrified by Qin Jiao's silent execution of three individuals, trembled at Lu Xini's threats, a deep-seated fear rising within them. They were utterly formidable. We're leaving now, we're leaving, the bald man hurriedly declared, leading his group to flee in haste. Casting a glance at their panicked retreat, Lu Xini withdrew her gaze and said, let us go as well. The off-road vehicle had been hidden from view, and the group could only depart on foot from the fertilizer factory. Along the way, Lu Xini inquired of the system. If I incorporate this fertilizer factory into the base S territory, but choose not to manage it, will it affect the future development of the base? The system responded, the entire base is under your control, host. If you choose not to manage it, it will not impact the base. Lu Xini pondered for a moment before asking, if this fertilizer factory is occupied by others, will my points be deducted? The system replied, points that have already been awarded will not be deducted. With this assurance from the system, Lu Xini felt relieved. The fertilizer factory was quite distant from both her safe house and Taoyuan village, making it inconvenient for her management. Thus, she planned to incorporate the factory into the base S territory and subsequently leave it unattended, as long as it provided her with points in return. Then is this fertilizer factory now considered part of the Oasis base? Lu Xini asked. The system confirmed, if the host wishes to include it in the base S territory, it will indeed be part of the Oasis base. Then hurry and tally my points reward. Lu Xini urged, not wanting to miss the opportunity. After a brief silence, the system awarded her 100,000 points. With the points credited, Lu Xini felt a sense of relief and quickly led the others to find the off-road vehicle. They swiftly returned to Taoyuan village. Qin Jiao, gravely injured, lost consciousness during the journey back. The off-road vehicle arrived at the clinic where Yuan Shui was already waiting outside. having received Lu Xinyi's message through the intercom. Upon seeing the vehicle approach, Yuan Shui rushed forward. Upon observing Zhou Yan carrying Qin Jiao out of the car, she was momentarily taken aback.
Quick!
Bring him inside and lay him flat on the bed, Yuan Shui urgently directed, then turned to Lu Xinyi, saying, Boss, I need medical supplies. Currently, the clinic was stocked mostly with common medications such as cold and gastrointestinal remedies, which were clearly inadequate for treating Qin Jiao's wounds. Tell me what medicines you need, and I will provide them, Lu Xinyi replied in a serious tone. Even if she did not have them stored, she could purchase them from the system's point shop. As they entered, Yuan Shui listed the names of the needed medications, and Lu Xinyi produced various medicines from seemingly nowhere, causing Yuan Shui's eyes to widen in astonishment. Goodness, is our boss some sort of Doraemon? Carrying an assortment of medicines, bandages, and alcohol, Yuan Shui walked into the makeshift operating room with a serious expression, standing before Qin Jiao. She used scissors to cut open the short sleeves he wore, revealing a gruesome wound on his abdomen. A 10-centimeter-long horizontal tear marred his flesh near the right side of his waist, deep and grotesque, with exposed flesh and blood. The surrounding pale skin was drenched in blood, accentuating his already pale complexion. Upon seeing Qin Jiao's injury, Lu Xinyi couldn't help but furrow her brow, her expression turning solemn. Standing beside her, Xiao Lianxiao tightly grasped her hand, her small fingers trembling slightly. Lianxiao, you should step outside for a moment, she softly urged, turning her head. However, Xiao Lianxiao stubbornly shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I won't go out. I want to see Qin Jiao wake up. Remembering how her sister had stayed by Qin Jiao's side when they discovered the two at the fertilizer plant, Lu Xinyi reflected for a moment and decided not to insist she leave. Yuan Shui first carefully cleaned the wound, and after applying medication, she began to stitch it up. The pain of stitching without anesthesia was unimaginable. Yet, Qin Jiao remained unconscious, seemingly unaware of the agony, not even furrowing his brow. Once the wound was stitched, Yuan Shui took some gauze to bandage him. It was only after wrapping his abdomen in several layers of gauze that she sighed in relief and stepped over to Lu Xinyi. Qin Jiao's injuries appeared severe, but fortunately, they were merely superficial, not affecting any internal organs. However, he had lost a considerable amount of blood and needed to rest thoroughly. He should stay here for a few days. It will facilitate your changing of his dressings, Lu Xinyi remarked. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan Shui, somewhat taken aback, quickly waved her hand. There's no need for such politeness, leader. You assigned me this task, and it's my duty to fulfill it. I can't accept your gratitude. Lu Xinyi smiled slightly but said nothing further, only stating, let me know what medications you need. Yuan Shui furrowed her brow thoughtfully. While we have an adequate supply of common medications at our clinic, they may not suffice for more serious ailments. We also lack many instruments. I will find a way to procure them, Lu Xinyi replied solemnly. Please compile a list of the medications and instruments you deem necessary, and I will visit the hospital at my earliest convenience. Yuan Shui was correct, since she had assigned her the role of doctor. It was imperative that she not only treat minor ailments, but be equipped for more serious conditions as well. Although her space contained a fair amount of medication, they were primarily basic remedies, and exchanging for more specialized items would require a significant expenditure of her points. Thus, a trip to the hospital was the most prudent course of action. After bidding farewell to Yuan Shui, Lu Xinyi took Xiao Lianxiao out of the clinic, informing others of Qin Jiao's condition to alleviate their concerns. Subsequently, she led Xiao Lianxiao to an empty house. Please take a seat, Lu Xinyi casually directed as she settled into a chair, gesturing to the one opposite her. Xiao Lianxiao had bowed, sat down nervously, her fingers twisting together. Leaning back in her chair, Lu Xinyi crossed her arms and spoke earnestly. Lianxiao, why are you in Harbin? Chapter 64. Why apologize? Lu Xinyi fixed her gaze on Xiao Lianxiao. It was evident that her sister's presence in Harbin indicated she had returned to the country before the apocalypse struck. Yet, she remained completely unaware of this. In the period leading up to the end of the world, she had not been in contact with her mother or sister, despite her attempts to reach out after the cataclysm. Thus, she was oblivious to the fact that her sister was also in Harbin after the world had changed. Reborn. She had tried to contact her mother earlier, but at that time, her sister was still abroad, and she had never considered that Xiao Lianxiao might have silently returned. Therefore, she was utterly astonished to see her sister at the fertilizer plant. She dared not imagine how her sister had survived alone in a world teeming with grotesque zombies and even more fearsome humans after the apocalypse. However, this time was different. She had found her sister, and she was determined to protect her, ensuring she would not suffer any harm. Xiao Lianxiao timidly raised her head to glance at Lu Xini, noting her serious expression and the flicker of annoyance in her brow, which made her quickly lower her gaze. Sister, I hesitated for quite a while. She suddenly met Lu Xini's piercing gaze. I'm sorry for returning to the country without informing you. The 14-year-old girl had braved a month alone in a city overrun by zombies, driven solely by the desire to see her sister. Had it not been for that thought sustaining her, she might have succumbed to a zombie's bite or fallen victim to the malice of others. Now that she finally stood before her sister, she sensed a change. Her sister seemed somewhat different from the image she had held in her mind, more authoritative. Nevertheless, Lu Xini remained formidable. Since childhood, she had idolized her sister, admiring her beauty, intelligence, and myriad talents.
Now,
Witnessing her sister's prowess in dispatching the zombies that terrified everyone else filled Xiao Lianxiao with awe. How have you become so incredible, sister? She asked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Noting her sister's eager gaze, Lu Xini felt a sudden kinship with Shou Miao. Let us not divert the topic, she said, adopting a serious demeanor. Why did you not inform me of your return? We were fortunate this time to have crossed paths unexpectedly, had I not found you. Sister, I'm really sorry, Xiao Lianxiao interjected, moving closer and gently tugging at her sleeve, her tone petulant. I just wanted to surprise you. Which is why I didn't tell you beforehand. I only returned to the country the day before the apocalypse. Then why didn't Mother inform me? I told her not to. Xiao Lianxiao admitted, her eyes lowering in guilt. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Lu Xini found herself momentarily speechless. Their mother had been far too trusting, allowing her daughter to return alone. I was brought back by a teacher, along with several classmates, Xiao Lianxiao explained, seemingly anticipating her sister's thoughts. That's why Mom agreed to my not telling you. Meeting her sister's gaze, filled with guilt and self-reproach, Lu Xini sighed. Let us not dwell on this. It won't change the fact that you've been back for days. How did you meet Qin Jiao? How did he get injured? At this, Xiao Lianxiao lowered her head once more, expressing her remorse in a hushed tone. Qin Jiao was injured while trying to save me. When the disaster struck, I was with my teacher at a school for an exchange program. Later, our teacher led us to escape, but many classmates perished. Only 2 of us made it out alive. We faced a blizzard, and my companion couldn't endure it, leaving me alone. Eventually, I encountered the survivors at the fertilizer plant. Seeing me all alone, they brought me back. Most of the survivors were workers from the plant, numbering in the hundreds. I stayed there for several days. Qin Jiao arrived yesterday, and I recognized him from your photo, which is how we met. He told me that he encountered people from the factory while searching for supplies. Together, they faced a zombie attack, and he was subsequently brought back by them. Today, Qin Jiao had intended to take me away from the fertilizer factory. But before we could leave, a horde of zombies locked in the dormitory area suddenly surged out. Ultimately, only the survivors you rescued, sister, remained. In an effort to protect me, Qin Jiao accidentally sustained a glass injury, leaving us no choice but to escape to that office. Then you arrived, sister. As she recounted the events, Xiao Lianxiao couldn't help but shed tears. If it weren't for your timely arrival, sister, I fear I would never see you again. And I would have burdened Qin Jiao. Lu Xini reached out to embrace her, gently patting her back in comfort, saying, It's all right. Stop crying. Your sister is right here. Isn't she? You are safe, and Qin Jiao will be fine too, so there is no need for you to feel guilty, understand? However, Qin Jiao. Xiao Lianxiao raised her tear-filled eyes, gazing at her with reddened eyelids. Then wait for Qin Jiao to wake up, and thank him then. Lu Xini lifted her hand to wipe away her tears, smiling as she added, If you still feel sorry for him, then apologize to him directly. Xiao Lianxiao nodded earnestly. I will. As night fell, Qin Jiao, who had been unconscious for several hours, finally awakened. He opened his heavy eyelids and looked around in confusion. Upon seeing Lu Xini sitting on the chair beside the bed, he instinctively tried to sit up but inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to let out a muffled groan of pain. Lu Xini, who had been resting with her eyes closed, quickly opened her eyes at the sound, a sharp glint flashing in her gaze. Qin Jiao, you're awake. Seeing him half propped up, she hurried over to help him lie back down, saying, Don't move around. Just lie still. Qin Jiao reclined again, but his gaze remained fixed on Lu Xini as he softly said, "Xini, I'm sorry." "Why do you say sorry?" Lu Xini asked casually as she pulled the blanket over him. "You put yourself in danger to save me." Lu Xini chuckled lightly at his words. "You are my teammate. If you are in danger, would I just stand by and watch? But if you feel sorry for me, then from now on, you must obediently listen to me." Lu Xini interrupted him, feigning seriousness. "I will listen to you," Qin Jiao stated solemnly. "Whatever you say, I will follow." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and reached into his pants pocket. Lu Xini looked at him curiously as he pulled out a diamond necklace. Chapter 65. Birthday gift. Lu Xini took the necklace and examined it carefully in her palm. The pendant was teardrop-shaped, and the diamond sparkled brilliantly in the light. "Why give me this?" she asked, shifting her gaze to Qin Jiao with a puzzled expression. "Your birthday is coming up." Qin Jiao's voice was weak, but Lu Xini heard him clearly and was taken aback. "Birthday? I haven't celebrated one in ages." Ever since her mother divorced Lu Jinpeng, she rarely had birthday celebrations. Although her mother remembered her birthday and would buy her gifts or call her, she still felt lonely. When her grandparents were alive, they would celebrate her birthday together. But after their passing, her birthdays felt increasingly desolate. During the 3 years following the disaster in her past life, she had no opportunity to celebrate her birthday, to the point that she forgot when it was. Hearing Qin Jiao mention her birthday now left her momentarily stunned. "How did you know my birthday?" "I found an old calendar in the safe house, and it marked your birthday." Lu Xini remained silent, her lips pursed. The safe house was once her grandparents' home. The old calendar was undoubtedly left behind by them. They were getting older, and would gradually forget many things. So, it was likely they circled her birthday on the calendar to ensure they wouldn't forget. Gripping the necklace tightly, she smiled at Qin Jiao. "Thank you for the gift. Do you like it?" "I do." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiao's face broke into a bright smile, his clear, pure eyes gleaming with joy. Lu Xini couldn't help but chuckle softly, but then she suddenly thought of something and asked, "You didn't go out alone this time just to find me a birthday gift, did you?" A faint blush crept onto Qin Jiao's pale face as he quietly replied, "Yes. Back at the gas station. You said you didn't want anything taken from the dead, that it was bad luck. I promised then that I would find you a better necklace from a store." Lu Xini was momentarily taken aback. That incident had happened quite some time ago. She had just met Qin Jiao and was filled with suspicion and distrust. Therefore, she hadn't taken his words to heart. Yet, she never expected he would remember them all along. Qin Jiao, Lu Xini refocused her attention on him, saying earnestly, "Thank you for remembering my birthday and preparing a gift for me, and for risking your safety to protect Lian Xiao. All in all, I am very grateful for everything you have done." For a moment, Qin Jiao was taken aback, staring at her intently. After a brief pause, he gently shook his head and said, "Xini, you don't need to thank me. Everything I do for you is entirely my own will. I am willing to do anything for you." The weight of those words was profound. Lu Xini initially wished to retract them. However, when faced with his sincere and resolute gaze, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. After a moment of silence, she smiled lightly and said, "Then I will thank you in my heart. Yuan Shui bandaged your wound, but it is quite deep, and you have lost a lot of blood. So, for the next few days you need to stay here and recuperate, alright? And you?" Qin Jiao asked anxiously, "Will you stay here?" Lu Xini contemplated for a moment and replied, "I will also be staying in Taiyuan village for the next few days. Once your wound heals sufficiently, we will return to the safe house." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiao finally felt relieved, breaking into a bright smile as he softly said, "Okay." After leaving the medical clinic, Lu Xini encountered the anxious Xiao Lianxiao waiting outside. "Sister," Xiao Lianxiao hurried over, asking nervously, "Is Qin Jiao awake?"
He is.
"If you want to see him, go ahead. But he is still quite weak, so don't talk to him for too long." "Okay." Xiao Lianxiao nodded obediently. "I just want to thank him and apologize." Suddenly, Lu Xini thought of something and asked, "By the way, Lianxiao, would you like to become my teammate?" Xiao Lianxiao looked puzzled but nodded. "Of course I would. Go see Qin Jiao now." Lu Xini smiled and waved at her. At that moment, the system notification sounded, indicating her recruitment of a new teammate and awarding her 1,000 points. After Xiao Lianxiao's figure disappeared from sight, she withdrew her gaze and left the medical clinic. Finding Zhou Yan conversing with Zhou Miao.
"Boss,
Zhou Miao's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Xini, looking at her with a fervor akin to a fan meeting their idol. Lu Xini smiled and nodded at her, then turned to Zhou Yan, saying, Teacher Zhou, please take Chernoa and Old Tao to retrieve the fertilizer from the fertilizer factory. Although she had previously used skill points to upgrade the land in Taoyuan village, it would be foolish not to utilize free fertilizer, thus sparing her from spending points to purchase skill upgrades. The zombies at the fertilizer factory had been cleared out, and since the three of them were all ability users, they should be able to handle it as long as they did not encounter a large-scale horde. Boss, I want to go too. Zhou Miao looked at her expectantly. Lu Xini replied, You need to ask Teacher Zhou about that.
Uncle?
Zhou Yan initially intended to refuse her, but reconsidered. Although Taoyuan village was currently safe, unforeseen circumstances could arise. They could not always rely on the boss for protection. They needed to strengthen themselves as well, ensuring they would not hinder her. Allowing Miao Miao to go out and train a bit would be acceptable. Then you can go, but you must promise to listen to me. Don't worry, uncle. After the uncle and niece departed, Lu Xini prepared to return to the temporary residence. On the journey, Lu Xini encountered Tian Ming hurrying towards her.
Boss.
Tian Ming quickly approached Lu Xini, his excitement palpable. I have set up the radio and just received some news. What news? Lu Xini inquired. It's an official announcement, informing everyone that they may proceed to the Dawn base established by the government. Dawn base. She had heard of this base in her previous life. It was indeed government-ordained and situated 200 to 300 kilometers from Harbin. In her former life, upon learning of the Dawn base, her team had considered making the journey there, but for various reasons, they had never set out. By the time they were finally ready to depart, the base had suffered an unprecedented zombie wave attack, leading to its swift downfall. However, that had occurred a year after the apocalypse had begun. Currently, the Dawn base was still in its developmental stage. Lu Xini collected her thoughts and stated, For now, let us not reveal our base's existence. Continue to monitor the radio messages. Understood, boss. A few days later, Tian Ming brought her an important update from the radio.
Boss.
The Dawn base is rallying various civilian bases for a collective operation. Should we participate? A collective operation? Lu Xini furrowed her brow, pondering. Do they specify what the operation entails? Lu Xini asked. Tian Ming replied, It involves searching for the national grain reserves, and they are reportedly recruiting 20 civilian teams. When do we depart? They are still in the recruitment phase. The information from the Dawn base indicates that we will set out in a week. Lu Xini contemplated briefly and said, Then let us sign up. The national grain reserves are measured in tens of thousands of tons. Even if the Dawn base takes the lion's share, each civilian team will still receive a substantial allocation of food. With such an opportunity before her, she did not wish to let it slip away. During dinner, everyone gathered in the cafeteria. After a few days of recuperation, Qin Jiao's injuries had improved significantly, and he was now seated with everyone at the dining table. Once everyone had eaten sufficiently, Lu Xini shared the news about the Dawn base. I have had Tian Ming sign us up. I will personally attend. Are you going alone, boss? Zhou Yan asked. Qin Jiao immediately interjected, Xini, I want to go with you. Your injuries have not healed yet. Focus on your recovery, Lu Xini replied. Teacher Zhou will accompany me. Sister, I want to go too. Xia Lianxiao timidly raised her hand, looking at Lu Xini with pleading eyes. Lianxiao, you. Sister, I have awakened 2 powers. Xia Lianxiao interrupted, hastily adding, I have been meaning to tell you, I have awakened 2 types of abilities. The others present were taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. Tian Ming was especially envious, lamenting, How unfair. Some people awaken 2 powers, while others don't possess even one. Indeed, I am the worthless one without powers. His comment immediately drew the ire of Yuan Shui. Tian Ming, what do you mean? Not having powers makes one worthless? You are not the only one without abilities here. Take back your words. Realizing his blunder, Tian Ming glanced at the stern-faced Yuan Shui and the somewhat awkward Li Dashan. He quickly apologized, Look at my mouth. Always speaking without thinking. I'll keep it shut. Brother Dashan, sister-in-law, please disregard my foolishness. Li Dashan waved his hand, saying, I understand your intention. We won't take offense. Despite these reassurances, guilt lingered on Tian Ming's face. Lu Xini glanced at him before asking Xia Lianxiao, what powers have you awakened? Spatial ability and auxiliary ability. Xia Lianxiao announced proudly, My space is as large as a bedroom and can hold many items. Furthermore, My auxiliary ability can enhance the strength of your powers. This revelation genuinely surprised Lu Xini. She had not anticipated her sister possessing two abilities. Moreover, Lian Xiao's spatial capacity was considerable. While it may not compare to her own system space, it was certainly ample when compared to other spatial ability users. As for her auxiliary ability, though it lacked offensive power, it could yield unexpected benefits for the team in critical moments. However, the absence of attack capability meant that her safety on the battlefield could not be guaranteed, necessitating constant protection for her. Sister, can I go? Xiao Lianxiao looked at Lu Xini with anxious anticipation. Lu Xini pondered for some time before finally saying, "All right, you can come with me." With Lianxiao, a spatial ability user, accompanying her, they could conceal her space from outsiders. Thus, their team would possess a hidden advantage, and she was eager to test the efficacy of Lianxiao's auxiliary powers.
Yay!
Xiao Lianxiao exclaimed joyfully, her face radiant with youthful exuberance, and her dimples accentuated as she smiled. Lu Xini gazed at her with a warm smile, but suddenly felt a sorrowful gaze upon her. She quickly turned to see Qin Jiao, looking at her pitifully, resembling a forlorn puppy abandoned by its owner. Lu Xini calmly diverted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Yet, Qin Jiao's mournful eyes remained fixed on her. After leaving the cafeteria, Qin Jiao continued to trail behind her, yet did not initiate conversation. Upon arriving at the temporary residence, Lu Xini could no longer contain herself and turned to face him with an impassive expression. Qin Jiao.
Come here.
Qin Jiao shuffled over, lowering his head, his innocent eyes staring at her. I'm not allowing you to go because your injuries haven't healed. I'm not afraid. What if you accidentally re-injure yourself? Yuan Shui will bandage me up. Lu Xini replied, calm down, calm down. Didn't you promise to listen to everything I say? This statement struck a chord with Qin Jiao, leaving him momentarily speechless. He bit his lip, gazing at her with a blend of stubbornness and grievance. Lu Xini reached out and ruffled his hair, soothingly saying, once your injuries are healed, we can go out together. Looking into her sparkling eyes, Qin Jiao summoned his courage. But I don't want to be apart from you. Lu Xini found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she sighed and conceded, the departure time set by the Dawn base is in 1 week. If your injuries are mostly healed by then,
you may come with me.
But if you are not fit to travel, you cannot go. Qin Jiao's face immediately lit up, nodding vigorously. I will take good care of my injuries. I'll definitely recover. Witnessing his transformation from a pitiful puppy to a beaming smile, Lu Xini couldn't help but chuckle softly, you fool. Before long, the scheduled departure time for the Dawn base arrived. The gathering point was set at a highway intersection near the boundary of F City and Harbin, scheduled for 10 in the morning. On the morning of the departure, Lu Xini awoke and opened her door, only to find Qin Jiao standing motionless outside her room. Xini, my injuries are healed, Qin Jiao exclaimed cheerfully, lifting his short-sleeved shirt to reveal his slender waist and the scarred area of his abdomen. It must be said that although Qin Jiao appeared frail, his physical constitution was surprisingly robust, and his recovery rate surpassed that of most individuals. Lu Xini cast a glance at the faintly reddened wound on his abdomen and said, in that case, you should come along. Qin Jiao nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with joyful delight. Chapter 67. Still want to steal my vehicle? On this journey to the grain storage facility, aside from bringing Qin Jiao and Xiao Lianxiao, Lu Xini also included Zhou Yan. By 9 o'clock, the four of them set off towards the rendezvous point. The highways were strewn with abandoned vehicles, creating a haphazard blockade that made driving exceedingly difficult. However, Lu Xini's off-road vehicle, fortified to the maximum, boldly maneuvered through the wreckage, carving a path through the forsaken cars. Even so, it took them an hour to reach the designated location. Upon arriving at the highway entrance, they discovered that a considerable number of people had already gathered. Vehicles were parked haphazardly, causing congestion at the junction. The other teams were not small in number, with at least a dozen individuals present, most arriving in large trucks. In contrast, the four of them had only one off-road vehicle, making them seem rather out of place among the numerous trucks. They parked at the back of the group, and Zhou Yan alighted to sign in with the leader of the Dawn base. Lu Xini sat in the passenger seat, her calm gaze following Zhou Yan to the leader of the Dawn base, a tall and robust man. His muscular physique strained against the military green short sleeves, suggesting they might burst at any moment. He wore military camouflage pants and sturdy black boots. His features were well defined, exuding an air of authority that indicated a life of hardship. Holding a registration form in his calloused right hand, he scribbled a few notes before handing Zhou Yan a walkie-talkie. When Zhou Yan returned with a walkie-talkie, the members of the other teams discreetly observed him and their off-road vehicle. Lu Xini also silently scrutinized the gathering. By the looks of the assembled teams, there were already 12 present, with 8 still yet to arrive. After waiting a little longer, just minutes shy of 10 o'clock, 7 more teams gradually arrived. At 10 o'clock, a deep and rugged voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Jing, the leader of the Dawn Base's mission. The name Bai signifies respect. The crowd quickly understood. Since we are all here to act together, why not step out of our vehicles and get acquainted? Bai Jing's voice resonated through the walkie-talkie once more. As his words fell, the personnel from the Dawn Base were the first to disembark from their armored vehicle, totaling 12 individuals, each exuding a sense of competence and efficiency. It was evident that this official team was far better equipped than the others. The armored vehicle drew envious glances, and the sight of the Dawn Base members bearing sidearms intensified the admiration. The other teams soon followed suit.
Boss.
Should we get out too? Go ahead. The 4 from Lu Xini's team exited their off-road vehicle, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Really? This team consists of just 4 individuals? And they brought along a child of 13 or 14. Are they even capable? How did they get selected? If they needed fillers, at least they could have put in some effort to appear competent. The crowd's gaze was filled with skepticism, disdain, and dissatisfaction. Captain Bai, the promise from the Dawn Base is that they will take 40% of the stored grain, while the remaining 60% will be equally divided among the other bases. Yet now, some individuals appear to be mere dead weight.
How can they share in this?
This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many present, who turned their eyes to Bai Jing, awaiting a satisfactory response. Bai Jing, a man of few words and a serious demeanor, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the question and replied sternly, "Since you all have come to participate in this operation, you must have agreed to the Dawn Base's distribution of the stored grain. However, we had no prior knowledge that there would be dead weight. Had we known there would be dead weight, we would never have consented to an equal share." Someone retorted, "Exactly. Why should those who contribute less receive the same rations as us? It's simply unjust. In this apocalyptic world, still clinging to notions of fairness. Is that not a bit naive?" A mocking voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a strikingly handsome man stepping out of a black jeep, walking directly toward Lu Xini with a smile. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Lu Xini regarded him with suspicion, furrowing her brow.
Who are you? Yi Yunse.
Despite the apocalypse, had once been a popular celebrity with many fans. When they had first met, she had not recognized him, and now she still did not. In fact, she had forgotten that they had previously crossed paths. Ji Yunja felt a pang of disappointment. "Don't you remember us?" Su Mo joined him, standing beside Ji Yunja. "We tried to steal your car, but you caught us." Lu Xini recalled the incident and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. So, you still want to steal my car?" Ji Yunja, Su Mo, that matter cannot stand. Who cares about your car? Li Jishan followed closely behind, looking disdainfully at Lu Xini. "It's just a vehicle. We don't need yours." She had harbored grievances against Lu Xini for quite some time, and although 2 months had passed, seeing Lu Xini again brought back memories of their previous encounter. Without waiting for Lu Xini to speak, Qin Jiao and Xiao Lianxiao stepped forward, glaring at Li Zishan with evident hostility, ready to take action should she continue her provocations. Li Zishan, noticing their fierce demeanor, felt her anger rising. "What do you want? Are you looking for a fight? Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are." Xiao Lianxiao, despite her young age, stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, glaring at Li Zishan. Anyone who crossed her sister was her enemy. Though Qin Jiao remained silent, his cold expression and piercing gaze conveyed his stance. Li Zishan, incensed by their attitude, fumed, "You two lunatics."
Who are you calling that?
Xiao Lianxiao lifted her chin, her youthful face displaying her displeasure. "I'm talking about you, Zishan." Ji Yunja admonished in a hushed tone. "Mind your manners." "Yunja, you ignoring her." Ji Yunja turned to Lu Xini with an apologetic look. "I apologize on behalf of Zishan. I hope you won't take it to heart." He was eager to recruit such a formidable talent into his base. He did not wish to miss another opportunity. Chapter 68. "Xini? Is it really you?" Lu Xini fixed Ji Yunjia with an impassive gaze and after a moment, remarked, "Do you take pleasure in apologizing for others?" Ji Yunjia was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression growing somewhat awkward. After a brief silence, he turned to Li Zishan and said seriously, "Zishan, hurry and apologize to her." "Apologize? Why should I apologize?"
Li Zishan exclaimed loudly in discontent. I am Li Zishan.
Why should I apologize to some nobody? Before Ji Yunjia could respond, Su Mo intervened, unable to hold back. "It's been 2 months since the apocalypse. Do you still think you're a big star? Wake up and face reality. My affairs are none of your concern." Li Zishan snapped back. "You shut your mouth." As the tension escalated, Ji Yunjia quickly signaled Su Mo with a glance, urging her not to engage in a dispute with Li Zishan. Otherwise, the two of them would inevitably engage in an endless quarrel, a daily occurrence within their base. Everyone at the base was well aware of the mutual disdain between Su Mo and Li Zishan. They would bicker at the slightest provocation. However, as both were founding members who had established the base alongside Ji Yunjia and had committed no fundamental transgressions, Ji Yunjia could not possibly expel one of them. Reluctantly, he found himself in the position of mediator time and again. Fortunately, Su Mo was reasonable and receptive to counsel, though he could not sway Li Zishan. He could at least appeal to Su Mo, sensing Ji Yunjia's gaze. Su Mo swallowed her words, shot Li Zishan a glare, and decided to step aside, preferring not to witness the unfolding tension. Ji Yunjia cast an apologetic look towards Su Mo before turning to Lu Xini. "I never anticipated we would meet again. I failed to introduce myself last time. I am Ji Yunjia, and this is Su Mo. She is Li Zishan, the celebrated superstar," he stated. Lu Xini interrupted with a tone laced with mockery. Ji Yunjia managed a sheepish smile and, before Li Zishan could react, continued, "We have established the Rising Sun base. We received word from the Dawn base and came to participate in the grain storage operation, but I did not expect to encounter you here. Which base do you currently belong to?" His inquiry echoed the curiosity of the onlookers, who were eager to discern the origins of these 4 individuals, evidently here to cause trouble. "The Oasis base," Lu Xini disclosed without reservation, as it was pointless to conceal their affiliation since they were already involved in the event. "The Oasis base?" Ji Yunjia mused, intrigued. "Might I inquire about the current scale of your base? How many individuals do you have?" If possible, he intended to persuade Lu Xini to join the Rising Sun base, or even to merge the Oasis base with it. Just as Ji Yunjia finished speaking, the sound of approaching vehicles filled the air. The final group, delayed by over 10 minutes, had finally arrived. A small car led the way, followed by several large trucks, which parked at the back of the line. Subsequently, everyone disembarked and approached in unison. At the forefront was a man in his 40s with a small goat beard, of average height, accompanied by a dozen others. Captain Bai, the bearded man clearly recognized by Jing, striding directly to him and shaking his hand warmly. "I sincerely apologize. Our convoy encountered a small horde of zombies on the road, which caused our delay. I hope you can forgive us." Bai Jing merely exchanged a casual handshake before withdrawing his hand and responding with an impassive demeanor, "No problem. We have yet to depart." As long as no one's time has been wasted, the bearded man continued, bowing slightly to the others in apology. "I am Sui Chongfeng from the Longwind base. I appreciate your understanding." The adage of not striking a smiling face rang true, as Sui Chongfeng's gestures quelled any initial dissatisfaction regarding his tardiness. While the onlookers were silently entertained, an unexpected voice broke through the atmosphere. "Xini? Is that really you?" Lu Xini turned to see an unforgettable yet unwelcome face, Zhuo Tianxiu, alongside his ever-present companion, Ning Qian. Since their initial encounter upon her rebirth, she had not seen either of them for over 2 months. To her surprise, they were participating in this operation as well. Observing their current state, it was evident that the last 2 months had not been kind to them. The once confident Zhuo Tianxiu now bore a look of despondency, stripped of his former pride. Ning Qian, who had always been somewhat insecure, now exuded a sense of wariness, appearing gaunt and defensive. Upon seeing Lu Xini, both displayed shock, especially as they noted that, despite the apocalypse, she remained stunningly beautiful, her skin luminous and unblemished, showing no signs of the harsh realities surrounding them. In fact, she seemed to radiate even more brilliance than before. This stark contrast rendered them particularly disheveled. Why was there such a significant disparity in their circumstances despite sharing the same world? Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian felt a pang of discomfort. "Xini, Zhuo Tianxiu took a couple of steps forward, intending to reminisce, "Are you well?" However, before he could utter another word, Lu Xinyi coldly interrupted, "Keep your distance." His advance halted abruptly, leaving him awkwardly frozen in place, acutely aware of the amused gazes from those around him, igniting a sense of humiliation.
Xinyi.
"Do you not recognize us?" Ning Qian interjected anxiously. "I am Ning Qian. This is Tianxiu. We were once good friends. Why are you treating us so coldly?" She feigned a sorrowful expression. Her words cast Lu Xinyi in a light of abandonment, swiftly shifting the narrative. "Wow, is there some gossip brewing? I didn't expect to encounter drama during this mission. Yet, this drama seems rather unpalatable. I'm curious about what kind of person this girl from the Oasis base is. She appears to have some connection with those from the Rising Sun base, and now has entanglements with individuals from the Long Wind base. While you all are engrossed in gossip, am I the only one concerned about the scale and size of the Oasis base?" At this remark, the crowd recalled that prior to the arrival of those from the Long Wind base, Ji Yunjia had been inquiring about the Oasis base's size. Everyone was eager to discover what sort of base the Oasis truly was, especially since 4 seemingly unqualified individuals had come to partake in this collective operation involving 20 civilian teams. Chapter 69. Attempting to win over Lu Xinyi. Hearing the discussions among others, Ning Qian's mind raced, and she asked, "Xinyi, which base are you currently with? Why not join us at the Longwind base? After all, we are friends. It would be beneficial for us to look out for one another." Zhuo Tianxiu added, "Yes. Xinyi, come to the Longwind base with us. This is our base leader. He is a kind person and will surely welcome your addition." He turned to Sui Chongfeng and said, "Brother Sui, this is Lu Xinyi. We were classmates and friends before the apocalypse. Could you allow her to join our base?" Sui Chongfeng, having risen to the position of base leader, was perceptive enough to discern that the dynamics between these 3 individuals were more complex than the simple friendship described by Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian. With 2 young men and a woman in their 20s, it was evident that their relationship extended beyond mere camaraderie. Nevertheless, he was not opposed to expanding the numbers within his base. If this young woman, along with the 3 accompanying her, could join the Longwind base, he would certainly not decline. With this thought in mind, Sui Chongfeng displayed a warm smile and said, "If Miss Lu is willing to join our Longwind base, I would be more than happy to welcome her. However, Tianxiu, although Miss Lu is your friend, it is essential to respect her wishes. Brother Sui speaks wisely." Zhuo Tianxiu replied, lowering his head slightly in a show of respect before turning to Lu Xinyi with a pleading expression.
Xinyi.
"While our base may not compare to the official Dawn base, we are still considered a substantial civilian base. Would you consider joining us?" He then exchanged glances with Ning Qian, signaling her to assist in persuading Lu Xinyi. Ning Qian was reluctant. Before the apocalypse, Zhuo Tianxiu had always favored Lu Xinyi, and she had leveraged that connection to maintain her proximity to him. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had remained closely tied to Zhuo Tianxiu. At long last, she had managed to capture Zhuo Tianxiu's heart, but what if Lu Xinyi were to intervene once more and whisk him away from her side? Nonetheless, prior to their departure, Sui Chongfeng had given explicit instructions to gather personnel and strengthen their Chongfeng base. Moreover, she had been the first to suggest that Lu Xinyi join their ranks. Though it had merely been a casual remark, once spoken, she could only follow through. "Indeed, Xinyi, do come to our base." Observing the 2 of them banter back and forth, Lu Xinyi could only smile. Had she somehow given them the impression that she would consent to join their base? But before she could voice her thoughts, Ji Yunjia interjected. "Hello, Sui Go, I am Ji Yunjia, the leader of the Sunrise base." He politely shook Sui Chongfeng's hand. "As for you, Sui Go, matters of precedence must be observed. If your Chongfeng base wishes to invite Miss Lu to join, it must take a back seat to our Sunrise base." Without waiting for Sui Chongfeng to respond, Ji Yunjia turned to Lu Xinyi and said, "Miss Lu, our Sunrise base sincerely invites you to join us. May I ask if you would be willing?" Lu Xinyi shot him a silent glare. What was he trying to meddle for? Wasn't the situation already chaotic enough? "Give it up. My sister will not join either of your bases." Xiao Lianqiao stepped out from behind Lu Xinyi, glaring at Ji Yunjia and Sui Chongfeng. Her gaze was especially hostile when directed at Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian. "My sister is the leader of our Oasis base and would never leave us." Her words astonished everyone present, who looked at Lu Xinyi in disbelief. This young girl is actually the leader of the Oasis base?
So,
the 4 of them are not just random members sent from the Oasis base, but rather the leader accompanied by 3 members? In an instant, The gazes directed at Lu Xini shifted from surprise to disdain. The leader of the base is merely a young girl. It seems the Oasis base is not as impressive as one might think. Ji Yunjia was also taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and responded to Xiao Lianxiao's statement. Ah, so Miss Lu is the leader of the Oasis base. My apologies for being presumptuous in trying to recruit you. I suppose you wouldn't easily join another base. His words were intended not only for Lu Xini, but also for Sui Chongfeng, Zhuo Tianxiu, and Ning Qian. With Sunrise Base having relinquished its pursuit of Lu Xini, it would be rather unseemly for Chongfeng Base to continue its insistence. Sui Chongfeng picked up on the implication immediately and smiled. You are right, Ji brother. It was indeed our overreach. Lu Xini maintained her calm demeanor and did not engage in the conversation. Instead, she turned to the ever-quiet Bai Jing. Captain Bai, since everyone has arrived, shall we set off? At once, all eyes were on Bai Jing. Clearing his throat, he declared solemnly, everyone, get on the vehicles and prepare to depart. Immediately, everyone hastened to board their respective vehicles. The Sunrise Base led the way, while the Chongfeng Base brought up the rear. A lengthy procession traveling along the highway. Their destination, a granary, was neither in F City nor in H City, but rather in a neighboring city. Under normal circumstances, the journey from their gathering point to the city would take 3 hours. However, in this apocalyptic world, with roads damaged and congested, they had to remain vigilant against the ever-present threat of zombies. Therefore, what should have been a 3-hour journey extended to nearly 6 hours. By the time the large group arrived at the city, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As they approached the highway exit, Bai Jing instructed the convoy to halt for a brief respite. After 6 hours of travel, everyone was weary, eager to stretch their limbs and grab a bite to eat. Each team had brought provisions, though they consisted of simple, convenient dry foods, small loaves of bread, sausages, and biscuits. In this grim world, having food to eat and filling one's stomach was already a blessing. Who would dare to complain about the quality of the food? Lu Xini also exited the vehicle, stretching her body while discreetly observing the others. She noticed that the members of the Chongfeng base were lined up in front of Ning Qian, who was producing one portion of food after another, handing it out to everyone. Lu Xini raised an eyebrow. Ning Qian was still the same as in her previous life, having awakened spatial abilities. In her past life, Ning Qian leveraged this ability to make everyone in the group dependent on her, as all supplies were stored within her space. Yet this time, despite possessing spatial powers, it seemed she was not as indispensable as before. Miss Lu, Ji Yunjia's voice broke into Lu Xini's thoughts, causing her to turn her head. She found him extending a bag of bread toward her. Just a small token of goodwill. I hope you won't refuse. He nudged the bread closer, his face adorned with his signature smile. But the next moment, he felt a piercing, hostile gaze fixated upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Casually, he glanced over and saw the young boy who had been shadowing Lu Xini, his eyes narrowed with an unwelcoming intensity. Ji Yunjia quickly averted his gaze, thinking to himself that this boy appeared young, yet bore a fierce expression akin to a ferocious wolf cub. However, he was certain he had not offended him. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe you should keep it for yourself. We have prepared our own food. Lu Xini's cool and distant voice pulled Ji Yunjia back to reality. He opened his mouth to say something but saw Lu Xini had already turned to face Xiao Lianxiao. Soon, he witnessed Xiao Lianxiao produce a generously filled transparent container and hand it to Lu Xini. He was taken aback to discover that this young girl was indeed a spatial ability user. When Lu Xini opened the container, revealing a feast of fragrant white rice, glistening greens, vibrant tomato and egg stir-fry, and glossy braised pork ribs, Ji Yunjia's expression became one of utter disbelief. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Was this truly food one could find in the apocalypse? Before he could recover from his astonishment, Xiao Lianxiao produced 3 more containers, each equally filled with the same delectable dishes as the one in Lu Xini's hands. The 4 then sat down on the ground, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, and began to eat heartily. Ji Yunjia felt his bread suddenly pale in comparison. It was no wonder Lu Xini had refused his offering. Noticing that Ji Yunjia had not yet left, Lu Xini glanced at him in confusion, as if pondering something, before slightly furrowing her brow. She then returned her gaze to Xiao Lianxiao and whispered something, to which Xiao Lianxiao nodded and produced a steamed bun from her space, offering it to Lu Xini. Here. She casually handed the warm meat bun to Ji Yunjia. You invited me to join your base earlier. Perhaps out of concern that I would inadvertently offend Sui Chongfeng by rejecting the Chongfeng base? Ji Yunja was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. That is indeed part of the reason, but I genuinely extend my invitation. Oh, in that case, I must decline your invitation. Lu Xinyi's straightforward refusal left Ji Yunja momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled in understanding. I see. I will refrain from making such an invitation in the future. Very well, Lu Xinyi nodded, raising the bun in her hand as a gesture of gratitude. I dislike being in anyone's debt. Ji Yunja accepted the bun without hesitation, replying, then I shall graciously accept it. After receiving the bun, he did not linger any longer. He was reluctant to disturb Lu Xinyi and her companions during their meal, and he truly could not bear the tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. Fearing he might succumb to the temptation and drool. Before the apocalypse, he had been a star who had experienced much of the world and savored exquisite delicacies. Yet now, he found himself salivating over the simple home-cooked meals of Lu Xinyi and her 3 companions. How lamentable! Returning to his own group with a bun in hand, Ji Yunja pondered for a moment and, taking advantage of the distraction, handed the bun to Su Mo. This is from Lu Xinyi, he casually remarked. You should eat it. If it's for you, why would you give it to me? Before we set out, I didn't want you to argue with Zishan, and felt you were wronged. Su Mo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. As she spoke, she accepted the bun and divided it in half, saying, let us share. The bun was still steaming. Filled with fragrant pork and scallions, the aroma was delightful, and the dough was soft and fluffy, indicating it had been well leavened. Unable to resist, Su Mo devoured her half in just a few bites, savoring, this bun is absolutely delicious. Indeed, it is, Ji Yunja agreed as he finished his portion, reflecting, who would have thought we would find ourselves marveling over half a bun? Su Mo sighed in agreement. Isn't that the truth? It's a warm bun with meat. No less. Yes, it has meat, Ji Yunja said, suddenly struck by a realization. Where did the Oasis base procure so much meat and fresh vegetables? Not only could they make buns, but they could also prepare braised pork ribs. In an instant, curiosity about the Oasis base filled Ji Yunja. Others in the group shared the same sense of astonishment and intrigue. While they were consuming their dry rations, a sudden wave of mouth-watering scents enveloped them, causing them to swallow hard. Following the direction of the enticing aroma, they spotted Lu Xinyi and her companions, laughing and enjoying their steaming meals. The glistening white rice, the vibrant green vegetables, and the tender, braised pork ribs made their mouths water. The sounds of swallowing echoed around them as everyone stared at Lu Xinyi and her friends, forgetting their own meager rations. Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian watched the scene unfold, jealousy flaring in their eyes. How could Lu Xinyi be living so well? Wasn't this the apocalypse? Where did she find such a lavish meal? The thought of having only mineral water to accompany their dry biscuits, while Lu Xinyi feasted on such delectable and hearty dishes, filled them with a sense of injustice. Why were they enduring such hardships while Lu Xinyi enjoyed life so richly? Suddenly, Zhuo Tianxiu nudged Ning Qian with his elbow and whispered, Qian, aren't you good friends with Lu Xinyi? Why don't you go ask her if she has any extra food? Having spent considerable time with him, Ning Qian understood his intentions. However, upon witnessing the abundance of food in Lu Xinyi's hands, she too could not help but swallow hard. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I'll give it a try. Rising to her feet, she steeled herself emotionally and approached Lu Xinyi. Yet, as she met Lu Xinyi's cold, frosty gaze, all her prepared words evaporated. Speak no more. Just leave, Lu Xinyi replied indifferently. Do not tarnish my sight. Ning Qian's face paled instantly, her fingers clutching her clothes as she stared at Lu Xinyi, feeling humiliated. Xinyi, even if we've had unpleasantness in the past, that was a long time ago. We are in an apocalypse now. Why hold on to past grievances? Lu Xinyi lifted her gaze, her expression icy and detached, the corners of her lips curling into a mocking smirk. I enjoy it. Why should I care? The words struck Ning Qian like a blow, choking back her carefully crafted pleas. She opened her mouth, struggling to contain her rising anger. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and continued in a sorrowful tone. Xinyi, if I have wronged you in any way before, I sincerely apologize. As she spoke, she even bowed deeply to Lu Xinyi, adopting an air of victimhood, resolutely maintaining her bowed position. To her surprise, Lu Xinyi did not allow her to rise. Time passed slowly, and Ning Qian felt as though her back might break. However, if she stood up now, it would render her previous efforts futile. Her thoughts raced, and she discreetly pinched her thigh, the sudden pain bringing tears to her eyes. The soft sounds of her weeping were enough for Lu Xinyi and those nearby to hear, prompting murmurs among the onlookers. People began to gossip, remarking on Lu Xinyi's apparent coldness, surprised that someone so young could be so heartless towards her friends. Indeed, how could someone so ruthless expect to collaborate with others? They wondered. You men, when you see a woman from the Longfeng base feigning weakness, you let your sympathy overflow, your male chauvinism running rampant. Can't you see she is just a manipulative actress? Manipulative actress? What do you mean? In the midst of the discussions, Zhuo Tianxiu approached and helped Ning Qian to her feet, providing her with an escape. As she stood, she feigned a fragile demeanor and leaned against Zhuo Tianxiu's shoulder, choking back tears. Tianxiu, it has been 2 months since the apocalypse, and Xinyi still clings to past grievances. Zhuo Tianxiu patted her shoulder reassuringly, and then directed a discontented look at Lu Xinyi, stating in a low voice, Lu Xinyi, neither Qianqian nor I hold your past actions against you, yet you choose to give us the cold shoulder. Don't take it too far. Lu Xinyi had been minding her own meal, disregarding Ning Qian entirely. However, upon hearing Zhuo Tianxiu's accusations, she found it amusing and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Raising her head, she fixed her piercing gaze on Zhuo Tianxiu, sarcastically retorting, You were the ones who claimed I was your friend, and invited me to join your base, yet now you dare to criticize me. TSK. Anyone cursed with friends like you must have done something terribly wrong. Zhuo Tianxiu's expression darkened immediately. His invitation for Lu Xinyi to join the Longfeng base did not imply he would tolerate her rudeness. We considered you a friend, but do you view us as friends? He countered, In your eyes, we are nothing. Lu Xinyi scoffed, If you understand that, then spare me the word friend. It's nauseating. Lu Xinyi. You. Ning Qian grasped Zhuo Tianxiu's arm, her pale face revealing a mix of indignation and grievance. Enough, times have changed. It's understandable that Xinyi doesn't wish to be friends with us now, given our current predicament. As she spoke, she adopted a magnanimous demeanor, smiling as if to say it was all inconsequential. Let us go, Tianxiu, let us not disturb Xinyi while she eats. Her words painted Lu Xinyi as a petty person who looked down on her friends once she achieved success. Lu Xinyi regarded Ning Qian with a mocking expression, internally amused. In her previous life, she had failed to recognize how skilled Ning Qian was at acting. Her talent could easily surpass that of anyone in the entertainment industry. Yet, in her past, she had considered Ning Qian her closest friend, only to be met with betrayal in the end. In this new life, she has seen through Ning Qian's true nature. This time, she will not trust a single word from Ning Qian or Zhuo Tianxiu. Nor will she harbor any pity for them. You have spoken so much to yourselves, and now you wish to leave? Lu Xinyi set down her empty lunchbox, rising slowly to face the two who were turning to depart. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Ning Qian's eyes, and as she turned to Lu Xinyi, her face once again donned an expression of grievance. Suddenly, without warning, Lu Xinyi raised her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Ning Qian's chest, sending her sprawling several meters away. Lu Xinyi, Zhuo Tianxiu instinctively began to curse, but before he could finish, he too was sent flying by a swift kick, crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in utter shock. Even the previously indifferent Sui Changfeng straightened up, a look of seriousness crossing his face. Sui Ge, it is evident that these three had grievances long before the apocalypse. Since this is a personal feud, it may not be appropriate for others to intervene, Ji Yunzhi remarked, having approached Sui Changfeng at some point. Sui Changfeng glanced at him and replied with a smile. Brother Ji speaks wisely. Personal enmities are indeed not my concern. However, Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian are both from my Changfeng base. If this Miss Lu from the Oasis base goes too far, I cannot simply ignore it. That is a reasonable point, Sui Ge.
Yi Yunzhi nodded.
Perhaps we should first observe whether Miss Lu will overstep. Let us watch, Sui Changfeng said with a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. He had initially hoped to use this opportunity to exert pressure on the Oasis base, showcasing the strength and reputation of Changfeng base. However, Ji Yunzhi's comments left him without a rationale or standing, causing some dissatisfaction to brew within him. What connection exists between the Sun Rising base and the Oasis base that Ji Yunzhi is so keen to advocate for Lu Xinyi? A piercing scream broke Sui Changfeng's train of thought. Following the sound, he saw Zhuo Tianxiu writhing in pain on the ground, clutching his left shoulder, while a pristine black marten boot pressed heavily against his chest. Following the boot up, a slender, straight leg could be seen, and further up was a beautiful and ethereal face. Yet, at that moment, this stunning visage was marred by impatience and coldness. With finely arched brows knitted together and rosy lips pursed, her displeasure was unmistakable. She slightly bent forward, her sharp gaze locked onto Zhuo Tianxiu, her voice icy as she spoke. Zhuo Tianxiu, do you wish to die? Chapter 72. Swallowing discontent confronted with Lu Xinyi's chilling and terrifying gaze. Zhuo Tianxiu felt a shiver run down his spine, an overwhelming sense of fear surging within him. In just 2 months, how could Lu Xinyi have transformed into such a ruthless individual? Her aura had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Previously, while she had exhibited some aloofness, she was not so unattainable, having once pursued him under Ning Qian's encouragement. But now, she seemed an entirely different person, cold, cruel, and fierce, exuding an air of lethal intent. How could a person's character change so drastically? What had Lu Xinyi experienced to become so unrecognizable? Had she known the doubts that plagued him, she would have likely laughed aloud. After 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, witnessing the depths of human treachery, only to be betrayed by her most trusted teammates and friends, her transformation was hardly surprising. Yet, Lu Xinyi was oblivious to his thoughts and maintained her posture, looking down at him with disdain. Her voice icy. If you wish to die, I can certainly accommodate you. With that, she extended her right hand backward. In the next moment, Qin Jiao emerged from the SUV with a long machete, swiftly handing it to Lu Xinyi. Thank you. Lu Xinyi turned to Qin Jiao with gratitude, then drew the machete, its sharp tip aimed directly at Zhuo Tianxiu's throat. Are you dissatisfied with my demeanor? She scoffed. Even if you are unwilling, you must suppress it. At that moment, Zhuo Tianxiu felt a wave of terror wash over him, frozen in place, fearing that a moment's miscalculation could lead to his untimely demise. Lu Xinyi, do you truly wish to escalate matters to an irreversible point? Are you really prepared to turn your weapons against me and Ning Qian? Do you have any objections? Lu Xinyi coldly laughed. If it were possible, she would relish the opportunity to slay Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian right then and there. However, the circumstances did not permit such actions. Should she publicly execute them, Sui Chongfeng would certainly not let her off lightly. After all, Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian were from Chongfeng Base, personally brought out by Sui Chongfeng for this mission. Killing them would be tantamount to slapping Chongfeng Base in the face, a direct affront to their authority. To avoid antagonizing such an enemy, and to ensure the mission proceeded smoothly, she had no choice but to spare their lives. While their lives could be preserved, the suffering they endured would be far from diminished. After uttering those 3 words, Lu Xinyi once again stomped her foot forcefully onto Zhuo Tianxiu's chest. The next moment, he coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to utter a single word. Internally, he was astounded. Lu Xinyi, tall and slender, possessed such immense strength. That one kick felt as if a heavy mountain had descended upon him, nearly crushing his insides. After delivering a few more kicks in frustration, Lu Xinyi turned her attention to the stunned Ning Qian, slowly approaching her. With a sharp machete poised at Ning Qian's throat, she coldly stated, Ning Qian, put away your petty schemes. Just because you hold Zhuo Tianxiu dear does not mean others share your sentiment. Ning Qian, still reeling from the kick to her chest, felt waves of pain, and with the machete now at her throat, she dared not move. Hearing Lu Xinyi's words, she immediately retorted, Xinyi, my relationship with Tianxiu is not as you perceive. His affections lie with you. I would never presume to hope for his feelings. If you still like him and wish to be with him, I can keep my distance and never appear before you again. TCH. Lu Xinyi found herself laughing in anger at Ning Qian's words, unsure how to respond to her. It was only now that she realized Ning Qian was quite the actress, weaving a grand narrative in her mind and insisting on dragging others into her performance. Silence. Lu Xinyi warned coldly. If you utter similar words again, I will cut out your tongue. Xinyi, please. Ning Qian pleaded, but Lu Xinyi ruthlessly interrupted her. We are no longer friends. Spare me your pitiful act. Your feigned loyalty disgusts me. Your relationship with Zhuo Tianxiu is of no concern to me. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to never appear before me again. Otherwise, each time I see you, I will strike. With that, she sheathed the machete, then delivered a powerful kick to Ning Qian, sending her crashing against a nearby truck. With a resounding thud, Ning Qian slid down the truck's side, weakly collapsing onto the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The onlookers gasped in shock. That kick had been brutal. The truck side had even crumpled slightly upon impact, a testament to the force behind it. In that moment, the crowd's gaze towards Lu Xini was filled with curiosity and speculation. Could this leader from the Oasis base possibly be a physical powerhouse? After all, how could someone of her slender frame possess such strength to send someone flying and to form a truck? Ning Qian, equally astonished, lay on the ground, incredulously staring at Lu Xini. Was Lu Xini truly this powerful? Was she also an ability user? Regardless of whether she possesses supernatural abilities, Lu Xini's treatment of her in front of so many people not only left her severely injured, but also humiliated. This grievance, she vowed, would one day be repaid to Lu Xini in full. She intended to make Lu Xini pay tenfold, 100-fold. At that moment, Ning Qian slowly extended her hand, weakly crawling towards Sui Changfeng, her gaze fixed intently upon him.
Suijie, I sincerely apologize.
But Tianxiu and I will likely not be able to participate in this event with you. Her breath was feeble as she spoke in fragmented phrases. It is all our fault. We have tarnished the reputation of the Changfeng base, and we owe you an apology, Sui Go. The phrase tarnish the reputation of the Changfeng base instantly elevated their personal grievances into a conflict between two bases, providing Sui Changfeng with both a reason and a position to speak out. He discreetly glanced at Ji Yunjia, who had been standing beside him, then took a couple of steps forward, his expression serious as he addressed Lu Xini. Oasis base's Lu Xini, is it? I am not privy to the history between the three of you, but to injure my base's two members so severely in front of so many witnesses is, frankly, rather inappropriate. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Xini, his initial questioning demeanor gradually morphing into an intense interrogation. Finally, he asserted, "Shouldn't you provide an explanation for this matter, Miss Lu?" Chapter 73. I am someone who advocates for justice in the face of Sui Changfeng's inquiry. Lu Xini remained remarkably composed. Captain Sui, you are aware of the history between me and them. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you refrained from interfering in our personal grievances. Upon hearing her redefine the situation as a personal vendetta, Sui Changfeng's expression darkened. If you wish to settle personal matters, then do so privately. However, to injure them in front of so many witnesses is somewhat excessive. Excessive? Lu Xini chuckled lightly. Had it not been for your standing and the reputation of the Changfeng base, I might have already taken their lives. Her words drained the color from Zhuo Tianxiu's and Ning Qian's faces, leaving Sui Changfeng momentarily stunned as he regarded Lu Xini in disbelief. This young girl, strikingly beautiful with eyes as luminous as a clear pool, concealed beneath her innocent facade a heart capable of cruelty. But in an instant, Sui Changfeng masked his astonishment. How could one so young and beautiful, the leader of the Oasis base, be merely a harmless lamb? In that case, should I thank you, Miss Lu, for sparing their lives? He remarked with a tone of sarcasm. Lu Xini, seemingly oblivious to his mockery, replied earnestly, "There is no need for thanks. In light of Captain Sui's presence, I have chosen not to hold them to account too harshly. However, I must request that you keep your people in check and discourage them from provoking others. Otherwise, should they be beaten or even killed, it might again reflect poorly on the Changfeng base." Her words were laced with mockery, warning, and veiled threats. She had no desire to become an enemy of the Changfeng base, but Sui Changfeng appeared to be a man of poor judgment, and thus, there was no need for her to indulge him with unnecessary courtesy. Sui Changfeng's expression soured, his eyes betraying deep dissatisfaction. But before he could respond, Ji Yunjia interjected. Miss Lu's words hold merit. One cannot simply remain passive when provoked, can they, Captain Sui? He no longer addressed him as Sui Go, but rather in a distant, formal manner. Sui Changfeng shot him a sidelong glance, his anger simmering. He would remember Lu Xini of the Oasis base and Ji Yunjia of the Rising Sun base. These two dared to disregard his authority and the reputation of the Changfeng base. And thus they became his enemies. Captain Ji, this matter concerns the Changfeng base and the Oasis base. It has little to do with your Rising Sun base. Wouldn't you agree? Ji Yunjia chuckled lightly. I am simply one who advocates for justice. But please do not misunderstand, Captain Sui. My concern is not with the Changfeng base, but solely with these two. As he spoke, he carelessly gestured towards Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian. These two, under the banner of the Chongfeng base, have caused trouble in front of so many people, dragging you into the fray as a shield. Is this not a blatant attempt to tarnish the reputation of the Chongfeng base? It leaves others with the impression that the people of the Chongfeng base are troublemakers who, when confronted, resort to blame shifting. Listening to Ji Yunja's words, Lu Xinyi could not help but regard him with increased interest. He was indeed eloquent, his words deftly turning the tide against Sui Chongfeng's two subordinates. This exchange left Sui Chongfeng momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ning Qian, suppressing her pain, interjected, "Sui Go, we absolutely did not intend to tarnish the base's reputation. We would never dare to entertain such thoughts. Please believe us." Yet Ji Yunja's pointed remarks continued. One cannot simply judge a person by their words. Actions speak louder. Despite Miss Lu's indifference, you continue to provoke her. This is clearly instigating trouble. As members of the Chongfeng base, your conduct reflects upon it. Can you deny that your actions have not brought dishonor upon the Chongfeng base? Realizing that Ji Yunja's words were implicitly accusing them of sullying the base's reputation, Hua Tianxiu and Ning Qian grew anxious, hastily trying to explain themselves to Sui Chongfeng. However, he paid them no mind, his serious gaze shifting between Ji Yunja and Lu Xinyi as he pondered the situation. He had to admit that Ji Yunja's persuasive skills were impressive. His words had completely redirected the focus onto his own subordinates. Sui Chongfeng had intended to assert the authority of the Chongfeng base, but found himself undermined by Ji Yunja. Moreover, Ji Yunja's remarks placed Sui Chongfeng in a difficult position. Should he choose to defend Hua Tianxiu and Ning Qian, he would fail to demonstrate the might of the Chongfeng base and risk damaging its reputation further. But if he yielded, it would be a bitter pill to swallow. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to compromise. Hua Tianxiu, Ning Qian, you should return to your team at once and refrain from embarrassing yourselves further. The two felt a chill run down their spines. Fully aware that they had displeased Sui Go, and once they returned safely to the base, they would undoubtedly face reckoning. Yet in that moment, they dared not voice dissent, enduring their pain as they returned to their ranks, heads bowed. Casting a sharp glance at the two, Sui Chongfeng turned to Lu Xinyi, his face adorned with a feigned smile, though it did not reach his eyes. "Miss Lu, I sincerely apologize for not managing my team properly and for the trouble it has caused you." This demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier intensity. Lu Xinyi felt a sense of disdain in her heart but maintained her calm exterior, responding with poise. "Captain Sui, your words are too kind. I too may have acted inappropriately, so please do not hold it against me." She possessed the ability to converse in a way that was both formal and congenial. On the surface, it appeared as though they had reached an understanding, enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, upon closer inspection, the underlying tension between them remained palpable. Among the ranks of the Dawn base, Bai Jing, having quietly observed the commotion, finally stepped forward. "Before we enter the city, I must clarify one point." His piercing gaze swept over all present, and he spoke with gravity. "I do not concern myself with your individual grievances. This operation is a collective endeavor, and due to its high level of danger, all must adhere to my command until its conclusion. If anyone dares to covertly sabotage this operation, they shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Should anyone choose to withdraw, now is the time to do so."
Bijing spoke pointedly,
casting a glance at Lu Xinyi and Sui Chongfeng's teams. When his gaze fell upon Hua Tianxiu and Ning Qian, it sharpened further. Chapter 74, a zombie horde approaches in response to Bai Jing's remarks. No one voiced dissent. Hua Tianxiu and Ning Qian lowered their heads, striving to diminish their presence. Since there were no objections, let us board the vehicles and prepare for departure. With that, Bai Jing turned and strode back to his team, swiftly climbing into the armored vehicle. The others followed suit, and the lengthy convoy set off once more. Inside the off-road vehicle, sitting in the back, Xiao Lianxiao leaned over the front seat, her expression filled with curiosity as she observed Lu Xinyi, who was driving. "Sister, what sort of personal grudge do you have with that Hua Tianxiu and Ning Qian?" Lu Xinyi glanced back at her, exasperated. "How can a girl your age be so nosy? I just want to know more about you. After all, we seldom meet," Xiao Lianxiao said, her eyes dimming slightly. Since their parents' divorce years ago, she had seen her sister only a handful of times, which she found regrettable despite their good relationship. After a brief silence, Lu Xinyi replied, "They are my university classmates." "Oh, I see." Xiao Lianxiao leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. "So, Hua Tianxiu likes you, and Ning Qian likes Hua Tianxiu. Which makes you the rival?" Roughly speaking, Lu Xini replied dismissively. The conflict with Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian was not merely a matter of affection, but that was a tale from her past life, one she saw no need to share with Xiao Lianqiao. What a dramatic love story, Xiao Lianqiao remarked, feigning maturity before asking, but what about you, sister? Do you like Zhuo Tianxiu? At this moment, Qin Jiao and Zhou Yan, who had remained silent, could not resist the urge to look at Lu Xini, eager to hear her response. Qin Jiao felt an inexplicable tension, dreading a positive answer from Lu Xini. He instinctively clenched his hands, suppressing his anxiety, and fixed his gaze on her, awaiting her reply. When Lu Xini heard Xiao Lianqiao's question, she nearly lost control of the steering wheel. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to Xiao Lianqiao, both amused and exasperated. Lianqiao, what on earth are you thinking? Do you really think I would like him? I'd much rather have feelings for Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao, who had been secretly pleased by Lu Xini's denial, was momentarily taken aback when she mentioned his name, looking at her with surprise and confusion. Not noticing his reaction, Lu Xini continued. Just look at Qin Jiao, much more handsome than Zhuo Tianxiu, with a good personality and obedient demeanor. He has awakened dual elemental abilities. And killing zombies is a breeze for him. Why would I like that Zhuo Tianxiu when I could be with someone as exceptional as Qin Jiao? Xiao Lianqiao could not help but stifle a laugh, glancing at Qin Jiao with a teasing smile. Qin Jiao, my sister is praising you. Are you happy? Absolutely. Qin Jiao nodded eagerly, a bright smile blossoming on his youthful face, his eyes sparkling with joy. So, he truly was held in high regard by Lu Xini.
Zhou Yan,
who had been quietly observing from beside Xiao Lianqiao, discreetly scrutinized Lu Xini and Qin Jiao, a knowing expression flickering in his eyes. He smiled, somewhat wistfully, reflecting on the beauty of youth. On the other hand, seated in the large truck, Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian felt an oppressive weight upon them. Reluctant to meet Sui Chongfeng's gaze, Sui Chongfeng had abandoned his own vehicle, choosing to join them in the truck, which was clearly not a good sign. You two are quite something, Sui Chongfeng began, his voice icy. Both of them shuddered, burying their heads even lower. Sui Ge, please let us explain. Ning Qian mustered the courage to whisper. We never intended to bring shame to the base. We haven't seen Lu Xini since the apocalypse began, and we never anticipated she would become so ruthless and arrogant, disregarding even you, Sui Ge. You need not attempt to provoke me. Sui Chongfeng saw through her ploy. It was an attempt to incite my hatred for Lu Xini, hoping I would take vengeance on her for your sake. Caught off guard by her thoughts being exposed, Ning Qian fell silent, her embarrassment evident. As for Lu Xini, I will find a way to teach her a lesson, Sui Chongfeng declared coldly. Anyone who disrespects me will learn the strength of the Chongfeng base. As for you two. His gaze turned sharper as he addressed them, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Should you dare to stir up trouble again and bring shame to the base, I will ensure you suffer gravely. Both of them trembled in fear, hastily pleading, Sui Ge, please spare us. We want to do it again. Sui Chongfeng reclined lazily against the back of the truck, observing them with disdain. Tell me everything you know about Lu Xini. Of course, Sui Ge. Once the convoy exited the highway, they entered the city limits. Unlike the suburbs and the sparse zombie sightings on the highway, the city teemed with thousands of zombies, with hordes visible everywhere. To reach their destination, the granary, they needed to traverse the city, which meant they could face a zombie horde at any moment. Thus, the convoy proceeded with utmost caution. The convoy navigated the outer ring of the city, choosing secluded roads for about an hour. Suddenly, the armored vehicle at the front came to a halt, prompting the vehicles behind it to stop as well. The off-road vehicle was situated in the middle of the convoy, making it impossible to see what was happening ahead or behind. With an unknown number of people in the convoy, it was uncertain if any possessed mental abilities. Therefore, Lu Xini refrained from recklessly using her powers and waited quietly for Bai Jing's instructions. Just then, an urgent voice crackled through the radio. Bai Jing held. Everyone, fall back. Quickly. A horde of zombies is approaching. Upon hearing this, all vehicles roared to life, the vehicles at the rear swiftly reversing. After retreating a significant distance, they turned around to drive forward. The other vehicles followed suit, hastily changing direction and speeding down the same road they had come. Still trapped in the middle of the convoy, Lu Xini glanced back through the rear-view mirror, and her breath caught in her throat. A massive throng of zombies surged behind them. Although she could not ascertain their exact number, Bai Jing's urgency suggested the horde was substantial. the grotesque zombies, drawn by the sound of the vehicles, relentlessly pursued the convoy, the leading zombies racing ahead and crashing into the armored vehicle that Bai Jing occupied. Chapter 75. You go ahead. We'll hold them off. All vehicles sped forward at maximum velocity, but the noise attracted an increasing number of zombies. The horde behind them relentlessly pursued. Suddenly, the truck at the forefront skidded due to excessive speed, colliding with the central median, and came to a halt, blocking the road entirely. The vehicles that followed were caught off guard and crashed into one another.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of collisions erupted in succession. In an instant, the already congested road became impassable. The convoy was forced to halt. The horde of corpses loomed ever closer, with the speed-type mutant zombies at the forefront, already catching up to the last armored vehicle. One of these speed-type zombies leaped onto the roof of the armored car, its face marked by distinct patches of decay, revealing an expression of excitement. Soon after, several other zombies surrounded the armored vehicle, relentlessly pounding on its windows. Fortunately, the armored glass was bulletproof, and the vehicle's crash resistance was exceptionally high. Thus, despite being encircled by the zombies, they remained safe for the moment. "Captain, what should we do now?" A team member inquired from within the armored vehicle. Bai Jing, clutching a submachine gun, gazed solemnly at the terrifying visage of the zombies outside. After a few seconds, he took the intercom and spoke in a grave tone. "Everyone, pay attention, prepare for battle. Members in the vehicles involved in the accident, quickly evacuate to the rear." After delivering his command, he took a deep breath and forcefully pushed open the car door. In the gap created by the zombies, he shoved aside. He swiftly extended his hand and hurled a grenade into the throng of corpses behind. He then quickly retracted his hand and slammed the car door shut. The subsequent explosion rang out with a resounding boom. A fiery blast erupted, and within the dense mass of zombies, several were torn apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The loud explosion momentarily diverted the attention of the zombies. However, the massive horde surged towards the convoy once more. The armored vehicle remained surrounded, although safe. It could not escape, trapped amidst the tide of corpses. In front of the armored vehicle was the team from the Sunrise base. Ji Yunja glanced back at the ominous wave of zombies and the encircled armored vehicle, his brow furrowing in grave concern. Did fate wish to challenge them after their relatively smooth journey? Yet, this trial felt exceedingly arduous. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, easily numbering in the thousands. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated from the truck's cabin, caused by a strength-type mutant zombie. The noise snapped Ji Yunja from his thoughts. He turned to see the horde advancing towards their team, quickly threatening to encircle them. Their vehicle windows lacked the protection of bulletproof glass, and under the assault of strength-type zombies, they would soon shatter. At that moment, they would be trapped with no escape. The only option was to fight. Seizing the opportunity before they were completely surrounded, Ji Yunja thrust his hand out of the window, summoning a swirling gust of wind from his palm. With a wave towards the horde behind, several zombies were suddenly lifted into the air by the powerful gust. As the wind dissipated, the zombies plummeted to the unforgiving concrete below, splattering into a gruesome mess. Simultaneously, Su Mo, seated beside him, unleashed her powers. To their astonishment, she exhibited ice abilities, a mutation of her original water powers. As she moved, sharp ice spikes shot forth like arrows towards the advancing zombies. In an instant, 5 or 6 zombies were pierced through the skull, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Except for Li Zishan, who possessed spatial abilities. The other members of the Sunrise base joined the fray. Those with abilities utilized them, while those without resorted to weapons. Behind them, Bai Jing and his team seized every opportunity to strike, the sound of gunfire ringing out continuously. The combined efforts of both teams barely held the horde at bay, preventing them from advancing further. Meanwhile, within the vehicles involved in the accident, the surviving members had swiftly relocated to other vehicles with assistance from their comrades. Most of these vehicles belonged to the Changfeng base, and Sui Changfeng's expression darkened significantly. Although they had Ning Qian, a spatial ability user, her space capacity was limited. They had prepared several large trucks for this trip to the granary, expecting to acquire a substantial amount of supplies. However, losing nearly half of them meant they would need to seek out additional vehicles later. But for now, survival was paramount. Quickly, drive and clear a path through the vehicles blocking us. We must leave this place. Sui Changfeng commanded, and the vehicles of his team surged forward. As they forcefully cleared the obstructing vehicles, the previously congested road began to open up. Other vehicles followed suit, revving their engines and trailing behind the Changfeng base. As other teams resumed their journey, the Sunrise base and Dawn base remained ensnared by the encroaching zombies, unable to extricate themselves. A seemingly endless tide of zombies pressed from behind, their sheer numbers inducing a sense of dread. How can we escape? Li Zishan, frightened, huddled in the vehicle. Seeing the other teams moving further away, she anxiously exclaimed, "Are they abandoning us? Where's Captain Bai? How could he let the others leave?" Though the others remained silent, their hearts echoed her sentiments. Were they truly being forsaken? To face such an overwhelming horde of zombies was akin to a death sentence. Ji Yunja furrowed his brow, continuing to unleash his powers against the zombies while striving to reach the armored vehicle. After considerable effort, he finally arrived beside it and called out to Bai Jing, who was descending from the vehicle with his submachine gun. "Captain Bai, the others have left." Bai Jing's expression mirrored his concern, his weapon sweeping toward the relentless zombies as if to vent his inner fury. "You all get in the vehicle and leave. We'll hold them off." After repelling a wave of zombies, he turned to Ji Yunja. "What about you? How will you manage? There are too many zombies for you to handle. I am a soldier. It is my duty to protect the safety of the people." Ji Yunja was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a rocket suddenly launched from behind them, crashing into the dense horde ahead with a thunderous roar. Both he and Bai Jing turned to see a massive off-road vehicle gracefully coming to a stop behind them. Chapter 76. Have I offended you in some way? The passenger door of the off-road vehicle swung open, revealing a tall, slender figure descending from it. On her seemingly frail shoulders rested an RPG-7 rocket launcher, the very weapon that had just discharged the rocket. The missile struck the zombie horde, igniting a massive fireball that obliterated the grotesque creatures, sending limbs and blood flying. "Captain Liu!" Ji Yunja exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Liu Xinyi. "What are you doing back here?" Liu Xinyi casually discarded the rocket launcher onto a seat before swiftly unleashing her powers against the incoming zombies. In an instant, crackling bolts of lightning rained down, tearing through the advancing zombies, leaving behind charred remains. Qin Jiao and the others also emerged from the off-road vehicle, with Qin Jiao immediately casting her fire abilities while Zhou Yan focused on safeguarding Xiao Lianxiao.
Lacking offensive capability.
Xiao Lianxiao exerted her efforts to amplify the powers of Liu Xinyi and Qin Jiao. With her support, the potency of their abilities surged significantly, quickly shifting the tide of battle and temporarily halting the horde's advance. "Get in the vehicle," Liu Xinyi commanded sternly as she approached Ji Yunja. Yunja, momentarily taken aback by their prowess, hurriedly beckoned his teammates to board the vehicle, while he remained behind to engage in battle alongside Liu Xinyi and her companions. Liu Xinyi merely cast him a fleeting glance before striding towards Captain Bai Jing, stating, "Captain Bai, the horde of zombies is overwhelming. We should retreat for now."
Indeed.
Bai Jing acknowledged, yet his submachine gun continued to unleash a barrage of fire. "You all withdraw first. We will cover your retreat." "Let's go together," Liu Xinyi insisted. And with a resounding crackle, a dazzling display of purple lightning struck down, incinerating the advancing zombies into charred remnants. Following this, a brilliant fire dragon surged forth, engulfing the zombies in flames. This brief moment of control spurred the group into action, as they hastily boarded their vehicles. The thunderous roar of engines filled the air as several vehicles sped away at breakneck speed. By the time the horde breached the fiery barrier, the cars had already covered a significant distance. After racing for several minutes and ensuring they had completely evaded the undead, they finally halted by the roadside. Everyone disembarked, checking one another for injuries. Fortunately, any wounds sustained were merely superficial. None had been bitten or clawed by the zombies. The fierce battle had left everyone fatigued, and the ability users were nearly depleted of their powers. Thus, they sat on the ground, disregarding other concerns. Liu Xinyi occupied the passenger seat, her right hand resting on the window as she languidly surveyed the desolate streets outside. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure obstructed her view. She looked up to see Bai Jing, his muscular frame resembling a steadfast pine tree, standing before her with a serious demeanor. "Is there something you need, Captain Bai?" she inquired as she stepped out of the vehicle, puzzled by his presence. Bai Jing saluted her, expressing, "I must sincerely thank you, Captain Liu, for your timely rescue. Had you not returned with your team, our escape would have been exceedingly difficult." Lu Xini offered a slight smile, replying, "You flatter me, Captain Bai. As the leader of this operation, your safety is paramount. Without you, how could we proceed?" Despite her words, Bai Jing maintained his grateful demeanor, stating gravely, "As a soldier, my life is pledged to my country. Thus, I cannot repay you with my life, but if there is anything I can do, please do not hesitate to ask." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his earnestness, Lu Xini quickly replied, "You are too courteous, Captain Bai. I merely did what I could. I never expected a reward." Her decision to return and rescue him and his team stemmed not only from the reasons she had mentioned earlier, but also from her desire to prevent needless loss of life. Additionally, Jiyunja had previously spoken on her behalf, establishing a sense of camaraderie. She preferred not to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Thus her return was primarily for Jiyunja's sake. Unexpectedly, Bai Jing's appreciation for her actions deepened her esteem in his eyes. "I will forever remember your kindness, Captain Lu. Should you require my assistance in the future, please feel free to ask." With that, Lu Xini ceased to decline his offer, recognizing the potential necessity for his help down the line. "Very well, I will take you up on that. For one never knows when they may need to call upon your services." After exchanging polite words, Bai Jing returned to his team. No sooner had he left than Jiyunja approached Lu Xini. "There is no need for thanks," Lu Xini interjected. "I returned to help you all because we are temporary allies in this mission, and also because you previously advocated for me in front of Sui Chongfeng." Jiyunja chuckled lightly at her words, replying, "Now that you've said it, I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "Then let us dispense with pleasantries," he said with a slight smile, before adopting a serious tone. "However, I must still thank you. My previous favor pales in comparison to your willingness to risk your life for our safety. Should you wish to express your gratitude upon our arrival at the granary, kindly share half of your rations with us," Lu Xini suggested with a raised eyebrow. Jiyunja was taken aback, exclaiming, "While expressing gratitude to Captain Lu is warranted, isn't requesting half the rations a bit excessive?" "Excessive? Perhaps 1/3 then," Lu Xini replied, noticing his hesitation. Growing impatient, she waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. I don't want your rations, you may leave." With that, she turned and returned to the vehicle, closing the door behind her to rest against the seat. Jiyunja was momentarily stunned, before a bemused smile crept across his face. The behavior of Captain Lu was indeed unpredictable. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon Qin Jiao, who stood beside the vehicle, watching him with a guarded and vigilant expression. Jiyunja found it amusing. Had he truly done something to provoke this wolf-like youth? Why did he constantly regard him with such hostility? Approaching Qin Jiao, he directly inquired, "Have I offended you in some way?" "No," came Qin Jiao's straightforward response. Jiyunja was bewildered. "Then why do you constantly regard me with suspicion?"
Doi.
"Is that not so?" Jiyunja questioned, pointing at him. "Precisely the look you are giving me right now." Qin Jiao glanced at Lu Xini in the vehicle, muttering softly, "I simply dislike you being close to Xini." Chapter 77. No one can replace your position. Upon hearing Qin Jiao's words, Jiyunja couldn't help but chuckle.
"Ah.
"So you're jealous?" he teased. "Jealous? What does that mean?" Qin Jiao replied, his dark brown eyes wide with confusion. Jiyunja was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, his gaze now tinged with curiosity. Was this boy named Qin Jiao genuinely innocent? Or was he merely feigning ignorance? Surely, even elementary school children understood the concept of jealousy. The only explanation could be that Qin Jiao wished to conceal his feelings for Lu Xini, pretending not to understand. Recognizing this, Jiyunja decided to play along, feigning ignorance. "It's nothing," he said with a gentle smile. "I was merely speaking offhandedly. Do not take it to heart. Rest assured. My feelings for Captain Lu are purely admiration and gratitude. There are no ulterior motives." Qin Jiao appeared to comprehend only partially, his vigilant gaze still fixed on Jiyunja. Noticing this, Jiyunja raised 2 fingers in a gesture of sincerity. "I swear, I speak only the truth and have no intention of being insincere. Therefore, there is no need for you to treat me as an enemy." Qin Jiao began, but his words were cut off by a clear voice. "Qin Jiao," Lu Xini called, having emerged from the vehicle and now standing before him. "Captain Ji," she continued, looking up at Jiyunja. "Qin Jiao does not mean to regard you as an enemy. I will clarify this with him." Jiyunja nodded, understanding her intention. "I comprehend. I hold no ill will towards him. Please continue your conversation. I shall not intrude." With that, He cast one last glance at Qin Jiao before swiftly rejoining his own team. Qin Jiao, Lu Xinyi addressed him seriously. I am the head of the Oasis base. In the future, I will be interacting with a diverse array of individuals, regardless of age or gender. You cannot be wary of everyone. But Qin Jiao opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his brows furrowing in distress. Do you dislike me conversing with Jianzhe? Lu Xinyi inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Jiao nodded slightly. However, he is the leader of the Sunrise base, and I must engage with him. Qin Jiao lowered his head, falling silent. Observing his reaction, Lu Xinyi spoke softly. Rest assured. No matter who I may come into contact with, you hold a unique place in my heart that no one can replace. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiao lifted his gaze and stared intently at her, a profound joy radiating from his dark brown eyes. You are my comrade, a companion who has stood by me since the onset of calamity. Your position is irreplaceable, Lu Xinyi earnestly declared. The smile in Qin Jiao's eyes gradually gave way to seriousness as he fixed his gaze on Lu Xinyi and said earnestly, I am truly happy. Is that so? Lu Xinyi feigned skepticism, adding with a serious demeanor, yet your expression does not appear to reflect happiness. Noticing her doubt, Qin Jiao stepped forward instinctively, his urgency evident as he exclaimed, I am genuinely delighted. Extremely so. All right, I believe you, Lu Xinyi replied, her expression becoming more solemn. Qin Jiao, you must also believe in yourself. Meeting her focused gaze, Qin Jiao nodded firmly, I understand. Xinyi said that I am special to her, irreplaceable. I trust Xinyi, and I shall trust myself. Meanwhile, within the Dawn Base's team, the members gathered together, quietly scrutinizing Lu Xinyi. Captain, one team member leaned closer to Bai Jing, whispering curiously, what do you think of Captain Lu? How did a young girl like her acquire an RPG? We weren't even equipped with a rocket launcher for this outing. Others chimed in. Indeed, not only does she possess an RPG, but she is also a lightning-type ability user. When she confronted those two at Changfeng Base, she seemed to exhibit strength-type abilities as well. I am eager to learn what she did before the apocalypse. Bai Jing glanced at the team members, whose faces were filled with confusion and curiosity, and replied solemnly, regardless of her background, Captain Lu has saved us, and that is an undeniable fact. We should hold gratitude in our hearts and remember her kindness. Captain speaks wisely. We shall not forget Captain Lu's life-saving grace, another member remarked with a sheepish smile. But I can't help but be curious about her origins. How can a girl in her 20s possess such remarkable capabilities? It's only natural to be intrigued. Bai Jing shot him a sidelong glance before turning back to Lu Xinyi, who had returned to the off-road vehicle, a contemplative expression settling on his rugged face. Captain Lu indeed aroused curiosity, and he wished to delve deeper into her background. However, as their savior, he would never pry into her past without her consent. Retrieving his gaze, Bai Jing glanced at his watch and addressed the group. It seems we have rested sufficiently. Let us hasten our departure and locate the others. As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the Sunrise base expressed dissatisfaction. Those people abandoned us and fled. Why should we search for them? We should proceed to the granary with just the three of us from our base. We could secure a larger share of supplies. Many nodded in agreement. Exactly. Those individuals only cared for their own survival, disregarding our fates. Why should we concern ourselves with them? They are likely long gone. That's right. We have enough people. We can certainly go to the granary on our own, without the hassle of searching for them. The speakers were all members of the Sunrise base. Ji Yunjia cleared his throat and said, All right, everyone, let us refrain from further discussion and heed Captain Bai's guidance. Bai Jing studied him and then glanced at the individuals who had just spoken, his expression growing serious. Those people were summoned by our Dawn base. As the overall leader of this mission, it is my responsibility to ensure its successful completion. They are participants in this endeavor, and I cannot abandon them. Therefore, we must locate them before heading to the granary. With that, he turned and returned to the armored vehicle, picking up the radio to initiate contact. Fortunately, he soon connected with Sui Changfeng and learned the whereabouts of the others, who were at a nearby gas station. Everyone boarded their vehicles, ready to set off. With Bai Jing's command, the convoy began to move. Approximately 10 minutes later, several vehicles arrived at the gas station. As Bai Jing stepped down from the armored car, Sui Changfeng approached him briskly, a broad smile on his face as he extended his hand for a shake. However, Bai Jing did not reciprocate. His gaze fixed on Sui Changfeng with evident displeasure. Feeling awkward, Sui Changfeng withdrew his hand and chuckled nervously. Captain Bai, it is truly a relief to see you all safe. Just then, a voice from the crowd behind Bai Jing commented, hypocrite. Sui Changfeng's expression darkened instantly. His previously rigid smile now froze on his face. A flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he pretended not to hear, adopting a concerned demeanor. Captain Bai, we have been waiting for you. Now that we see you safe, we can finally relax. Bai Jing remained silent, his piercing gaze scanning Sui Changfeng and the group behind him. His eyes were sharp and cold, imbued with the ruthlessness of someone who had faced countless life-and-death situations, causing others to lower their heads in submission. With a hint of mockery crossing his features, Bai Jing averted his gaze and said coolly, now that everyone is reunited, let us proceed to the granary. Captain Bai, please hold on, Sui Changfeng called out hurriedly as Bai Jing turned to leave. Before your arrival, we allocated gasoline from this gas station. Each team received 500 liters, and the remaining is reserved for you, Captain Bai, Captain Ji, and Captain Liu, with each team receiving an additional 50 liters. As he spoke, he gestured to several individuals behind him to bring out large barrels filled to the brim with gasoline. Bai Jing glanced at the barrels, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. So, we should be grateful to Captain Sui for generously allocating an extra 50 liters of gasoline to our 3 teams? Captain Bai, you misinterpret my intentions. That is not my meaning, Sui Changfeng replied. The reason for the additional allocation is that the 3 of you fought valiantly against the zombies, securing our chance for survival. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mo let out a cold scoff, interjecting sarcastically, so you acknowledge that we created the opportunity for you to escape? We nearly lost our lives, and yet you offer us a mere 50 liters more. How generous of you, Captain Sui. Though it was evident throughout their journey that Sui Changfeng was not an easy person to deal with, merely a smiling face hiding ulterior motives. Su Mo was surprised by the thickness of his skin, being straightforward by nature. Su Mo couldn't hold back her displeasure and continued to speak her mind without regard for Sui Changfeng's reactions. At that moment, facing so many zombies, none of you thought to help us. You only thought of saving yourselves. If we hadn't fought fiercely against the zombies, do you really think you would have escaped? Do you think you can placate us with this extra 50 liters of gasoline and expect us not to hold it against you? Ha! Not a chance. Sui Changfeng's expression darkened further, his brow furrowing in annoyance. However, before he could respond, a voice emerged from the crowd behind him as Ning Qian stood up to counter. You are not one of us from Changfeng Base. Why should we risk our safety to help you? Besides, aren't you all fine now? Su Mo was left incredulous by her words. What? Just because you are not from Changfeng Base, you would not lend a hand? Of course. Ning Qian replied without hesitation. The city is swarming with zombies. Why should we save someone unrelated to us? If we were to sacrifice ourselves to save you, would you compensate me with your life? At first glance, her words seemed reasonable. After all, in this apocalyptic world, everyone was preoccupied with self-preservation, caring little for the lives of others. However, Su Mo was infuriated by her selfish words, her anger flaring more than during her usual quarrels with Li Zishan. Had it not been for Ji Yunja's timely intervention, she likely would have succumbed to her rage and slapped Ning Qian. Yet, before she could act, another had already taken matters into their own hands. A figure swiftly appeared before Ning Qian, and before she could react, a delicate yet unyielding hand grasped her shoulder. Almost immediately, she was forcefully pulled several steps away. What are you doing? Let me go. Ning Qian shouted in fury, prompting the onlookers to finally take notice. They beheld Lu Xini tightly clutching Ning Qian's collar, dragging her towards the SUV outside the gas station. Lu Xini, what do you intend to do? Let me go. After suffering a beating from Lu Xini earlier, Ning Qian had little patience left for pretenses of sisterly affection, shouting in anger. Lu Xini ignored her, continuing to stride forward. Captain Liu, came the disgruntled voice of Sui Changfeng from behind. What are you doing? As Lu Xini walked, she replied coldly, since your Changfeng base only saves its own, I shall create an opportunity for you. Upon hearing this, Sui Changfeng felt a sense of foreboding and hurried after her. However, halfway there, he found Qin Jiao suddenly stepping forward, arms crossed, and an icy expression blocking his path. Sui Changfeng had no choice but to halt, glaring at Qin Jiao in anger. Move aside. Qin Jiao remained silent, unyielding. With no other option, Sui Changfeng circumvented him. Yet, for every step he took, Qin Jiao mirrored him, steadfastly obstructing his advance. This provoked further ire in Sui Changfeng. Lu Xini, are you attempting to oppose Changfeng base? Lu Xini had reached the SUV, opening the passenger door and roughly tossing Ning Qian inside. Turning back, she met Sui Changfeng's furious gaze with indifference. Haven't you already deemed me an enemy, Captain Sui? On their way here, when she had confronted Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, Sui Changfeng had likely already developed a grudge against her. It was not out of a sense of justice for Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, but rather because he felt she had brought disgrace to Changfeng base, thus becoming a source of his irritation. Though he held this belief, Sui Changfeng was taken aback by her bluntness. Just as he was processing the surprise, Lu Xini had already slid into the driver's seat, preparing to drive away. Brother Sui, save me. Ning Qian repeatedly attempted to open the locked door, her heart racing in fear as she glanced at Sui Changfeng. He clenched his hands at his sides, his expression dark and intimidating. Captain Bai, he turned to Bai Jing, regarding him with a disapproving glare. Are you simply going to watch as Lu Xini runs amok? Bai Jing remained silent. While he too disapproved of Sui Changfeng's demeanor, he understood that Sui Changfeng was a participant in this operation. As the overall leader, he could not allow discord to disrupt the mission. If conflict arose within the team, it could jeopardize their objectives. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Lu Xini and tentatively suggested, Captain Lu, why not step out of the vehicle and have a proper discussion with Captain Sui? Discuss? Lu Xini's mocking gaze swept over Ning Qian and Sui Changfeng as she leisurely replied, why should I speak with him?
How?
Are you threatening us?
Beijing remarked,
attempting once more to persuade her. Our purpose here is the granary. There is no need to delay for other matters. Lu Xini feigned deep thought, contemplating for a moment before responding, well, in light of Captain Bai's request, I suppose I can entertain a discussion. With that, she exited the vehicle, yanking Ning Qian out with roughness. Ning Qian stumbled and fell to the ground, her palm scraping against the rough surface, drawing forth a trickle of blood. You! She began, but was silenced by Lu Xini's towering presence, her piercing gaze causing Ning Qian to swallow her words. Before Ning Qian could rise, Lu Xini pressed her foot firmly on her back, pinning her down like a turtle. Captain Sui, let us have this conversation. Sui Changfeng's emotions were beyond description at that moment, his desire to swallow this arrogant girl whole. Suppressing his fury, he spoke in a low voice. What does Captain Lu wish to discuss? Ning Qian is a spatial ability user. She must be quite valuable to you, Lu Xini remarked, casting a glance at Ning Qian and continuing with deliberate slowness. Sui Changfeng felt as if he had been caught by the throat, momentarily at a loss for words. He did not care for Ning Qian's fate, but her abilities were crucial for their mission to gather supplies, which was why he had brought her along. Yet, this restless Ning Qian, lacking in skills, often sought to assert herself. Now, having fallen into Lu Xini's hands, it was he who had to come to her rescue. Lu Xini's attitude made it clear that he would have to pay a price. Seeing Sui Changfeng silent, Lu Xini remained unfazed and continued. If you want me to release Ning Qian, it's simple. Each of your teams must relinquish half of their gasoline to be evenly divided among our 3 teams. You may each keep 250 liters of gasoline. That figure suits you well. She emphasized 250, then turned her gaze towards Sui Changfeng, adding, if the other teams refuse, then it will fall upon you to resolve the matter. If even one team declines to part with their gasoline, Captain Sui, you will have to search among the corpses for Ning Qian. But considering your Changfeng base only rescues its own, I trust you will not neglect Ning Qian's fate, correct? The threat was palpable, leaving Sui Changfeng feeling trapped. He shot Lu Xini an indignant glare, then turned to the other teams behind him, noticing they all averted their eyes, pretending not to hear Lu Xini's demands. His dissatisfaction deepened. These individuals had eagerly divided gasoline earlier, yet now they were acting as if they were deaf, becoming invisible. Everyone, please listen to me, Sui Changfeng implored. Captain Bai and the other teams fought valiantly to create an opportunity for our escape. We ought to express our gratitude. Although dividing only 550 liters of gasoline is indeed quite meager, we should all contribute half to them. Among the 18 teams, nearly half began to fill their containers without hesitation. However, the remaining half remained inactive. Sui Changfeng glared at these teams, mentally marking them. Suppressing his anger, he continued to persuade them, subtly reminding them that it was Lu Xini demanding the gasoline, and if they had grievances, they should confront her, as she too was under duress. Hearing his words, Lu Xini couldn't help but chuckle. Yet it mattered little. Once this operation concluded, she would have no further dealings with these teams. After Sui Chongfeng's entreaties, a few more teams agreed to share their gasoline, but 3 teams remained obstinately resistant. Why are you still inactive when everyone else has distributed their gasoline? Sui Chongfeng's tone grew increasingly agitated. The leader of one defiant team responded. Ning Qian is not one of our base members. Why should we part with our gasoline for her? The other 2 echoed. Exactly. This is a conflict between your Chongfeng base and the Oasis base. It has nothing to do with us. Captain Sui, I understand your desire to save your team member. But you cannot do so at the expense of our interests. This gasoline rightfully belongs to us. Sui Chongfeng's face turned ashen with anger at their words, which only served to provide a sense of satisfaction to those from the Shiri base. The shameless encountered someone even more shameless, allowing him to experience the disgust of being despised. Lu Xini remained silent, quietly observing with a cold gaze sweeping slowly over the 3 individuals. Then she spoke. Captain Sui, I will give you 5 more minutes. If after 5 minutes you have not compelled them to distribute the gasoline, you can expect to search the corpse heap for Ning Qian. Upon hearing this, Ning Qian was terrified. She looked up and cried out to Sui Chongfeng, Brother Sui, save me. I do not wish to be thrown into the corpse pile. Brother Sui, I am a space-type ability user. You cannot abandon me. At that moment, Sui Chongfeng felt overwhelmed. Lu Xini was against him, and these 3 individuals were reveling in his misfortune. Before he could speak, Zhuo Tianxiu stepped forward, pointing angrily at the 3. Brother Sui, since they refused to voluntarily distribute the gasoline, we shall assist them in doing so. Although it was framed as assistance, everyone knew they intended to force their hand. The 3 men were enraged. One stepped forward and shouted at Zhuo Tianxiu, this is our gasoline. Dare to touch it and see what happens. In the face of valuable resources, no one would easily back down. Although gasoline could not be consumed, possessing it would allow them to drive farther in search of supplies. Therefore, they would never relinquish it. Zhuo Tianxiu sneered, are you threatening us? We are from Chongfeng base. You should inquire about our standing. We are second only to Dawn base. Do you 3 small bases dare to oppose us? As tensions rose, Lu Xini interjected, Captain Sui, 2 minutes remain. Saying this, she withdrew her foot from Ning Qian's back, bent down, and grasped the collar of Ning Qian's clothes, lifting her off the ground, indicating she was prepared to take Ning Qian away at any moment. Ning Qian struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she fought, she could not break free from Lu Xini's grasp. Overcome with fear, she began to cry, pleading, Brother Sui, Tianxiu, save me. Please save me.
Ning Qian.
Zhuo Tianxiu looked at her, then turned angrily to Lu Xini. Lu Xini, we at Chongfeng base have already distributed half of the gasoline. The choices of others are not our concern. Release Ning Qian at once. Lu Xini dismissed him, addressing Sui Chongfeng, Captain Sui, 1 minute remains. Chapter 80. Can we release her now? Sui Chongfeng's face turned grim as he glanced at Lu Xini before casting a sharp gaze upon the 3 men. Are you truly unwilling to share the gasoline? One of them replied, it is not that we are unwilling. It is just that in this world, resources are too vital. We have worked hard to obtain this gasoline. Asking us to give away half is a bit too much, don't you think? Sui Chongfeng clenched his jaw, veins bulging at his temple. If Ning Qian were not a space-type ability user, would he even need to waste words on these 3 insignificant figures? He was forced to consider their demands. What will it take for you to part with the gasoline? The 3 exchanged glances, and the one who had spoken earlier said, if we give you half of the gasoline to save your member, won't Captain Sui owe us some compensation? They were indeed blackmailing him. Sui Chongfeng's teeth ground in frustration, his expression dark and threatening. As the leader of Chongfeng base, how dare these 3 threaten him? Yet, he was currently at their mercy. Despite his seething anger, he had to endure. Once we reach the granary and receive the supplies, I am willing to offer 1/10 of the grain as compensation. 1/10? The man appeared disdainful. Sui Chongfeng nearly lost his temper, his voice turning icy. The reserves in the national granary are measured in tens of thousands of tons. Even if we only have 10,000 tons, with Dawn base taking half, each of our teams could receive over 200 tons. If I offer 1/10 to you, each of you would receive 8 tons of grain, which is far more valuable than that 250 liters of gasoline. After weighing their options, the 3 agreed to his terms. Very well. We will proceed as Captain Sui suggests, but please ensure you do not renege on your promise to distribute 1/10 of the grain to us. With Captain Bai as a witness, would he dare deceive them? The discussion concluded, and the three teams quickly divided the gasoline. Sui Changfeng pointed at the prepared gasoline and said to Lu Xini, "Captain Lu, the gasoline you requested is here. May we release her now?" "Of course." Lu Xini casually tossed Ning Qian towards Sui Changfeng as if she were refuse. Had Sui Changfeng not dodged in time, he would have been struck. However, the unfortunate Zhuo Tianxiu, standing just behind him, was not so lucky. He was knocked backward as Ning Qian collided with him, and they both fell to the ground. Ugh. Utterly useless. Lu Xini muttered disdainfully, before turning to distribute the gasoline among Ji Yunjia and Bai Jing. Both wished for her to allocate them more. But Lu Xini insisted on an equal division, and eventually they acquiesced. After dividing the gasoline, Lu Xini smiled at Sui Changfeng and remarked, "Captain Sui, we truly appreciate your efforts in securing this gasoline for us. Additionally, I have a suggestion. For individuals like them who refuse to listen, it is best to beat them into submission rather than engage in pointless dialogue." With that, she disregarded the sour expressions of Sui Changfeng and the three men, called her team, and returned to the off-road vehicle. The entire gas station fell into an eerie silence. Sui Changfeng was so furious he felt he might grind his molars to dust, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, his dark gaze fixed on Lu Xini's retreating figure. This Lu Xini was truly too arrogant. Had he not promised to share 1/10 of the grain due to her threats? And now, she had the audacity to ridicule him. "Everyone, get in the vehicle." Bai Jing's commanding voice broke the silence and snapped everyone back to reality. They hastily climbed into their vehicles. "Ning Qian," she said, rubbing her sore waist as she approached Sui Changfeng, "let's get in the vehicle." As soon as she finished speaking, Sui Changfeng abruptly turned his head, his gaze dark and menacing. Lowering his voice, he warned through clenched teeth, "Ning Qian, if you wish to oppose Lu Xini, I will not stop you. But if you dare to make me clean up your mess again, even if you are a space-type ability user, I will not come to your aid." While space-type ability users were rare and valuable, if she jeopardized his interests and those of Changfeng Base, he would not hesitate to abandon her. Ning Qian trembled in fear. Lowering her head as she meekly replied, "Brother Sui, I understand my mistake. Please forgive me this once. Get back in the vehicle." Ning Qian hurriedly complied. Though she knew the others were laughing at her, she kept her head down. Yet, her heart brimmed with resentment. It was all Lu Xini's fault. Had she not encountered Lu Xini, she would still be the most important person in the team, with everyone prioritizing her safety. But after meeting Lu Xini, not only had she been thoroughly beaten, leaving her sore all over, but she had also thoroughly infuriated Sui Changfeng. She had heard tales of the consequences of angering Sui Changfeng. Although they might not be life-threatening, her future would likely be bleak. All of this was Lu Xini's doing. She had thought Lu Xini would be dead by now. Why was she still alive? Moreover, why had she become so powerful? Her personality transformed into one of arrogance and disdain? She would not let this matter rest. Given the opportunity, she would ensure Lu Xini paid back her grievances tenfold. The lengthy convoy departed the gas station, detouring to avoid the previous corpse pile as they continued toward the granary. In the off-road vehicle, Lu Xini sat in the passenger seat, her right hand resting casually on the window as she lazily propped her head. Noticing Zhou Yan glancing at her from time to time, appearing as if he had something to say, she inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Teacher Zhou?"
Boss.
"While I shouldn't question your decisions, don't you think your recent actions have completely offended Changfeng Base?" Zhou Yan expressed his concerns. Lu Xini chuckled lightly, "Teacher Zhou, I understand your worries, but do you truly believe that if I had acted differently, Changfeng Base would have let us off the hook? From the moment I first confronted Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, Sui Changfeng had already harbored discontent towards me. Yet, even if I had to face them again, I would still act against them. The decision not to directly eliminate Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian was a calculated choice on my part. Although my Oasis base is not large, it is equipped with an automated defense system, and I am not afraid of retaliation from Changfeng Base." Zhou Yan opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. The boss had her own judgments. He had no right to question her decisions. If Changfeng Base truly intended to retaliate, they would confront it together. Due to the previous zombie tide, the convoy proceeded with utmost caution. After an hour of such careful navigation, they finally arrived at their destination, the granary. Chapter 81 Hurry.
Kill them.
The city's grain reserve covered an area of approximately 200 acres, featuring over a dozen tall, flat-roofed warehouses capable of storing more than 100,000 tons, along with 30,000 tons of steel oil tanks. The grain reserves were exceptionally abundant, making it impossible to transport everything in one go. Upon cautiously reaching the granary, the convoy of Shiguang base parked at the entrance, followed closely by the other vehicles. A serious voice crackled through the intercom. "We have arrived at the granary. Everyone must follow my commands from now on. No one is allowed to act independently. Should anyone jeopardize the operation, their base S allocation will be revoked." Given the previous incident where over a dozen teams had turned tail and fled, Bai Jing made sure to set the ground rules up front. No one voiced any objections. Now that they had reached the granary, everyone naturally hoped for a smooth operation to secure their share of food. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? After delivering his instructions, a drone flew out from Bai Jing's armored vehicle, swiftly ascending towards the granary. "Captain." A team member handed Bai Jing a tablet displaying the live feed from the drone. Bai Jing frowned slightly, scrutinizing the screen and missing no corner of the granary. Although the area was vast, the number of staff was relatively few, estimated to be less than 100. Even if they all turned into zombies, the threat level would remain relatively low. Nevertheless, Bai Jing maintained his vigilance. Once the drone returned, the armored vehicle continued its advance, crashing through the Gate S barrier without hesitation, creating a path. Following their earlier observations, they headed straight towards the flat-roofed warehouses. The sound of the convoy attracted the zombies within the granary, who were ruthlessly knocked down and crushed by the vehicles. The lengthy convoy navigated smoothly to the warehouses. Everyone disembarked, with the Shiguang base team leading the way cautiously towards one of the warehouses. 2 team members positioned themselves on either side of the door, while another quickly approached to unlock it. As the door swung open, the 2 standing guards swiftly moved forward, their submachine guns aimed into the warehouse. Yet in the next instant, "Retreat. Quickly, retreat." The 2 shouted as they hurriedly stepped back. In their retreat, a horde of rats poured out from the warehouse. If they had been ordinary rats, the 2 team members might not have been so alarmed, but these were all transformed into zombie rats. The sheer number of zombie rats was staggering, estimated to be in the thousands, and their size exceeded that of ordinary rats by more than double. Their eyes glowed a blood red, and their teeth and claws were exceptionally sharp. The visual impact was no less jarring than that of a horde of zombies. Others, witnessing the scene, quickly retreated, screams rising in a chorus, which only excited the zombie rats further, spurring them to race towards the terrified crowd.
Quick!
"Kill these disgusting rats." Li Zishan, pale and panicked, jumped in fright and turned to flee towards the vehicle. Similarly, Ning Qian, an ability user without offensive capabilities, also turned and ran for the vehicle, glancing back to see the swarming zombie rats rushing out from the warehouse, instilling terror in her heart. Instantly, the sound of gunfire erupted as submachine guns unleashed a barrage, while ability users activated their powers and the non-ablers resorted to physical attacks against the zombie rats. The scene erupted into chaos. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The crowd turned to see a member from an unknown base bitten at the ankle by a zombie rat. Instantly, dozens of zombie rats surrounded him, climbing up his legs, rapidly enveloping him in a grotesque mass. From a distance, the sight was horrifying, with the victim obscured beneath a writhing mass of zombie rats. The sounds of gnawing filled the air, and soon, the unfortunate soul was reduced to a bloody pulp, his original form barely recognizable. Everyone stood frozen, shocked by the gruesome scene. They had only anticipated humans turning into zombies, never imagining that other creatures could also mutate into the undead. Thus, the emergence of the zombie rats left everyone at a loss. In contrast to the panic and astonishment of the others, Lu Xinyi remained remarkably composed, her machete slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, moving so quickly that it appeared as if she left after images. Having endured 3 years of the apocalypse in her previous life, she knew well that it was not just humans who could become zombies. She had faced numerous zombie animals before, zombie dogs, zombie cats, and even zombie tigers. Had the others not abandoned them to flee during the previous zombie tide, she might have taken the time to offer a warning, ensuring everyone was prepared. However, given the recent events, she felt no obligation to do so. Though they were part of the same operation, the lack of solidarity from these individuals had rendered her indifferent to their fates. As long as her own group remained safe, that was all that mattered. "Teacher Zhou, take Lian Xiao back to the vehicle." Lu Xinyi swiftly dispatched the approaching zombie rats and turned to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan nodded, quickly approaching Xiao Lian Xiao and urging her to leave. "Xiao Lian Xiao, currently using her supportive ability to enhance Lu Xini, and Qin Jiao, was also frightened by the swift,
numerous zombie rats.
However, seeing everyone fighting valiantly, she wished to contribute in any way she could. Thus, when Zhou Yan urged her to leave, she instinctively wanted to refuse. But Zhou Yan insisted, Lian Xiao, return to the vehicle. You can still use your abilities from there.
Right.
With this, Xiao Lian Xiao wasted no time and dashed back to the off-road vehicle. Her supportive abilities had a range limit. As long as she ensured her sister and Qin Jiao were within that range, she would be fine. Other bases were also engaged in fierce battles. The members of Shiguang base were seasoned soldiers, their combat prowess exceptional, and with firearms in hand, they showed no signs of retreat. Years of rigorous training and extensive combat experience allowed them to achieve remarkable accuracy. The number of participants from Shiri base was relatively small, likely a result of Ji Yunja's careful selection, yet their combat capabilities were commendable. Both Ji Yunja and Su Mo were ability users, with Su Mo's ice abilities being particularly formidable, although her aim left much to be desired, estimating that only 4 out of 10 ice spikes would strike a zombie rat. This inefficiency led to significant waste of her abilities, causing rapid depletion. On the Chongfeng base side, Sui Chongfeng surprisingly possessed dual abilities in metal and lightning. No wonder the Chongfeng base has developed into a vast establishment, second only to the Dawn base. Zhua Tianxiu, a wind elemental ability user, unleashed wind blades that sliced through the horde of zombie rats. The battle was initially proceeding in an orderly fashion, when suddenly, a panicked scream pierced the air. Chapter 82. How do you plan to thank me? Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a massive swarm of zombie rats avoiding the ongoing battle and heading straight for Li Zishan in the vehicle. A dark mass of zombie rats climbed up the side of the car, their gaping mouths revealing sharp teeth as they squeaked menacingly at Li Zishan inside. Having been in the company of Ji Yunja and the other since the apocalypse began, she had never encountered such a scene. As a spatial ability user, she was always the focus of protection during expeditions for supplies. Each time they ventured out, she would remain hidden until the danger had been neutralized. However, this time, the zombie rats had discovered her and were now pressing against her car window, fixated on her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. To her horror, some of the zombie rats began to ram their heads against the glass. Terrified, Li Zishan screamed, Yunja, help me. Please come save me. Ji Yunja, turning back, was equally alarmed. If those zombie rats broke the window, Li Zishan would be doomed. He immediately pivoted, conjuring a whirl of wind in his hands, ready to act when suddenly, Su Mo appeared before him. She pushed him aside and, with a swift motion, sent several ice spikes flying, eliminating the zombie rats that had rushed to his feet. Yet at that moment, a sharp crack echoed as the window of the truck developed a spiderweb-like fracture.
Li Zishan,
In a panic, frantically searched the car for a suitable weapon but found nothing. What should I do? What can I do? Tears streamed down her face as she cried out for help. Just then, a series of blinding lightning strikes descended from the sky, incinerating the zombie rats on the car and causing them to fall away in charred heaps. More bolts followed, dealing with the remaining creatures on the other side of the vehicle. The suddenness and intensity of the lightning left Li Zishan in shock, momentarily paralyzed. After a moment, she stared outside, noticing a slender figure gracefully navigating through the zombie rats, wielding a long machete that effortlessly severed their heads. Wherever she passed, the ground was littered with the fallen creatures. Li Zishan's emotions were tumultuous. She had never expected that the one who came to her rescue would be Lu Xini, whom she had always regarded with disdain. Lu Xini saved her, but did not spare her a glance before diving back into the fray, leaving Li Zishan puzzled about her intentions and the reason for her intervention. Despite the overwhelming number of zombie rats, after a fierce struggle, the group managed to eliminate them all, though they suffered several casualties, their bodies gruesomely mangled and unrecognizable. Even so, those few transformed into zombies and were ultimately put down by their companions. Gazing at the fallen zombie rats, the group felt a lingering dread and fatigue. Let us take a break, Bai Jing suggested. They disregarded the scattered remains of the zombie rats and found places to sit and recuperate, as the exertion had drained their abilities. Lu Xini approached the off-road vehicle, casting a concerned glance towards Xiao Lianqiao inside. Lianqiao, are you alright? Don't worry. I'm fine, Xiao Lianqiao smiled, shaking her head and revealing 2 charming dimples. With teacher Zhou protecting me, I'm perfectly alright. Seeing that both she and Zhou Yen were unharmed, Lu Xini felt relieved. "Let us all get in the car and rest," she suggested, discreetly retrieving 3 bottles of mineral water from her spatial storage to distribute among them. This water, prepared before their departure that morning, was infused with crystal core evolution liquid, designed to hasten their recovery and gradually enhance their abilities. Colorless and tasteless, the 3 were unaware of its unique properties and drank eagerly. Lu Xini took a few sips from her own bottle when Ji Yunja's voice called out from behind, "Captain Lu, is there something you need?" She turned to see Li Zishan had accompanied him. "Thank you for saving Zishan earlier," Ji Yunja said, casting a knowing glance at Li Zishan. Though somewhat reluctant, she managed to utter, "Thank you for rescuing me." "I did not save you for nothing," Lu Xini replied coolly, glancing at her before addressing Ji Yunja. "How do you intend to thank me for saving your companion?" Both Ji Yunja and Li Zishan were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks. "Haven't I already said thank you?" Li Zishan retorted. "What more do you want from us? Is your life worth only a mere thank you?" Lu Xini raised an eyebrow, casually questioning her. Li Zishan was left speechless. Ji Yunja subtly tugged at Li Zishan, signaling her to remain silent. He then turned to Lu Xini. "What does Captain Lu wish us to do?" After spending the day together, he noticed her peculiar personality. She seemed aloof yet would step in to save others, only to demand recompense with an unchanging expression. "It is not about what I want. It is about how you plan to express your gratitude," Lu Xini replied nonchalantly. Li Zishan attempted to speak again, but was grabbed by Ji Yunja, pulling her behind him to prevent her from provoking Lu Xini further. "Captain Lu, you saved Zishan, and we should indeed express our gratitude," Ji Yunja suggested. "How about this? When we receive the food supplies, we can share some with you as a token of appreciation for saving Zishan." Lu Xini pondered for a moment before agreeing. That would be acceptable. She had no personal ties with Li Zishan, and even had some unresolved conflicts. But having expended some of her abilities to save her, a return was only fair. After resting for about 10 minutes, they began to inspect the next warehouse. Although they encountered no further dangers, the unfortunate reality of the apocalypse was that the warehouses had fallen into disarray, with much of the stored food having become damp, moldy, or spoiled. After their inspection, they found only 5,000 tons of food available for distribution. According to their agreement, the Dawn base would first receive half, with the remaining half divided among 20 civilian teams. Though it was less than anticipated, each base still received 125 tons, sufficient to last for quite a while. By the time the food distribution was complete, night had fallen completely. Realizing that traveling at night was unwise, Bai Jing decided they would stay in the granary for the night and depart the following morning. Chapter 83. If you want to eat, use food to exchange. Due to the presence of numerous zombie rat corpses in the warehouse area, the group opted for a clean and spacious location to spend the night. A large bonfire illuminated the surroundings as teams from each base gathered together for dinner. After a long day of labor, everyone felt satisfied with their bounty, and the atmosphere was filled with joy, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Suddenly, someone sniffed the air and curiously asked, "What is that smell? It's so fragrant." Others nearby inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "What are they cooking? It smells incredible."
I am practically drooling.
A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, piquing the curiosity of onlookers who began to glance around. To their astonishment, they discovered that the 4 members of Oasis Base had set up a pot and were preparing a hot pot. Had they forgotten the reality of their surroundings? This was the apocalypse. Yet, here they were, indulging in hot pot. Oh, how they longed to partake. The 4 from Oasis Base were enjoying a Enyang hot pot, as Xiao and Xiao could not handle overly spicy food. In the pot, the red broth was as vibrant as fire, adorned with bright red chili peppers, while the other side held a clear broth that even contained tomatoes. Lu Xini confidently tossed a plate of marinated spicy beef into the red broth, followed by a platter of pork belly, half into the red broth and half into the clear broth. Instantly, a rich meaty aroma filled the air, causing everyone to swallow audibly. The sounds of gulping and rumbling stomachs echoed around them. Yet, the 4 from Oasis Base seemed oblivious, enjoying their feast while occasionally commenting on the flavors. "This hot pot base isn't quite right. Let us try a different one next time. This beef is delicious. Eat more. Lian Xiao, since you can't handle spice, stick to the clear broth. Sister, I crave some beef balls. Can you help me cook a few?" The mention of beef balls made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief, their gazes locked onto the steaming pot, forgetting the bread and biscuits in their hands. How could they be enjoying hot pot? Within the dawn base, Li Zishan, suppressing her envy, whispered, "I wish I could have hot pot too."
Who wouldn't he?
The others kept their lips sealed to avoid drooling. Although their base had enough food, it was merely enough to stave off hunger. They dared not dream of indulging in such delicacies. And certainly, they couldn't imagine feasting on hot pot like the Oasis base. That was fresh meat,
Tender bok choy.
luscious tomatoes, and golden potato slices. To their astonishment, they even produced cola. It was sheer extravagance. Finally noticing the gazes fixed upon them, Lu Xini turned to the crowd, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Would you like some?" Except for the Dawn base and the Longwind base, everyone else nodded in unison. Even Li Zishan, momentarily abandoning her celebrity demeanor, eagerly nodded, her eyes fixated on the well-balanced hot pot. "If you want some, trade food for it." Lu Xini began her negotiations, 10 pounds of grain for a bowl of ingredients, with the choice being theirs. Hesitation spread among the crowd. 10 pounds is too much. Someone protested. With 10 pounds, I could have several meals. Exactly. That's highway robbery. Lu Xini remained unfazed, nonchalantly replying, "If you're unwilling, so be it. It's your choice." With that, she ignored them, returning to her hearty meal and sipping her soda. After finishing, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious." The crowd murmured, "She's doing this on purpose. It's absolutely intentional." As the food in the pot dwindled, someone finally broke the silence, saying, "I'll trade." Lu Xini turned to see a rather ordinary-looking leader from a small base standing up. He addressed Lu Xini, "Our team has 10 members, and I'm willing to offer 100 pounds of grain for a trade. But can we really choose what we want?" Lu Xini pointed to the array of ingredients by the pot. "Of course, you can choose anything you like."
Great.
The man immediately instructed his team to set aside 100 pounds of grain. They had received over 100 tons of grain that day, so 100 pounds was negligible. They could always find more supplies later, but hot pot was a rare opportunity. After inspecting the 100 pounds, Lu Xini handed him 10 disposable containers and chopsticks. "Choose your ingredients and cook it yourself." "Cook it ourselves?" he replied, slightly taken aback. Lu Xini raised an eyebrow. "What else did you expect?"
All right.
Subsequently, Lu Xini and her companions stepped aside, allowing the 10 individuals to gather around the pot and enjoy the hot pot. Watching them revel in their meals stirred a longing in the hearts of others. Moments later, another person stood up, declaring, "We're willing to trade food too." After all, it was just over 100 pounds of grain. They currently had over 100 tons, so surely they could afford it. More and more individuals joined the ranks of those eager to indulge in hot pot, filling the camp with the rich scent of broth, accompanied by a chorus of satisfied sighs. "Yunja, let us go trade some grain," Li Zishan whispered to Ji Yunja, "if we wait too long. There won't be any meat left." He too felt the craving, observing the eager expressions of his comrades, and nodded, "Fine, let us trade." He approached Lu Xini with over 100 pounds of grain. "Captain Lu, here's our grain." "Just leave it there," she replied, handing him several containers. "By the way, how much are you going to give me for the grain I used to save Li Zishan?" At that moment, Li Zishan approached, hastily joining Ji Yunja's side. Seeing her, Ji Yunja pursed his lips, contemplating before responding, "We received a total of 125 tons of grain. So I'll offer you 5 tons as compensation for saving Zishan." Lu Xini considered it and replied, "All right." She thought well of Ji Yunja and had no issues with the Dawn base. Saving Li Zishan was merely incidental, and 5 tons was a reasonable reward. Just as they finalized their agreement, Sui Chongfeng strode toward Lu Xini, flanked by several robust men, each carrying a burlap sack. "Captain Lu, we wish to make a trade too," Sui Chongfeng announced, gesturing for his companions to set down the sacks.
Vite, Lu Xini interjected, "Sui.
"How much food are you planning to trade?" "Of course, it's for our entire team," Sui Chongfeng replied, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. As anticipated, Lu Xini responded, "In that case, I'm afraid I won't trade." "Why not?" asked one of the men carrying a sack, puzzled. "There are people in your team whom I dislike, so I won't trade." It was clear to everyone whom Lu Xini referred to. Instantly, the members of Longwind base cast resentful glances at Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, their eyes filled with discontent. If it weren't for those two offending Lu Xini, they wouldn't be deprived of hot pot. Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, feeling the weight of their teammates' disapproving stares, were filled with frustration. Lu Xini.
What do you mean by that?
Zhuo Tianxiu stepped forward, displeased. We are willing to trade grain with you. Why do you refuse?
What?
Do you think you can force me? Lu Xini shot him a cold glare. This hot pot belongs to our base. Who eats it and who doesn't is entirely my decision. Zhuo Tianxiu was left speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. Sui Changfeng's expression darkened, shooting a sharp glance at Zhuo Tianxiu before fixing his gaze on Lu Xini. Captain Lu, are you adamant about not trading? Not trading. Very well, Sui Changfeng nodded, casting a venomous glare at Lu Xini before turning to leave. Lu Xini, you'll regret this. Zhuo Tianxiu gritted his teeth, casting a spiteful remark before trailing behind Sui Changfeng, his demeanor quite dejected. The others at Changfeng base observed that everyone else was enjoying hot pot while they were left out, their feelings of envy and jealousy surging instantly. Their gazes then shifted in unison towards Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, their expressions morphing from blame to anger. It was all due to these two troublemakers. Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian wished they could vanish into the ground, keeping their heads down, striving to diminish their presence. They dared not meet Sui Changfeng's eyes, fully aware that he was undoubtedly furious. Sui Changfeng was indeed enraged. Though he suspected Lu Xini would not concede to his request, he had acquiesced to the demands of the team and sought her out with provisions. To his dismay, Lu Xini offered him no face at all, publicly shaming him. What was so special about hot pot anyway? He had eaten it before, so what was the fuss? Once he found an opportunity to teach Lu Xini a lesson, he would certainly compel her to surrender the hot pot base and ingredients she possessed. At that point, he could indulge in hot pot whenever he desired, consuming as much as he pleased. Unperturbed by Sui Changfeng's reaction, Lu Xini observed that the others had chosen their dishes and prepared their meals. She promptly added the remaining ingredients to the pot, then separated the cooked items from the spicy and clear broth, placing them into 2 large round containers and adding some broth. Afterward, she and Qin Jiao each carried a container to the Dawn Base's group. Captain Bai, this is the hot pot we prepared. Please enjoy it with everyone. Captain Bai looked at her in surprise, quickly rising to decline. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Lu, but we have no intention of trading provisions. As the official base, they, as soldiers, were bound to follow orders. They had been tasked with the responsibility of returning the food supplies to the base, and thus could not dispose of the provisions at their discretion. The provisions belonged to the entire Dawn base, not to them personally. While other bases might exchange food for hot pot, they could not. Hence, despite their cravings for hot pot, no one dared to propose a trade. There is no need for a trade, Lu Xini stated, setting the containers down in front of them alongside Qin Jiao. Captain Bai appeared somewhat at a loss. This is a gift for you, Lu Xini smiled, adding, without the Dawn base taking the lead this time, we wouldn't have received so much food. It's a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't find it lacking. Just as she finished speaking, one of the team members cheerfully exclaimed, we wouldn't find it lacking at all. How could we? The other members looked at her with gratitude. Captain Bai hesitated for a moment, then said, well, thank you, Captain Lu. You enjoy your meal. We won't disturb you. After the two departed, the members of the Dawn base eagerly began to eat. Once their taste buds were satisfied and their stomachs filled, they finally had the leisure to converse. Captain Lu is truly a good person. Indeed, we never considered trading food for hot pot, yet she generously offered it to us and provided so much. This hot pot is absolutely delicious. The beef is cooked to perfection, tender and flavorful, not at all tough, and the pork belly is perfectly balanced, rich yet not greasy. This hot pot is undoubtedly the best I've ever had in my life. It may be a long time before I get to enjoy such a delicious hot pot again. While the hot pot was indeed delectable, curiosity arose regarding where the Oasis base acquired such an abundance of fresh ingredients: beef, pork belly, vegetables, and potato slices. This inquiry plunged everyone into silence, exchanging glances before collectively turning to Captain Bai. He harbored similar doubts but refrained from voicing them, merely shooting a glare at everyone, saying, you can't even keep quiet while eating. Less chatter, just eat. The others, not daring to speak further, buried themselves in their meals. Captain Bai glanced at the hot pot before reluctantly turning his gaze back toward Lu Xini, who was conversing with Qin Jiao, both laughing over something. Her fair and beautiful face was adorned with a faint smile, her sparkling eyes giving her an exceptionally lively aura. Noticing his gaze, Lu Xini turned to him with a friendly smile. Captain Bai quickly composed himself, returning her smile before discreetly averting his eyes. There were indeed many enigmatic aspects about Captain Lu that piqued one's curiosity, yet he held no interest in prying into others' privacy. Especially considering that Lu Xini had previously saved them, he could not repay kindness with malice. As night fell, Captain Bai assigned the night watch personnel before everyone retired for sleep. Lu Xini feigned sleep with her eyes closed. But once the camp was filled with the rhythmic sounds of snoring, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. "Captain Lu, are you awake?" inquired a night watch member. "I'm going to the restroom. Be careful." Lu Xini quietly exited the camp, her slender figure quickly blending into the darkness, stealthily making her way toward the storage building. Chapter 85. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos, the entire food supply at the granary amounted to over 100,000 tons. Yet today they only found 5,000 tons of edible provisions. The rest were damaged to varying degrees. The unusable provisions remained in the storage building. Lu Xini stealthily entered the storage building, opening the door quietly and slipping into a warehouse. This warehouse housed corn, most of which had begun to mold. However, the level of spoilage was not severe. While unsuitable for human consumption, it could be sun-dried for a few days and used as feed for chickens and ducks. With a wave of her hand, Lu Xini collected all the corn into her space. She proceeded to another warehouse, taking all the salvageable provisions. Soon, Lu Xini had swept through a dozen storage buildings. After a rough estimate, she calculated she had amassed at least several tons, enough to feed numerous chickens and ducks. As she exited the last storage building, preparing to return to the camp, a sudden commotion erupted from that direction. "There are zombies. The zombies are here." "Zombies?" Lu Xini was startled at the news. When they arrived at the granary, Captain Bai had cautiously surveyed the area and confirmed there were no zombies before they entered. Moreover, the granary was relatively open, with few buildings around, thus not many zombies would roam there. Furthermore, they had set up camp inside the granary, still some distance from the entrance. How could the zombies have found them? Questions clouded her mind as she hurried toward the camp. Before she could reach the camp, chaos erupted within. Countless zombies surged from the darkness, lunging at the sleeping members. In an instant, screams filled the air, the scent of blood wafting heavily. Those who had already awakened began to retaliate, exerting all their strength to fend off the zombie assault. The entire camp descended into pandemonium. Lu Xini quickened her pace, dashing forth, her long knife gleaming coldly in the dark. Wherever the blade passed, zombies fell in pieces. She swiftly severed a zombie's head and began seeking Qin Jiao and the others. After a thorough search, she finally spotted Qin Jiao not far ahead, flanked by Zhou Yan and Xiao Lianqiao. Xiao Lianqiao, lacking offensive capabilities, was carefully shielded by the two. Yet she was diligently using her supportive abilities to aid Qin Jiao and Zhou Yan. As a result, the already formidable Qin Jiao displayed an even greater prowess. Bolts of lightning crackled from her hands, instantly striking down several zombies. Zhou Yan's flames were purer and more intense, unleashing a fire dragon that enveloped several zombies, quickly reducing them to charred remains. Upon seeing that the three individuals were safe and sound, Lu Xini finally felt a sense of relief. As she slashed through the surrounding zombies, she moved closer to Qin Jiao and the others. Just then, she caught sight of Ning Qian stealthily approaching from behind Xiao Lianqiao. With a sudden thrust, Ning Qian pushed Xiao Lianqiao forcefully towards an oncoming zombie. Qin Jiao and Zhou Yan, deeply engrossed in combat, were momentarily oblivious to the peril that Xiao Lianqiao faced. It was not until Xiao Lianqiao cried out in terror that they turned around, only to be horrified by the sight before them. A grotesque zombie, its skin pale and peeling, with a dangling eyeball and a gaping wound on its neck, had seized Xiao Lianqiao by the shoulders and was leaning down to bite her. With trembling hands, Xiao Lianqiao desperately pushed against the zombie's chest, summoning all her strength to fend it off. Alas, as a mere 14-year-old girl, her strength was insufficient against the horrid creature. "Lianqiao!" Zhou Yan shouted in alarm, about to rush to her aid when a shadow darted past him like a wraith, arriving at Xiao Lianqiao's side in an instant. The glinting blade cleaved through the zombie's skull with a swift motion, dark blood splattering all over Xiao Lianqiao. The zombie collapsed with a thud. Xiao Lianqiao stood frozen, momentarily stunned, until she heard a familiar, melodious voice calling her name. Turning, she saw Lu Xini next to her, concern etched on her face. "Sister." Xiao Lianxiao exclaimed, throwing herself into Lu Xinyi's embrace, unable to suppress her tears. I was so scared I would never see you again. It's all right. I'm here, Lu Xinyi gently reassured her, patting her back. It's over now, don't be afraid. Meanwhile, Qin Jiao and Zhou Yan hurried over, equally anxious for Xiao Lianxiao's well-being. What happened? How did Lianxiao suddenly get grabbed by a zombie? Zhou Yan furrowed his brow, questioning her. He and Qin Jiao had been meticulously guarding Xiao Lianxiao, ensuring that no zombies approached her, yet somehow, she had still been caught. I was using my abilities when I suddenly felt someone push me hard from behind, Xiao Lianxiao replied, her voice trembling with emotion. What? Zhou Yan was taken aback, glancing at Lu Xinyi, who wore a dark expression, her eyes reflecting cold fury. Lianxiao. Stay close to Teacher Zhou, Lu Xinyi urged, gently nudging Xiao Lianxiao towards Zhou Yan. She then tightened her grip on her machete, stepping away with determination. Xinyi. Qin Jiao approached swiftly, his usually innocent face now shadowed with an icy demeanor. I will go with you. You stay back to protect them. I can handle this myself. Lu Xinyi replied coldly. Throughout their journey, she had restrained herself from directly confronting Ning Qian, but now, Ning Qian had dared to attack Lianxiao amidst the chaos. After pushing Xiao Lianxiao, Ning Qian hurriedly sought refuge. Lacking any real combatability, she had mustered considerable courage to ambush Xiao Lianxiao in the midst of the zombies. Having done what she intended, she had no desire to face death herself. Hiding behind a large truck, she heard the sounds of fierce fighting and the agonized cries of those bitten by zombies. Trembling with fear, she cautiously peered around the corner. To her horror, she beheld Lu Xinyi, a vision of death incarnate. With her machete in hand, Lu Xinyi dispatched the zombies effortlessly, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs. Her strikingly beautiful face was cloaked in a chilling frost, giving her the appearance of a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who gazed upon her. As Lu Xinyi approached, having dispatched several zombies, Ning Qian recoiled in terror, pressing herself tightly against the truck. However, in the next instant, a sharp blade gleamed as it fell dangerously close to her face. With a swift motion, the blade pivoted and rested against her throat. Chapter 86. Defiance in the face of death. Ning Qian, alarmed, turned her head to see Lu Xinyi standing mere inches away, her posture rigid, eyes piercing with cold fury. Lu, she began, but Lu Xinyi seized her shoulder and yanked her from behind the truck, throwing her as if she were refuse, landing several meters away with a thud. Meanwhile, the invading zombies had been eradicated by the group. The ground was littered with corpses, the stench of decay permeating the air and assaulting their senses. Just as they began to celebrate their survival, the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground drew their attention. They turned to find Ning Qian sprawled on the ground, her face twisted in pain. What is happening? They murmured in confusion. Qian. Zhuo Tianxiu rushed to Ning Qian's side, carefully lifting her. Are you all right? Tianxiu, it hurts, Ning Qian whispered, resting against Zhuo Tianxiu's chest. What on earth happened? Zhuo Tianxiu asked, his brow furrowed. You were supposed to be hiding. A glimmer of resentment flickered in Ning Qian's eyes as she slowly turned her head, fear etched on her features, her lips parting but no words escaping. The others followed her gaze, seeing Lu Xinyi approach with her signature machete, the air around her thick with an aura of dread, as if a single glance could freeze them in place. In that moment, they understood why Ning Qian lay on the ground. It was evident she had been struck by Lu Xinyi. However, they were left wondering what Ning Qian had done to provoke such wrath. As Lu Xinyi appeared ready to exact a brutal retribution. Lu Xinyi, did you do this to Qian? Zhuo Tianxiu shouted, ignoring her fearsome demeanor. While we were all busy fighting zombies, you chose to attack Qian. How could you be so cruel? Lu Xinyi ignored him, sheathing her machete with a swift motion. Suddenly, she accelerated, appearing before Zhuo Tianxiu in an instant. The machete transformed into a blunt weapon, striking him forcefully on the head, sending him flying. The others watched in horror as Zhuo Tianxiu crashed to the ground, only to bounce back up again, landing even farther away, before collapsing, motionless, gasping in shock. They could hardly believe the brutality of the scene. How tragic. It looks so painful, they thought, wondering if his head had been damaged. Yet, they also recognized that this was a consequence of provoking Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi, what are you doing? Let go of me. Ning Qian's voice, filled with rage and terror, snapped everyone back to attention. They turned to see Lu Xini with her machete slung over her shoulder, gripping Ning Qian's hair tightly, forcing her to look up, while the other hand constricted around her throat. Ning Qian, I spared your life, not to allow you to ambush me. Lu Xini leaned closer, her tone frigid. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ning Qian gasped, struggling against the pressure on her throat. Don't understand? Lu Xini tightened her grip, and in an instant, darkness enveloped Ning Qian's vision, her breath escaping her as the terror of death loomed. Sui Changfeng, witnessing this, stepped forward, but as he took 2 steps, a bolt of purple lightning struck at his feet, narrowly missing him. Do not disturb Xini, came a chilling warning. Qin Xiao approached him with a composed demeanor. His gaze fixed on him with a warning intensity, his palm crackling with flickering bolts of lightning. Sui Changfeng, filled with indignation, shouted, You little brat, get away from me. With that, he raised his hand, ready to strike Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao was quicker, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in lightning directly to Sui Changfeng's face. Forcing him to stagger back several steps, a red mark the size of a fist burned into his skin by the electric shock. The sharp, searing pain served as a stark reminder to Sui Changfeng that he had just been struck down by a mere youth. This humiliation was an affront to his dignity, and he could not swallow his rage. In the next moment, he summoned his unique abilities, intertwining his golden energy with purple lightning, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The dual powers surged towards Qin Xiao. Yet, Qin Xiao responded with remarkable agility, evading Sui Changfeng's attack with a swift motion. He retaliated with a series of electric strikes aimed at Sui Changfeng, and soon, the two were locked in a fierce battle. The onlookers from Changfeng base were eager to intervene, but before they could make a move, a makeshift spear was thrust towards them. I strongly advise you not to interfere, Zhou Yan warned, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone grave, lest you invite calamity upon yourselves. Standing beside him, Xiao Lianqiao struck a fierce pose, glaring at the crowd. The members of Changfeng base exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they began to retreat. Observing this, Zhou Yan retracted his spear and turned his attention back to the intense clash between Qin Xiao and Sui Changfeng, before shifting his gaze towards Lu Xini. To his astonishment, Lu Xini had seized Ning Qian by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Ning Qian's feet dangled helplessly, her airway constricted, struggling to breathe as her face turned a deep shade of purple, her eyes nearly rolling back. Let go of me, she gasped, exerting all her strength to pry Lu Xini's grip from her throat. Yet, no matter her efforts, she could not budge Lu Xini an inch. Lu Xini looked down at her coldly, stating, Ning Qian, do you think that by ambushing Lianqiao and causing her to be bitten by a zombie, you can take revenge on me? I didn't do that. Ning Qian protested. Didn't do that? Lu Xini scoffed. Even at death's door, you still dare to deny it. With that, she suddenly slammed Ning Qian down to the ground. The impact was brutal, akin to a stone crashing down, pain jolting through Ning Qian's back, making her question whether her spine had cracked. Immediately, Lu Xini released her grip on her neck, but before Ning Qian could catch her breath, Lu Xini pressed one knee onto her chest. The force was akin to that of a third-tier power-type ability user, making it nearly impossible for Ning Qian to breathe, her ribs fracturing under the pressure. With a swift motion, a sharp blade was drawn, gleaming menacingly at Ning Qian's neck. Lu Xini cast a cold glance down at her, her voice icy as she stated, Those who dare to harm my people meet only one fate. Chapter 87. Dead so soon, a fate worse than death. With that declaration, Lu Xini sprang up, the long blade tracing a perfect arc through the air. In an instant, an arm flew off, spiraling before hitting the ground. Blood splattered like rain, merging with a crimson stream gushing from the gaping wound on Ning Qian's shoulder. A piercing scream echoed through the night. Ning Qian's face drained of color, twisted in agony as she clutched her wound, blood seeping through her fingers and staining her entire left hand. The onlookers stood in shock, dumbfounded by the gruesome scene before them. They swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the slender figure standing triumphantly, radiating an aura of dread. So ruthless, to sever Ning Qian's arm with a single stroke. But the horror did not end there. As Ning Qian attempted to curse Lu Xini, she saw Lu Xini swing the blade again, this time severing the tendons in both of Ning Qian's feet. A wave of excruciating pain cascaded through her mind, forcing another scream from her lips as sweat beaded on her brow, matting her disheveled hair. It hurts. It hurts too much, she cried, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, Lu Xini refused to let her fade away. Instead, she produced a vial of stimulating oil, holding it to Ning Qian's nose. The sharp, pungent scent surged into Ning Qian's nostrils, jolting her dulled senses awake, making her acutely aware of the agonizing pain in her arms and legs. "Did you think I would simply kill you?" Lu Xini looked down at her, her voice cold. "Killing you would be too merciful. I intend to render you a useless husk, to let you languish in suffering and torment until you perish slowly." The enmity accumulated from past lives. If Ning Qian were to die swiftly, it would be a release too easy for her. Only by making her life a living hell could Lu Xini truly vent her hatred. The memory of the excruciating pain she endured before her own demise remained vivid in her mind. Having suffered so much, how could she allow Ning Qian to escape death so easily? Furthermore, just moments ago, Ning Qian had ambushed Lian Xiao, nearly leading her to be bitten by a zombie. This debt of vengeance demanded a slow, despairing demise for Ning Qian. Now, with one arm severed and her tendons cut, Ning Qian had become utterly incapacitated. Even as a space-type ability user, she could no longer contribute to the base, and Sui Chongfeng would inevitably abandon her. Her future would be fraught with suffering. Despite the intense pain, Ning Qian's mind remained sharp. Upon hearing Lu Xini's intent, she quickly grasped her meaning and raged, "Lu Xini, if you have the guts, just kill me. As long as I draw breath, I will seek my revenge." "You've reminded me," Lu Xini replied slowly. "I cannot allow you the chance for revenge. So, I cannot let you return to Chongfeng base." Although healing-type ability users were exceedingly rare, 1 in 1,000, Ning Qian could potentially encounter one in the future. Therefore, to eliminate that possibility, Lu Xini resolved to take Ning Qian back to her territory and imprison her, allowing her to languish in a dark cell until she met her end. The remnants of hope in Ning Qian's heart shattered upon hearing this. She unleashed a torrent of curses. "Lu Xini, you wretched woman. You'd better kill me outright. Otherwise, I swear, even as a ghost, I will not let you off." Such foul language, Lu Xini retorted disdainfully, landing a punch on Ning Qian's face. Ning Qian spat blood, her teeth mingling with the crimson fluid. Blood trickled down her chin as she glared at Lu Xini, but the pain throughout her body robbed her of the strength to shout further. Meeting her venomous gaze, Lu Xini sneered, "Rest assured, I will keep you alive, and you will live in despair." Just then, Sui Chongfeng, who had been fiercely battling Qin Xiao, disregarded the ongoing fight and charged toward Lu Xini. Golden energy laced with lightning surged through the air, aimed directly at her. Lu Xini reacted swiftly, sidestepping while pulling Ning Qian to the spot where she had just stood.
Ah!
The lightning struck down, landing squarely on Ning Qian. Already gravely injured and teetering on the brink of death, she succumbed to Sui Chongfeng's relentless assault. He stood frozen in shock. Lu Xini furrowed her brow slightly.
Oh!
"He died so quickly," she remarked with a hint of disappointment. "What a pity for her." Turning her gaze towards Captain Sui Chongfeng, she continued leisurely, "Captain Sui, it was you who killed Ning Qian, so you cannot blame me." Sui Chongfeng, seething with rage, found himself at a loss for words. In his fury, he redirected his anger into an attack, once again unleashing his abilities against Lu Xini. While Lu Xini's speed rivaled that of a third-tier speed-type ability user, Sui Chongfeng, despite wielding dual abilities, remained at a mere first-tier level. It was evident he was no match for her. With effortless grace, Lu Xini evaded his onslaught, reminding him, "Captain Sui, do you not fear exhausting your powers with such reckless use? Mind your own business." Sui Chongfeng spat through gritted teeth before so many witnesses. "You cruelly torment a member of my base. As the leader of Chongfeng base, I cannot allow you to act with such impunity." As he spoke, his abilities were unleashed in a reckless manner toward Lu Xini, but it became increasingly apparent that his expression was strained, indicating his energy reserves were dwindling. Lu Xini refrained from counterattacking, playfully leading Sui Chongfeng in circles, forcing him to exhaust his powers while remaining unharmed. When his abilities were completely depleted, and he was both enraged and anxious, Lu Xini suddenly appeared before him, her fist enveloped in lightning, landing directly on his face. The impact sent Sui Chongfeng staggering backward, his nose breaking and blood gushing forth. Wiping his hand across his face, he was met with a grim sight of blood. Before he could react further, Lu Xini struck again, her powerful punch connecting with his temple, causing stars to dance before his eyes and leaving him dizzy. As he stumbled to the ground, Lu Xini loomed over him, coldly declaring, "Your member ambushed and harmed mine. As the leader of Changfeng Base, you are equally responsible." Chapter 88. A blow to each one. Lu Xini's words were directed not only at Sui Changfeng but also at the other onlookers, making it clear that she was not the instigator. Rather, it was the members of Changfeng Base who had initiated the conflict, and her actions were merely a response. The crowd stood in stunned silence as they witnessed Lu Xini unilaterally overpowering Sui Changfeng. With his abilities exhausted, and having been struck twice by her formidable fists, Sui Changfeng was utterly defenseless against her relentless assault. The spectators could only watch as Sui Changfeng was tossed around like a rag doll, soon covered in injuries. Lying motionless on the ground, coughing, he spat out blood, his swollen eyes filled with a mix of rage and fear as he beheld Lu Xini approaching him. Upon her arrival, she fixed him with a disdainful stare. "Sui Changfeng, I have shown you respect by addressing you as Captain Sui. My grudge with Ning Qian and Zhuo Tianxiu is personal. Your interference has left me no choice but to respond without mercy." At that moment, Sui Changfeng regretted provoking the young and formidable woman, realizing too late that he should have left her alone. Nonetheless, he was proud, unwilling to publicly concede defeat despite his injuries, including a broken nose and several missing teeth. "Ning Qian and Zhuo Tianxiu are both members of my Changfeng Base," he managed to say through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. "Your actions against them are tantamount to defying Changfeng Base." Lu Xini nodded decisively. "If that is the case, then from this day forward, Changfeng Base shall be the primary enemy of Oasis Base. From now on, any member of Changfeng Base I encounter, I shall strike without hesitation." She then turned her gaze towards the other members of Changfeng Base present. After witnessing her prowess and bloody methods, they were now filled with trepidation. Hearing her words and feeling the intensity of her gaze, they instinctively began to retreat. "Please, don't hit me. I have nothing to do with this. It was Ning Qian and Zhuo Tianxiu who provoked you. Sui Ji's defense of them is his own affair. I did not provoke you." Others chimed in, "Yes. It was Ning Qian and Zhuo Tianxiu who offended you, not us. Please do not harm us." Ignoring their pleas, Lu Xini calmly replied, "I have stated that any member of Changfeng Base I encounter, I will strike, unless you are not a member of Changfeng Base." Her words were unambiguous, presenting the others with a choice. Upon hearing her statement, Sui Changfeng panicked, forcing himself to rise despite the pain, clutching his chest as he staggered forward. "Don't listen to her. With so many witnesses present, she wouldn't dare truly harm you." "Dare to intimidate?" Lu Xini retorted with a cold laugh. In an instant, she appeared before one of the members, grasping his collar and preparing to strike his face. Terrified, the member shut his eyes tightly and shouted, "I quit."
I quit Changfeng Base.
Her fist halted a mere centimeter from his face, the fierce wind from her punch ruffling his hair. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Lu Xini's gaze, which was both mocking and piercing. "What did you say? I did not hear clearly, please repeat." Glancing between her and the furious Sui Changfeng, the member swallowed hard and resolved, "I quit Changfeng Base." The next instant, her delicate hand released him. "Since you are not a member of Changfeng Base, I shall not lay a hand on you." Witnessing this, the other members of Changfeng Base exchanged glances before collectively declaring, "We also quit Changfeng Base." Seeing his entire group abandon him sent Sui Changfeng into a rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He swiftly approached, glaring at them with fury. "Are you truly going to quit? If you leave now, you will be traitors to Changfeng Base." "But we do not wish to be beaten," one voice murmured. Sui Changfeng, exasperated, felt the urge to punch the speaker. "Do you think quitting Changfeng Base is the best choice? In this world, only by joining a base can you survive. If you leave Changfeng Base, where will you go?" "There are other bases besides Changfeng Base," Lu Xini interjected. "Dawn Base is an official base. Surely they would not refuse to accept you. Isn't that right, Captain Bai?" She turned to look at Bai Jing, who had remained a passive observer throughout the conflict. His goal had been to find food, and unless it interfered with his mission, he had no desire to involve himself in the disputes between bases. Furthermore, Captain Lu had been kind to them, and it was indeed the members of Changfeng Base who had instigated the trouble. Now, upon hearing Lu Xini's words, he composed himself and stated seriously, "The doors of Dawn Base are always open to survivors. As an official base, accepting survivors is one of their responsibilities." With Bai Jing's assurance, the recently departed members of Changfeng Base felt a wave of relief wash over them. As long as they had somewhere to go, they had nothing to fear. However, Sui Changfeng was furious. You have lived in Changfeng Base for so long, consuming our resources and relying on our protection. You cannot simply leave.
Suijie.
One member spoke up. We are grateful for your initial acceptance, but during our time in the base, we have contributed significantly as well. Most of the resources in the base were recovered with our help. We deserve some credit. Others echoed. Yes, Sui Ge. We are not merely taking advantage without giving anything in return. Your words are somewhat ungracious. Very well. You may all leave. Sui Changfeng said in exasperation, never to return to the Changfeng base. The others remained silent, yet in their hearts, they were indifferent to his words. Once they departed for the Dawn base, they would certainly not come back to Changfeng base. Moreover, Changfeng base had now become the primary adversary of the Oasis base. With Lu Xinyi's cold and ruthless methods, the population of Changfeng base would only dwindle. Who would still cherish remaining at Changfeng base? Sui Changfeng glared at them in fury, grinding his teeth and declaring, you may go, but not a single grain of the food harvested today shall you take with you. Food? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyi's voice resonated, stating that the food from Ning Qian's space does not belong to you. Upon hearing Lu Xinyi's words, Sui Changfeng immediately turned to her, asking, what do you mean by that? The over 100 tons of food allocated to Changfeng base had a small portion stored in Ning Qian's space, while the rest was loaded onto trucks. Once a space ability user dies, their powers gradually dissipate, leading to the disappearance of the space itself, and the materials stored within would be revealed. The explosion of materials occurs approximately 10 minutes after the death of the ability user, and it had nearly been 10 minutes since Ning Qian's demise. Lu Xinyi glanced at Ning Qian's bloody corpse, casually replying, quite literally, you wish to monopolize the resources of our base. Sui Changfeng, realizing the implication, angrily retorted, Lu Xinyi, do not go too far. Lu Xinyi remained silent, her response a sharp blade pointed at his throat. Sui Changfeng froze, instinctively closing his mouth. At that moment, the residual powers within Ning Qian completely vanished, and all the resources in her space erupted forth, with food piling atop her corpse. Lian Xiao. Lu Xinyi turned to beckon Xiao Lianxiao. Xiao Lianxiao hurried over. She took Xiao Lianxiao's hand and led her toward the heap of food, extending their grasp toward the provisions. On the surface, it appeared as though Xiao Lianxiao was absorbing the food into her space. In reality, all the food was entering Lu Xinyi's space. Witnessing the food vanish, Sui Changfeng felt a surge of rage, nearly spitting blood. Lu Xinyi, you be quiet. Lu Xinyi impatiently interrupted him, warning, if you utter another word, I shall seize the food from your truck as well. This is blatant robbery. Sui Changfeng spat through clenched teeth. And if I do, what of it? Lu Xinyi raised her chin slightly, looking down at him, declaring, the Changfeng base is the chief enemy of my Oasis base. What of my taking from you? If you possess the ability, reclaim it. If not, silence yourself. Sui Changfeng found himself at a loss for words, stifled. The injuries he sustained from Lu Xinyi's earlier assault still throbbed painfully. If he had the capacity to reclaim it, he would not have been so soundly beaten. Lu Xinyi, uninterested in him further, took Xiao Lianxiao's hand and returned to her off-road vehicle. The others, seeing no entertainment left, dispersed, leaving Sui Changfeng alone, consumed by impotent rage. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, everyone prepared to depart from the granary. All were ready except for Sui Changfeng.
Now.
He was the sole survivor of the Changfeng base, yet several trucks of food remained, far too much for him to transport alone. However, he could not abandon the provisions. He paced anxiously, suddenly spotting Zhuo Tianxiu, still unconscious on the ground. Last night, Lu Xinyi had dealt him a harsh blow with the sheath of her knife, rendering him unconscious, and no one had tended to him since. Yet, as a member of Changfeng base, Sui Changfeng could only approach him, slapping his face to rouse him. Upon awakening, Zhuo Tianxiu startled him. Mommy, where is Mommy? I want to find Mommy. Zhuo Tianxiu sat up, crying out like a 3-year-old child. Who are you? Go away. I want to find Mommy. He pushed Sui Changfeng aside and stumbled around in confusion, only to be terrified into sitting on the ground by the corpses of zombies from the previous night. Mommy, where are you?
I'm scared.
He wailed loudly, his pants drenched. Sui Changfeng, everyone, what is happening? Has Zhuo Tianxiu gone mad? Has Lu Xinyi's blow to his head rendered him a fool? Even Lu Xinyi had not anticipated Zhuo Tianxiu's transformation into such a state. Yet this was a consequence of his own making. He was neither a rare space ability user. And now, reduced to this foolishness, Sui Changfeng would certainly not take him back to Changfeng Base. Thus, his only fate awaited him: death. Sui Changfeng cast a disdainful glance at Zhuo Tianxiu and turned to leave. Yet, how could he transport all that food back? Captain Sui, a member from another base, suddenly spoke up. You cannot carry all that food alone. Why not share the surplus with us? His suggestion garnered agreement from many. Yes. Captain Sui, taking one truck of food is sufficient. Let the rest be shared. Otherwise, it would simply go to waste. Sui Changfeng, without a moment's thought, retorted, You shall not take it. This is the food allocated to my Changfeng base. None of you shall take a grain. But you cannot transport all this food alone. The man countered. Rather than waste it, it would be better to distribute it among everyone. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Xini, asking, Captain Lu, what do you think? Lu Xini replied, What does it have to do with her? Why ask her? Had it not been for her desire to conceal Xiao Lianxiao's vast storage capacity and not reveal her own space, she would have seized all of Sui Changfeng's food. Sui Changfeng, wary, glanced at Lu Xini, fearing she might attempt to rob him once more. This time, he had learned his lesson. Without waiting for Lu Xini to speak, he immediately turned to Bai Jing, saying, Captain Bai, please arrange for a few people to assist me in transporting the food back to my base. I am willing to offer 10 tons of food as a reward. Only 10 tons? As soon as he finished, he heard Lu Xini's disdainful click of her tongue. Sui Changfeng was nearly driven to the brink of fury. What was wrong with Lu Xini? He was negotiating with Captain Bai. What did it have to do with her?